#C1045 Cruel Rules. The Yuan-Mai land regained its calm again, and the god of war led the strong men to continue their mining. A place of origin, a place where multiple energies gather, there are too many resources, and they are continuously sent over. The empire has also entered the trend of great development. Shenyu, Heaven Shaker, and Resuscitator have all broken through and dominated. The terrifying and majestic national fortunes are coming together. The more the stronger the national fortune. And other situations in Shenwu Tianyu. Originally, it was difficult for Shenwu Shen dynasty to conquer so many creatures in Tianyu. However, during this time, too many resources were obtained. In Shenwu's powerful national policy, everyone can benefit. In addition to basic benefits, they can get resources through their own contributions. The most critical unification of the heavens is that there will be no infighting. And in the long-term acceleration of Shenwushen, batches of new creatures have long been born. These new creatures have received the education of Shenwu since childhood, and there is no concept of the previous Ziyuan Tianyu. When the Shenwu Academy came to the multiverse, instead of being abolished, it was strengthened. It's very close to the realm of the second layer. Chu Yuan felt the change in power. Strong Yuan-Mai fluctuations, we should have found a Yuan-Mai place. In primordial veins, an extremely distant location. Suddenly there are hundreds of golden warships moving towards this side, very strong, and looking at the style, it is obvious that they are all from the same big force. Xuanhuan is the vanguard. After so long, there is no news at all. Someone asked. I don't know. Suddenly there is no news. It is very likely that he is dead. After all, nothing is impossible in Tianduan Mountain. Someone replied. It doesn't matter if Xuanhuan is alive, if he is alive. Since we will return to the base, let's go to the primordial vein to take a look. Hundreds of warships move and shuttle quickly. After a while, they arrived outside the Yuan-Mai land. They had the artifact to explore treasures, and they were pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, there is a Yuan-Mai land, such a strong fluctuation of vitality, it is very likely to reach the top grade. This is a great achievement. The top grade Yuan-Mai land, there are only a few places in the empire. That's right. There are powerful thoughts on the main ship. There are people in the Yuan-Mai, and it seems that some forces have discovered it in advance. This area is on the edge of Tianduan Mountain, and there are only a few small heavens, not even those that dominate the third heaven. Someone said with disdain, it must be lucky to find this place. There is indeed no powerful heaven here. When they were talking, Shenwu Shenchao also found out. My lord, those golden battleships belong to the Baya Empire. Are they seeking revenge for the Lord God? The god of war has deployed heavy troops around the Yuan-Mai to supervise them at all times. There are also sensing instruments on the dimensional battleship, and the weight measurement immediately reported. It's impossible to fight for such a big god. These should be the survey ships of the Baya Empire. They found it here by accident, but no matter the reason, the Yuan-Mai land belongs to the empire and cannot be discovered by others. The god of war's face was cold and severe. He knows the strength of the Baya Empire, and this is just their exploration ship. Boom. But before they could react, the other party's main ship launched the first bombardment, and a huge energy beam bombarded a dimensional warship, causing the ship to roll over. It wasn't killed. The powerhouses of the Baya Empire were also shocked, which was beyond their surprise. The power of their cannon was comparable to that of the master, and they didn't sink a single battleship of the opponent, which meant that the opponent's equipment was stronger than theirs. This force is very strong, let's retreat first. The blow just now was their temptation. Seeing that there was no advantage to take, they did not hesitate to retreat. You can't let them go, this is just their vanguard army, destroy them all here, and the news of Yuan-Mai can't be exposed. The god of war drove the main ship and opened the way ahead, and then thousands of dimensional warships rushed out. The number was dense, and at the same time, the overwhelming destruction beams were sprayed towards the opponent. How come there are so many? The people from the Baya Empire were also shocked. They didn't think about it. They just fired a cannon to test it, and they exploded a hornet's nest. Broken, they are going to destroy us all here. There are too many opponents, so we can't fight with them recklessly, we have to go out. The leader of the battleship immediately ordered, "Accelerate with all your strength, they are still a long way from us," and at the same time, pass the signal to let the base come to us. They pushed the speed of the battleship to the strongest and ran desperately. Chase and kill. God of War is to create a kind of mystery that they are powerful and invincible in the heart of the opponent. The Baya Empire's battleships were far from the Xuanhuan Empire's dimensional battleships. With just a few breaths, the two main ships chased after them, and they were bombarded with violent artillery fire. The main ship was equipped with more powerful cannon fodder, a battleship was instantly smashed, and a large number of people were annihilated in the artillery fire. Boom! Thousands of dimensional warships chased after them and wrapped them. Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. We just accidentally made a mistake. We accidentally made a mistake just now. Please make a way. My Baya Empire will not interfere with you here. Seeing such a lineup, the powerhouses in the battleship turned pale. Although there are several master gods in charge, since the other party has this kind of battleship, how can there be no strong ones? It seems that they are all destroyed here. Kill them all, leave none. Where would the god of war listen to the other party's misunderstandings? It was only because they saw their strength that they were softer. And if they are not strong, this primordial vein can't be kept. The rules in the multiverse are more cruel. The weak eat the strong, the big fish eat the small fish, and the small fish eat shrimp. If you don't let us go, we will fight with you. The Baya Imperial fleet felt the will of the opponent's tough iron and blood, and his face was pale. The opponent was not giving them a way to live, and he was determined to kill them here. Thousands of warships are fighting each other, even the most common dimensional warships are stronger than the other's main ships, colliding in the sky, and easily smashing one of their warships. The god of war slammed against the opponent's main ship on the main ship, and the dimensional blade stretched out, smashing the opponent's main ship and turning them into pieces. Break out! The master of the Baya Empire shouted, knowing that the battleships were defeated by them, so the strong appeared and crossed the universe with their own mana. There was a great battle here, blood and fire everywhere. The god of war is tough, finds the master of the other side, fights with him, and fights tens of thousands of moves. In the end, with his powerful strength, he kills him on the spot, holding his head and shocking the audience. None of the fleets of the Baya Empire ran out, and all the powerhouses were killed. This is a big victory, crushing the opponent with the advantage of the equipment. Sir, I found a lot of information here. Someone shouted. Okay, all these materials are sorted out and handed over to His Majesty for trial and seizure. First, go back to the primordial vessel and tell His Majesty the battle situation. God of War knew it wasn't over. #C1046 cheer. Your Majesty, according to the information we have obtained, these 100 warships are just the surveying corps of the Baya Empire. They have brought a total of 1,000 warships in the Xuanhuan region this time, and there are also several master gods. If the surveying corps does not return for a long time, there will be shocks. The destruction of 100 warships is not a small number. If Xuanhuan were to destroy 100-dimensional warships for no reason, it would also cause a big shock. It is necessary to kill the Baya Legion by means of thunder. The god of war is under your command, and all of them will be extinguished here. In this battle, the masters who originally belonged to the Xuanhuan heavenly domain will be brought to the battle with the gods, and they will adapt to the method of Xuanhuan warfare. Xuanhuan said. Using war to make it easier for those people to integrate into Shenwu is the quickest and easiest way. This minister also thinks so. The Baya Empire is very far away from here, and it is inconvenient to transmit news. By the time they react, a long time has passed, and the resources of the Yuanmai land have already been discovered by us. God of War nodded. Let's go. Xuanhuan was not afraid of war. Although the Baya Empire has the Supreme, it is not that he has no means to check and balance the Supreme. If the poisonous skeleton in the door of the curse completely erupts, the Supreme will not be able to eat it. Swish swish. A battleship rushed out of the primordial vein and rushed towards the location marked on the map. To send troops to deal with the Baya Empire, the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Those powerhouses from the original Ziyu and Tianyu were pale, some excited, and some trembling. That is the army of the Supreme God Dynasty. The Supreme God, killing the Master, is a matter of waving. Even the army of people looking for resources in the multiverse is incomparable. Let them see more blood, and there will be more wars like this in the future. God of War said coldly. Yes, they don't know much about Shenwu, and there is no opponent we are afraid of. Thunder Beast also grinned. If you want His Majesty to value it, you must show its value. Tiantuan Mountain, in a canyon, where there are thousands of warships, golden light burst out, forming a steel-like city wall, and there are several masters sitting there. I found them, and they are still very calm. I don't know about the destruction of the Frontier Survey Army. The God of War looked at the signal sent by the main ship, and ruthlessly ordered, the Sun God will strike first, the battleship's artillery will be condensed to the strongest, and all of them will be eradicated. By means of thunder, don't let them escape even if they are alive. Boom. The Sun God General suddenly stepped out of the battleship and took out the sun bow he was carrying. He suddenly shot out an arrow. A golden battleship was instantly ignited, and the flame swept through like a rage. The battleship's cannon erupted, and the overwhelming energy beams drowned the place. At this moment, a large number of the opponent's warships were destroyed, and countless masters died. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Someone is dealing with us, quickly fighting against us, hateful, what's going on? There are only some heavenly domains that dominate the gods in this area. Why are there such powerful fleets? Their purpose is to kill us all. The opponent roared in rage, and the sudden attack cost them a lot. As soon as the defense was organized, the opponent was covered with battleships, and a large number of troops in pitch-black armors were killed with bright long knives. Make achievements and build a career. If you want to get more resources from the gods, use your weapons to kill your opponents. The gods don't support idlers. The God of War shouted, and some of the powerhouses of the original Ziyu and Tianyu trembled when they saw the Baya Empire. The blood was flowing, and they were fighting in a group in an instant. The army of the Shenwu God dynasty was armed to the teeth, showing a strong strength, and the blood rain inspired more people to be fierce. God of War looked at the battlefield, his face was very indifferent. The multiverse is destined to be a bigger and crueler battlefield. However, the strength of the other party is indeed strong, and a dominant god needs two original Ziyu and Tianyu to be reluctantly suppressed. Quick fight. The God of War moved, and the opponent was also powerful. He saw several artifacts that dominated an area to hold up the protective shield, and the commander of the prison continued to bombard the area, but it was difficult to break it. Try the ability of the poisonous gourd. As soon as the God of War opened the gourd plug, he pushed a burst of energy towards it, and instantly the green poisonous infuriating energy swept over, and instantly turned into a long river of poisonous gas. After the defensive artifact was contaminated with the poisonous gas, it made a sizzling sound. What? A terrifying scene appeared. The master artifact was corroded, the people inside were poisoned, the body turned into pus, and was swept by the torrent of poison, all of which were integrated into the energy. This poison has the ability to melt and devour. God of War shook. There are strips of seal gods flickering on the gourd. These are all seals imposed by Xuanhuan. Otherwise, if the poison erupts, the powerful body of the God of War will not be able to withstand it, and it will turn into pus. Sweeping around with the poison, the God of War also slammed into the opponent's master and launched a fierce attack. Although the strength of the Baya Empire is extremely strong, this is not in their heavenly realm. The powerhouses dispatched are limited. A master god holding a giant sword is still screaming, but it is instantly contaminated by the highly poisonous aura. What? He made a pained sound. If it is in the past, although the poison is terrible, he can slowly expel it, but in this kind of battle, the opponent will not give him time to recover. The sun god will be dazzling. He slashed over with a knife, and the arm of the ruler was torn apart. Break out, if we don't stand out, we will all die here. The severed arm master roared. All cut. The God of War issued the most cold-blooded and cruel orders, and he had no mercy. This time, in order to destroy these fleets, the Xuanhuan dynasty came out in full force, gathering the most advantageous forces, and the bloody battle was breaking out. The Xuanhuan dynasty wants to destroy the other party, and naturally, it is impossible to do it without damage. There are strong people on both sides falling every moment, but when the blood is killed, there is no fear, and they are all madly fighting together. The battle was fierce. The battle lasted for a few days before it ended. The blockade of the battleship did not let anyone from the Baya Empire escape. This area turned into scorched earth, the smell of blood was everywhere, and the corpses were scattered with the fragments of the battleship. The commander of the prison and the commander of the God of War were both blasted once, and 2 other masters were injured. The God of War counted the battle damage. Although there were also dimensional battleships that were violently beaten, they were still within an acceptable range. And this time, their loot was equally rich. A large number of opponents were killed, and they had traveled in the Tianduan Mountains for thousands of years, carrying a lot of treasures, which were all collected as trophies. Returning to Yuanmai, Your Majesty will discuss the merits and rewards this time. Remember, the Xuanhuan dynasty will not treat anyone who contributes badly, and whoever wants to cheat, the Shin dynasty will not be merciful. Ares led the fleet back. As soon as he returned to Yuanmai, he immediately calculated the contribution, and Xuanhuan did not treat them badly, and distributed their contributions to reward them for meritorious deeds. Faith alone is a part of the army's battle, and it must also be motivated by benefits. Cheers erupted in Yuanmai. The resources of a Yuanmai land are far from enough. The army must continue to explore and explore, even if it pays a huge price. Xuanhuan knows this deeply. Recently, there are many people in Shenwu Tianyu who have broken through and dominated because of sufficient resources. #C1047 storm is coming. Got windy. Why is it getting dark? No, you look at the sky, the dark clouds are over the top, it's completely dark. It seems that there is a violent storm coming. What's going on? Why does the huge Shenwu Tianyu have such a dark scene? Is there something wrong in the multi-element? Several years have passed since the excavation of Yuanmai land. The entire Shenwu Tianyu, including some other areas of Tianduan Mountain, was dark and gloomy at the moment, covering an extremely large area, and there was a chill that wiped out everything. The world-destroying storm. This is the world-destroying storm. My God, why did the world-destroying storm come to this heaven again? People in Yanzhaitian are the most sensitive to the world-destroying storm. Seeing such a storm coming, their faces are distorted. They know that the civilization that was originally glorious in the sky may be born with the true supreme, just because of the destruction of the world-destroying storm. The world-destroying storm blew erratically, raging across the entire multiverse. Once the world-destroying storm comes, it will destroy the entire heaven. If you can't resist it, everyone will die. There was a panic in the Xuanhuan. The world-destroying storm was one of the most terrifying natural disasters in the multiverse, destroying the world that swept everything. God will destroy us. Boom. The sky has fallen into complete darkness, and the world-destroying storm has swept into the Xuanhuan. This gust of wind contains the energy of destroying the world. When I saw a huge mountain of Tianduanshan being involved, it immediately became chaos and dissolved into pluralism. Energy. Crackling. The world-destroying storm blew into the Xuanhuan, and the powerful national fortune suddenly shone brightly, resisting it like a shield. Even if there is resistance from the national movement, but how long can the ferocity of the world-destroying storm resist? We will all die, not to mention the Supreme, even the Lord can't resist. The world annihilation storm is raging, and many people's eyes are dark. Many of them are seeing for the first time. But I also know that the terrifying and unimaginable storm blowing up the world is unimaginable, the fear imprinted in the soul. The world-destroying storm? The storm that killed everything has actually swept into our empire. Xuanhuan naturally noticed that the hearts of the empire were turbulent, and the country's fortunes were unstable. This world-destroying storm is much stronger than the so-called reincarnation of Xuanhuan before, and it cannot be compared at all. Everyone stays in their own positions. Although the world-destroying storm is ferocious, it can't destroy our empire. Everything has my resistance. Just when many people were desperate, a beam of brilliance soared into the sky, and in that world-destroying storm, at this moment, there appeared a majestic existence that turned the world around. It's Your Majesty. The power of light, Your Majesty, is dispelling the world-destroying storm. Everyone, dedicate their strength to Your Majesty, and unite as one, to fight against the world-destroying storm. At this moment, the appearance of Xuanhuan is the Supreme Emperor, and everyone's boundless energy is condensed out. In the confrontation between life and death, everyone is united and united. Boom. The power of the world destruction storm was the first to bombard Xuanhuan in an instant. This attribute has the ability to decompose and turn it into multiple terrors. Bright. Xuanhuan went up against the sky, holding the gate of light, and soaring into the sky, he used the great devouring technique, the monstrous devouring power. He seemed to be transformed into a portal, and the infinite devouring seemed to be able to devour the entire multiplicity. Light and fire also exploded at this moment. Although the outside world is dark, the entire Xuanhuan is bright. Your Majesty's divine power. They saw that the world-destroying storm was originally going to roll across the entire sky from the edge of the sky. But because of Xuanhuan's obstruction, he radiated suction independently, and it became a kind of tornado, like a funnel, and the power was concentrated on him. This level of annihilation storm is not irresistible. Xuanhuan's expression is stern, although the world-destroying storm is powerful, but he is even more fierce and domineering. He shines billions of dollars, protects his people, and is the emperor of all. He turned himself into the appearance of the gate of devouring, swallowing multiple elements, showing invincible power in the world, and just blocking the storm of destruction. All the people have a sense of peace of mind. Although the external world-destroying storm is ferocious, as long as there is that invincible figure, they will not feel afraid, and all disasters will be overcome. The world-destroying storm has passed. The storm raged for days, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the last black wind blew through. The world-destroying storm has passed. Xuanhuan's mighty voice came, his mysterious black emperor robe, and the figure of Xuanhu were extremely eye-catching in the starry sky, and he took steps to return to the gods. God Emperor is invincible. Everyone knelt down. Their belief in God Emperor Xuanhu has reached a new height, and they can even survive such a terrifying storm of world destruction. After this world-destroying storm, Xuanhuan knew that the empire had originally annexed the Ziyu and Tianyu, and there were no hidden dangers that were not fully digested, but now there is no problem at all. This dark storm, although ferocious, is only a part of the aftermath across Tianduan Mountain. Xuanhuan personally confronted the world-destroying storm. He had a very deep understanding of this kind of feeling. The storm was blowing from other places, and it was blocked by Tianduan Mountain. However, even so, it still had the ability to destroy a heaven. There are so many dangers in diversity. Xuanhuan has fought against the world-destroying storm for many days, which is actually of great benefit to him. The realm of dominating the second layer of heaven can be stepped out. Xuanhuan came to Yuan and accumulated majestic energy. This time, with the help of the turmoil of the world-destroying storm, he finally entered the second world of domination. As soon as he reached the second level, various means broke out, leaving his strength without an opponent in the realm of domination, and even some weaker supreme gods could not help him. Ding! The host completes the side quest, breaks through the second heaven of Dominion God, and obtains 7 million fate points, Supernatural Power Fruit X9192, Dominion God Healing Potion, Dominion Artifact Advanced Card, Luna General X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding! The current branch line has been released, breaking through the 3-layered heaven of the Lord God. God General Huiyue. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly fell on Huiyue, Divine General. This is a woman in silver armor, with the shadow of the moon hovering, shedding hazy moonlight, holding the Huiyue war blade, and also carrying a Huiyue divine bow, which is the power of the moon spirit that opposes the sun god. Sun God General, Huiyue God General. The power of the sun and the moon. Huiyue Shen will meet His Majesty. System reward, Huiyue Shen will be completely loyal to Xuanhuan. Pingshen. Xuanhuan observed her and nodded. The sun and the moon coexist, and a stronger combat power can be erupted. Go, and investigate the situation in other areas in Tianduan Mountain. Abide by His Majesty's decree. The General Huiyue's work efficiency is very high, and in just over a month, he has obtained detailed information for Xuanhuan's investigation. Your Majesty, this world-destroying storm is extremely ferocious. It blew from the west of Tianduan Mountain and then stopped in the Great Burial Abyss. According to my investigation, more than a dozen surrounding heavenly regions have been affected. It is still unknown, several weak heavenly domains have disappeared directly, and none of the universes have been left, returning to diversity. Huiyue Shen will report. Xuanhuan didn't have too many surprises. Although it's just the aftermath, not everyone is in the heavenly martial realm. With him, he can reverse the world with the great devouring technique. Even those heavenly domains that did not disappear were hurting their muscles and bones, and many masters were directly blown out. And that's just the cruelty of the multiverse. #C1048 Predator. For many heavenly domains, the world destruction storm is a difficult time to destroy, but for some people, this time it is a feast. In a sky domain, just after being swept away by the world-destroying storm, although the powerhouses in the star domain were not completely destroyed, their vitality was greatly damaged, and their strength had dropped by half. It's too weak to withstand a single blow. This Xuanhuan Tianyu has fought against us before, and now even their strongest are dead. Now they can only be ravaged by us and plundered a large number of slaves. A group of ferocious dark battleships appeared in a place called Xuanhuan Star Territory. The Xuanhuan Star Territory is not weak. Originally, there were several Erzongtians in charge. However, when the world-destroying storm swept over, the powerhouses of the Erzongtian were almost dead, and the entire heavenly civilization withered. You plunderers, the sky is thundering, you can't die. The remaining powerhouses in the Xuanhuan starfield huddled together, shivering. The house leak happened to be raining overnight, and before they recovered their vitality, they encountered this group of ferocious looters and were robbed by the fire. Ha 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 ha, let them scold them, they will all be our slaves, planting a soul-controlling seed, and they will be controlled by us forever, and you can't live without dying. The looters were laughing, but it was the last cry of the loser, and they didn't care. Haha, these people are screaming too badly, look at them, that woman is not bad. The cultivation base that dominates the first layer of heaven is the only remaining ruler of this Xuanhuan Tianyu. A strong man saw a graceful woman, his eyes were shining. If you can't find death, don't waste your time. After you go back to have fun, there is time for you to play slowly, but the elder sister's orders were delayed. The elder sister will not let us go, and everything obeys the elder sister's orders. The looters all shuddered when they mentioned their eldest sister, a murderous woman, their leader. The Xuanhuan Tianyu was breached, the remaining strong men were caught, and a boat was filled, and then they did not stop and continued to move forward. This area has been severely affected by the disaster. The small half of the broken mountain has been affected. Go in that direction, and follow the area swept by the world-destroying storm. There is no supreme god here, and we will all have a great harvest. Marauders do not stop, their ships are specially built and travel very fast. Destroyed and destroyed, this way through, passing through 5 or 6 heavenly domains, looting while the fire, resources, and slaves caught I do not know how much. Brothers, it's time to go back. Someone roared. Don't worry, the world-destroying storm is once in a lifetime. Our route is very safe, there will be no powerful forces, and there is also a heaven in front of us. They broke out of Tianduan Mountain, and the Tianyu they came to was actually the Xuanhuan Tianyu. Looking at the scene in front of them, they also made a surprised voice, "Hey, this Tianyu has not been swept away by the world-destroying storm. Good luck. This is Xuanhuan Tianyu. I came here 1,000 years ago. It may be too remote. The world-destroying storm lost its power when it arrived here. The strongest person is only the ruler of Xuanhuan. I also blackmailed him severely. See you again. We are old friends, we can avoid the storm, but we can't dodge us. Thousands of years in the blink of an eye are really nothing in the multiverse." The ferocious battleship swept across the sky, and came to the Xuanhuan Tianyu flamboyantly. They still didn't know that they had changed hands. "Master Xuanhuan, old friends are here, why don't you come out and meet?" The looters shouted loudly. "Whoever dares to trespass into my divine martial heaven realm, courting death." The god of war immediately sensed their arrival, the dimensional battleship lifted off, and many masters appeared at the same time. This is a group of looters. They definitely want to take advantage of the storm to rob the world, but I don't know which side it is from. Marauders plunder outside without revealing their identities. Xuanhuan Tianyu, has the owner changed here? The predators looked surprised. Xuanhuan Tianyu, can also be plundered by you? The god of war sneered, and some people hit their heads with their ideas, and they came on the battleship with pride and power, and immediately ordered, "Intercept them, don't let any of them go, and bring them to His Majesty." "No, this place is no longer Xuanhuan Tianyu, let's get out of here quickly." This group of predators is also a bully and afraid of hardship. Seeing that the opponent is not easy to provoke, they will immediately turn the battleship and escape from this area. The Hui god will appear, her Hui god blade slashed sharply, a battleship exploded, and the people were as fragile as ants, falling one after another. She was a divine general rewarded by the system, and her strength was extremely strong, reaching the 2nd level. Day limit. The power of this woman. The looters were startled, all discolored, and the strength of the general Hui scared them. The war god commander and the suppressing prison commander also appeared, and they exerted their power to block them. Although the opponent's dominant god powerhouse struggled, but this is the realm directly controlled by Xuanhuan, where can they compete? The battle went on for several hours, and a large number of plunderers were beheaded, but some were captured alive. "Your Majesty, this is the strongest among this group of plunderers, and I brought it here for you." The god of war brought a predator to dominate and came to Xuanhuan. "Which raider faction are you from?" Xuanhuan interrogated. The predator suddenly raised his head to look at the existence on the throne. A man-emperor was majestic and domineering. Although he sat quietly, the majesty that came from him made him tremble with fear, and his soul was about to collapse. He gritted his teeth and was very hard, but he didn't speak. "See, your majesty, don't kneel down, be bold." The god of war kicked him on the knee, made him kneel, and shouted, "Your majesty asked you something, don't answer it quickly." "Kill me, I don't know anything." He held his head hard, knowing that his life as a predator was a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife, and his head was pinned to the belt of his trousers. Today he was planted and caught alive, so he didn't think about going back alive. "The mouth is quite hard." The god of war sneered. "Give him to the resentful spirit, and let the resentful spirit use the soul whip." Xuanhuan waved his hand and asked someone to pull him down. "Ah!" The heart-piercing resounding resounded, the soul whip was so painful that he wanted to die. He couldn't live without asking for death. He was not afraid of death, but under the whip of the soul whip, he couldn't die at all. He would rather give him a knife than suffer the pain of being beaten with a soul whip. "Kill me," he growled. But Xuanhuan would not let him die. "This person has a great effect. This group of plunderers operates in Tianduan Mountain and knows more about the terrain than him." From his mouth, Xuanhuan can know more about the terrain and distribution of Tianduan Mountain. I'll say anything." In the end, the predator couldn't take it anymore. He was brought over like a dead dog, and said weakly, "Your Majesty, stop torturing me. I will say anything you want to know. I just want to die." "Where is it from, and who is the strongest behind it?" Xuanhuan asked. "I'm from Rose City. Our boss is Blood Rose, a half-step supreme powerhouse. He recruited everything. #C1049 Blood Rose. Blood Rose, half a step is supreme." Xuanhuan learned all the information from him by playing the soul whip. The predator force they came from is called the Blood Rose Predator Group, and it has a half-step supreme existence in charge. And the one piece of information that made Xuanhuan most concerned was that there was actually news about the sky crystal. Heavenly blood god stone and sky crystal are the two most difficult materials to find in the cultivation fluid of the sky. For example, there are already some blood god stones today. I have an idea to imprison him, god of war. You and the god of the sun and the god of the moon will guard in the Shenwu Tianyu, and I will go to meet the Blood Rose. As soon as Xuanhuan's words fell, he disappeared from the empire. This Blood Rose predator is going to have bad luck. God of war. Tianduan Mountain is boundless, even if it is only an area in the multiverse, but it is boundless. It is hard to imagine how huge the strongest 33 days are, and how many powerhouses there are. In a hidden area, various restrictions are shrouded, where there are hundreds of ferocious battleships, guarding the largest blood-colored main ship. This is the Rose ship of the Blood Rose Raiders, and it is also where their main city is located. For predators, they live in no fixed place. After plundering one place, they will go to other places, not producing. Just like moths, they only know how to loot resources. The essence of the divine dynasty also requires resources, but unlike predators, it pays more attention to gradual progress and an endless stream. And at this moment, the Blood Rose Predator Group is completely unaware of the fact that they have been known. The Blood Rose Plundering Group, I want to see how powerful the half-step supreme powerhouse will be. Xuanhuan came indifferently outside the Blood Rose looting group. He is supreme and majestic, and he has not concealed his traces. The power of kingship and domineering is displayed at the same time, and the divine power is vast, and it is like a sky that suppresses the past at the same time. Someone appeared outside my Blood Rose looting group. Someone in the Blood Rose suddenly saw Xuanhuan, his face changed, and suddenly two strong men stepped out, one man and one woman, both of which were the cultivation bases that dominated the third heaven. It is the right-hand man of Blood Rose. The man and the woman were wearing blood clothes with the mark of a blood rose, and when they saw Xuanhuan, their faces were not good-looking. Who are you to dare to trespass this place? The old man was very calm, stared at Xuanhuan closely, and did not attack. This person seems to be the master of God's cultivation, but the domineering arrogance from him makes him not dare to shoot casually. The visitor is definitely not a guest, it is very likely our enemy, The middle-aged woman held a blood knife that was bent over. She arrived in a flash, and her blood burst out. Do you still need to be polite with him when you come here? Although I don't know the specific identity of this person, it is definitely not a guest. In that case, don't be polite. Her blood was torn apart, the machete exploded with multiple elements, and immediately fell. This temper is still so violent. When the old man saw the middle-aged woman make a move, he couldn't sit back and watch. He also shot a dark and gloomy palm print. There was a cold wind whistling, and the mana was actually simulating the attributes of the world-destroying storm, blowing loudly. Kill them. Many people in the Blood Rose looting group shouted. Xuanhuan stood still. With a big wave of his hand, the big storm technique swept out, condensed into the power of heaven and earth, and fought against the cold wind of the old man. In an instant, the mana of the old man was torn apart and bombarded heavily on him. The old man was blown away immediately, hit the mountain, and vomited blood. Old he. The middle-aged woman was shocked. Lao he was not weak, but in front of this person, he seemed very weak and fragile. Lu Yun, I'm fine. The old man looked horrified. The opponent's strength is extremely strong, and when they came here, they obviously know that the Blood Rose looting group is stationed here. Since they dare to come, they know their strength. It's obvious, specifically to find them. I ripped him apart. The middle-aged woman Lu Yun has a burst of temper, bloodthirsty machete, and blood sputtering. Xuanhuan stepped forward step by step, and every step he took had the ability to make the area tremble. When the air pressed down, his 5 fingers fell like a 5-fingered mountain. Lu Yun's movements slowed down, and he felt that the surrounding time and space were frozen. This is a seal. Then the man who stood upright snapped his fingers, and a burst of energy exploded in the air, hitting Lu Yun's woman. Lu Yun only felt the burning pain. The man waved his hand and beat her, and Lao he with a flick of his fingers. This man was as powerful as a god and unstoppable. Old he is targeting our Blood Rose plundering group. Let's join forces and try to stop him. Lu Yun roared. Retreat, you are not his opponent. A sharp woman's voice suddenly came out at this moment. Big sister. Neither Lu Yun nor Lao he dared to go against the woman's will and stepped aside. Blood Rose. It was only at this time that Xuanhuan saw the true face of Blood Rose. This is a woman with a graceful figure. She has long hair that is as dazzling as blood, simply tied up, and her face is extremely cold. She wears a blood-red leather armor and a blood knife around her waist, which highlights her slenderness. Body. The first thank you to Xuanhuan, Blood Rose is a cruel and wild woman. Blood Rose, half a step is supreme. Although the half-step supreme is not the real supreme, their strength has surpassed that of the master, and they have realized some of the true meanings of the supreme. In the Tianduan Mountain, they can be regarded as a powerful force. If he could become supreme, he would be equivalent to the status of the Lord of the Feudal Lords in Tianduan Mountain. Blood Rose now found that the Blood Rose looting group was established by her and possessed absolute authority, and even though she was a woman, she was also known for her ruthlessness. This is a thorny rose. Eldest sister makes a move and can definitely take care of him. Yes, our Blood Rose plundering group has been able to stand up to this day, relying on the strong strength of the eldest sister. Catch this man and make him our slave. Dare to be so arrogant, he will not end well. The people in the Blood Rose plundering group all roared. Among the plunderers, strength is the most respected, and everything must be about strength. Who are you? I can see that you are an emperor, not a looter, and you are also coming to conquer my Blood Rose? Blood Rose's face was extremely cold. Even after seeing the previous scene where Xuanhuan pressed Lao He and Lu Yun, she still did not appear panicked, and her voice contained a fierce killing intent. It's okay, there's no difference. Xuanhuan said lightly. Blood Rose's magical power could not shake him in the slightest. Seeing that her strength did not arouse Xuanhuan's spirit in the slightest, Shui Chengwei didn't show panic on her face, but she felt like a great enemy in her heart. She continued, the strong eat the weak in the multiverse. Since my Blood Rose was brought to you by you, don't say anything more. If you can defeat me, not only the Blood Rose looting group will belong to you, but also myself. You can be your woman. After all, if you can defeat me, you are a strong man, and in front of a strong man, I have no way to resist. Since she is a predator, she knows the cruel rules in this world. She was able to draw a blood knife and pointed at Xuanhuan. Ding! The current branch has been released. Conquer the Blood Rose. Conquering you to become my woman? It's interesting, then you need to obey all my orders. Xuanhuan smiled faintly, looking at Blood Rose with wanton eyes. This woman makes him interesting, wild and brutal, and direct. #C1050 Conquer. This person is too arrogant. He actually wants to conquer the eldest sister and let the eldest sister obey his orders. It is like eating a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. I don't know how to write the word death. Yes, the eldest sister is powerful, it depends on how the eldest sister defeats him. There were also people who made unkind words to the eldest sister, but the end was tragic. The tortured one couldn't survive and couldn't die. I still haven't completely forgotten the shrill and screaming voice. This group of predators are all fierce people who are fighting for strength. Half a step is the best. Xuanhuan grabbed his hand. Although there is no fluctuation, the Blood Rose's pupils are slightly condensed, and this person has a domineering, arrogant in the world, making him feel that this piece of time and space is under his control. As long as you defeat me, what about following your orders? Blood Rose said sharply, her eyes were extremely fierce, like an angry wolf. What a rose with thorns, you have made me very interested in you. Xuanhuan said slowly. Not only with thorns, but also killing people, it depends on whether you can hold it. Blood Rose can become the leader of a raider, which cannot be done without strength. Her whole body glowed with blood, and in an instant, the blood light filled in front of Xuanhuan, and she stretched out her hand and slammed it, with explosive power. She said it easily, but she knew deeply that Xuanhuan was an extremely formidable opponent. Half a step is supreme, and it is also the master god. Xuanhuan was very calm, examining Blood Rose. He waved his hand, the blood light broke open, and the Blood Rose directly bombarded, and in an instant, a stormy wave swept out, turning into a boundless frenzy, turning the area into chaos. Shui Chengwei's face was solemn, and her palms slapped continuously. Xuanhuan stood firmly on the spot, and every time he shot down, a large area was turned into a black hole. This battle is unparalleled. He is extremely powerful. To conquer this thorny rose and let her obey his orders, the first and foremost thing is to suppress her with great strength. After the successive shocks, Blood Rose did not take advantage of it, but was suppressed and retreated again and again. She swept through the blood mist, rushing out like a rose, and every force fell. There was a bloodthirsty piercing ability. However, Xuanhuan stepped out of the sky, like the king of the gods, and his blood was torn by him. With the blessing of the Emperor Sword, his realm was comparable to the master of the third heaven. In addition, the strong national fortune of the gods and powerful means allowed him to have the power to suppress the Blood Rose. Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yuan at the moment. This person is like a god among gods, powerful and unshakable, tall and majestic, making people feel desperate. You are indeed strong, but this strength is not enough. The blood rose is by no means easy to give in. She blasted hundreds of palms in a row, and 100 strands of blood roared out, and in an instant, the power was united, and the terrifying waves of blood rushed out. In the blood light, she keenly seized the opportunity, raised her palm, and pressed down. Chu Yuanshuan's Black Emperor's robe was blown, but there was no change in his expression. He stretched out his palm. At the moment when they touched each other, Xuanhuan realized that her palm could not sink, and was tightly held by the man. Grab it in the broad palm. Although Half-Step Supreme is also very powerful, but with his strength, there is no way that the real Supreme God can do anything to him. Your Majesty is indeed a divine power. Xuanhuan was not flustered, but suddenly there was a stinging pain from her arm, blood energy condensed, as if the rose-like thorns were about to pierce Chu Yuan's palm. Chu Yuan grabbed her arm tightly, as if smoothing out the thorns on the thorns. No amount of sharp thorns could pierce him, making Xuanhuan's complexion ugly for a while. Humph! The blood light condensed on her palm, the roots of blood pierced and shot, and her eyes suddenly turned into vortexes, as deep as a magic abyss, which was a strange soul-secret technique. Soul attack. Chu Yuan's will cannot be shaken. With him as the center, the world suddenly darkened, and the vortex of devouring appeared, as if he had fallen into the sinking of the world. What? Blood Rose screamed, blood dripping from her eyes. She originally wanted to interfere with Chu Yuan by means of her soul, but she did not expect that her spiritual wool would be absorbed. The blood mist exploded, and her arm that was caught by Chu Yuan suddenly exploded, and then recondensed. Great devouring technique. Her face was extremely solemn. The art of swallowing is an avenue that is easy to get started, but extremely difficult to cultivate. She has practiced for so many years, and this is the first time she has encountered such a terrifying devouring technique as Chu Yuan, which makes her unsure of Chu Yuan. What a ruthless method. Blood Rose said. To deal with your thorny rose, how can you not be ruthless? Chu Yuan said lightly. Blood roses are of great value. Then look at my trick again. Blood Rose pushed her strength to the limit, her blood was soaring to the sky, and there was a sharp force in it, and the blood-colored needles rushed out like a torrential rain. Chu Yuan stepped, he was the most supreme emperor. At this time, her blood knife was also cut out again and again. Chu Yuan was in control of everything, shot indifferently, and with each stroke, the power of Blood Rose disappeared. His strength was too strong, and even though Blood Rose continued to attack, it didn't work, and he was going to despair. Big Sister was suppressed by him. The Blood Rose looting group couldn't clamor anymore. Snapped. A blood whip appeared in Xuanhuan's hand, covered with thorns, and it was drawn to a large mountain, and the mountain suddenly turned into powder. Eldest sister is angry, she must use the strongest means. The Blood Rose looting group is a little hairy. She was going to use this whip to blow this man up. I said as long as you can beat me, you can do whatever you want. Xuanhuan's eyes and pupils suddenly turned into 2 rounds of blood seas, her blood was soaring to the sky, her strength was roaring, and the thorn blood whip in her hand was like a human blood vessel, bright red, and twisted with her like a snake. The thorns and blood whips came, and they were shrouded in blood mist. But this person is too indifferent, he stood there, his eyes swept across the 4 directions, no matter where the thorn blood whip came from, he only waved to defend. The tyrannical force under his control made the attack of the Blood Rose fail to achieve its due effect. How to break the game? Blood Rose gritted her teeth, this kind of opponent is too difficult to find his weakness, whether it is offense, defense, or soul, it is perfect. Do you want to use her biggest forbidden move? But this move is forbidden, the cultivation base falls, and the strength is weak for the time being. The most important thing is whether to defeat her. She had no clue at this point. But at this moment, Xuanhuan took the lead in walking towards her, shaking the 4 poles and 8 waists, and with a wave of his hand, the endless blood mist was about to disperse. His power turned into a torrent of heaven and earth, the glory of the gods surrounded him, and he grabbed the front with his palm, and he was about to conquer the Blood Rose. #C1051 Doomsday. Oops, this power is frozen in time and space, and God rules. Blood Rose's face changed dramatically. In an instant, she felt that with Xuanhuan's grasp, all the time and space around her were frozen. That man was a giant god who was dominating the world, and he was using his boundless power to capture and control her. Blood Rose gritted her teeth. Knowing that the more you face such power, the more you have to find a way to break it. Her blood erupted more intensely, sweeping the scene of the bloody sea, and the thorn blood whip fell like a fierce dragon in the sky, breaking Xuanhuan's control. Xuanhuan's palm fell, and the Blood Rose in front of him suddenly collapsed. But this is not her real body, but an illusory shadow. The real she has already moved in an instant, and when she is behind Xuanhuan, she has condensed her strength to a peak, with cruelty on her face, and the whip slammed against Xuanhuan's head. Past. Suddenly Xuanhuan turned around and came out. At this moment, the majesty of his supreme human sovereign was shocked, and he suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At the moment when the thorns and blood whips came out, he shot out with one palm. Under the shocked eyes of Xuanhuan, this person's palm was firmly held. Whip. How dare you shake my artifact? The Blood Rose is ruthless, and her artifact is glowing. Xuanhuan's grip of the god of war exploded with infinite power. A boundless force made Blood Rose unable to stand still and was pulled directly to his side. Blood Rose was startled, and she was about to fight back. But this person controlled her actions. The infinite seal god fell, the door of the seal was suspended in the air, and the Blood Rose only felt that her power was blocked. Eldest sister is defeated. The powerhouses of the Blood Rose plundering group were all shocked, their eyes dazed. This man was unimaginably powerful. Leader. Lao He and Lu Yun were so shocked that they rushed over to save her. Do not come. Blood Rose shouted. Even she is not an opponent, let alone them. The fierceness just now dissipated with her defeat. She held her neck and looked like she was being slaughtered. I lost, you defeated me. Attitudes changed fast enough. Xuanhuan controls her. The loser is not qualified to decide life and death. From the day I was a predator, I knew that I was not an opponent. Blood Rose sees this very clearly. She was very close to Xuanhuan, and there was an irresistible aura coming from him, that is, the Supreme Sage Emperor, making people worship and submit to her. Her expression at the moment was also calm, and she said, You won, I said just now, beat me, I am your woman, or you can kill me now, this is the fate of the predator. She looked bleak. Do you think I dare not? Xuanhuan stretched out his hand, hooked her chin, and looked at her carefully with unbridled eyes. When Xuanhuan hooked her chin, her body trembled fiercely, and there was no place for the viciousness just now. The person in front of him is the emperor, not an ordinary strong man, and his thinking is different from other people's when he does things. You don't kneel down, from now on, I'm not your leader, he is, including me, everyone must obey his orders. Blood Rose was hooked on her chin at the moment, and she said, Your Majesty, can you tell me your origin? Xuanhuan dynasty. Xuanhuan said lightly. Meet your Majesty. The members of the Blood Rose plundering group also looked at each other in dismay at the moment, a little at a loss. They changed leaders in a blink of an eye, and they were still the majesty of a god. However, Xuanhuan defeated Blood Rose and was stronger. This is very common in the world of predators. He was willing to be ruled by the strong, and he knelt down. Collect the personnel information of your looting group, and then give it to me. At first, Chu Yuan wanted to obliterate the looting regiment. However, seeing that this group of people is so knowledgeable, I have other ideas. The divine dynasty needs this part of the power to absorb them, and it is still their job. Don't do it soon. Blood Rose shouted. At this moment, Chu Yuan came to the inner master control room of the Rose, and looked at the ship. It was extremely mysterious. Compared with ordinary warships, it was more aggressive and had a stronger divine pattern. Blood Rose said, this rose was not forged in Tianduan Mountain, but belonged to 33 days, which cost a lot of money. 33 days. Chu Yuan looked at her and said, you shouldn't come from Tianduan Mountain. I am indeed not a person from Tianduan Mountain, but from Dui Tian. I couldn't get along in Dui Tian, so I came to Tianduan Mountain and pulled up a plundering group to plunder resources for breakthrough. Blood Rose said lightly. Due to heaven. Chu Yuan nodded. The goddess Yanran said that she did not cross the heavens for 33 days, apparently she was newly promoted in the war that destroyed many days. The closest to Tianduan Mountain is Duertian. Gu Yuantian's collapse vacated a place. Before he was promoted, he had extremely powerful strength. Although Tianduanshan is huge, it is still not enough to see in front of Duertian. Blood Rose said. Looks like you know a lot. Chu Yuan suddenly grabbed Xuanhuan, and casually pulled her in front of him. Xuanhuan was startled, although she was ruthless, but Chu Yuan's actions made her very unaccustomed. I know a lot, although I am not His Majesty's opponent, but I am still half a step up, in Tian Broken Mountain. I've spent a long time with Duer, it's up to His Majesty to know from my mouth. Oh? You want to use me to do something? Of course, Chu Yuan could see that Xuanhuan's mind was not that simple, and she wanted to use his strength to do things that she couldn't do. Of course, there are some things I can't do, but maybe with His Majesty's strength. Blood Rose admitted it generously. The majesty of this emperor is too strong, so strong that she will sink into it. It's good to have a purpose. The world is most afraid of those who say they have no purpose. Chu Yuan pulled her tighter. This woman is very wild and fierce, which makes him very interested at the moment, and has the idea of conquest. Yes, I have a purpose, I'm afraid your majesty will not dare to ask me. At this time, Blood Rose simply said wildly, her eyes burning hot, and she looked directly at Chu Yuan. She is provoking Chu Yuan. There is nothing in this world that I dare not ask for. Chu Yuan lifted her chin, you are provoking me. I'm just provoking your majesty. Blood Rose said wildly, anyway, I can't compete with His Majesty's methods, so I can only let it go. Interesting. Chu Yuan smiled. He is an emperor above 10 million people, not a pure-hearted immortal cultivator. In the face of Blood Rose's provocation, he is even more domineering, and his domineering makes Blood Rose's face congeal. The emperor does things simply and directly. He also took a fancy to Blood Rose, which was completely different from other imperial concubines in his imperial palace who completely obeyed his words. She has a lot of ideas, her goals are not pure, and she has her own calculations, and she has also made him very interested from Duershan. From today, you are my woman. Chu Yuan conquered Blood Rose. Ding. The host completes the side quest, conquers the Blood Rose, gets 8 million fate points, dominates the artifact advanced card, supernatural power fruit X9192, dominates the god healing potion X1, random lottery chance X1. #C1052, it's all mine. The Blood Rose looting regiment was conquered by Chu Yuan with the emperor's domineering. The entire Blood Rose looting group also became Chu Yuan's strength along with Blood Rose. I learned that you have the whereabouts of the sky crystal in the sky. Chu Yuan looked at Blood Rose next to him. Yes, there was half a piece half a year ago. After Xuanhuan stretched her lazy waist, she said indifferently, but unfortunately it's gone. It was refined by me, but I know who has it, because this half is what I robbed from him. Come. There are two ways to obtain the sky crystals in the sky. One is to step into the extremely high sky and condense with one's own strength. The second is to naturally generate the heaven and the earth. There are ancient places that are blown by the wind of the sky, and there will be. Xuanhuan stared at Xuanhuan. This majesty was very domineering, so she had no way to resist. No, there is a third way. Xuanhuan said. Plunder. Blood Rose's eyes lit up, and she regained her plunderer's nature again. Yes, plundering is the fastest way, I know where it is. She is extremely sensitive to the word plunder. Plunderers make a living by plundering, but she knows that in fact, the great forces in the multiverse are also powerful in plundering, but their plundering methods are much better than her own. The Wind Demon plundering group, they have it there, and the Wind Demon is also a half-step supreme, weaker than mine. Blood Rose's eyes are glowing. Xuanhuan glanced at her. This Blood Rose is savage, but it doesn't matter, and said, I'm afraid you have a grudge with this Wind Demon plundering group, and you need to use our hands to eradicate them. There are a lot of things in the Polygamy plundering group. Your Majesty may be able to use them. It depends on whether you want to get them or not. Blood Rose smiled. Call everyone and go to the Wind Demon looting group. Xuanhuan said. Are you going to attack the Polygamy plundering group? Haha, okay, a few years ago, they dared to shout in front of us. The eldest sister led the army to attack. He taught them a lesson, and beheaded many of their masters. Hee, this time is different from the past. There is still your Majesty today, and the old boy Fengma is going to be unlucky. More than bad luck, I think this time is his death. The predators were belligerent, and when they heard that Xuanhuan was going to deal with the Wind Demon, they all shouted excitedly. Naturally, they liked Xuanhuan's more domineering approach. Good. Seeing the roaring predators, Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction. This group of people has a fierce aura, and has a strong sensitivity to treasures. Although they are born predators, it doesn't matter. In his hands, they can train a team of elite soldiers who specialize in exploring the multiverse. These people are suitable for use as pioneering groups and wasteland reclamation. The Blood Rose is covered in leather armor, and her blood is fluttering. She stood in front, fierce and wild, looking at Xuanhuan with a slightly provocative gaze, as if to say, the people she brought out are not bad, they are all good in the fight. Everything is mine. Xuanhuan laughed. Hearing this sentence, Blood Rose was also discouraged. Yes, even her leader was conquered and became his woman, and everything belonged to His Majesty, the God Emperor. Take the Wind Demon plundering group to open the knife. Xuanhuan was also murderous, holding up the blood knife, swung it fiercely, and wanted to vent her dissatisfaction with Xuanhuan on Polygamy. The place where the Wind Demon plundering group is located is an extremely hidden area of Tianduan Mountain, surrounded by storms and thunder, and a terrifying natural environment. Here, there are many warships floating, and in the middle is a huge palace of blue-gold color, which has a very strong defense. Blood Rose, if you hadn't robbed me of half a piece of the sky crystal a few years ago, now I'm very likely to break through to the Supreme Realm, and everything is your fault. Inside the palace, there was a roaring and angry voice. The leader has gone mad again. It seems that he has failed to break through the Supreme Realm again. Hearing the leader's roar, everyone trembled. Recently, the leader's temper has become more and more irritable. Some people accidentally angered him and were killed directly. What are you muttering in the outside world? Let me in. Polygamy shouted, you guys think I've gone crazy? No, I'm very awake now. Leader, we don't dare to criticize, because there is something to report. Not long ago, they have given a reply, and they are willing to work with my Polygamy plundering group to deal with the Blood Rose. These people trembled. Haha, okay, Blood Rose has been unscrupulous and offended many people in recent years, and you will eventually pay the price for your arrogance. This time I have contacted several looting groups, and I will launch an attack on you soon. Attack. Feng laughed, when I defeat you, what will I do with you? Yes, let you be my maid and absorb your cultivation. I will not kill you, but will torture you forever and let you know me awesome. A few years ago, he was taken away from half of the sky crystal, and he couldn't swallow it. What are you screaming, Feng? I heard it even here. You want to destroy my Blood Rose? You have to see if you have the ability. Suddenly, a familiar voice floated into Feng Mo's ears, and then his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly saw that Blood Rose was appearing there, looking at him with a cold and disdainful look. Blood Rose, how dare you come here? Feng Mo did not expect that Blood Rose would dare to come to his lair in person. Then he sneered, Blood Rose, are you impatient to come to court for death? The revenge of the day will definitely be 100-fold, but I still remember it deeply and never forget it. I'm afraid you won't be able to avenge this revenge. Blood Rose's eyes were already looking at a dead man. The plunderers not only plundered the resources of other forces, but also plundered each other. Every time a plunderer's camp was broken, it would be a great harvest. If you want to destroy my wind demon, I admit that you are stronger than me, but I haven't done it yet. Feng Mo didn't panic, the gap between the two was not big enough to kill each other. It's up to you. Blood Rose looked at Xuanhuan at the moment. Your Majesty, the sky crystal is in his hands. The history of the Feng Mo plundering group is much longer than mine, and there are countless resources, but they are all waiting for your Majesty. Go get it. His Majesty? Feng Mo was startled and looked at Xuanhuan. Who are you? Of course it is His Majesty, the God Emperor of my Blood Rose. Blood Rose said generously, knowing that Xuanhuan would be needed to destroy the wind demon. Your Majesty God Emperor. Feng Mo already knew that Blood Rose dared to come to destroy his confidence, and shouted coldly, Blood Rose, don't think that if you don't know where to find someone, I will be afraid of you. The more arrogant you are, the faster you will die. You'd better not help Blood Rose and get involved in the battle of predators, it's not good for you. The dead don't need to know and think so much. Xuanhuan looked at Feng Mo. As soon as he died, the entire raider regiment would collapse. Marauders are different from other powers and have loyal beliefs. It is a group of lawless people who gathered together, only obeying the orders of the stronger. Today he wants to play the law of plunder with the plunderers, plundering their resources. #C1053 Sky Crystal. This person is powerful and invincible. When Feng Mo looked at Xuanhuan, his heart was greatly shocked. Although I have never seen this person, but in his career as a predator, if he had not seen it, he would have died many times. Blood Rose, a savage and cruel woman, is honest in front of him. How can she not guess the strength of this person? Humph, Blood Rose, you don't know where you found a man, and I won't fight with you. If I have the ability, I will break through my Azure Palace. Feng Mo sneered, knowing that he was not an opponent, and rushing to the death fight stupidly. That was stupid, he would not do such a stupid thing. You are afraid. Blood Rose sneered. Whatever you think. Feng Mo exerted all his strength to urge the prohibition of the Qingjin Temple, and suddenly an indestructible light appeared. Your Majesty, this Azure Palace is the supreme artifact that Feng Mo obtained from the Great Burial Abyss. Xuanhuan knew that she couldn't break it, otherwise she would have solved the wind demon long ago. She looked at Xuanhuan and said, Your Majesty, if you want to get that half of the sky crystal, you must first break this hall. You are still thinking about my half of the sky crystal. Hearing the words of Blood Rose, Feng Mo was inexhaustible, stabbed at his pain point, and shouted angrily. The Qingjin Palace, the supreme artifact, can be the frontier base of our army. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Xuanhuan's hand, and Jiudaiguangua was the most splendid brilliance in the world, bursting with the divine power of the supreme human sovereign. As soon as Shui Rose felt the breath of the human sovereign sword, she felt even more surrendered thoughts in her heart. He couldn't have broken my azure palace. Feng Yamo was frightened, and fully retracted his defenses, condensing his strength to the apex. Swish! As soon as the holy power of humanity came out, Chu Yuan's sword fell, and the defense of the Qingjin temple collapsed in an instant. This is the divine sword created by the emperor with the belief of the infinite human race, and the emperor is rumored to be standing at the top of the multiverse in this multiverse. My Azure Palace defense has been broken. The wind demon is sluggish. Boom. But when Chu Yuan wouldn't give him a reaction, he stepped forward and suppressed it with peerless divine power. He opened his palms, and the infinite mana enveloped the entire hall, shaking the sky and taking Feng Mo's life. Break it for me. The wind demon roared. It's a life or death crisis. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be the source of a storm. The sky was dark and the earth was dark, and when he shot it with his palms, it was two black storms attacking, and his face was extremely fierce. However, Chu Yuan fought the storm with the storm. Two storms were colliding, and Feng Mo's storm was actually swallowed up when it encountered the power of Chu Yuan's devouring technique. His face changed greatly. Suddenly, a storm gate appeared above him, and a fierce storm of knives blew on him. The wind demon was swept away. Chu Yuan opened it with a palm, and in the storm, there was endless darkness. The night was long, without light, like eternal death, so that the entire area, including the Blood Rose, could not see a trace of light. When he was fighting against me, he hadn't used all his strength. Blood Rose said in shock. Break the darkness. This is the Great Darkness technique, which is performed by the Dark Gate. Feng Yamo couldn't see where Chu Yuan would come from, but he could feel the imminent danger of death, and the sound of footsteps in the void was extremely heavy. Boom! His storm fist slammed into someone in the dark by feel. But then a huge force that ripped everything swept through. The storm made a painful sound, and the moment the darkness in front of him disappeared, it was the supreme light, the drastic change of heaven and earth, which made Feng Yamo extremely unbearable. I will not be his opponent. Feng Yamo faced Chu Yuan, who was pressing step by step. His face was pale. This person was too strong. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would most likely die here, and suddenly rolled up the Qingjin temple and escaped. Don't let him run away. The Blood Rose drank, and the thorn blood whip was drawn. Blood Rose, damn you! Feng Mo shouted angrily, don't force me and you to work hard. I can't live, and I won't make you feel better. When Chu Yuan heard his desperate efforts, he stepped out in one step, and the mighty power of heaven and earth killed him. It's all you who forced me. Feng Yamo turned around. A broken black ancient mirror appeared in his hand. His face was ruthless, and it was directly shattered, and the infinite dark light immediately pierced out every destructive force that destroyed the sky and the earth. Oops, this is a forbidden weapon that can only be used once. At this moment, she was also worried about whether Chu Yuan would be able to kill Feng Yamo. Infinite rays of darkness pierced out, but this man was like the ruler of a god, without fear. When the light came in front of him, it turned into a distorted light, as if refracted, and disappeared strangely. He knows how to devour, and this trouble is nothing to him. Blood Rose looked coldly. Even the forbidden weapon can't deal with you. Feng Yamo roared, fight, don't want all the treasures, I will also deal with you. He knocked out the azure gold palace, which spun rapidly in the hurricane, bursting with an unusual and violent light, and his face was also distressed, because he wanted to destroy the azure gold palace to stop this person. He had no choice, knowing that if he didn't do everything he could, his life would be reaped. The sealed door. The ancient stone gate appeared, and Feng Mo's eyes widened. He wanted to burst open the Qingjin temple, but the appearance of this stone gate broke his fantasy, and the countless seal gods turned into chains. The madness of the Qingjin temple came to an abrupt end. The power of domination of heaven and earth, Chuyuan punched through time and space. Feng Yamo was shocked, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his mouth. Burn yourself and do everything. The wind demon was ruthless enough. He turned himself into a magic wind, roaring in the direction of Chuyuan, no matter what, even his life. Even Blood Rose was reluctant to approach this demonic wind, so she could only watch him leave. Chuyuan made a move that made Blood Rose even more shocking. He stepped on the sky, like an unshakable barrier, and looked at this group of demon winds. Feng Yamo was blood red all over. The movement of the demonic wind stopped immediately, and Chuyuan's palm turned into an infinite black hole, swallowing everything, and the terrifying devouring power swallowed the wind demon, and he could hear his painful voice. The wind demon was swallowed up, and it was swallowed alive, and there was not a single bit of scum left. All the predators feared Chuyuan's ruthless cruelty. They think they are ruthless enough to be plunderers, but they are not counted at all, compared to this kind of emperor who dominates the world. They kill people without blinking an eye, and destroying a few heavenly creatures will not be shaken. And after devouring the wind demon, Chuyuan felt that his cultivation had improved again. His eyes swept out, and the ferocious actions made the plunderers who belonged to the Fengma plundering group tremble, for fear that the next one would be swallowed by him. This is the sky crystal. Half an irregular crystal-like object appeared in Chuyuan's hand. Although it was only a few feet in size, it contained a strong power of heaven and earth. It seemed that there was the origin of the universe inside, which could open up the world. #C1054 Form a wasteland group. The wind demon was swallowed up, and the wind demon plundered the group of dragons without a head. Looking at Chuyuan, who was extremely powerful, they were terrified to the extreme. It was swallowed into energy. Blood Rose was also in shock at the moment, looking at the group of predators. The wind demon is dead. What will your majesty do with this group of people? Do you want to kill them all, extract their power, and refine them into blood pills? I can do it for you. Blood Rose made a slashing gesture, and she was also a ruthless master. Don't kill us. This group of plunderers is afraid. They are only gathered together because of the strength of the wind demon, and now the wind demon is dead, they are also begging for mercy. All immortals, and above, surrender the origin of their souls, obey my orders, and I can spare you immortality. Chuyuan glanced at Xuanhuan and said to the plunderers, I thought His Majesty would kill them. Blood Rose raised her blood-colored hair. The Emperor's heart, unfathomable, cruel and merciful. God's court is different from the plunderers. Kindness and cruelty coexist. Leaving this group of plunderers has a great effect on me. I don't care what they did before. I use people to make the best use of them. Great effect. Chuyuan said lightly. I know His Majesty's intention. Blood roses are smart. This group of predators heard that Chuyuan wanted to take their soul source, although they were unwilling, but the law of predators was more cruel, and they would definitely die if they didn't pay. They wouldn't be stupid enough to be buried with the wind demon and hand over their souls. Chuyuan nodded when he saw their sense of interest. He needs this group of people to do things for him. The plunderers are not development, they like to plunder, then let them plunder for the gods outside, and find some resource land. The gods send troops and horses to mine, and become the new wasteland reclamation group. They are much better at pioneering wasteland than those soldiers and horses of Chuyuanshan dynasty. The strong are also resources. Blood Rose felt that although she was also ruthless, but it's not as good as Chuyuan at all. He not only wants to plunder resources, but also wants to plunder the strong to do things for him. This is the difference between the Emperor's affairs and her plunderers. I will let you lead these plunderers. Chuyuan lifted Shui Rose's chin and looked at this wild woman. I know where there are plunderers. There is never a shortage of plunderers in Tianduan Mountain. If your majesty needs more, I can provide his majesty with information. Blood Rose laughed. It seemed that his majesty was about to form an army of predators. Get out. The order of Chu Yuan. There are indeed many predators in Tianduan Mountain, and it is also a wise choice for him to conquer Blood Rose as his own woman. Blood Rose has been a looter for a long time. She knows the hidden whereabouts of some looters. If you don't have her leadership and rely on Chu Yuan to find it by yourself, it won't take long. Submit, we are willing to surrender. Blood Rose slashed to death a raider leader and took over their power. This is the 19th raider camp that has been conquered. The Marauder army grew bigger and bigger like a snowball. In a short period of time, 19 Marauder camps were conquered, although it was impossible for each of them to be as powerful as the Blood Rose Marauder. But a large number is also extremely terrifying. In the world of predators, this is very common. The powerful conquers the weak, and Blood Rose's subordinate is also the leader who killed the opponent with her powerful strength, and also forcibly conquered it. But such a reckless conquest as Chu Yuan still makes these plunderers tremble. Strengthen the Wasteland Group. Chu Yuan laughed. Do you want to continue, Your Majesty? Blood Rose was sorting out her spoils, like a Valkyrie, and said with a smile, I just got a piece of news from this raider camp. There is one thing Your Majesty will be very interested in. If you have any news, you don't need to go around in circles in front of me. Chu Yuan waved his hand to suppress her. This woman is different from several emperors and concubines in his harem. She is very different and wild. To make her obedient, she must be subdued with powerful strength. His strength is even more terrifying. Xuanhuan sensed that Chu Yuan's strength was stronger than when she fought against her that day, and she understood that he had swallowed many predator leaders recently, and she had become more energetic, and said, It's the news of the Heavenly Blood God Stone. Ling Chun got a piece of the Heavenly Blood God Stone. Heavenly Blood God Stone. Chu Yuan moved. He was conquering 19 raider camps in a row, and the sky crystals in the sky were very few, but there was not a single piece of the God of Blood. He knew that the corpse of the God of Blood had to go to the ancient mine of blood to be mined. And there is always a way for the sky crystal to condense. Come on, I don't like wasting time. As Chu Yuan spoke, Blood Rose immediately led the way. She knew more about the terrain of Tianduan Mountain than Chu Yuan. Boom. At a location in Tianduan Mountain, Chu Yuan actually saw the ocean like waves, but this was not real sea water, but the multidimensional energy was thick enough to a certain limit, and it was about to liquefy. In this energy, there are islands floating here. Ling Qingqing is here. This place is a tributary of Tianduan Mountain's energy sea. A long time ago, there was a supreme divine sect, but that sect was destroyed long ago, and Ling Qingming opened a sect here. In fact, it is also secretly acting as a predator. Blood Rose continued, Ling Qing also used this energy torrent to build a great formation, with many islands as the eyes of the formation, but it is not easy to deal with. How is Your Majesty going to take action? Smash everything with one blow. Chu Yuan looked at Xuanhuan coldly. He was simple and direct. He took out the Emperor sword, and regardless of the tightness here, he just slashed with one sword, and a brilliant sword light fell down. The moment this sword light fell, the entire sea of energy tumbled, and the runes were bright, but at this moment, countless islands were shattered, and all the restrictions were broken with a single sword. Who? On the main island there was an angry voice, and then a middle-aged man in white stepped out of the sky. His eyes suddenly fell on a sword-wielding figure. He suddenly looked at the sword in Chu Yuan's hand, and exclaimed, It's you who is shooting. Also, Blood Rose, a woman like you is here too. Ling Qing looked at Xuanhuan again. He didn't know Chu Yuan, but that didn't mean he didn't know Xuanhuan. Of course I will come where there are treasures. Xuanhuan said, Hand over the Heavenly Blood God Stone. It's for my heavenly blood god stone again. Ling Cheng's face was very ugly. He has not lived in peace since he got the heavenly blood god stone. Many people came to him, which made him feel very unhappy. No, there is no heavenly blood god stone. I want to go somewhere else. He is not afraid of blood roses, but he is afraid of the man in the Black Emperor's robe. This person broke his restraint with a single sword. He was definitely not an ordinary strongman. Otherwise, he would have shot Blood Rose with anger. I knew you would say no. Xuanhuan was not surprised. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, then grab it. No, the heavenly blood god stone no longer belongs to me. If you want it, go talk to him, don't come to me. Ling Cheng spread his palms out with anger on his face. #C1055 Make one pot. Blood Rose, you dare to come and take the name of the snapping turtle ancestor to get the blood god stone. You are not small. The snapping turtle ancestor has long been eyeing you and made you his concubine, and you are a woman. After eating bear heart and leopard gall, I dare not give face to my ancestors. At this time another person appeared. It was an old man. His face was extremely cold and his demonic energy was soaring into the sky. The surrounding energy sea formed ice crystals due to his cold air. It turned out to be you, the big black snake. After Blood Rose recognized the old man, she said coldly. I'm Jiao, I want to turn into a dragon's Jiao. The old man is angry. His body is a black water Xuanjiao, and his bloodline is extremely close to a real dragon. When he becomes supreme, he will turn into a dragon, but Xuanhuan called him a big black snake, which made his mind burst. It was also the thing he disliked the most about being raptured. There's no difference, it's just my defeated general, who was beaten by me at the beginning. That's it. Why, that snapping turtle made you come. Blood Rose has fought with the old man and robbed treasures, but she is not her opponent. She transmitted Chu Yuan's voice. Chu Yuan was indifferent. He already knew the information about the ancestor of the snapping turtle. He was a monster. He was a snapping turtle with supreme strength. He once ate all the creatures of a heaven, creating its cruelty. If you have the courage to take food from the hands of the snapping turtle ancestor, the heavenly blood god stone no longer belongs to me. Ling Cheng said coldly and quietly, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. He was really unhappy. The old man came to him a few days ago, nominally saying that the snapping turtle ancestor was going to hold a birthday banquet and asked him to prepare gifts to attend the birthday banquet. But in fact, it was for his heavenly blood god stone. He also wanted not to hand it over, but the snapping turtle ancestor was supreme, so he could only reluctantly hand it over, as his offering, in exchange for future peace. This is also the rule of the looters. Some big looters squeeze the little looters. One by one. Blood Rose said, let me deal with this big black snake. Today I beheaded him, peeled off his snake skin, made a pot of delicious snake soup for His Majesty, and tasted it. It's a jiao, not a snake. The old man angrily reminded. It's all the same, no difference. Blood Rose was suppressed in Chu Yuan, and she vented her anger on the old man. She slashed out, simple and direct, and the violent blood suddenly filled the air. Chu Yuan glanced at Blood Rose. She was really wild, but he liked this kind of woman with a distinct personality. Ling Cheng took a deep breath at this moment. He originally wanted to take action against Chu Yuan, but when he looked at this person, the domineering aura of the emperor who stood on the top, made his heart beat. Just standing here, this person made him feel that this was an unshakable mountain, and he would definitely die if he did anything to him. He spread his hands out, indicating that he would not do it. Ling Cheng, don't you hurry up and mobilize the big formation here, follow me and pass the news to the snapping turtle ancestors, and then kill them all. The old man shouted. Blood Rose's attack was too violent, making him a little hard to resist. Humph. I'm afraid I'll be dead before the snapping turtle ancestors come. I'm not that stupid. Ling Qing knew that he was by no means an opponent of Xuanhuan, but he would not say these words, and said, Brother Xuanjiao, if you deal with Blood Rose, I will keep an eye on this emperor for you. His heart was full of anger, and before he could enjoy a piece of the heavenly blood god stone, he was forced by the snapping turtle ancestor to hand it over with his powerful strength. He was very upset. And after Heishui Xuanjiao came, he stayed here for a full month and did not leave. Every day, he was asked to devote a lot of resources to honor him, and after he handed over the heavenly blood god stone, he had to raise it. Black Jiao. This made him even more upset. He is not stupid, he is fighting the danger of death, and what can he gain by fighting with this emperor? Anyway, the final benefit will not fall into his hands. It didn't end well either way. He has been a predator since the Supreme Realm. Okay. Keep an eye on this person, and I will pass the news to the ancestors. The old man roared. He was also scolding in his heart, how could he not know Ling Qing's thoughts, but at this time, he couldn't force him. At this time, Ling Qing didn't do anything, and Xuanhuan didn't do anything to him either. Blood Rose, you offend the snapping turtle ancestor, it's not good for you. The old man was also flustered at the moment. What kind of gunpowder did Xuanhuan eat? With such a ruthless shot, blood marks were cut out from his body. He roared immediately, and 1,000-foot-long black water Xuanjiao appeared and ran away. Ling Qing didn't dare to shoot, and he was not the opponent of Blood Rose. Now the only way is to run out first, pass the news to the snapping turtle ancestor, and then make plans. You can't run. Blood Rose savagely strikes. Xuanhuan saw Xuanhuan fighting the Heishui Xuanjiao, but he didn't say to kill her. He knew that Xuanhuan was taking the Heishui Xuanjiao to vent, so let her vent. And this moment, the Blood Rose and Thorn Blood Whip suddenly pulled out, with sharp barbs on it. When it hit the black water Xuanjiao, it made him scream in pain, and the scales were torn apart. The Thorn Blood Whip was tied to the black water Xuanjiao, tightening more and more tightly. The sharp thorns on it pierced the black water Xuanjiao's skin, and it actually gurgles, sucking up the blood of the dragon, making the blood whip swell like a blood vessel. Humph. I got this blood vessel from a heavenly Dao blood vine, by chance, in Duertian. It contains the power of heavenly Dao. It is useless to him, but it is fatal to you, a black snake. Blood Rose muttered to herself. She was defeated by Xuanhuan, not because she was not strong. However, her various methods were restrained when she encountered Xuanhuan, and she couldn't get any effect at all, and even the Thorn Blood Whip could not cause damage to him. In fact, she is extremely strong in the Half-Step Supreme, mastering the secret techniques that can only be found in 33 days, and belongs to the top level in this realm. Ah! Blood Rose, you're going to die, the snapping turtle ancestor won't let you go. Blackwater Xuanjiao tumbled and struggled in pain. However, the harder he struggled, the harder the Thorn Blood Whip pierced. Blood Rose's methods were cruel and ruthless. When she restrained the Blackwater Xuanjiao on the Thorn Blood Whip, her blood-colored sharp blade jumped up with her, and sturdily chopped off a huge Jiao head. Blood spurted out, splashing the Blood Rose all over. Xuanhuan didn't care, she liked the feeling of bloody killing very much, and looked at Xuanhuan with slightly provocative eyes, as if to say that she was powerful. Xuanhuan smiled and asked her to come over. The Blackwater Xuanjiao was beheaded by the Blood Rose, and such a fierce Blood Rose was so obedient in front of that man. Fortunately I didn't do it, or this would be my end. Ling Qing had already seen that the one in front of His Majesty had already subdued the Blood Rose. Disobedient, Heishui Xuanjiao's headless body is his fate. Ling Qing has met His Majesty. Ling Qing is very smart and wise, holding a heavenly blood god stone the size of a human head in his hand. I am willing to dedicate this heavenly blood god corpse to your Majesty, and even my soul. Just ask your majesty to spare my life. So funny. Xuanhuan glanced at it. It was indeed the heavenly blood god stone. Submission to the stronger is fate. Lingqing lowered his head and made a gesture of surrender. The heart is like a mirror. Heishui Xuanjiao died here, and the snapping turtle ancestor would not let him go, so it is better to hug his thicker thighs. You are very smart and wise, and I have accepted your soul. Xuanhuan left Lingqing to control his life and death and let him do things for himself. He estimated this heavenly blood god stone, and counting the resources under his control, he could prepare dozens of nurturing liquids. Although it is impossible for everyone to succeed, it is also possible to add a few more sky battle bodies in his empire. Your Majesty, this black water Xuanjiao is also a great supplement. I will make a pot of snake soup for your Majesty. Xuanhuan, with thorns all over her body, said fiercely at this moment, holding the body of the flood dragon. C1056 Marauders Holy City. Your Majesty's plans are very big. If you really want to find a lot of materials, there is actually a very suitable place. Lingqing watched his words and expressions, and when he saw the large number of predators following him, he knew something. The city of marauders. Xuanhuan said lightly, it is indeed a good place. Many things that cannot be seen by the outside world are sold in large quantities in the holy city, a paradise for trading. You can indeed go where to find things, but the premise is that you have enough strength, otherwise it will be eaten by even more vicious people to the point where there is no slag left. The holy city of the marauders, it's a bit interesting, go there with me. Xuanhuan said. After conquering the Blood Rose this time, he also intends to build a grander blueprint here and lay out a bigger plan. Swish. The army of predators was divided into two parts. One part returned to the Blood Rose camp, and according to the instructions left by Xuanhuan, it was transformed into the God Dynasty Wasteland Reclamation Group. And some strong people followed Xuanhuan to the holy city of the marauders. Your speed is too slow, I have a Shenzhou. Xuanhuan released the other side of the Shenzhou and traversed the Tianduan mountain. He was driven by endless energy, and the speed was unbelievable. The speed of ordinary supreme powerhouses was far less than his speed. Shenzhou, the supreme artifact, contains a complete universe inside. Lingqing was shocked. Uninformed guy. Blood Rose recognized the origin of the Shenzhou and was surprised, and asked, on the other side of the Shenzhou, Your Majesty has such a divine artifact. The other side of the Shenzhou can avoid many catastrophes, such as the world-destroying storm, and you can stay safe in the Shenzhou. Things are extremely difficult to see, and most of them are in the hands of some ancient powerhouses. You also know the other side of the Shenzhou. Xuanhuan said. Of course, beyond the 33 days, there is an ancient and mysterious Shenzhou restricted area in the sky. It is rumored that it is an incomparably huge main ship, a product of the ancient times, and the ancient powerhouses built it to avoid it. Catastrophe. The Blood Rose has extraordinary knowledge. I haven't been there, but I have heard that the Shenzhou restricted area is a dead place. The Shenzhou has sunk and is extremely dangerous. There are heavenly existences who have explored there and disappeared there. Shenzhou restricted area. Xuanhuan nodded. The Shenzhou in his hand should only be a secondary ship. It is not a product of this era, it is an ancient time that is far away to be imagined. I just borrowed the time in the holy city of predators, and I will stew this pot of snake soup for His Majesty. The Blood Rose slashed at the black water Xuanjiao with a knife, with a loud voice. When Lingqing saw this scene, he hurried to the side. He was not a Blood Rose, so he dared to be presumptuous in front of His Majesty. The holy city of marauders has arrived. After sailing for a period of time, a majestic giant city appeared in the sky ahead, like a ferocious beast, entrenched there, exuding a ferocious and arrogant power that devoured people. This holy city is huge and is a bloody color. Tiao Broken Mountain is huge, and there are many plunderers in various heavenly domains. In fact, many plunderers can plunder in Xuanhuan Mountain, and some of them have the support of great forces behind them. I know a few plunderers with supreme power. They are all supported by the great forces in Xuanhuan Mountain. Ling Qingdao. Xuanhuan was not surprised to hear that. Although predators are disgusting and fearful, they can do some dark things that are not good for the forces on the surface, and secretly do things for those forces. The holy city of marauders exists here. Although they know that this is a sinful place, under the unspoken rules, many forces have acquiesced. Xuanhuan was no exception. He subdued these plunderers, and he did not intend to directly organize them into the army of the Shen dynasty. He also wanted to use the mode of land reclamation and plundering to let them do some things that the Shen dynasty could not do in person. There are a lot of black goods in the holy city, as long as there is enough money. Blood Rose whispered in Xuanhuan's ear. The existence of the Predator Holy City is not only for the Predator to trade, but also for many forces to sell some goods that cannot be aboveboard. This characteristic is the foundation of his existence. Go into the city. Xuanhuan said. Stop, each person entering the city needs to pay 100 yuancher. In the direction of the West City Gate, someone was guarding, and when they saw someone coming in, they immediately stopped them and charged them with primeval stones. Things that don't have long eyes. When we enter the city, we dare to collect primeval stones from us, thinking that the holy city is yours? Just as Xuanhuan was about to enter the city with Xuanhuan, there was someone who wanted to charge her with primeval stones, but with a flash of blood in her eyes, she directly slashed these guys who dared to collect primeval stones. Ling Qing shook his head. It was not good to offend anyone, but Xuanhuan had to be offended. This is the rule of predators. The weaker you show, the less people will take you seriously. There is no order and rules in the city. Only by showing great strength will they fear you. Blood Rose understands the rules. It's Blood Rose, damn, she actually killed our people. Forget it, Blood Rose is very powerful, and only Supreme can deal with her. Seeing her angry look, she must be in a bad mood, so don't offend her. This breath is really hard to swallow. Entering the city, what Xuanhuan saw in front of his eyes was full of fighting and fighting. It was difficult to find a peaceful place in the entire holy city. It was a huge arena. Someone got the black stuff and wanted to sell it here, but it hadn't been sold yet. Just after the light was on, it was intercepted and killed. There is enough chaos in the holy city of predators, there are no rules and order. Xuanhuan said. The undisturbed holy city is the most feared. Blood Rose pointed to a few areas and said, there are a few places that are not chaotic, all of which were opened up by the strongest predators, but going there to rest and trade will cost a lot, and they are very dark-hearted. This is also a different kind of plunder. Xuanhuan said. What will your majesty do next? Ling Qing did not dare to compete in words like Blood Rose and Xuanhuan, but asked respectfully. I have come to the holy city of predators to see that although this place is chaotic, there are a lot of rare treasures, which are suitable for the layout of the divine dynasty. Xuanhuan came to the predator holy city, not to buy anything now, but to walk the route in person and see the situation in the predator holy city with his own eyes. He wants to know everything in his heart, the emperor's tricks, and everything must be in his own hands. There are a lot of black goods here, and some of them are what he needs. With the help of the special city of the looters, he sent people to get them here. I understand. Ling Qing hurriedly asked for orders. Your Majesty wants to obtain resources from the holy city of the marauders, and support the forces of the marauders to do things that the Empire can only do in the dark. What does your Majesty need me to do? This kind of clever and interesting subordinate commands, it is easy. The Blood Rose plundering group is in the light, and you, Ling Qing, led some people in the dark, and our divine dynasty will not appear for the time being. If others support the plunderer forces, we will also support them, so as to complement each other. Xuanhuan said. Since I'm going to use my looting regiment in Ming, what exactly am I going to do? Blood Rose looked at Xuanhuan at this moment. You? Xuanhuan glanced at her and said lightly, I already have arrangements. #C1057 Bloodbath South 7th District. I will stay here for a period of time to preside over matters. You need to build a direct route to the Divine Dynasty in the shortest time. If you need any help, I will fully support it. The Divine Dynasty is your backing. Xuanhuan said. This route with predators as the hub is too crucial to the dynasty. Lingua is a person who can do things. During the time when Xuanhuan stayed in the Holy City, he collected a batch of materials for Xuanhuan first in the Holy City, and even found a few pieces of the hard-to-find sky crystal, and collected detailed information, which made Xuanhuan appreciate it again and again. Going to find someone to kill again. Xuanhuan sat in a hall, treating it as a place to temporarily handle state affairs, and said lightly when he saw Xuanhuan coming all over in blood. He's used to it. Blood Rose is this kind of personality, and it is also what he is interested in and likes. Someone hit my knife and I killed him. Xuanhuan said indifferently, she is not lawless, so she will not be a plunderer, otherwise with her strength, Tianduanshan can be a high-ranking elder anywhere. Xuanhuan shook his head. Blood Rose's ambition was unruly, and he didn't care about her. But this time I got a good one. Xuanhuan sat next to Xuanhuan. She took out a seemingly ordinary earthen jar, and said, I killed that man and found a treasure from him. A piece called the Blood God's Heavenly Tao being refined. It can put a lot of blood into it to extract the essence, and it can also launch a blood sacrifice from the Blood God's pot. It has many functions. The true supremacy also has the power to fight. She raised her head, proudly. The value of this thing is that it can refine blood, but the disadvantage is that it needs to collect the blood of the strong, keep it on the body, and use it well. Xuanhuan laughed. He has the great devouring technique, which is not comparable to a blood god crock pot. Seeing Xuanhuan's expression, Xuanhuan thought that he had mastered the terrifying and extraordinary great devouring technique. He was also stunned, and he couldn't shake him at all. Your Majesty, something happened. Ling Qing suddenly came in. You are hurt. Xuanhuan said. My injury doesn't matter. Just now, our people were besieged in the Holy City. He was seriously injured and many people died in battle. If I hadn't arrived in time and made an emergency move, everyone would have been destroyed. Ling Qing's face was extremely solemn. Who hurt Lao He? Xuanhuan asked with a bad look on her face. He was loyal, and made great contributions to the plundering regiment. Hearing Ling Qing's report, Xuanhuan was calm. He knew that although the Holy City was a city, it was not unique to one family, with no rules and order. It was a place of greater plunder and slaughter. In detail. It's like this, Lao, he heard the news of the sky crystal in the 7th district of the south, and brought people in to buy it. When he was trading, he was suddenly shot. The purpose is very clear, it is to target us. Ling Qingdao. South 7th District. Xuanhuan was murderous, I know that there, Sun Qian, he is the leader. Xuanhuan glanced at Xuanhuan. It seemed that Lao, he was besieged this time, and it had something to do with her. After all, with Xuanhuan's character, she had many enemies. Sun Qian is my enemy. He and I have fought for treasure several times, and suffered a lot. This time, he is specifically staring at my Blood Rose. Blood Rose said. Exactly. Ling Qing understood that Xuanhuan was already His Majesty's woman, and said, the ruler of the 7th South District is Sun Qian, and he said that as long as the members of the Blood Rose plundering group dare to take half a step, he will let them stand in. Lay out, and let the Blood Rose plundering group have no place in the holy city, to destroy the Blood Rose. It is extremely arrogant. The Marauder holy city is huge. It is generally divided into 4 major districts, south, east, and northwest, and there are 9 districts in each district, and the strength to occupy one district is extremely strong. The 4 regions in the south, and northwest also represent the 4 major forces of the holy city. I'm going to kill Sun Qian. The Blood Rose is about to rush out like a furious tigress. Come back and stop. Xuanhuan shouted. Does your majesty want to swallow your voice? Blood Rose stopped. Who said that I would be patient? Xuanhuan said coldly, I not only want to destroy that Sun Qian, but also to capture the 7th South District, uproot it, and the divine dynasty has to stand firm in the holy city. How can it not be seen by others? To strength. What does your majesty mean? Ling Qing asked. Blood wash the South 7th District. Xuanhuan said. Xuanhuan was shocked. This man was ruthless, even more ruthless than her. She thought she wanted to deal with Sun Qian, but this man was going to bloodbath the South 7th District. He was indeed the man who conquered her Blood Rose. South 7 District. Although it is one of the 36 districts, it is also very large, and many people are doing business here. There were traces of blood on the ground in the South 7th District, and many buildings were destroyed. There was a big battle just now, especially at the entrance of the South 7th District, and there were hundreds of corpses in a tragic state of death. What a ruthless method. Blood Rose's people came here to buy treasures, but they were directly destroyed. Seeing that there were no corpses hanging on the tower, this was done deliberately by Sun Qian, and the purpose was to humiliate Blood Rose. A strong man saw the battle in full just now, and he had lingering fears. The people of Blood Rose died miserably. Blood Rose and Sun Qian have a grudge, and it is said that Sun Qian once suffered a loss when fighting with Blood Rose. Shoo? Don't mention such a thing. If Sun Qian's people hear it, we will also become the corpses on it. Sun Qian is deliberately provoking Blood Rose. Blood Rose is not a master who will suffer, and she is likely to find a place to return. Many people are talking about it. Fighting in the holy city is nothing but ordinary. Hundreds of years ago, the ruler of the 7th South District was not Sun Qian, and he was also beaten down by him. While they were quietly waiting for the situation to change, they suddenly felt a boundless murderous aura, which turned into blood. Such a murderous aura goes straight to the South 7th District. It's Blood Rose. She really came to South 7th District to find Sun Qian. These people suddenly saw that a large number of strong men had arrived in the distance, all of them holding weapons. This kind of posture was basically to fight. Hateful. Seeing the hanging corpse, Xuanhuan's face was cold. Sun Qian was not only humiliating her people, but also humiliating her. Xuanhuan's face was indifferent, and he also saw these corpses. These plunderers were subdued by him, and they were essentially his gods and received such treatment. He suddenly activated his magical powers and stretched out his hand to grab it. There were originally guards on the high wall, but suddenly, this tyrannical suction made them all explode, and the corpses were taken down by him. Majestic, Blood Rose is going to fight in blood. I heard that Sun Qian is guarding against the Blood Rose. Since he dares to attack her people, he is naturally prepared. We should not get too close. Once this battle starts, it will be a huge storm. There's going to be a big battle here, we'll just watch the show. These people were very smart and wise, and those who did not belong to Sun Qian immediately retreated to a distance, so as not to affect them as well. Blood Rose is indeed here. In the South 7th District, a fierce middle-aged man also saw the arrival of Blood Rose. There were also several masters standing beside him. After discovering the blood rose, he sneered again and again, "This woman has been too wild recently. Go talk to him." Just as Sun Qian was speaking, his face suddenly changed. "Blood the South 7th District, directly." Blood Rose went in directly, not talking nonsense with Sun Qian. #C1058 Destroy them. The bloody battle broke out, more violent and violent than ordinary people imagined. Everyone was shocked to see a large number of people rushing into the South 7th District. Unexpectedly, Xuanhuan's style of play was so direct, and those who dared to deal with her, Sun Qian, must be fully prepared, and would not be afraid of her revenge. Wouldn't it be too reckless to go in like this? Isn't she afraid of traps? Before they could think about it, the handover had already begun. What surprised them was that all the members of the Blood Rose Predator group had their fighting spirit soaring to the sky, as if they had changed their personalities, bursting out with unparalleled combat power. In the South 7th District, the fighting shook the sky, and countless buildings were destroyed and razed to the ground. Give me a bloodbath in the South 7th District, I won't stop until I kill this Sun Qian. Blood Rose drank fiercely. This woman is brutal. She pulled out the thorn blood whip, and when she was still far away, she was pulled over and refined directly into the blood god jar. Blood Rose, you are courting death. I've already set up a net here for a long time. She is really a stupid woman. She foolishly went here. Today, she destroyed her Blood Rose looting group and let her know how powerful my Sun Qian is. Sun Qian appeared with his elite, brutal. This woman, Blood Rose, made him suffer a lot of losses after he came to Tianduan Mountain. She was lawless and wanted to kill her for a long time. With your little power, you also want to wash the South 7th District with blood. Sun Qian's men were also killed. Humph. Idiot, you don't even know how to die today. Blood Rose is cold and arrogant. Seeing the appearance of Sun Qian's elite was like a signal. More people overwhelming the sky and rushing in from all directions, as if enjoying a feast, directly entering the enemy line, waving the weapons in their hands. Why are there so many people? Sun Qian was shocked. These people don't belong to your Blood Rose. He still has some understanding of the power of Blood Rose. The scale of her plundering group is not too large, but her own strength is too powerful. Kill. The battle was boiling and violent, and Blood Rose would not explain to Sun Qian, so let him go to hell and think slowly. Bright red blood stained the 7 districts of Hongnan. Today, the people of Blood Rose don't know how to do it, they are all incomparably violent, their morale is endless, and they burst out with indescribable combat power. Sun Qian is ready, but the Blood Rose is not here to die, she is also ready, this is a bloody battle. It's not that simple. Since Sun Qian can dominate the 7th South District, he is also powerful. Look, the posture of the Blood Rose, this is to wash the South 7th District with blood. The bloody battle spread too far, and the two major predators' shopping fights immediately caused an uproar in the southern region. Sun Qian's face twitched. Since he took control of the South 7th District, he has been recruiting troops and expanding his power, but in the bloody battle in front of him, his people have been scattered by a group of wolves like sheep. What happened? Sun Qian also did not understand. This is morale. These predators all have a common master, that is, Chu Yuan. Under the influence of the emperor's domineering, it is a dragon that dominates. What? The bloody battle was so brutal that it only lasted for a moment, and Sun Qian's men and horses were cut down, and a large number of people were beheaded. They joined the South 7th District to obtain resources, not to die. Bah! A native chicken and a dog, it is vulnerable. With this strength, I want to deal with my Blood Rose. The Blood Rose was disdainful, and provocative words were issued. However, she was also shocked. The plunderers were still those plunderers, but the combat power that erupted was completely different, all because of the monstrous combat power that came only after taking refuge in the Emperor Xuanhuan. Kill! 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 The weapons of the plunderers were dyed red, and they roared with murderous voices, advancing from the edge of the area, killing all the way in. As long as they dared to stay in the South 7th District, they were their enemies. Sun Qian's people were shivering, their legs were weak, and a group of fierce wolves attacked them. Don't go back. Sun Qian saw Blood Rose's people coming to the center of South 7th District, but instead showed a cruel smile. Blood Rose, you are too arrogant, enjoy the gift I prepared for you. Boom. The sky was shattered, and the time and space of the South 7th District was completely shattered, but there were streaks of black light coming out vertically and horizontally, turning into an earth-shattering massacre. Kill the formation. Xuanhuan glanced at it and said coldly, it's still the same, this is the trump card you prepared. Blood Rose is up to me to deal with, Qizhong, kill them all, I have trapped them in the killing formation. This set of killing formations was carefully crafted by the supreme gods at a high cost. The moment Sun Qian killed Xuanhuan, his confidant Qizhong appeared at an extremely fast speed. After Sun Qian stopped Xuanhuan, killing this group of people with his strength would be a one-sided killing. Blood Rose is careless, trapped in the killing formation, and unable to deal with Qizhong herself. Her troops will suffer heavy casualties. But having said that, why do I feel a deep unease? Small sleepy formation, also shining brightly? Broad and grand. An incomparably huge portal dominates the sky, and a figure comes with an indifferent and ruthless will. He shakes the world and has a supreme domineering. He pressed the gate of heaven, a shocking force, bang bang bang. These killing formations actually collapsed in an instant. There are also masters. Qizhong was shocked. The presence of this person made his breathing stagnate. He didn't know this person, so he immediately held a long sword, as fast as thunder, and the light of the beheaded sword instantly forced Xuanhuan to kill. Xuanhuan slammed away with a punch and fought against the man's long sword. In an instant, the long sword broke and turned into countless pieces. The helper your Blood Rose found. Qizhong shouted. Xuanhuan ignored him. He had been the emperor for so many years, and he naturally knew that he would wash the South 7th District with the strongest strength, otherwise more wolves would gather and cause great trouble for his plan in the Holy City. He slapped it with a big hand, like the hand of God, and killed Qizhong with one force. Qizhong's face changed drastically, but the palm had already enveloped him, and he couldn't dodge, so he could only bite the bullet and rush to fight. Boom! As soon as he fell, his various mana collapsed, shaking in the void, his body was blurred in an instant, and his face showed indescribable horror. Xuanhuan's unparalleled divine might strikes out again, and the power drowns Qizhong. In the eternal legend, he becomes the unparalleled ruler of the world. With a palm that is no longer incomparable, he falls from the sky and grabs Qizhong's head. Qizhong was locked by this force, his eyes were dark, no matter how wide he opened his eyes, he couldn't see what was in front of him. In the eyes of others, an unparalleled figure walked directly towards him, his palm covered his head, and with a thumping sound, his head exploded. The headless body fell on the spot, and his majestic eyes swept across the crowd. Destroy them. Xuanhuan's appearance at the moment is extremely intimidating, which makes people tremble. #C1059 Strangle the neck. At this moment, Xuanhuan's face was majestic and indifferent, the blood evaporated, and the blood fog lingered, and there was a headless body beside him, all of which showed the tragedy just now. How is this possible? Sun Qian, who fought against Xuanhuan, was in such a mess that his neck was almost cut off. Seeing that skeleton, he lost his soul and was horrified. His confidants were actually beheaded by this person directly. The unrivaled divine power exuded by this person made him tremble with fear. Do it quickly. Sun Qian is going crazy. Seeing Qi Zhong being beheaded, his subordinates were even more defeated, throwing away their helmets and armor. Li Zhen, you ran away too. Sun Qian vomited blood when he saw a person running away directly. This is the guest minister he recruited at a great price. He guards the South 7th District and takes a lot of benefits from him on weekdays, but now he runs away directly. If you can't deal with an opponent, you'd be stupid if you don't run away. He was purely for Sun Qian to shake up the scene and support the scene. He didn't see that even Qi Zhong was dead, so he wouldn't be stupid to die here. More and more guests escaped, and Sun Qian felt the feeling of being alone, and roared angrily, "Don't you take action against the masters of the South 8th District and the South 9th District." Humph. Two strong men snorted coldly and retreated. Sun Qian was bound to die. He had lost his mind and went crazy. They would not wade through this muddy water, lest they send themselves in. If they fall into a stalemate, they may even take action to share the benefits. Predators only care about profit. Sun Qian, you will definitely die. Blood Changwei came out. No one dared to help Sun Qian at this time. The bloody battle in the South 7th District gradually ceased, and there were piles of corpses everywhere. No one showed mercy, and the corpses were randomly thrown there, including Sun Qian and Shui Changwei, who had their heads cut off after a bloody battle. The forces belonging to Sun Qian have been beheaded. Chu Yuan was silent in midair. Many people know that Shui Changwei was able to bloodwash South 7th District because of this man, otherwise she would not be able to do it with her strength. People from other areas did not dare to approach, but watched from a distance, watching the blood roses clean up the battlefield and receive Sun Qian's wealth, envious. Except South 7th District. Chu Yuan used this bloodbath to defend His Majesty in the Holy City, and at the same time laid the foundation for the Shenwushan dynasty to obtain resources here. South 7th District has another owner. After watching the battle in the Holy City, they all lamented that once Sun Qian made a mistake, he ended up losing everything, with his head in a different place, but they didn't have much other feelings. The looters' Holy City is so cruel, fighting is commonplace, and family extermination also happens from time to time. This time we got a lot of resources. Ling Qing counted the resources with a happy expression on his face. After all, Sun Qian had been the ruler of the southern 7th District for hundreds of years and had a rich fortune. This is just the southern 7th District. If the entire Holy City is wiped out, I am afraid that a few supreme gods will be born in my empire. This is nothing in front of me. Chu Yuan said lightly. Chu Yuan said it casually, but it made Ling Qing tremble when it fell into Ling Qing's ears. With the means of this majesty, he absolutely dares to do this. And Chu Yuan did not leave the Holy City immediately, he would continue to guard it for a while. And the fluctuations caused by the southern 7th District gradually extinguished. After all, there are 36 large districts in the Holy City, and the southern 7th District is just an ordinary large district, and it is not uncommon to change the person in charge. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. Chu Yuan did not build a shop in the name of Shenwu Shinchao in Nanqi District, but still under the name of Blood Rose. He wants to portray the situation that there is support behind the bleeding rose, but he doesn't specify what kind of force it is. Your Majesty, in half a month's time, the overlords of the 4 major regions of the Southeast, Northwest, and North will jointly host an auction. I have heard that there will be many auctions of the Heavenly Blood God Stone this time. Ling Qingdao. The Heavenly Blood Divine Stone. Chu Yuan's eyes flickered, and he said, "You don't need to participate in the auction of the Heavenly Blood Divine Stone. I will send other people to the auction." He has his own opinions. He sorted out some resources that could be used for auction, including many medicinal pills he refined, and then waited for the auction in half a month. Because of the auction of the heavenly blood divine stone, the holy city has become lively during this time. You must know that the heavenly blood divine stone contains a kind of blood of the Tao of heaven, which has a great effect on cultivation. Even the Supreme God, if you collect a large amount of heavenly blood divine stone, it can also promote the growth of their cultivation base. After waiting for half a month, the auction started. Xuanhuan exchanged a lot of resources for a few heavenly blood divine stones. Many resources and countless wealth can only be exchanged for a few pieces of the heavenly blood divine stone. Whoever has the strength and qualifications to dig the heavenly blood ancient mine for the divine stone will have a lot of wealth. Xuanhuan looked at the several heavenly blood divine stones in front of him, but he was not delighted. He knew very well that in terms of value, the heavenly blood divine stone was definitely not comparable to the resources he gave. However, if you don't have the strength to dig out this kind of resources controlled by extremely powerful forces, if you are strangled by your neck, you can only be slaughtered by them. We must keep up with the information about the Tianxue ancient mine. Xuanhuan deeply understands that he can't be slaughtered like this, and don't hold the means of production in his own hands. What can be done with this heavenly blood divine stone? To really cultivate a large number of skyfighters, the resources needed are massive. Lingqing, you stay in the South 7th District. After the auction ended, Xuanhuan summoned everyone and said, Blood Qiangwei, follow me back to the God dynasty. I also want to see His Majesty's divine dynasty. Shui Qiangwei's eyes were brilliant. She really wanted to see what kind of demeanor the God dynasty created by this majesty would be. The shape of the Predator's holy city is complicated. Lingqing, you should be careful when doing things here. Xuanhuan reminded. When he went back this time, he wanted to turn the resources in his hands into the cultivation fluid of the sky battle body, and cultivate an elite army for the empire. I know. Lingqing's soul source has already been handed over, and he also knows that he can only follow the emperor wholeheartedly. If he is half-hearted, he will definitely die a very miserable death. Okay, you guys back off. Xuanhuan waved them back. Your Majesty, do you know the Great Abyss of Burial? Shui Qiangwei didn't leave, looked at the emperor in front of her, and said suddenly at this moment. The Great Abyss of Burial, I have heard of it. It is rumored that it appeared in the great battle to destroy the heavens. Oh? Why did you suddenly mention it? Xuanhuan said. Of course it is very useful. In fact, I have explored the Great Abyss of Burial for thousands of years. There was an extremely ancient battlefield there. It is said that there is a divine body of the Supreme God, but I have explored it many times. They all returned due to lack of strength. Shui Qiangwei said, it's hard to tell whether this news is true or not, but if it's true, if I find it, my cultivation will be able to break through to the highest level, and your Majesty will also get monstrous benefits. This is mutually beneficial to both parties. Supreme Realm. Xuanhuan nodded after hearing the words. If Shui Qiangwei can become supreme, it will indeed be of great help to him. The Great Burial Abyss is not on the side of the Holy City. I will go with you, and this matter will be dealt with after I return to the Divine Dynasty. When Xuanhuan was speaking, there was a booming sound outside, causing him to yell, Who is it? #C1065 steps to the sky. A figure, extremely arrogant and domineering, came directly to the sky and bombarded him. This is an old man dressed in black, with unusually wide bones and a very tall body, causing great oppression. But his face is gloomy, his nose is like a hook, but his power cannot be underestimated. There is actually a supreme power. Gods of the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Realm is more complicated than the dominating God, and it is known as the 5-step road to heaven. Climbing the road to heaven is the road to heaven. Therefore, there are 5 heavens in the Supreme Realm. In the 5th heaven, even the gods of the 1st heaven have the power to overwhelm the heavens and the earth. The ancestor of the crocodile turtle. Shui Qiangwei appeared, and when she saw this person, she immediately yelled, "Old ancestor snapping turtle, come to our southern 7th district today to be so arrogant and domineering. Is this a provocation?" Xuanhuan, I heard that you recently found a big backer. You are very arrogant. The ancestor of the crocodile turtle said disdainfully, "Bring it." "What are you taking?" Xuanhuan asked. "Still pretending to be confused with me here?" The ancestor of the snapping turtle was very impatient. "Of course it is the heavenly blood god stone. Your blood rose shined brilliantly at the auction and auctioned a lot of heavenly blood god stones, which made me very jealous. The ancestor is about to pass his birthday, so just treat it as yours. Xuanhuan respects the ancestors, otherwise you will level up your southern 7th district." He was also extremely annoyed. The black water profound flood dragon never returned. This time he brought a lot of wealth to auction the heavenly blood divine stone, but there were too many people staring at the heavenly blood divine stone, so he didn't get a few pieces at all. "Over your birthday? Be careful that it becomes your death day." Xuanhuan also sneered. The ancestor of the snapping turtle was extremely greedy. Seeing that they got some heavenly blood god stones at the auction, he moved his mind and wanted to use the power of the supreme god to seize them by force. Don't think that taking one of the southern 7th districts will allow you to be unrestrained in the ancestors. You are not far off. The ancestor of the snapping turtle didn't like people saying the word death day the most. When he raised his big hand, the waves rolled, and a supreme palm fell down. Boom! The power collapsed, and in front of Xuanhuan appeared an indomitable man who dominated the world. His expression was very indifferent, and the tone conveyed by his voice was cold. "The Supreme One, if you want the heavenly blood divine stone, let me show you your strength. It's you who are supporting Xuanhuan behind her back." The ancestor of the snapping turtle narrowed his eyes. He was also looking at this person's strength, shrouded in a veil of mystery. Obviously his realm was higher than him, but it was difficult to see through him. The ancestor of the heavenly blood god stone is necessary. The ancestor of the snapping turtle is now at a bottleneck in his cultivation, and if he has a large amount of heavenly blood divine stone, it will help him break through the second heaven. He suddenly stepped towards Xuanhuan. The old tortoise's attack was extremely fierce. His 5 fingers gleamed coldly, and he grabbed down fiercely. The infinite time and space was shattered by him, just like a tortoise's claw fell. Xuanhuan backed away. His Majesty was going to deal with the ancestor of the snapping turtle this time, and she also wanted to see how Xuanhuan made a move. Xuanhuan's eyes were shining brightly. He had never fought against the gods of the supreme realm, but he knew that with his various means, although he could not kill the Supreme for the time being, it would not be a problem to fight against the first heaven. The majestic emperor's aura came out domineeringly, and he was not at a disadvantage in front of the ancestor of the snapping turtle. His palm blasted out, shaking the universe, smashing yin and yang, and colliding with the ancestor of the snapping turtle in an instant. With one person and one turtle as the center, their power was transmitted to the depths of time and space. The ancestor of the snapping turtle moved forward, but his expression froze. This person standing here is like a majestic giant mountain, which cannot be shaken. Humph, how dare you show off your brilliance in front of the Supreme Being, even if you have a small skill like a grain of rice. Rumble. The turbulent tide shook, all his supreme power shook, his palm enveloped Xuanhuan. The black wind was thick, the cold and evil power was shaking, and suddenly, a deadly killing move broke out. The moment Xuanhuan fought against the ancestor of the snapping turtle, he also sensed the supreme divine power, which is a more supreme power. Completely frightened, he stepped forward, and the sound of his footsteps resounded like a drum. He came out with a burst of strength, domineering, turned around and blocked the killing move of the snapping turtle ancestor in an instant. Xuanhuan heaved a sigh of relief. Thousands of voids, yin and yang cutting. Xuanhuan erupted in a frenzy of the great void technique, and then he put his 5 fingers together and cut it like a knife. In this swift blow, the face of the ancestor of the snapping turtle changed, and the power of this person was cutting his mana. Boom! The phantom of a ferocious snapping turtle appeared, and it just relied on its supreme strength to withstand the blow. In the Holy City, the huge fighting movement also attracted the attention of many people. Although fighting in the Holy City is very common, it is very rare for Supreme to make a move. After all, in Tianduan Mountain, Supreme is also the overlord of one side. It's the snapping turtle ancestor, the old turtle. He's bullying the weak again. The South 7 district auctioned off some heavenly blood god stones. This old turtle couldn't sit still. He wanted to take it, but it seemed that he encountered a hard stubble. A Supreme One made a faint sound after seeing it. The ancestor of the snapping turtle was greedy by nature, and he wanted to snatch good things when he saw them, but he was bullying and afraid of the hard, and only targeted those who were supreme. Many people knew that his reputation in the Supreme Circle was not good. Hey, if this old turtle can't solve it, let's see how he ends up. There is no way to go to the theater. I'm afraid this old turtle won't care about face. The ancestor is the supreme tortoise. If you can't even deal with it, how can you gain a foothold? The snapping turtle ancestor noticed that many people were watching his jokes, but he didn't care because of his thick skin. The only thing I care about is the heavenly blood divine stone. His eyes were ferocious, and ferocious power erupted, and a huge snapping turtle appeared, using its own demon spirit power to push the power to a certain limit. Be careful, he uses the power of his snapping turtle demon spirit to blast and kill the supreme supernatural power. Although Xuanhuan was confident that Chu Yuan could handle it, she couldn't help feeling anxious after seeing such a scene. God cracks the sky claw. The gigantic claw of the snapping turtle ruthlessly tore at the front. The claw was as heavy as a pillar of heaven. When it simply fell, it locked all the time and space around it, making it difficult for Wu Shang to move. I can't break you. Chu Yuan stood upright, with himself as the center. A devouring vortex appeared, and the moment it fell, a door in his hand bounced out, and a bony black hand suddenly grabbed it out. What? The crocodile ancestor suddenly yelled. In just an instant, black and rancid gas appeared from his body, making a rattling sound. With his supreme snapping turtle strength, at this moment, it was unexpectedly unbearable. Two terrifying forces eroded into his body, and the ancestor of the snapping turtle also looked at Chu Yuan with frightened eyes. The grasp of the bone palm just now easily broke through his strong defense. You know, he is a monster clan, and a turtle clan famous for defense. Do you still want to try? Chu Yuan's sharp eyes pierced the crocodile ancestor. The strength of that poisonous bone may have been higher than he imagined, and it was very likely to reach the peak of the supreme realm. Otherwise, it would not be able to cause such a huge damage to the ancestor of the snapping turtle in an instant. #C1061 Heavenly Broken City Lord. The ancestor of the snapping turtle expels the poisonous power accumulated in the body. He looked at this gloomy portal, feeling extremely apprehensive in his heart. There is a peerless ominous creature sealed in this portal, which is highly poisonous, and it is precisely because of this ominous entity that he was injured. Although his cultivation was high, he still felt powerless in the face of this man, and he didn't know how to deal with him. This old tortoise has suffered a loss, and it seems that he can't take him down. In this battle, passed the entire holy city. This person made the ferocious ancestor of the snapping turtle helpless. Although he didn't know his full strength, it was enough to prove his strength and make Blood Chongwei's rule in the southern 7th district more stable. This holy city is quite lively. Swish! Suddenly a ray of light passed through the sky. It was a pure woman with a cold and proud face. Her eyes fell on Chu Yuan, and she was also a little surprised. Yunqi is supreme. Someone recognized the woman's identity. Haha, let the fairy see a joke, this is also the style of the holy city. Beside the woman, there are several people accompanying her, all of whom are big figures in the holy city, and she is very respectful to her. Interesting. The woman said lightly. Humph. I'll let you go today. The ancestor of the snapping turtle didn't care about shame, anyway, he was already shameless. After seeing Yunxi, he suddenly reached her side, bent down, and said something next to her. Alright, ancestor snapping turtle, I understand your request. Yunxi is supremely divine. Okay, just do as the fairy asks. The ancestor of the snapping turtle had twitching veins on his old face, with a pained expression on his face. I know the origin of the supreme god Yunxi, she is the direct disciple of city lord Tianduan, she has a great background. Xuanhuan felt provocative when she saw Yunxi supreme god. If I had sufficient resources, I would have already broken through to supreme god. City master Tianduan. Chu Yuan's eyes were sharp, the strongest person in Tianduan Mountain. City Lord Tianduan is extremely powerful, and he has traversed endless years. His cultivation can no longer be described as simply supreme, but he has comprehended the true meaning of the Tao of Heaven, and he may even become a god of the Tao of Heaven in the future. Xuanhuan knew that with her power, it would not be a big problem to break through to the supreme, but the Tao of Heaven and the gods were illusory. The gods of heaven are the strongest existence within 33 days. Heavenly gods. Chu Yuan thought about paying. He doesn't know the specific mana of the gods of heaven. But the system gave him the feeling that it was like the omnipotent destiny of heaven, even a more terrifying force, and there was almost nothing it couldn't do. Are we leaving the holy city now? Blood Rose said. No, I won't leave for the time being, but I can pretend that I'm not here for the time being. The ancestor of the snapping turtle is vicious and vicious. Only I can deal with him. Chu Yuan said. But at this moment, the supreme god Yunxi seemed to have reached a deal with the snapping turtle ancestor and left the holy city. Looking at the pained expression on the face of the ancestor of the snapping turtle, it's a big loss and he's bleeding a lot. After the supreme god Yunxi left, the expressions of the accompanying supreme gods gradually became gloomy. Humph. Take the heavenly blood divine stone to reap the wealth from us. Every auction is like sucking blood from us. In fact, in terms of pure value, the heavenly blood divine stone is not so precious. A middle-aged man said. The situation is stronger than people, and there is no way. There are only a few forces in the entire Tianduan Mountain who can go to the Tianxue ancient mine to mine ore. The only one who can get a larger amount is Tianduan City. The neck is firmly stuck by others. Can you how to do? There is no way. The Tianduan City Lord is a half-day existence. Half of Tianduan Mountain belongs to him. He keeps the holy city here and does not eradicate it. The purpose is to suck blood. Let us pay the protection fee. Time flies, 2 months have passed. I haven't seen him for a long time, he should have left. Outside the South 7th District, the ancestor of the snapping turtle suddenly descended again. He shot directly, and the supreme divine power immediately covered the entire southern 7th District. This was to wipe out with one move, and to avenge the great hatred that caused him to suffer that day. He wants to let him understand how terrible the supreme anger is, and it is a vicious and unscrupulous predator like him. Crocodile, do you think I don't exist? But what the ancestor of the snapping turtle didn't expect was that Chu Yuan hadn't left yet. He opened his big hand to protect the entire Nanchi district. What happened? The ancestor of the snapping turtle was also suspicious. He obviously didn't feel this person's aura during the investigation, and where did he appear from? But in fact, Chu Yuan used the Gate of Void to exile himself forever, concealing his own fluctuations. Boy, count yourself as ruthless. Just when Chu Yuan was about to summon the cursed door again, the snapping turtle ancestor gritted his teeth and left without staying. This old snapping turtle, court deaf. Xuanhuan was also grinding her teeth. The southern 7th district was the force that Chu Yuan handed over to her. She said viciously, "When I break through to Supreme, I will definitely cut off his head, remove his tortoise shell, and step on my feet. I'll wait for you to reach the Supreme." Chu Yuan Dao, the ancestor of the crocodile turtle, did not give up so easily, and I don't have time, so I will play with him slowly here, but when I return to the Empire, I will leave my aura in Nanchi district, which will shock everyone in the world. Let him not dare to shoot casually for a few years. He was trying to figure out what the snapping turtle ancestor was thinking. He won't make a move now, and he will probably hide in the dark. When Chu Yuan relaxes, he will have another chance to kill with one blow. And this time is the most dangerous time. Go, follow me back to the Empire. Chu Yuan will not spend time here with the ancestor of the snapping turtle. This little foundation in the holy city is nothing, just leave some people here to take care of it. Finally going to the Xuanhuan dynasty. Blood Rose is also looking forward to it. The other side of Shenzhou merged into the vast diversity, and quickly moved towards Shenzhou. If it is the Master God, it will take a long time calculated in decades to go from the holy city to the Xuanhuan dynasty, but it only takes a few months on the other side of the Shenzhou. Xuanhuan. After arriving in the Xuanhuan heavenly territory, Xuanhuan immediately felt the surging luck of the Xuanhuan God dynasty. It was a kind of boundless faith, and she felt the admiration and reverence of all the people for the Xuanhuan God Emperor. These warships. The strangest sight in the Empire is the sailing of silver-white dimensional warships. Her eyes lit up immediately. These warships were not inferior to the Blood Rose that she spent a lot of money to build in Duershan. These are the standard warships of the Divine Dynasty? Blood Rose's eyes were magical. If my plundering group can equip a large number of these warships, it will be like a tiger with wings added. The plundering regiment will be equipped with divine warships in the future, but they are no longer plunderers, but my land reclamation regiment. Chu Yuan said mysteriously. The plundering group is good at going to all kinds of dangerous places. Frontal battles with large armies are not their forte, and they can just be used to open up wasteland. I have seen His Majesty. Seeing Chu Yuan's return, God of War appeared in a hurry. When he saw Xuanhuan, his expression changed subtly, and he could see that the relationship between this woman and His Majesty was not simple. God of War, very good. During the time I left, you have already broken through to the second heaven of dominion. With resources following up, the third heaven will not be too far away. As soon as Chu Yuan saw the increase in the cultivation of God of War, he also nodded in appreciation. #C1062 Cultivation of the Skyfighter. Brave warrior, with peerless divine power. As soon as Xuanhuan saw this person, she knew that the God of War was extraordinary. Although he is at the second level, his fighting spirit is so high that he can fight against the existence of the third level. And this is not the most critical. She felt a kind of heart of the supreme God of War from the God of War. If there are enough resources, it is possible to become the supreme God. God of War felt that Blood Rose was spying on him. He was able to break through so quickly because of the discovery of resources in Yuanmai land during this period, so that he has no shortage of cultivation resources. Reach the peak of the God of Domination as quickly as possible, and strive for the supreme realm. Chu Yuan said, "Okay, Xuanhuan, next you go to see the God dynasty, someone will lead you, and God of War and I are still there." State discussions. When are we going to the Great Abyss of Burial? Xuanhuan asked. The Great Burial Abyss will follow you, don't worry about it. After Xuanhuan left, Chu Yuan said, God of War, I want you to select 100 people with the strongest physique and the will to reach the sky in the shortest possible time. I have the resources in my hands to cultivate the Sky War body, and you can also transfer it to Sky Battle body. I don't need a heavenly battle body. I am what I think is the God of War body. I will immediately select 100 people for your majesty. God of War is high. He doesn't want any Sky Battle body, this is his firm heart. Immediately after that, suitable people were selected for Xuanhuan in the entire empire. The Sky Battle Body Cultivation Pool. At this time, Xuanhuan put all the resources in, and within a very short period of time, the originally dry pool burst out water, which was pure and transparent, and there were streaks of crystal thunder striking. He felt it carefully, there was a power of the sky and the earth. I don't know how many sky fighters can be cultivated by this pool of evolution fluid. After Xuanhuan waited for a few days, the God of War brought over 100 people, both male and female, with different levels of cultivation, some supreme, and some ordinary immortals. The Sky War physique belongs to a kind of cultivation liquid that can change the physique. It doesn't have high requirements for cultivation, and it is not used to improve the cultivation, but to change the physique. It is mainly about the heart and whether you can adapt to this force. See your majesty. The 100 people knelt down. When he saw Xuanhuan, his expression was excited. This is His Majesty, the God Emperor, who can resist the storm of destroying the world. And they also knew that selecting them this time was to give them a chance to change their destiny. Go in, it's up to you whether you can grasp it. Xuanhuan let them enter the cultivation pool. After 100 people entered, Xuanhuan opened it immediately. Immediately, he saw hundreds of vortexes appear, covering one person respectively, and the terrifying crystal thunder thundered on them, which was carrying out a kind of shocking transformation. To be honest, Xuanhuan has no shortage of powerful war equipment now. And what he really lacks is a top master, a master who can support one side alone. What? After half an hour, a person screamed in pain, he couldn't hold on anymore, and was automatically pushed out by the cultivation pool. Failed one. Xuanhuan frowned. I am ashamed of His Majesty's gift. The man is distraught. After failing 7 times in a row, Xuanhuan saw that one person succeeded. It lasted for a total of 1 day, and only 9 of the last 100 were successfully transformed into the Sky Battle body, which was even close to 1/10 of the probability. It's almost 1/10. The cultivation pond had dried up, Xuanhuan sighed. This probability is really not high, and these 100 people have already been selected by the God of War to be the most suitable for the Sky Battle body. As for the resources used by the 9, the price was extremely high, making it absolutely impossible for Xuanhuan to continue training in a short period of time. Sky Battle body. These 9 people stood side by side, each one of them looked down on the sky, independent from all directions, and had the majestic power to break the world with a wave of their hands, and their physiques had been transformed into peerless geniuses. Xuanhuan was not too satisfied. But he also knew that, after all, he was only selected from one region, and there were very few who were really suitable. If Xinwu's territory expanded and the population increased, perhaps the chances could be increased. The 9 of you will train separately, and I will use the resources of the God dynasty to let you reach the realm of dominance and form a strong army. Xuanhuan encouraged. Follow His Majesty's arrangement. The 9 people were high-spirited, their voices shook the heavens and the earth, knowing that their fates had all been changed. Back off. Xuanhuan said. He distributed all the resources obtained from this plunder into different categories. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. What made Xuanhuan happy was that the God of Huiyue would break through the 3rd level, the God of Yuri would break through the 2nd level, and the God of Thunder Beast would break through the 2nd level. The masters of the empire have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, which is something to be happy about. I'm not too far away from the 3rd heaven of the ruler god. Xuanhuan has an arrogance that dominates the world. He also knows that his realm must break through to the third heaven in the shortest possible time. In this way, he will have the strength to kill the supreme heaven and resist the stronger ruler god. This is most urgent. In a world where the weak prey on the strong, he is an emperor, and he must be the strongest in order to suppress the situation. Just when he was about to call Xuanhuan to go to the great abyss of burial, the god of war suddenly came over with a serious expression and hurriedly came to report. What happened? Xuanhuan asked. Your Majesty, something big has happened, but it's not directly related to my martial arts. More than 10 years ago, the Heavenly Nirvana Kingdom and the Ming-Tsang Kingdom began to fight. Now, with the passage of time, the war has escalated and a world war broke out. The two major kingdoms of God are going shopping, and each has the idea of destroying the other. God of War said. Shenwu has been in Tianduan Mountain for some time, and Xuanhuan is not ignorant of the division of power. The strongest force is the Heavenly Duan City Lord, who has comprehended the true meaning of the Heavenly Tao, and is a half-step Heavenly Tao level existence. And then came the Nirvana God Kingdom and the Dark Tsang Kingdom. Although there are no masters who have realized the way of heaven, they each have giants who are supreme in the fifth heaven. Immortals fight and mortals suffer. The bloody battle between the two most powerful forces except Tianduan City is not just a matter of their two families. As the fighting became more and more intense, half of the Tianduan mountain area had already been affected by them. They fought each other, passed through one star field after another, and destroyed many small sky fields. It's really a wave of unrest and another wave. Some Tianyu have not fully recovered from the aftermath of the world-destroying storm, and they have encountered a shopping battle between the two major kingdoms of God. It is simply unlucky. They don't want to participate in the shopping in the kingdom of God, but this is not something they can decide. Other people's battlefields pass through your sky, what can you do? This battle has a huge impact. Not only are the two great kingdoms fighting, but even some of the heavens are fighting each other. It is extremely tragic. Now it can be regarded as a peaceful place, only the territory, controlled by Tianjuanqing itself. God of War said. He knew that if the flames of war continued to burn, sooner or later it would spread to Shenwu Tianyu, allowing them to passively participate in the battle. Immediately send people from the land reclamation team to investigate the specific information. If this form of development continues, the fire of war will inevitably come to me. The best way to deal with it is to suppress the war and then take the opportunity to expand the territory. #C1063 Taoning Tianyu. The trend of the times. This is the general trend, weak forces can only be involved and tremble. Xuanhuan understood that he couldn't stop the battle between the Heavenly Nirvana Kingdom and the Ming-Tsang Kingdom. In order to prevent the flames of war from burning in the Shenwu heavenly territory, he was able to prevent the scope of the war from outside the Shenwu, and the battle between the two major kingdoms of God caused half of Tianduan Mountain to be shaken. It was indeed a good opportunity. After many years of fighting and grasping the current situation, he keenly grasped this opportunity. Your Majesty's meaning, I understand, and I also know how to do it. To support war with war, the bloody battle between the two kingdoms of God has nothing to do with us for the time being, but we can take the opportunity to expand our territory. God of War's eyes lit up. That's right, God of War, you summon the masters of the country, and I personally formulate the battle strategy. After all, a Shenwu Tianyu is too small to support the promotion of too many masters. The dynasty of the gods is about to expand. Xuanhuan gave the order. Oh? Is your Majesty going to war again? Xuanhuan also learned about the war between the two great kingdoms of God. Actually, the backs of these two great kingdoms of God are not simple. Hell is connected. Who is behind them has nothing to do with me now, what I should worry about is Tianjuanqing. Xuanhuan said. I don't know which direction His Majesty intends to march from. Blood Rose said. This direction. Chu Yuan waved his hand to transform into a map of Tianduan Mountain. Here. Xuanhuan was startled, and immediately became excited, saying, "This is the direction to the Great Abyss of Burial." I thought His Majesty would not go to the Great Abyss of Burial in a short time. It turned out that there was a plan. The Great Abyss of Burial has the opportunity for you to become supreme. How can I let it go? Even if you break through to supreme, you can't escape from my palm. Chu Yuan pulled Xuanhuan in front of him, and wanted to continue to conquer this woman, so he couldn't be polite to her. He's doing it with 2 hands this time. While marching towards Tianduan Mountain, he also wanted to find the opportunity to find the Great Abyss of Burial. It's really overbearing. Xuanhuan said, "It seems that I can't escape your palm." In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Lu Qianfu, this time I personally lead the army to prevent the spread of the war, and you are guarding the capital. Dimensional warships swept across time and space. There were thousands of them, carrying a large number of elites of the empire and rushing out. Chu Yuan is actually going to train this time. Although Shen Chao fought a few battles in Duo Yuan, they were all weak opponents, and there was no role in training soldiers at all. And this kind of battle is what he wants. Your Majesty, this place is called Yensha Tianyu. I sent people here a few years ago. I didn't expect that they were not destroyed in the storm of destruction, but in this war. When the army came to a place called Yensha Tianyu, they saw broken universes everywhere, and countless corpses drifted in the multiverse. It is difficult to see the living beings who are still alive. It can be described as appalling. When these 2 great kingdoms fought, it was like a tsunami, sweeping through the heavens, one by one. With the army going out, Chu Yuan has seen many scenes like this, and many heavens have become the battlefields of the 2 kingdoms of God. This is the great war between the kingdoms of the gods. The spread of the heavens one by one is not comparable to the small fights of the predators. After Xuanhuan saw it, she also knew that the war between the kingdoms of God was more ruthless, and the death of living beings was calculated by the sky domain. The advance army has found out that this route will reach the Tanhing Tianyu all the way. According to my information, the Tanhing Tianyu is on fire, and the supreme god guarding his hometown has fallen. Now many forces have gone there, carve up the resources of the supreme heaven realm. Chu Yuan said. Tanhing Tianyu, I know where it is. I went there when I was a predator. I once saw the demeanor of Tanhing's supreme god. I didn't expect to die like this. Xuanhuan was a little sad. The way of heaven cannot last forever, let alone a supreme one. Tianduan Mountain, in fact, before the more ancient years, there was a kingdom that unified the kingdom of God. The lord of the kingdom of God was not weaker than the lord of Tianduan City, but he failed to attack the gods and gods of the heavens. His body died and his Tao disappeared, and the kingdom of God disintegrated. Chu Yuan said calmly, the general trend of the world, separation and reunion, is not unusual. Tanhing Tianyu is advancing. Originally, this Tianyu also had a splendid civilization, there were many powerful people, and there were supreme gods, so it could be regarded as the top of the region in Tianduan Mountain. However, with the fall of the supreme god, the entire sky domain was flooded by foreign enemies, looting everywhere, and a large number of surviving creatures were being brutally slaughtered. These looters were not from the 2 great kingdoms of God. They left after the battle. People are knives and I am fish. If you don't have strength, you will be beaten. This is an eternal truth, and it is applicable everywhere. Chu Yuan came all the way, his face unmoved. The more you see it, the more you get used to it. It's miserable. When did my Tanhing Tianyu encounter such a disaster? Our supreme god died in the hands of Tianye God Kingdom and Mingsong God Kingdom, otherwise why would this group of outsiders dare to treat me like this? Area. Kill, fight with them? Taunting Tianyu's screams continued, and a large number of people rose up to resist. To save some people, I still need to know the specific situation of Taunting Tianyu from them. When the Chuyuan warship army passed by, they also rescued the people in the Taunting Tianyu and learned a lot. Ahead is one of the 3 holy places in the Taunting Tianyu. Although there is no supreme god in the Taunting Tianyu, the forces from the outside world are fighting fiercely there, and they want to seize control of the holy place. They sailed to one of the 3 holy places in Taunting Tianyu. Chuyuan looked forward in the battleship, and he saw 5 huge peaks reaching the sky, with different heights, like 5 fingers, and there was a Milky Way flowing there, with bright and colorful multicolors. Your Majesty, this is the 5 fingers divine mountain in my Taunting Tianyu. The 5 giant peaks connecting to the sky have 1 yuan mai, and 5 yuan mai, transforming into a galaxy of energy. A saved ruler said respectfully. The 5 primordial veins are indeed full of vitality. The empire will surely give birth to more masters if it occupies this place. Chuyuan gave an order to mobilize the warships and head towards Tianhe. Then, those battleships. Why did so many warships suddenly appear? No, they are attacking us. Retreat quickly, you can't fight them recklessly. Although there are many strong men surrounding Tianhe, many of them are not from the same faction. Several semi-supreme strong men felt the shocking momentum coming from the battleship, and their expressions changed drastically. Some brave ones dared to bombard the battleship, but Chuyuan directly sent strong men to strangle them. The capture of Tianhe went very smoothly, and did not encounter too much trouble, and this group of people fled. In the land of Tianhe, a powerful fortress has been established. Taunting Tianyu is huge. Although many forces have entered this time, the resources will not be taken away so completely. The mission of the empire in Taunting Tianyu is not only to obtain resources, the most important thing is to use this as a base to conquer the territory, accept people's hearts, and completely integrate into the territory of the gods. Chuyuan ordered immediately. Follow your Majesty's order. God of War led his people to prepare immediately, and a huge war fortress was established in a short period of time. Xuanhuan couldn't help sighing as she watched the man give orders with ease. This is the emperor, with tough and ruthless methods, swift and resolute actions, and extremely eye-catching strategies, which are not comparable to ordinary people. After the situation in Taunting Tianyu stabilizes, you can go to the great abyss of burial with him. Xuanhuan thought. Without Chuyuan's help, she couldn't get close to it at all. #C1064 5 Fingers God Mountain. Taunting Tianyu. The army led by Chuyuan occupied Wuji Shinshan. During this period, although many forces launched powerful attacks, they were all repelled by the Shenwuxian dynasty. Chuyuan's plan is also very simple. Use Taunting Tianyu as the frontier base of the army, and then formulate the next step according to the battle situation between Tianye Kingdom and Mingtsong Kingdom. After his army arrived, it did not directly burn, kill, and loot like other forces. Instead, it showed a strong attack on foreign forces, but it would accept the creatures of the Taunting Tianyu if they were willing to take refuge in them. With Wuji Shinshan as the center, expand out. Taunting Tianyu has no leader. Without Taunting's supreme god, it is just fish on the chopping board, which is at the mercy of others. Your Majesty's move is to subdue people's hearts and transform Taunting Tianyu into the territory of Shenwu. The important ministers of the empire all knew the strategy of the god emperor. If the supreme god Tanheng had not died, this move would definitely be useless. But now, their prowess is like a ray of light in the darkness. God sent someone to save them. Sure enough, in the short few months since the arrival of the Shenwu army, many Taunting Tianyu people who fled in exile have turned to Shenwu one after another. Your Majesty. God of War said. God of War, you are here, look at the 5 Fingers Mountain, what did you find? Chu Yuan stared at the tall and towering Wuji mountain. God of War watched, and suddenly he felt his spirit being sucked in by a darkness, and an extremely spectacular scene appeared before his eyes. A figure standing on top of the sky, stretched out 5 fingers, and slapped forward, and the sky and the earth were destroyed. Your Majesty, there is a terrifying artistic conception in this 5-finger mountain, which is left by a peerless powerhouse. God of War was terrified, his spirit was shaking. I only saw that peerless strong man slowly raised a finger, walked out of the epiphany just now, and suddenly struck a finger light horizontally, possessing an idea to destroy everything. Fearless means breaking the world with 1 finger, and destroying everything with 1 palm. It is left behind by an ancient strong man. He realized the power of 1 finger, but he ruled the roost in the same realm. The reason why this place has become one of the 3 holy places of Tanhing Tianyu is not only because of its rich energy, but also because of the artistic conception in the holy mountain. He waved his palm, and the palm of obliteration immediately condensed out. The God of War felt that if His Majesty's palm blasted at him, his entire life substance and all imprints would be wiped out from the long river of time and space, and it was no longer a simple killing. Your Majesty, you have actually realized the artistic conception of this palm. God of War said in awe. Thousands of roads lead to the same goal. There are 2 unique skills in the power of this palm, obliteration and space-time. If you can comprehend 1 finger, God of War, you can expect nothing. Chu Yuan smiled. What he values is not the energy in the 5 fingers mountain, but the artistic conception, which can make all the powerful in the empire come to understand it. Even if they can't comprehend the complete ones, condensing the power of a finger will increase their strength. Your Majesty has a vision. God of War said. God of War, report the important matter. Chu Yuan said. Yes. The God of War said, after several months of fighting in the Tanhing Tianyu, the situation has basically stabilized. All 3 holy places belong to me. Wuji Shinshan is occupied by me, and the other 2 are occupied by Xuanhuan Palace and Qiyu Palace. Xuanhuan Palace and Qiyu Palace. Chu Yuan knew that these 2 great powers were controlled by truly supreme gods. In particular, the Qiyu Temple, which has many supreme gods, is not as good as the heavenly Nirvana God Kingdom in Tianduan Mountain, but it is second only to them. It has to be said that Chu Yuan took in the group of looters, which made him very clear about the distribution of power in Tianduan Mountain. Which hall master is the Qiyu Hall? Returning to your Majesty, it is the Lord of the Blood Dragon Palace. Tanhing Tianyu is rich in resources. This time, Tanhing's supreme god was passively involved in the war between the 2 great kingdoms of God. He died suddenly. Even the power of supreme god will not restrain him. God of War said. Tanhing Tianyu has a lot of resources. The kingdom of God is firmly established here, and will be replenished with a large number of resources. And God of War, you can also break through the 3rd heaven in the shortest time, and still implement the original strategy. What we have to do is not only to seize, but also completely transform the occupied areas into national territory. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty, we have been doing this. Fortunately, since we came here, we have shown friendliness to the people in Tanhing Tianyu, and more people have come to join us. With the luck of the gods, we will stimulate their enthusiasm. The heart of revenge can transform them very well. God of War stepped back to work. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. Your Majesty, Xuanhuan Palace sent an envoy to see His Majesty. Someone reported outside the palace gate. An envoy from Xuanhuan Palace? You want to see me? Chu Yuan pondered for a while, and said, Xian, see them, let them wait for me in the hall. The special envoy of Xuanhuan Palace sees His Majesty. Looking up at Chu Yuan, it seemed as if he saw boundless darkness. This special envoy is also half-step super powerful, but at this moment, he actually has a monstrous fear in his heart, which makes him dare not underestimate Xuanhuan in the slightest. Xuanhuan is unfamiliar to them, and they don't know everything about their strength and details. What is the special envoy of Xuanhuan Palace seeing me today? Xuanhuan said in a thick and majestic voice. Your Majesty, this envoy came this time to convey a message to His Majesty. The 3 Holy Lands are occupied by 3 forces, 1 family, and should have coexisted harmoniously, but some people don't think so. The special envoy said, the Palace Master has received the news that the Blood Dragon Palace Master of the Red Feather Palace is gathering an army and is preparing to attack His Majesty. Please be prepared, and even at critical moments, my Xuanhuan Palace can send troops to help. The Blood Dragon Palace is mainly going to attack me. Xuanhuan remained calm. Okay, I have already learned that. I would like to thank Palace Master Xuanhuan for his kindness, and if I have the opportunity, I will visit in person. Does the special envoy have other things? No more for the time being, the words have been brought, I will leave first. The special envoy said, by the way, there is one more thing. The Lord of the Blood Dragon Palace is coming in a menacing manner this time. Your Majesty must guard against it. After the special envoy left, God of War went to Xuanhuan and said, will Xuanhuan Palace have such kind intentions to remind us to beware of the Blood Dragon Palace Master? I'm afraid they have other ideas as well. It's good to have a purpose. The Red Feather Palace has learned in detail from the looters' information that they are ambitious, and they are also expanding their territories while taking advantage of the chaos in the sky. Xuanhuan said lightly, although Xuanhuan Palace is not weak, it is still not as good as Qiyu Palace. They don't want me to be completely defeated. If I retreat, they also need to retreat, and Tanhing Tianyu will completely fall into the hands of Qiyu Palace. The way of the mean is balanced. What Palace Master Xuanhuan wants to see most is that I can resist the attack of Palace Master Blood Dragon with my martial arts. The 2 sides will fight fiercely. At that time, even if they send troops, they will still be reaping the benefits. Have a good calculation. God of War sneered. You don't need to take care of this Xuanhuan Palace first. The army is preparing for battle, and we will do our best to resist the attack of the Lord of the Blood Dragon Palace. This foundation cannot be lost. Xuanhuan deeply understood the situation. This is Xuanhuan's best line of defense to keep the war away from his own home, and once it is gone, it is very likely that other forces will burn the flames of war into Xinqiao. #C1065 Brutal. Tanhing Tianyu is the supreme god's Tianyu, and its value is huge. Even for a force like Chidian, if they can be fully collected, it will greatly expand their strength. If it weren't for the shopping between the 2 major kingdoms of God this time, it would be difficult to have this heaven-sent opportunity. Report. The Red Feather Palace army gathered outside the sacred mountain, threatening to make our divine dynasty voluntarily give up the territory, otherwise the army will enter, and we will have to bear an unbearable price. After just a few days, as expected, the army of Qiyu Temple came over with murderous intent. You want me to give up by myself? It's really whimsical. Xuanhuan sat firmly on the throne of the emperor, and said coldly, all the soldiers of Xuanwu, the one who attacked Xinshan this time is the Lord of the Blood Dragon Palace of Qiyu Palace. This time, we will let the Blood Dragon Palace Master return home without a feather. I understand, let's fight Qiyu Palace. The atmosphere of the war rippling in Xuanwu. The martial arts are used to build a country, and fighting is the main theme. Hall Master, as expected, the strange Xuanwu Xinqiao did not retreat. You see, their battleship rose, and there was a terrifying murderous aura hovering around. They are preparing for a bloody battle with us. This empire is mysterious, and we have very little information about them. The Lord of the Blood Dragon Palace appeared. This is a middle-aged man in a blood suit. His body is a blood dragon. His attack and cruelty are stronger than the ancestor of the snapping turtle. It's within our hall's expectations. The Lord of the Blood Dragon Palace said. His eyes suddenly stabbed fiercely at the place of the Xuanhu army. But suddenly there was darkness in front of him, and all his spirit seemed to be swallowed by an invisible black hole, which made his expression change. And this martial arts is not simple. After they came to Tanhing Tianyu, they took over people from Tanhing Tianyu and established a stable order. The purpose of this dynasty is to transform this place and win people's hearts. The reason why the Blood Dragon Palace Master chose Xuanhu was because the move of the Shen dynasty made him know that it was more dangerous than Xianyun Palace's method of selecting talents. This battle, I can't help but not fight in this hall. There is also a change in Xianyun Palace. A strong man beside him said. Xianyun Palace. The Blood Dragon Palace Master sneered, as long as we can defeat that Xuanhu with the strongest means, Xianyun Palace will naturally retreat. They don't have the guts to fight me, Qiyu Palace, don't you have confidence? We have confidence. The Akabane Palace yelled wildly. Okay, the army is going to fight. This time, the hall will know how powerful this martial arts is. The army of Akabane Palace submerged towards the Divine Lord like a tide in an instant. Palace Master, that blood dragon has made a move. The position of Xianyun Palace, an extraordinary, holy woman like a green lotus. Her eyes pierced through time and space, looking indifferently at the direction of the battle. The Red Feather Hall has expanded extremely rapidly over the years. This bloody battle between the Heavenly Nirvana Kingdom and the Mingsong Kingdom gave them a chance to expand. With their arrogance, Tanhing Tianyu will not give up easily. The voice of Palace Master Xianyun was pleasant, and he said calmly, I hope that Xuanhu can contain the attack of the Blood Dragon, which is also beneficial to me, and I can even dispatch some strong people to help him at critical times. Yes. The elder of Xianyun Palace beside her said, Tian Ya, Mingsong has long thought of destroying each other, but no matter who disappears, it will cause great changes in the power structure of the entire Tianduan Mountain in the future. I am puzzled. Yes, Tianjuanqing doesn't care? Castle Master Tianduan is a half-heavenly existence with terrifying strength. It's not that he doesn't want to take care of it. The key is that there are 33 days behind the two great kingdoms. It's a most critical moment. When Palace Master Xianyun spoke, his face changed. Look, the battle has begun. Five Fingers Mountain turned into a battlefield, and countless troops dressed in blood and bearing the mark of a blood dragon rushed out. This is the direct control power of the Blood Dragon Palace Lord. In the Red Feather Hall, many hall masters are actually fighting openly and secretly. The Lord of the Blood Dragon Palace said it was for the expansion of the Qiyu Palace, but in fact he wanted to expand his own territory and strengthen his voice in the palace. Boom! The infinitely bright energy rushed out in an instant, covering the sky and covering the earth. The blood dragon can be cultivated to the highest level, so it can be seen that Xuanhu Shenqiao is well equipped. In this case, he used powerful mana to submerge the opponent's warship, and did not give a chance to fly up. Too underestimated us. God of War sneered, the main ship lifts off, and the auxiliary ship follows. Multiple strands of energy spanned time and space and bombarded them. However, the defense of the dimensional main ship is strong enough to resist the power of the Dominator God. In the past few years, the number has also increased to as many as 10 ships, forming a steel city wall. What, they didn't destroy their battleship? Many masters took action, seeing that the dimensional battleship was still as stable as Mount Tai, their expressions changed. Zhouji Giant Cannon, blast me. The colossal cannons arranged in the Holy Land showed their ferocious fangs, and they fought horribly, directly hitting the rear of Qiyu Temple. What? At this moment, the violent striking power of the Zhouji giant cannon made the army of Chudian disappear in pieces. The equipment is so terrifying. The complexion of Palace Master Xuanhuan, who was watching the battle from a distance, also changed, and then a smile appeared. The blood dragon has encountered a hard stubble this time, and it is time to teach him a lesson. Humph! The blood dragon's supreme strength showed, blocked the giant cannon of Zhouji, and snorted coldly, "It's just relying on the sharp weapon of the equipment, let me press them all, and fight them directly in an instant, making their equipment useless. Kill, kill, kill." His subordinate half-step supreme is extremely brave, resisting the attack of artillery fire with his powerful mana, and pushing the front line forward. Use battleships and giant artillery as cover, and continue to attack. Xuanhuan said steadily, "Qiangwei, you have never experienced a real army fighting. With me, there will be many such battles in the future. You go out with the army and adapt to this kind of battle between armies. Blood rose is not a flower in a greenhouse." Xuanhuan knew that this woman had a very hot personality, and it was most suitable for her to let her go to fight on the battlefield. "I can't wait a long time ago, and I will deal with the half-step supreme on the opposite side." Shui Qiangwei's eyes were red, it was bloodthirsty. After she was conquered by Xuanhuan, although she hadn't broken through yet, she was also blessed with divine luck, which made her stronger than before. "I still count military merit for you." Xuanhuan's words were not completely finished. Shui Qiangwei took the lead and killed her. The blood whip wrapped around her waist was whipped out, and a large number of people were blasted into blood mist. She activated the blood god Croc and absorbed all the blood mist into it. Kill! Shui Qiangwei's attack was too ruthless, like the blood demon god. None of those who died in her hands was complete, all were torn apart, and some were even bruised and turned into ashes. "Stop that woman!" The blood dragon also saw the brutality of Shui Qiangwei, and immediately gave orders to surround and kill Shui Qiangwei first. "It's a good time to practice your hands with you. Blood Rose is ferocious." If it weren't for the blood dragon's attack, His Majesty would have entered the abyss of burial along the Tanhing Tianyu side, looking for an opportunity for her to become a supreme god. #C1066 Repel. Good kill. The army presses on, kill me. Come on. Let them know how powerful we are. Shui Qiangwei's attack in the front greatly boosted the morale of the army. Many people have received systematic training after being conscripted into the army, and this moment is an opportunity for actual combat. My realm is still too low. God of War's palm is tightly grasped, although he has infinite fighting spirit, but he only dominates the second heaven. Although the speed of strength growth is not slow, but with the opponents that Shenwu faces, there is also a feeling that it is difficult to keep up. Sublimation in the war, let yourself grow in the war, and break through the three heavens. The God of War also went berserk. He tightly grasped a tube of God of Juggernaut healing potion His Majesty gave him. With this thing in his hands, he would not be afraid of going all out. Although there are not many powerful fighters here, what's going on? Everyone's fighting spirit is so violent. This god's luck is terrifying. The people in Akabane Hall were also taken aback. Although they are only blood dragons and soldiers, their comprehensive strength is also very strong. However, once the war started, they fell into the quagmire of war and fought hard. What made them look ugly was that in the battle in the army, each of these Shenwu brought too many pills. Once injured, swallow it immediately to restore strength. This woman is too powerful. Almost all of the opponent's half-step moves were entangled by Shui Qiangwei alone. Shui Qiangwei is cruel and ruthless, and she is also the god of dominion. She is holding the god of Juggernaut healing potion that Xuanhuan gave him, and she already understands its efficacy. The opportunity is here. After being besieged, Shui Qiangwei keenly seized an opportunity. The strength of her whole body is almost exploding. She comes from Duershan, and she has mastered a lot of secret techniques. At this moment, the forbidden technique is cast, which makes her instantaneous combat power almost comparable to that of a supreme god. Is this woman crazy? Forcibly use the forbidden secret technique. She wants to kill us too, isn't she afraid that she will die? Don't be afraid of her. She obviously won't be able to hold on during our siege, otherwise she would definitely not make such a bad move. Let's fight together, delay this period of time first, and kill her lore. Yes, this is the last crazy struggle. Xuanhuan's desperate secret technique gave them a great shock, and they would naturally also use some desperate secret technique, but it was impossible for them to raise themselves to a comparable strength. Kill. At this time, the blood rose soared into the sky. A distorted storm descended, and she suddenly pulled out the blood-thorn whip, breaking through numerous barriers. A half-step supreme was still far away, and suddenly the blood-thorn whip tied him in the void. Help me! He yelled in fear. Even the gods can't save you. Xuanhuan was cruel and ruthless, and with her tyrannical mana impact, this person was instantly wiped out. Hateful. The few half-step supreme beings who surrounded and killed her were terrified when they saw one of their companions being killed. I can kill one more. Xuanhuan's blood knife pierced the sky, and she came to a person in an instant. The knife fell, and the blood flashed, a half-step supreme head was split open immediately, and the remnant body was grabbed by her and held in her hand. Her breath is weak. After Xuanhuan beheaded the two of them fiercely, her aura dropped rapidly, which was the sequelae of the secret technique. Humph. Xuanhuan took the Juggernaut God healing potion, her aura recovered to its peak at this moment, her eyes lit up, and she said to herself, he didn't lie to me, it really has such a miraculous effect, and he still controls so many good things in his hand. With his power, I can even return to do Tiao in the future. The value of this healing potion is too great, allowing her to use secret techniques and scrupulously. Back to the peak, what is going on? Bamboo Wushang of Akabane Palace was in a daze, wondering what the hell happened. Come again. Xuanhuan took a step forward, and pulled out the thorn blood whip one after another, causing the group of people to back away in shock. They were afraid that Xuanhuan would break out this kind of attack again. Presumptuous. Xuanhuan couldn't sit still anymore, he didn't feel sorry for the death of ordinary soldiers, but the half-step supreme had already damaged his foundation, so he stepped forward immediately, and tore apart Xuanhuan's position with his palm. He wants to force the emperor of this empire to fight him. Who said presumptuous? Xuanhuan carried the world-shaking emperor's prestige and reigned forever. He counterattacked with a single blow, supreme, and immediately fought with the supreme power of the blood dragon, creating huge waves. If you fight against me, Akabane Palace, you will die a miserable death. The blood dragon was fierce, he stepped out with his burly body, the power of the dragon exploded wantonly, and a huge blood-colored dragon shadow suddenly emerged. This is the real dragon clan, and the blood dragon is also an extremely powerful clan among the dragons, ferocious and violent. Hand of God. Xuanhuan showed no sign of weakness, and charged out with boundless divine power. The two masters confronted each other in an instant, playing in an absolutely taboo field, with shocking energy fluctuations. There is no doubt that if you get involved in half a step, you will die. Xuanhuan's blow carried the vast national fortune of the entire god dynasty. Heaven and earth dragons. Blood light erupted, and thousands of dragon shadows emerged. His strength is indeed much stronger than that of the snapping turtle patriarch. Immediately, the dragon shadow enveloped him, and he was in it, like the ruler of 10,000 dragons, majestic and vast. Xuanhuan grasped it with his palm, and the void was distorted, with infinite fluctuations, carrying the true meaning of devouring everything. The dragon shadow rushed in front of him and disappeared strangely. This is the great devouring technique. The face of the blood dragon changed, he could feel that this person had mastered a lot of peerless Taoism, but he was not afraid, he rushed forward, and the dragon claws came down, with the cruelty that would tear everything apart. Chu Yuan withstood the attack of the blood dragon with the power of the universe. When he pushes with both hands, there are endless storms. Great storm technique, great universe technique, damn it. The blood dragon became more and more furious, and suddenly he turned into a blood dragon with a body of 10,000 feet, descending from the sky, and charged forward, carrying the huge dragon body directly towards Chu Yuan. The dragon body is the greatest magic weapon. He wants to crush the opponent with the dragon body. However, Chu Yuan stood firmly on the spot, unmoved, and his eyes were extremely cold. He started with the power to rule the world, and he had the terror of controlling the reincarnation of the world. The moment the blood dragon rushed over, he pressed his huge mana palm forward. Boom! At this moment, the blood dragon seemed to hit the iron wall. The door of the curse appeared in the air, and the poisonous bone stretched out a bone hand from inside. It looked like it was just a black bone hand, but when the palm swiped across the blood dragon's body, the curse and poison were immediately punched in. Black air emerged from the blood dragon's body. He looked at Chu Yuan, who was holding a portal, that is, the giant god who controlled everything, and all the power in the world seemed to be under his urging. No, curse and poison, he still controls this power. The blood dragon's face was about to distort, and he saw that Xuanhuan was about to unleash the secret technique just now, looking at the deadlocked battle situation. He roared extremely unwillingly, "Retreat, all retreat." #C1067 Burial in the Abyss. Blood Dragon was also helpless, he had no choice but to retreat. The battle of the big army can't help the opponent, and he can't defeat the emperor of this empire. If the stalemate continues, both sides will be hurt. Only Xuanhuan Palace will have the last laugh. He will not make wedding dresses for others. Victory! 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 The morale of the army was high. The blood dragon retreats. This is good news. The three parties are stalemate. With the help of this period, my Xuanhuan Palace can plunder some more resources and recruit some geniuses in the Tanhing Tianyu. Resources do not include things, but also people. Your Majesty, this time I beheaded 2 half-step supremes, how do you plan to reward me? Xuanhuan strode forward with a proud expression. Indeed, if she hadn't beheaded the 2 half-step supremes, no one in the divine dynasty could resist, and the contribution would be very great. How do you think I will reward you? Chu Yuan's words made Xuanhuan's face change. Well, although the blood dragon is repelled in this battle, the opponent is bound to win the Tanhing Tianyu, but the next wave of offensive will not start so soon. Even if troops are transferred from the Red Feather Hall, it will take a while, so stick to this place first. Chu Yuan looked around. Xuanhuan, you and I will go to the abyss to bury the world. If you reach the Supreme, my plan will be fully implemented. This is your reward. Finally going to the great abyss of burial. Bloodrose was delighted. Let's go back quickly, we can't delay for a moment. At this moment, Chu Yuan pierced the clouds with lightning, pulled the blood rose, and disappeared in the Tanhing Tianyu in an instant. Transcending the void in an instant, it's amazing. Xuanhuan was also shocked. The great abyss of burial stretches for an extremely long time. When Guyuan Tian did not collapse, even Tianduan Mountain was a part of it. The reason why it was named burial is because countless worlds were buried here. Crossing through the void gate, after a few days, Chu Yuan finally saw the great abyss of burial. This is the great abyss of burial. Boom! An endless abyss. Appearing in the multiverse like a big crack, countless chaotic laws collided with each other, forming a terrifying turbulence in time and space, and creating various dangers. Around the abyss, there are no other star fields, not even multi-element energies, all of which are swallowed up, like a bottomless abyss. Your Majesty, in that ancient period, there were many days of great battles, which were extremely tragic, and the Tao of Heaven was falling. As for the reason for the war, I don't know, and this great abyss of burial is left by the fight between Tao of Heaven. Xuanhuan's face is solemn. In the great abyss of burial, the existence of the Tao of Heaven has fallen, and there are treasures of the Tao of Heaven, but those treasures are not qualified to be explored. I have checked the place we went many times, and I can only hover around it. Okay, this time you come to lead the way, and I will protect you with magic power. Xuanhuan said. No problem, I knew that location when I was in the bad weather. Regarding Xuanhuan's breakthrough, she couldn't help being indifferent, so she held Xuanhuan's hand tightly so as not to be scattered by the turbulence of time and space. Great Devouring Technique. Xuanhuan used the Great Devouring Technique, causing the two of them to step into the abyss of burial in a black hole. After entering, the abyss is not bright and dark, but bright. All kinds of energies rushed out wantonly, and each of these beams was so dangerous that it could kill the ruling god. In the multiverse, only the God of Heaven is the most peak existence. Xuanhuan said silently. You have to pass here to get close to that area. Xuanhuan cautiously pointed to a huge vortex of light in front of her, forming a void passage in the twisting. Be careful, you must enter slowly along the trajectory of the vortex. This great abyss of burial can kill the Supreme God. The power of time and space, I am sure. Xuanhuan stepped into the twisted vortex here. There is a void gate floating above his head, creating a stable passage for him. Good baby, it seems that you can absorb the power of the void. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. They passed through very calmly. After all, although there were many people exploring the great abyss of burial, they were too large. Unless they deliberately targeted them, the probability of encountering others was still very low. And along the way, Xuanhuan did not encounter any danger, and knew that it was His Majesty who blocked the danger. What a strong suction! Xuanhuan said. His eyes immediately looked forward. There were countless huge shattered celestial bodies floating irregularly, the thick spacetime power was rippling, and the rolling chaos turned into a long river. Shards of the cosmic world. When Xuanhuan saw this, he felt that these huge celestial fragments were the universe of the broken society. He randomly walked into a celestial body, and what he saw was a completely dead void, with countless large holes opened, unable to store energy, and the rules of internal operation completely collapsed. The power to destroy the world, you see, those world fragments will return to multiple energies after colliding and smashing each other. In fact, such scenes are very common in the multiverse. Xuanhuan didn't find it strange. Indeed, the universe was born from multiple elements, and when it dies, it returns to the multiple elements. Energy is conserved. This is a way of balance. At this moment, Xuanhuan's inspiration burst out, and he seemed to have grasped something extraordinary. Go down. To get there, one must pass through this burial place. He passed through the cosmic celestial bodies piled up layer by layer, and suddenly shot and bombarded an area, and suddenly he saw a broken thing. Ah! This is also a Shenzhou boat, but it's a pity that it's broken. It looks like it was bombed and sunk by a peerless master. What Xuanhuan saw was a Shenzhou, like a giant ship sinking in the sea. The ordinary Supreme doesn't have the energy to sink the Shenzhou. On it, there is a giant handprint, which surpasses the fluctuation of Supreme. This is left by the God of Heaven. Xuanhuan checked and shook his head. The inner space has turned into chaos. Even if there were living beings, they were turned into powder and couldn't work anymore. The technique of refining the Shenzhou is extremely superb, not something ordinary craftsmen can do. Refined. That's right. The ultimate goal of Shenzhou is to create a pure land on the other side, a place without catastrophe. It is a product of ancient times, but the main ship, Shenzhou, has been turned into a forbidden area and sank. There is no pure land on the other side. Blood Rose said. You know a lot. Chu Yuan said. After I become the supreme god, I will know more. Whatever your majesty wants to know, I will tell you. Xuanhuan said directly. But at this moment, her eyes froze, and she saw that the huge Shenzhou was taken away by Chu Yuan with a wave. Let's break through the supreme first. Under the leadership of Xuanhuan, the distance to that place was getting closer and closer, but Chu Yuan stopped suddenly. There was no sign of his human emperor sword, and there was an inexplicable fluctuation suddenly, which made him pay attention. What's wrong? Xuanhuan asked, strangely. Nothing, it's just that there are some strange sensations suddenly, let's move on. Chu Yuan sank toward the great abyss of burial. The closer he got to that place, the more violent the fluctuations transmitted from the emperor's sword were. It is very likely that the treasure land is related to the emperor. #C1068 Domination 3. It's finally here. At first, Xuanhuan was needed to guide the direction, but later, Chu Yuan led her away with that feeling. A miracle appeared in front of them at this moment. The four different forces are still crazily intertwined even after eternity, and the crashing collision seems to see four powerful men who are invincible in the world. Even though he died long ago, he is still fighting. The fallen supreme powerhouse. Chu Yuan's feeling of this power is definitely not comparable to that of the Lord of the Blood Dragon Palace. I'm afraid that if the supreme god here is resurrected, killing the blood dragon will be like playing. How to get in? Although she found the place, Xuanhuan encountered a difficulty. The huge vortex in front of her made it impossible for her to enter. Don't panic, I have a way. Chu Yuan grasped the Renhuang sword, and suddenly a supreme force swept out, like the master of all living beings, and the master of both humans and gods. The moment he swung forward, all kinds of chaotic laws retreated, and under the awe of the human emperor's holy sword, he actually forked a path independently. This scene is like splitting the sea in two. What a powerful artifact! Xuanhuan could see that the sword in Chu Yuan's hand was by no means comparable to ordinary supreme artifacts. Human sovereign holy sword, the sword of human faith. Although in Chu Yuan's hands it was only the might of the supreme divine artifact, but at its peak, in the hands of the human sovereign, it could explode with the power of the most top heavenly Tao Saint artifact. The reason is that the belief in humanism gathered by Chu Yuan has not yet reached the level of the human emperor, and the Renhuang sword, the divine sword of luck, cannot exert the power of heaven for the time being. The human emperor's holy sword bears the imprint of the human emperor. When I reach the God of heaven, I must reshape it with the belief of countless creatures and my will. Chu Yuan secretly said. He has a clear direction for his own path. We can go in. Xuanhuan couldn't wait, she could see the treasures there. Under the protection of Renhuang's sword, Chu Yuan and Xuanhuan walked in. What they saw was an ancient battlefield, with fragments of weapons flying around, and the supreme power of each was shaking. The bodies of the four supreme gods. Xuanhuan shouted in shock. Before her eyes, she saw a scene that she would never forget. The bodies of the four supreme gods have gone through the ages, and they are still indelible. These four supreme gods, I'm afraid they have reached the peak of the supreme, and the ordinary supreme cannot exude such power. Chu Yuan also saw it. The first thing that caught my eye was a creature wearing black armor. Although it was a human body, it had a tail growing behind it. It also had fine black scales on its body. This is a hell creature from hell heaven. Xuanhuan said, the heaven of hell is an extremely ancient day, and its strength is much stronger than that of doer heaven. They are extremely warlike, conquering various walks of life, and there are legends of hell everywhere. Chu Yuan nodded. Hell is ancient and has many legends. He also wants to see what it looks like in hell sky. My ghostly person seems to have an attribute of hell? Chu Yuan noticed this. Look, that divine body is filled with demonic energy, It is very obvious that it came from the heaven of 10,000 demons, where the great power of the demonic way is located, and that body with brilliant divine light and the cultivation technique is like the heaven of gods. It must have come from the heaven of all gods. Blood Rose pointed out. Hell heaven, myriad demon heaven, and all gods heaven have a very old history. There are strong people like clouds, and their strength is definitely among the top 5. And this one? Xuanhuan became puzzled. That divine body is a seemingly young man with blood stains all over his body. He is like a god, but not a god. He feels like a human being, an extremely powerful human god. If I'm not mistaken, this divine body comes from the human world. Xuanhuan said lightly. He understood that the abnormal movement of the human emperor sword was due to this divine body from the human world. Human world heaven? Xuanhuan thought about the human world heaven from memory, and was shocked. I remembered, it was indeed called the human world heaven one day, and it was created by the ancient human emperor. At that time, the human emperor suppressed multiple, boundless universes, the human world heaven overwhelming the other 32 days, the gods and demons retreated, but the human world collapsed. It is rumored that in the ancient times, it was the emperor who led the war, and the era of the emperor has passed. It is said that the emperor died. During the great ancient war, the human world and the heavens were also torn apart, turning into the human emperor's ancient domain. That period of time was so far away that it was called the Extreme Ancient Period, also known as the Extreme Ancient War. I should have noticed that the supreme god of the human world heaven was besieged by the supreme being for 3 days. Although he died, he also fought the other 3 gods to death. It was a tragic, bloody battle to the death. Xuanhuan had to take care of this human world. He was also puzzled, why would there be a war in the ancient times, so that the heavens collapsed? And seeing the scene of this battle, he also understood somewhat that human emperor heaven was besieged by many days back then, and Xuanhuan Tian should be on the side of human world heaven. Well, maybe you still know why the great ancient war started and only the oldest heavenly Tao exists. Xuanhuan said, how to deal with these 4 divine bodies? Simple. Xuanhuan suddenly grabbed the god body of the gods, and suddenly his body was burning with fire. The power of the gods is gentle, and it is most suitable for you to break through the supreme. Using a god body at the peak of the gods to help you will help you. You lay the most solid foundation, and I will help you with the great devouring technique. You can break through to the supreme god. Blood Rose was overjoyed. She understood that although she had provided information, she would not have come here without Xuanhuan's magical tool to open the way. And the supreme that breaks through with the divine body of the peak of the supreme god will be even stronger. Boom. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly received a surge of majestic energy. She was only half a step away from the supreme book. At this moment, her power was changing rapidly, and her life level was evolving. Absorb this energy, and Rose will be supreme. Xuanhuan said. Xuanhuan is already her woman, so Xuanhuan will naturally spare no effort to help him. And I want to break through to dominate the 3rd heaven. With a sweep of Xuanhuan's eyes, the divine body of the human world heaven immediately appeared in front of him. The power contained in this divine body is too huge. He has the Emperor's holy sword, which restrains this attribute the most, and suppresses the power fluctuations of the divine body. The great devouring technique is running, and his power is also natural, without any obstacles, and he is like a swallowing door. In a short period of time, this human body of the gods is completely swallowed by him. Dominate the 3 heavens. No surprises. And devouring a divine body, Xuanhuan's power is not the first time to enter the ruler of the 3 heavens, but has reached the even more powerful peak of the ruler, half a step above the supreme. Let him wave his hand, have the power comparable to the supreme god. Ding. The host broke through the ruler's 3rd heaven, obtained 7 million vertex points, Master's Artifact Advanced Card, Supernatural Fruit X9192, Master's God Healing Potion, Star Spirit General X1, Random Lucky Draw Chance X1. Ding! The current main line has been released, Break Through the Supreme God. Xiangwei has also begun to cross the Supreme Tribulation. After Chu Yuan's reward was announced, he looked at Shui Xiangwei, and she was already enveloped by the fluctuation of God's tribulation. Hashtag C1069 Sun, Moon, and Star 3 Gods. The supreme energy contained in a divine body at the pinnacle of the supreme God finally made Shui Qiangwei reach the limit of her strength, and began to usher in the supreme catastrophe. The supreme catastrophe was extremely terrifying, and half a step of supreme power was not enough to save, so he died in the catastrophe. Countless tribulation thunders flashed, violent storms, rumbling down, making the place where blood rose was located a taboo area. The power of the supreme calamity, the ubiquitous rules of heaven and earth. Chu Yuan watched Shui Qiangwei cross the supreme God tribulation and kept thinking. No matter where you are in the catastrophe of a cultivator, even within 33 days, you cannot avoid the catastrophe in the world created by Almighty. He gradually saw the clues in his guesses, which seemed to be a kind of avenue rule for the natural operation of the universe. Although the Supreme God tribulation is a narrow escape, it will change your life level after passing through. Putting supreme within 33 days also has a certain status. The divine calamity lasted for a long time, and Chu Yuan was not worried that Shui Qiangwei would not be able to get through it. It lasted for about 3 days, and Blood Rose was reborn like a fire. Her aura shook and her mana soared. The realm of the Supreme God. Shui Qiangwei's eyes are extremely clear. It has been a long time since she came to Tianduan Mountain from Duertian, and today she finally achieved supreme achievement. She looked at Chu Yuan, and the body of the god in the human world had disappeared. It's not clear what level His Majesty's strength has reached, but with a sudden movement, she slashed down with her palm, and a fierce force burst out at this moment, directly bombarding Chu Yuan. You must know that although she has just broken through, she is nourished by the supreme divine body, which makes her realm of the first layer extremely stable. As long as she meditates for a period of time, even the second layer is within reach. She is wild and wants to challenge Chu Yuan directly. You woman, you have a wild temper. Chu Yuan said lightly, the more interested he is in cross-country. Your Majesty has great powers, let me see if I am qualified to challenge His Majesty. It can be said that she didn't hold back her hands at all. Chu Yuan chuckled, this woman just wants to teach her a lesson, to let her know who is the absolute authority. Immediately, he raised his palm, and the fierce power of the sky shook, and all the mana fell down. The moment Shui Qiangwei bombarded him, she felt violently as if she had been bombarded against an iron wall. So strong. Chu Yuan stood still, making Shui Qiangwei's eyes sparkle. With a movement of her body and a wave of her palm, countless blood thunders burst out, and she used the cover to shoot out the explosion of blood, which was extremely ferocious. The art of sealing. Chu Yuan's sealing power spans time and space, forming many sealing gods. This can't seal me. Shui Qiangwei used all her strength to attack violently, the blood light shot out, and there was a bursting sound, the blood was burning, and the power was increasing sharply. But at this moment, Shui Qiangwei's eyes went dark, and she keenly felt a chill, everything was destroyed, a palm that wiped everything out suddenly descended on the top of her head, and she felt a deadly chill. She froze in place immediately, I lost. She clearly knew that Chu Yuan didn't use all his strength to fight her, he was just playing with her. If the palm fell just now, the supreme body she had cultivated so hard would be broken. Your Majesty's current divine power can already kill the supreme god. Okay, stop making trouble. Chu Yuan patted her on the head lightly, and said, although your foundation is solid, you don't know much about the realm of the supreme god. After going back this time, you can practice at the time reversed in the Tianyu, and you don't need to guess what I am. Strength, as long as you know, even if you are supreme, you cannot escape from my palm. Your Majesty is domineering. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes at him. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do with the two divine bodies? Naturally, bring it back to the Empire and cultivate the strong. Xuanhuan wants to bring back the divine body and integrate the supreme energy into the national destiny, so that the Empire can produce more strong people who can support one side in a short time, so as to produce a more powerful national destiny. He needs to gather stronger national destiny, with the power of the divine dynasty and the might of the most vast empire, to let himself break through the realm of the supreme god in one fell swoop. Gathering national luck, the more good sites there are, the more powerful people there will be, which will produce a siphon snowball effect. Once these two divine bodies are turned into energy, the Empire will have many more powerful people, which will greatly alleviate the embarrassment of insufficient mid to high-end combat power. He also saw the Star Spirit battleship in the system space. It was a woman with a cold face, wearing a star-like battle armor, and the strength to dominate the three heavens. The sun, the moon and the star are the three forces. With a wave of his palm, the two divine bodies entered the system space for storage. Blood Changwei was no longer surprised. She knew that Xuanhuan had a terrifyingly large space. No matter it was the universe or all kinds of violent things, they could all be put in it. Rumble. After all four divine bodies disappeared, this piece of time and space could no longer be maintained, and a collapse and depression occurred. The power was astonishing, and the supreme god was even in danger of being sucked into it. Go, let's get out of here first. Xuanhuan can be said to be full of ambition, the limit of the ruler's cultivation. If the blood dragon comes in front of him, he will ruthlessly wrestle his dragon's head off. Changwei, you have made great achievements this time, and I will reward you greatly. Xuanhuan was in a great mood. Breakthrough is already the greatest reward, but I will not refuse His Majesty's reward for me. I am very greedy. Xuanhuan said, with the strength of the Supreme Realm, there are many places that I couldn't go to before, but now I don't have any fear. The way of heaven is buried in the great abyss of burial, and there is a disappearing power of the way of heaven. Xuanhuan said lightly, the very ancient battle indeed reveals a lot of doubts. The great ancient war had something to do with the human emperor, so Xuanhuan couldn't help but not care about it. After all, the human emperor's sword was in his hands. I'm not sure about this. The rumors are like this, but the mystery of the great burial abyss is indeed a power that surpasses the supreme. Xuanhuan said, why, Your Majesty, you want to explore the disappearing way of heaven? I have this idea, but not now. Xuanhuan smiled. He is not in a hurry. The disappearing way of heaven cannot be explored even by the existence of the series of Tiandu City Lord. Bang bang bang. Time and space exploded continuously. Due to the disappearance of the four divine bodies, a chain explosion occurred in the great abyss of burial. If you want to leave, you have to change the way to leave. Then, what is that? And just as they rushed upwards and returned to Tanhing Tianyu, Xuanhuan suddenly stopped in place. She looked to the front, an incomparably huge giant emitting a thick and simple aura. Xuanhuan also looked over. This giant turned its back to them. He saw countless mountains, rivers, and there were even cities on them. There were creatures in the cities that created all kinds of prosperous and bright civilizations. Have a look. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan came to the strongest side of the giant. It actually has limbs and a tortoise-like head, as if an old tortoise has been magnified countless times, like an extremely huge star. I can see it, this is the orc bear. #C1070-U. -U. Xuanhuan's face was shocked. This is an ancient beast race, and every -U is born with great strength. They will wander in multiple circles, devouring various substances in multiple circles to strengthen themselves. The most notable thing is that they carry a huge world behind them, Bear the mountain, and carry the world on your back. The negative you in front of him was obviously awakened by the previous explosion, and its strength has also reached the level of the supreme god. At this moment, negative you saw the two dust-like creatures in front of him. He didn't care at all. Its huge body suddenly hit the past, or it moved instinctively. What a beast! When negative you moved, his body seemed huge and slow, but in fact it was extremely fast, in an instant, in a flash of light years. Moreover, Xuanhuan obviously felt that the time and space around her were frozen, and the juggernaut would be directly hit to death by it. I'll clean it up. Xuanhuan's breakthrough was the most fulfilling time. She drew out the bloody knife, and a blood-colored Milky Way slashed down. It was 1,000,000 feet tall and fell straight down. But what made her look ugly was that negative you just shook his head. His body was not even shaken at all, just like tickling. Not to mention being injured, the whole body is indestructible. Can't move it. Xuanhuan could see that the level of negative you was actually not much higher than her. But relying on its own body, it doesn't care even if a few supreme heavens come, and they can't shake it in the slightest. It's not surprising, it's very difficult and troublesome to deal with Lingyue. I once read an ancient book. A half-heavenly Taoist Lingyue escaped from the hands of the heavenly Tao god when he met the heavenly Tao god. Although it looks big, it is very fast, quick, and the power to travel through time and space. Xuanhuan said. Negative you's offense and defense are perfect. Can fight and run fast. If we say that there are shortcomings, of course, it is that the spiritual intelligence is too low. Although this Baryu has supreme strength, but his thoughts are chaotic, just like a child. Heaven and earth gave it a perfect and powerful divine body, but didn't give it too much wisdom. Its spiritual growth is too slow. Xuanhuan said lightly. Hit and can't hit, it's really troublesome for Xiaoyu. Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan. Meeting negative you is a great opportunity. Suppressing and subduing a negative you means that there will be a war fortress in our empire that integrates defense and attack speed. This negative you, I want it, and it can't escape from my palm. Heart. King Xuanhuan came to the world, and the mighty divine power surged out, and infinite energy swept towards Lingyue. The value of negative you is too great, even several supreme gods are far inferior to it. Negative you let out a deep roar, and its huge claws fell down. To it, Xuanhuan was smaller than dust, just that one slap. Xuanhuan's divine power is mighty, majestic, and tall. As soon as negative you's claws fell, he was shocked by a terrifying force, and then a boundless giant hand as big as a star slammed upwards. Negative you's giant claws couldn't fall down, and its body was thrown out fiercely. It actually shook negative you. Xuanhuan was shocked by Xuanhuan's mighty power. Boom! An overwhelming momentum came out. Xuanhuan turned into a black hole, and the boundless waves were swallowed by him, and the terrifying giant hand that was enough to cover Lingyu fell and slapped it directly on the back. Relying on his own strong defense, negative you was not afraid at all and let the giant hand shake him down. But the next moment, it let out a mournful sound, and the giant hand fell down, and with a will to dominate everything, it penetrated into its body, and it rolled in pain in the void. Maybe we can really subdue negative you today. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, knowing that her destiny was closely linked with Shenwu Shenchao. Negative you roared in a low voice, manic and restless. Although the human being in front of him is small, the aura in its soul is like a monstrous giant, suppressing it. Although its spiritual intelligence is low, it is its instinct to flee when it encounters danger. Suddenly, its limbs seem to be paddling in the sea, and it is necessary to flee. Can't let it get away. Xuanhuan shouted. Suppressing and defeating negative you is not the hardest thing, the hardest thing is to catch it. It can't run. Xuanhuan sealed the time and space with the sealing door, and suddenly there was a loud noise that shook the world. It was Negative You who hit the seal, and it roared in horror, and the time and space around it were sealed, making it impossible to travel. The sealed gate stands in the air, constantly emitting the sealing spirit. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered again, and it seemed that this His Majesty possessed too many amazing fetishes. Lao Ju, surrender to me, obey my orders, and spare you from dying. Chu Yuan's voice boomed, and he descended from the sky, like an ancient lord of gods, stepping on Ling Yu's back. His strength was so powerful that even when Negative You was stepped on, he felt that he couldn't move. He made a furious sound, trying to twist his body wildly, but he just couldn't shake the Emperor on his back. There are strands of black light gushing out from Ling Yu's back, as thick as water, containing a wave of destroying the world, intending to destroy Chu Yuan. But Chu Yuan ran the great devouring technique indifferently, and how much power Negative You released was swallowed by him. The monstrous and infinite power was still suppressing it, making it unable to escape. Boom! Infinite and mighty divine power, Chu Yuan forcibly suppressed it with the majesty of the Emperor, and the human Emperor's holy sword came out. His will was above the negative mountain, and the long river of humanity immediately submerged it. Countless wills are pouring into Ling Yu's mind. Its intelligence itself is low, and Chu Yuan, with the power of a human emperor, is instilling in it his will to be invincible and irresistible, constructing an inviolable image of an emperor in its mind. The light of Xuanhuan kept vibrating, and the Negative You kept screaming. At the end, it prostrated itself on all fours, making a gesture representing submission. Under You surrendered, it is still afraid of death. Blood Rose laughed. I suppressed it with force this time, and I also want to give it some benefits. Chu Yuan searched the system space and took out a large amount of primordial stones to feed to Ling Yue. Negative You happily ate it now. But this bear is too good to eat. They eat it as soon as they are born. They eat all kinds of precious magical materials and various primordial stone veins. To cultivate it, the power of the Supreme God Empire is difficult to support. Otherwise, even though they have the talent of the world, the strength grows extremely slowly. Blood Rose said. I know this. It is indeed a big trouble to train Negative You. You can eat it. Chu Yuan smiled and said, but don't worry too much about it. Resources are used to spend in useful places. I am also fighting in multiple ways. If you have Zhao Yu as the vanguard, it will be easier for the army to fight. As long as the dynasty continues to expand, enough to satisfy its consumption. However, it is only temporarily suppressed now. Its will is too low. I want to build a soul brand in its mind. As long as this soul brand is blown away, it will obediently obey my words. Chu Yuan let Ling Yu enter the system space first, and then returned to Tanhing Tianyu with Xuanhuan. #C1071 Offense instead of defense. When Chu Yuan returned to Tanhing Tianyu, it was peaceful and nothing major happened. Your Majesty actually subdued a giant beast with supreme strength. If I don't strengthen my strength, I will fall out of favor in front of your Majesty. After Lay Beast saw Negative You, he was also anxious. It is the master of the second heaven, and its strength is not slow to rise, but the arrival of the Negative You makes it feel the pressure. Be stronger, must become stronger. Thunder Beast roared inwardly. Qiangwei, you should cultivate quietly first, and comprehend the supreme power. Chu Yuan asked Xuanhuan to practice. And he smashed the bodies of the two supreme gods into endless divine powers, integrated them into the power of the empire's national destiny, and turned them into majestic powers. Suddenly, in the sweep of the long river of humanity, he went to all parts of the empire to help the strong are promoted. The three beams of light, the sun, the moon, and the stars, shine, forming the vision of the heaven, earth, universe, and billions of galaxies. This light is too bright, rendering it a spectacle. It is the three great generals who are cultivating, and their power reflects each other, like the power of the five elements, forming a complementary cycle that allows their realm to be promoted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed in the multiverse. And within the Empire, it was reversed for a long time. The energy of the two supreme gods was quickly consumed by the masters of the Empire under the operation of Xuanhuan, and the benefit in exchange was a large number of promotions for the powerful Empire. The three gods of the sun, moon, and star will break through the half-step supremacy one after another, and the three of them will unite their auras, jointly stimulate the god formation, and even burst out the divine power against the supremacy. The god of war breaks through to dominate the third heaven, and he is comprehending the terrifying artistic conception contained in the Five Fingers Mountain. There are countless promotions in other realms. Ha 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 ha, I have also broken through to the third heaven. It didn't take long for Shenwu Shenchao to enter the multiverse, and he broke through to the third heaven. Although he had the support of the resources of the Empire, he was still considered talented, and the Thunder Beast was laughing. But when I think about it, there is also a bear you pressing on the top of his head, and it wilted down. That is an existence that is infinitely more terrifying than it. Oh? The mysterious one went straight to the half-step supreme. Xuanhuan observed the promotion of the strong throughout the Empire. He was a little surprised that Shenyu Zhi rushed from the second heaven to the half-step supreme in a short period of time, faster than the god of war. It quickly occurred to him that the attributes of the ghosts also matched the attributes of Hell Heaven, and it was obvious that he had absorbed the breath from Hell from the body of the supreme god of Hell Heaven, which made it so fast. Xuanhuan nodded. This time, the Empire was promoted as a whole. Stronger national destiny. Xuanhuan is the emperor, he can feel the growth of the Empire's luck, and it is several times stronger than before. And the stronger the luck, the easier it is for him to break through to the supreme, and the stronger the strength the feedback provides him. His human emperor's holy sword has the imprint of divine martial arts, and it also explodes with stronger power as the strength of the Empire grows. Palace Master, look, the national fortune of Shenwu is growing so fast, and it is growing rapidly every day. What happened? Xianyun Palace was also taken aback by Shenwu Shenchao's dramatic increase in luck. It was really too fast, such a monstrous change in just a few months. There are only two possibilities. One is that Shenwu may have annexed a large area of Tianyu, but this is unrealistic. Shenwu, including their emperor, is in Tanhing Tianyu. Palace Master Xianyun analyzed, then it is the second possibility. In a short period of time, a large number of masters of Shenwu will be promoted. The more powerful people are, the stronger the national fortune will be, and the stronger the strength will be given back to the emperor. The great thing about it is that it can gather the fortune of the country and be blessed, so the strength of the emperor of each god dynasty is also extremely terrifying. The responsibility of establishing a god dynasty is much greater than that of sex, but there are also many benefits. According to the Palace Master's analysis, it is very likely that Shenwu will get a lot of resources in a short period of time, and the promotion of masters will blow out. A strong man said, "Palace Master, what should we do next?" "Treat it calmly, look at Chiyu Palace's actions, they are more anxious than us." Palace Master Xianyun said indifferently, "How is the order done?" "Well, there are indeed many geniuses in Tanhing Tianyu. Taking this opportunity, we discovered a lot and got a lot of resources." "Very good. My Xianyun Palace only needs talents and resources. Tanhing Tianyu itself is not too valuable to us." Palace Master Xianyun said. "What's going on? The national fortune of Shenwu is skyrocketing, showing the momentum of a real dragon and tiger. Is this sudden skyrocketing power trying to provoke me, Chidian?" The people in Akabane Hall were obviously more anxious. Xianyun Palace is nothing to fear, but Shenwu standing here is the biggest threat, and they cannot be allowed to continue. The people in Akabane Hall were in turmoil. "His Majesty." Inside the Shenzhou, the god of war was in front, and said, "There has been a change in the Qiyu Palace. I have detected a large number of masters entering from outside the Tanhing Tianyu. The purpose is obvious. This is to target our Shenwu Shenqiao, and we must respond. Now, the strength of Shenwu Shenqiao has risen sharply, everyone is warlike and wants to fight. Option 1, use defense instead of offense, defend against Qibane Temple's attack, get 30,000 vertex points, and designate the supreme artifact X1. Option 2, use offense instead of defense, attack Qiyu Temple, get 30,000 vertex points, and randomly draw supreme artifact X1. The matter of Tanhing Tianyu is indeed going to be resolved. Zhu Yuan said lightly, it was never his character to be passively beaten. Now that Shen Wuguang is supreme, there are Shui Qiangwei and Zhao Yu, as well as his existence whose strength cannot be guessed by the realm. Akabane Palace hadn't attacked yet, but seeing the soaring fortunes of the Shen Wuxian dynasty, he was afraid and dared not send troops at will. After all, the shadow of the failure of the last attack was still there. And if time continues to drag on, there will be more Qibane Temple powerhouses in the Tanhing Tianyu. He is not afraid, but destroying the entire Tanhing Tianyu and turning it into ruins is not what he wants. It is the best choice to take advantage of the time when all the strong people in Qiyu Temple are not fully assembled, and to defeat them in one fell swoop. Tanhing Tianyu is the closest supreme god Tianyu to the Shen dynasty. Its strategic position is obvious. If this domain is occupied, a large army can be dispatched. With the two domains as the starting and ending lines, the connection will be opened, and the Shen dynasty will take a step forward. The Battle of Broken Mountain provides support. Zhu Yuan Dao, I ordered that I personally lead the army to attack the Qiyu Palace with the force of thunder, and sweep them out of the Tanhing Tianyu. Offensive and defensive transition. This time it was Zhu Yuan's turn to attack Qiyu Temple. Yes. A group of rulers and generals took the order. They were gearing up, and their strength had greatly increased. They had long wanted to fight a big battle. Ding! The current branch line has been released, and you will be promoted to the Supreme God Dynasty. The system task is suddenly released. Zhu Yuan's face moved slightly. In fact, the gods are divided into levels, the supreme gods, and the heavenly gods. Although the current Shenwu has the combat power of the supreme god, it is actually not enough. The main reason is that the number of territories is not enough to be promoted to the luck of the supreme god, and this needs to conquer a large number of heavens. Very good, step by step, gather more national fortunes, conquer more heavens, use this as a driving force, let my realm be supported by the vast gods, and hit the supreme realm in one fell swoop. Zhu Yuan was so ambitious and stood upright, he ordered, start from Tanhing Tianyu now. #C1072 Brain Tonic. Rumble. Akabane Temple is stationed, and the army is stationed. Suddenly the mountains shook, and an infinite storm spanned distant time and space at this moment. The sky suddenly became extremely bright, and the precise strike covered it. In just an instant, violent destructive power swept down. Although the restriction was opened in time, a large number of people were still bombarded and turned into ashes. Enemy attack. The defense is on, the army is ready to fight. The monstrous voice came out in an instant, and the master of the Blood Dragon Hall was shocked. He didn't expect that Shenwu Shenqiao would dare to take the initiative to attack. Shouldn't he obediently wait for them to ravage and attack? Their reaction speed was also very fast. After a wave of blows from Shenwu, the army immediately faced it. In the distance, a large number of warships crossed time and space, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The artillery fire did not stop for a moment. The blood dragon stood in the air, its eyes were rolling, and its expression was not good-looking. The threat of the opponent's artillery fire to the army was too great. Humph. I was afraid that if you stick to your position, you will pay a higher price for attacking, but since you are here, don't be afraid, this is our main battlefield. The blood dragon clapped his hands together, and the sea of blood was filled with blood, and that energy also turned into a large formation. Kill! 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 Countless martial arts warriors wore murderous and solemn black armor, each with a murderous intent. Appearing from the battleship, they were neatly arranged in an army formation, and the cold light of their weapons reflected. Blood Dragon, it seems that they didn't take you seriously and dared to take the initiative to attack. A woman's voice came out slowly, and then a woman with a good figure and an enchanting complexion appeared, and she was also the supreme god. Stop talking nonsense and beat them hard. The Blood Dragon was in a bad mood. The equipment is excellent, and I don't even have it in the Akabane Palace. If it falls into our hands, the strength will definitely skyrocket. The woman's eyes are bright. Xuanhuan's equipment is indeed enviable. Not to mention her Akabane temple, she is top-notch in 33 days. With an army that is not much different, if one side is better equipped, it will be crushed. Kongyu, that's you, I just invited you here. You have the best relationship with me among the lords of the Akabane palaces. I have forgotten you when it was good? This Xuanhuan, this palace has fought against them before, but the set you and I can still deal with it. The Blood Dragon looked at the master of Kongyu Palace, and said coldly, now the palace is taking advantage of the good opportunity of the war between the two great kingdoms to expand aggressively. You and I must also seize this good opportunity. Good. The Lord of Kongyu Palace also put away his previous loose posture, and his eyes became sharp and fierce. The general trend of the world is endless, and the Red Feather Hall is also seizing the opportunity to expand. Fight against them and see how powerful they are. The Lord of Kongyu Hall waved his hand, and the two armies appeared immediately. Although the Red Feather Hall was not as good as the two great kingdoms of God, it was still very strong. Looking at the army of divine martial arts rushing towards them, they did not show any signs of fear. Destroy Akabane. Chu Yuan's voice came out so powerfully that people's hearts trembled suddenly. This is the voice of the divine martial god emperor. The master of the Kongming Palace trembled in her heart. This supreme coercion made her feel like the sky was falling, and her eyes were darkened. Okay. Thunderbolt, defeat them. It was God of War who charged forward. He is already the ruler of the third heaven, and with his fighting spirit against the sky, he can fight against half-step supremacy. He commanded the army, advancing with a heavily armed army, and then followed by the fighting army from all walks of life, showing the morale of martial arts and supernatural equipment. Humph. In the previous battle, I have never seen Xuanhuan have too many half-step supremacy. In this way, you and I will join forces, and then I will block that Xuanhuan God Emperor, Kongyu, and you will kill him with your supreme strength them. The Blood Dragon caught the weakness that the top masters of Xuanhuan lacked. What's the use of your army being powerful? As long as there are strong men who can disrupt the balance of the battlefield, they will be the target of wanton massacres. Okay, no problem. Palace Master Kongyu replied. Boom. At this moment, the two armies had already fought together, turning into two chaotic torrents. Originally, the strong men of the Red Feather Hall were looking for Blood Rose, but suddenly three gods representing the three powers of the sun, moon, and stars appeared, and they rushed out brazenly. What, this power? The Blood Dragon's eyeballs were about to pop out, three of them teamed up, it's incomparable, why haven't we seen it before in a battle? Since others dare to attack, they naturally have hidden power, which is not surprising. The face of Kongyu Palace Master is peaceful. Even so, it doesn't make us unable to parry. The Blood Dragon stared at the most majestic place of the Xuanhuan army, and sternly shouted, Xuanhuan God Emperor, fight me. Your opponent is me, not the God Emperor. The blood mist swept in, and it was Xuanhuan who appeared on the field. She looked at the blood dragon with fierce eyes, with a thorny blood whip wrapped around her waist, and a blood knife in her hand, with a bloodthirsty look on her face. "You woman, dare to fight me?" Blood Dragon naturally knew Xuanhuan, and beheaded 2 of his generals, but suddenly his expression changed drastically. "No, you are not the ruler, but the real Supreme God." "Blood Dragon, why did Supreme God appear?" Lord Kongyu gradually felt something bad in his heart. "How would I know?" The Blood Dragon was also aggrieved, but then said, "I understand, no wonder she was able to kill 2 of my generals that day. She must have hidden her cultivation. What a despicable means, pretending to be a ruler. Her aura is thick and steady, absolutely not, it's like just breaking through." He was making up his mind, and only this explanation made sense. "I'll fight her." Palace Master Kongyu was still talking, but her body was transparent, and she was in front of Xuanhuan in an instant. What she practiced was the Tao of space, and she immediately slapped the void around Xuanhuan into chaos. Just in time. Blood Rose is looking forward to a battle with Supreme. At this moment, Shui Long's eyes widened, and he saw a huge monster moving over. Its fierce aura suppressed the audience, and he felt great oppression. Negative you. Of course, the Blood Dragon recognized the famous negative you among the orcs, and his head was also buzzing. What the hell happened, and why did such a ferocious creature, negative you, appear in this battlefield? He felt very clearly that this negative mountain was also the power of the Supreme God. Negative you also saw him, and Dang Kong slapped it down with a huge paw, blasting infinite void. The Blood Dragon roared and turned into a dragon shape, fighting against negative you, but it felt extremely unequal, as if a small reptile was shaking a universe, and was immediately shot out. "Blood Dragon, tell me what's going on, why is there a negative you?" The Lord Kongyu was also angry. "You ask me, how do I know that if this hall deceives you, it will fight you here? It must be the method of the God of Martial God. He is such a ruthless conspiracy. He deliberately concealed his strength and deceived us all." The Blood Dragon was angry and aggrieved, he could only think so. #C1073 Heavenly Blood Vine. The Blood Dragon was helpless under this kind of blow. The battle situation had been crushed, and the casualties were heavy in a short period of fighting. How did he know that the opponent would suddenly show up with so many powerful combat forces, disrupting his plan and leaving him helpless? "This battle can no longer be fought, we must withdraw." The Blood Dragon knew that he had been calculated. The Emperor's heart is like an abyss, unfathomable. He doesn't know what other backhands Xuanhuan has. If he continued to fight, he was likely to die here, and he also made a long howling sound, telling the army to retreat. "I don't want to fight anymore." The Lord of Kongyu Palace took the lead to withdraw from the battlefield. Instead of gaining benefits in this battle, he suffered heavy losses. He felt very upset and would become a joke in Chiyu Palace. Although the Red Feather Palace army withdrew in a timely manner, they still suffered heavy losses in the pursuit of Xuanhuan, leaving behind the bones of countless strong men, and retreated in embarrassment. Occupy here. The Xuanhuan army occupied the territory of Akabane Hall and became the new master. "Palace Master, this battle is over." An elder of Xuanyun Palace was also shocked. "I thought this would be a stalemate for a long time, but who would have thought that it would end so quickly?" And the troops of Blood Dragon and Palace Master Kongyu were completely crushed. Xuanyun Palace's plan to watch a play was also completely broken. He actually lost you, and Xuanyun Palace could only withdraw from the Tanhing Tanyu. Fortunately, during this period of time, we have also gained a lot of benefits, but before that, this palace is going to visit the God Emperor of Martial Arts, to convey some kindness. Palace Master Xuanyun suddenly came to the battlefield, and said, "I, Xuanyun, pay homage to the God Emperor. The battle of the God Emperor has opened my eyes, and I will be able to rule Tianduan Mountain in the future. Palace Master Xuanyun doesn't plan to stay for a while longer to see my martial style." I have a suggestion. It's better to merge Xuanhuan Palace into Xuanwu as a whole. It's better to fight with me on this majestic broken mountain than the palace master alone. It is good. Chu Yuan's voice boomed. Your Majesty was joking, my Xuanhuan Palace is in Xuanhuan Tianyu, and I welcome your Majesty's visit. Palace Master Xuanhuan secretly sighed at the Emperor's huge appetite, and wanted to swallow her Xuanhuan Palace as a whole. However, the goodwill has been expressed today, and it can be regarded as making some friendship, and it will be good for people who meet this god dynasty to meet each other in the future. She immediately led the troops from Xuanhuan Palace to withdraw. God of War, lead people to take over the entire Tanhing Tianyu. This will be the territory of the god dynasty. Immediately enforce the laws of the gods and make rules in the entire Tianyu. Chu Yuan ordered. Follow your Majesty's order. The Red Feather Palace retreated, the Xuanhuan Palace retreated, and there were no more powerful opponents in the Tanhing Tianyu. The surviving souls of the people in this heaven were also included in the divine martial arts, influencing them with the long river of humanity. The people of Tanhing Tianyu have little resistance to becoming the people of Xuanwu. First of all, Xuanwu was not able to kill Tanhing's supreme god, and Xuanwu saved many fleeing people at the most chaotic time, sheltered them, and calmed down the turmoil in the Tianyu in a very short time. Everyone in Tanhing Tianyu saw it in their eyes and remembered it in their hearts. Otherwise, with the ruling method of Chiyu Temple, they will all become slaves, and they will never be reborn forever. The reign of the divine martial god emperor left an indelible impression on their hearts. We will always remember His Majesty Wanen, and we are willing to serve His Majesty to rebuild the Tanhing Tianyu. The creatures of Tanhing Tianyu knelt down to thank God Emperor Xuanwu. The three gods of the sun, moon, and star will open up the route from the Tanhing Tianyu to the Xuanwu Tianyu, and conquer those heavens along the way. The expansion of the divine dynasty is urgent. Chu Yuan sent the order again. Yes. The three gods will take the lead. Hundreds of millions of galaxies, countless suns and moons ups and downs, the three gods will be together as the real supreme. Chu Yuan let them act with confidence. He could see that the three gods would have been a blockbuster if they hadn't made their debut, and they would break through together when they broke through to the top, but the most important thing is to keep up with the resources of the gods. Your Majesty, what are you doing? God of War asked. He clenched his hands tightly, eager for strength. God of War, you have other tasks. Go to the Five Fingers Mountain, break through the half-step supremacy, and comprehend your supreme way. Now you should focus on cultivation, and don't worry about other things, for the time being. Chu Yuan said. Once God of War breaks through to supreme, his strength is terrifying, but he can fight against adversity, and Chu Yuan also values him very much. What about me? Thunder Beast couldn't sit still. You go to practice with the God of War, don't waste your talent, swallow the God's Tribulation Star, you have the ability to manipulate the God's Tribulation, and the resources are supplemented by the God Dynasty. I am very optimistic about you. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty is very fond of me. Thunder Beast was overjoyed, but when he saw the God of War, he immediately sank down. Going to practice with him would not lead a good life for him. Come on, Thunder Beast, follow His Majesty's instructions and break through to a higher realm. As soon as the God of War caught the Thunder Beast, he immediately entered Five Fingers Mountain. The territory of the China God dynasty in Tanhing Tianyu and the three generals of the sun, moon and stars are still conquering and expanding, and the pressure on Lu Qianfu is also great. After all, there are so many territories and so many creatures entering, it is also a rule for the order of the God dynasty. We need to send more people to assist him in managing it. Chu Yuan thought. Conquest is not only as simple as incorporating the territory, but also the most important management. People from the Land Reclamation Group continue to investigate the combat power of Tianye Kingdom and Mingsong Kingdom. I need to know how far their battles have come. Xuanhuan was methodical, controlled the overall situation, and distributed the tasks. The situation in this area has gradually stabilized. As for the next step, Xuanhuan has to formulate a strategy based on the trends of the two great kingdoms. The long river of humanity is shrouded, and Xuanhuan absorbs multiple energies and reverses time. Ding! The host won the Frost Soft Armor X1 through the Supreme Artifact Lottery. This is a supreme artifact, a soft armor like frost, and the quality of the ones drawn from the system will not be bad. Although this soft armor is not as powerful as heavy armor, it is light and can be worn next to the body as an inner armor. Xiangwei, I give you this Xuanhua soft armor, take it. Xuanhuan was in the palace, looking at Xiangwei. Of course I want His Majesty's things, but I'm very greedy. Xiangwei put on this soft armor directly in front of Xuanhuan, and said, Your Majesty, how about I put on this soft armor? Not bad. Xuanhuan looked at her. In Duertian, there is a heavenly fetish, called the blood vine of heaven. If the leather armor woven from its vines is terrifying, I only got a vine from the chaos when I narrowly escaped death. The 33 heavens is vast and rich in resources, the most noble 33 pieces of heaven and earth. The resources are not comparable to Tianduan Mountain, and the 33 heavens will also set foot there. Xuanhuan said with a smile. He can also breathe a little easier now. The inclusion of Tanhing Tianyu and the surrounding Tianyu greatly expanded the territory of Shenwu, and the national fortune was showing a dramatic expansion every moment. When he reached a peak, he became the supreme day. Now, after he acquired those territories, he let the conquest of Shenwu temporarily enter a kind of calm, and distributed all the resources he got, so that a new group of strong men who could fight was born again in the empire. And also take advantage of this time to condense the national destiny. Territories that are not united into national destiny are useless. Has Your Majesty forgotten one thing? Xiangwei whispered in his ear. I haven't forgotten, you were talking about the old snapping turtle. Recently, the old snapping turtle jumped very badly. Xuanhuan said lightly. #C1074 Way of Predators. That's right, that old snapping turtle. Xiangwei felt cold and gritted her teeth and said, The plundering group is making slow progress there, and they are timid in doing things. They have made no progress at all. It is precisely because of the threat of this old snapping turtle. If you don't solve it, don't even think about having a big problem in the holy city develop. The matter of Tanhing Tianyu and the surrounding Tianyu has been decided, and the old snapping turtle really needs to solve it. Xuanhuan said. The line of the Predator's holy city is still very important. For the time being, they don't have the ability to mine or at the Tianxue ancient mine, so they still need to use it there. Where is that old snapping turtle now? Still in the holy city, it has never returned to its own cave. It is exactly like this, and it poses a great threat. Xiangwei was in a bad mood, and was beaten by the old snapping turtle several times in the holy city. This time she wanted to retaliate fiercely by pulling its tendons and peeling off its tortoise shell. How does His Majesty plan to solve it? The Predator's way. Xuanhuan said. Okay, just use the Predator's way. Xiangwei's eyes brightened. The so-called way of predators is to rob and kill directly. There is no need to make any sense. If you are unhappy, they will kill you and rob you. I will leave Tanhing Tianyu to guard you. Xuanhuan left Lingyue and Tanhing Tianyu, immediately took Xiangwei's hand, and disappeared into the vast diversity. The holy city of the looters is like a day for thousands of years, and the eternal theme is killing and looting. Although it has been a short time since Xuanhuan left, the atmosphere here has become quite different. The reason for this was the battle between the heavenly Nirvana God Kingdom and the Mingsong God Kingdom, which caused shocks in half of the Duan Mountain, and a large number of forces changed and perished. Recently, there have been a lot more black goods in the Holy City. The origins of some black goods are well known, but they cannot be put on the bright side. The Holy City has assumed this responsibility, and it is also its greatest role. Wait for the ancestor to break through to the second heaven. Your stronghold will be destroyed. The ancestor of the snapping turtle stayed here during this period of time, precisely to collect resources on the market. In front of him, there were also dozens of heavenly blood divine stones, and the hazy blood light connected together, like the way of heaven, was fascinating. Just these heavenly blood divine stones cost half of the ancestor's wealth. You guys in Tianjuanqing are really black-hearted. You are the ones who know how to plunder in Tianjuanqing today. Harvest our wealth. The ancestor of the crocodile turtle is also in pain. He clearly knew that Tianduan Mountain would not even charge a tenth of the cost to extract these resources, so he just harvested his wealth. And there is no way to compete. For the breakthrough of the realm, I endured it. The ancestor of the crocodile turtle said viciously. Old snapping turtle, come out and die. Boom. Right at the place where the ancestor of the snapping turtle retreated, a tyrannical divine power suddenly emerged, followed by continuous explosions, and deadly murderous intent rushed in an instant. Who dare to disturb Patriarch Qingxiu? The ancestor of the snapping turtle also made an angry sound, scolding him, the old snapping turtle, which was aimed at him. Immediately after he appeared angrily, he saw a bloody figure standing tall in the sky. It's you, Xuanhuan. He stared at this woman, and suddenly said in surprise, Supreme? You have broken through to the Supreme Realm. Old snapping turtle, you have repeatedly attacked our plundering group, and today you will unload your turtle shell. Xuanhuan held a blood knife in her hand, fierce and fierce. Her character was reckless, and after being with Chu Yuan for a long time, she became more and more lawless. You are too arrogant. You want to come back for revenge, just after you broke through to Supreme, so you think too highly of yourself. Of course the snapping turtle ancestor knew that Xuanhuan wanted revenge. He looked around the void, jumped up suddenly, and hit the claws of the tortoise, tearing the sky and the earth. Although the blood rose is also supreme, but he is also, who is afraid of who really fights. Bang bang bang. Horrific bangs resounded throughout the holy city, and their power spread far and wide, spreading out into the sky. There are two supreme forces fighting, and someone is fighting again in the holy city. A power is the ancestor of the snapping turtle, and who is the power? Oh my god, it's Xuanhuan, she has broken through to the highest level. She came back to find the ancestor of the snapping turtle. The holy city was alarmed, this was a match of the highest level. Every supreme, even the weakest first layer, can be regarded as a regional tyrant in Tianduan Mountain, holding a lot of wealth and territory. Countless people appeared, and they were all watching the confrontation between Xuanhuan and the snapping turtle ancestor. The power is so stable. The ancestor of the crocodile turtle was startled. After his breakthrough, it took a long time to stabilize his realm. Now Xuanhuan gave him the feeling that he had broken through for a long time, and was almost oppressed by the second heaven. I must have obtained a rare treasure, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. The ancestor of the crocodile turtle guessed it, but he was not afraid. He snorted coldly and said, "Huh. The ancestor will not be afraid of you. I have been in the sky for so many years, and I am still afraid of you, a little girl." He rushed out again, tearing his palms apart. Xuanhuan stood still and used all kinds of secret techniques. After reaching Supreme, she released many secret techniques that she could not perform before at this moment, making this place full of blood and fatal brilliance. Blood rose. A wave of her thoughts swept across the time and space of the universe, and in the blood mist, a blood rose bloomed. Suddenly, like the explosion of the universe, it bombarded the ancestor of the snapping turtle. The mana of the ancestor of the snapping turtle collapsed again and again, and was also blown out, and the blood in his body surged. Although he was not injured, he was shocked by the super fighting strength that Xuanhuan displayed. The power to obliterate. She also comprehended the five-finger mountain, and when the palm was struck, there was a wave that wiped out everything, and the face of the ancestor of the snapping turtle changed drastically. My vitality is being wiped out right now. The ancestor of the snapping turtle didn't dare to be careless. He let out a roar, and turned into a gigantic snapping turtle. The turtle's shell was densely covered with hideous spines, ferocious and savage, and his blood-red eyes were fixed on Xuanhuan. The snapping turtle itself. Xuanhuan said indifferently, during the 33-day battle, there were ancient and powerful forces that also liked to capture a large number of snapping turtles to form a battering army. It was like cannon fodder, which was used on the battlefield. Her words were very harsh, and they reached the ears of the snapping turtle ancestor, bluntly. You wanna die? Xuanhuan's words made the snapping turtle ancestor extremely angry. 33 days of wars have been going on year after year, and it is true that a large number of members of the snapping turtle clan have been arrested. Even the monster clan likes to use their snapping turtles to fight in the vanguard, which is a pain that their clan can't erase. The ancestor of the snapping turtle is angry. Interesting, Xuanhuan's breakthrough is supreme, and this woman's words are really unpleasant, but what makes me curious is what kind of resources she got, so that her realm strength can be greatly increased in a short period of time. But the ancestor of the snapping turtle is not easy to deal with. It appears in its own body and has extremely strong defenses. It has no powerful artifacts and crushing mana. It is too difficult to deal with the ancestor of the snapping turtle. Don't worry, wait and see. #C1075 eye drops. Humph. Relying on the hardness of your turtle's shell, you want to be safe and sound. It's ridiculous. You are indeed an old snapping turtle. I'll break your shell. Blood Rose was full of fighting spirit. The unification of Tanhing Tianyu and the conquest of many heavenly domains made the fortunes of the Xuanhuan dynasty skyrocket. And she also got the benefits of the national fortune, and her strength increased greatly. And she continued to strengthen herself with the body of the gods, and her cultivation was progressing very fast. She had already reached the peak of the first heaven, and it was just around the corner to step into the second heaven. She had to take this old snapping turtle. Blood Rose, come to fight. Xuanhuan's provocative words and actions made the ancestor of the snapping turtle so angry that he couldn't stand it no matter how calm he was. They were all in the same situation, so they really had to fight desperately, and the result was not certain. He was burning with rage, the huge tortoise body moved, and the claws like the pillars of the sky skyrocketed. The moment the shock fell, the entire holy city was shaking, and terrifying cracks were torn out in endless places, as if they were about to be destroyed. If it weren't for the fact that there were other supreme beings in the holy city, their magic power was strengthened, and their fight would have destroyed the holy city long ago. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed. She clearly knows the defense. The turtle body is the biggest advantage of the ancestor of the snapping turtle, comparable to a supreme artifact. Immediately, her blood light flashed, and she held the blood light tightly, and the blood mist exploded layer by layer, and fell with a brutal and direct blow. Boom! The destructive storm swept across the surroundings. The ancestor of the snapping turtle shook, and sparks burst into the sky from the turtle's shell. It looked astonishingly powerful, but it was resolved by his defense and did not hurt him at all. Blood Xuanhuan, this is your strength, ha 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 ha, no way. The ancestor of the snapping turtle relaxed a lot and said provocatively. It is indeed an old snapping turtle that can only shrink its head and get beaten. Xuanhuan kept stepping in the void, as if looking for the opponent's weakness. The ancestor will educate you well this time. Even if you become supreme, you'd better be a man with your tail between your legs. The ancestor of the snapping turtle attacked without casting any mysterious spells. All his strength was on his own body. When the turtle body collided, his claws tore apart, the infinite void collapsed, and a lightning-like frenzy rumbled away. Blood rose, resisted with a blood knife. His brows furrowed slightly. Everything is wiped out. At this moment, Xuanhuan's power reached its peak. Her knife was thunderous and violent, and suddenly the blood mist was mixed with other attributes that were more magnificent and huge, which was the national destiny of the God dynasty. The fate of the country was killed with a single knife, and the ancestor of the snapping turtle also felt that the surrounding space and time were severely beaten. Boom! The force of the knife was astonishing. The moment her knife fell on the turtle shell, hundreds of bone spurs on it were cut off. Although it was not painful, the ancestor of the snapping turtle still let out a terrifying roar. Cut! Xuanhuan stood on the turtle shell. Get off! The ancestor of the snapping turtle set off a storm of destruction. The large body has advantages and disadvantages. Humph! Xuanhuan held the knife tightly in both hands. Instilled with supreme mana, she performed a secret technique, which came from Duershan. Immediately the tip of the knife pointed down, the cold light condensed on one point, and slashed fiercely at a striped connection point on the tortoise shell go down. Click! This is the sound of bones being torn apart. Blood Xuanhuan punched a hole in the back of the snapping turtle ancestor, pierced into the flesh, and a stream of blood burst out. This was only a small injury to the huge body of the snapping turtle ancestor, but the defense was broken, and the sting from his back made him go berserk right now. The ancestor of the snapping turtle suffered a big loss, and the strength of Xuanhuan should not be underestimated. A strong man watching the battle said, "Okay, I've opened a blood tank for you, and then you will be unlucky." With a movement of Xuanhuan's palm, a blood-colored vine suddenly flew out, pierced deeply along the blood hole, and ruthlessly pierced into his body. Gulu gulu. This blood-colored vine is actually sucking the blood of the ancestor of the snapping turtle, making the vine more vivid and blood-red. Like a water pipe, it swells up. Ah! What is this? The snapping turtle ancestor yelled. He wanted to destroy the thing that had stuck into his back, but the thing had many barbs that penetrated deep into the flesh. Heavenly blood vine, something that sucks your blood. Xuanhuan sneered. The bloodthirsty vines of heavenly Tao are the most bloodthirsty, and the blood vines of Duershan need a large amount of blood of the highest level to cultivate it. Now the huge body of the snapping turtle ancestor has become a disadvantage instead, providing nourishment. After absorbing the supreme blood, her vine became stronger and stronger. Get out of the ancestor! The ancestor of the snapping turtle was frightened. Being sucked by the heavenly Tao blood vine in this way, his flesh and blood will dry up, and he can clearly feel his vitality is rapidly passing away and his strength is weakening. In the end, he might even be beheaded by Xuanhuan. I'll kill you while you're sick. The blood Xuanhuan blood knife also slashed down violently. Stop! Blood rose. At this moment, the sound of violent drinking came from the holy city, and 4 figures came to stop Xuanhuan at the same time. One of them said, "Okay, the snapping turtle ancestor, you have taught enough, you have to forgive others and forgive others, you don't really want to kill him, right? He already knows that he is wrong, let him go today." Di Han, Lu Rue, are you 4 trying to stop me from killing this old turtle? Xuanhuan's expression was not good. She finally pushed the ancestor of the snapping turtle to a desperate situation, but someone actually stopped her. Of course she recognized that these 4 people were supreme, big figures among the predators. You can't kill the ancestor of the snapping turtle. Wushang named Lu Rue said indifferently, "Old ancestor snapping turtle, the 4 of us are saved, Xuanhuan, you can weigh it up, whether to continue to attack or give up. We can promise you to divide blood Xuanhuan into a place in the holy city, good location, otherwise, it will be difficult for you to accept the goods here in the future, and you will not be able to get along." This is a threat. Naturally, they didn't really want to save his life if they wanted to protect the ancestor of the snapping turtle. It was the growth of Blood Xiangwei's strength that made them feel threatened. The last time they left, they were only a half step to the top, and they had achieved the top in a short period of time. There's nothing outlandish about this, who would believe it? Thinking of the support of the emperor behind her, she knew that Xue Qiangwei must have been instructed to come over so forcefully, and would squeeze their power in the holy city, so they had to be beaten to prevent her from gaining power. Sade. The crocodile ancestor hates it. This time the four supremes joined forces to protect him, not to mention the humiliation. The blood that was absorbed was the essence of his long years of cultivation. This time he would definitely be weak for a long time. It's a pity. The other people in the holy city shook their heads when they saw this scene. The four of them were lost, and the ancestor of the snapping turtle would probably die. So you want me to retreat? The blood rose will not recede. She is very smart, these four people are giving her eye drops. The ancestor of the snapping turtle is not dead, but he is a great enemy, a constant threat. In the future, the plundering group will not be able to collect those goods in the holy city. Her Majesty will also be greatly damaged. Oh? Are you provoking the four of us? Then Lu Rui stepped forward and grabbed it with his hand. He is the pinnacle of the supreme heaven. Today's blood rose is too reckless and must be suppressed. Xue Qiangwei was not afraid at all, and even watched the supreme magic power fall directly, and did not resist. Boom! The sky and the earth roared, countless restrictions in the holy city collapsed, and an infinitely bright light swept over. A divine sword across time and space directly suppressed and killed the holy city, causing violent fluctuations in the sky. C-1076, kill the supreme, establish the emperor's prestige. Not good. The four of them were startled. This divine sword struck from far away in time and space. The monstrous power erupted with infinite aura, which made their faces change. The irresistible thought in their hearts fell directly at the positions of the four of them. Boom! Although the four of them joined forces to bombard, but the moment the divine sword fell, this power, this force, completely defeated their mana, and a monstrous storm swept out, shaking them all aside. The power of a single sword can shake back the four supreme gods. What kind of power is this? Many people are shocked. He made a move. Bloodrose smiled. You four want to stop me from doing things? A figure suppressed the eternal blue sky. He stepped out of the void, and reigned forever, bending the sky with his aura, and looked at them with indifferent eyes. It's him. These four people naturally had a lot of connections with Chu Yuan, but at this moment, the power transmitted from him was completely different from that day, like the sky and God, which gave them a premonition that they could not resist. You really want to forcefully kill the ancestor of the snapping turtle? That Dihan stared at Chu Yuan, and calmly said, give us a face, let the ancestor of the crocodile turtle go once. The forces in the holy city are intricate, and with your wisdom, you will not be ignorant of this point. Too tough, sometimes it is not a good thing. Face is not given by you, but earned. Chu Yuan was fearless, and said indifferently, Qiangwei continues to attack, with me here, I will see who dares to stop without long-sightedness. You. Seeing Chu Yuan completely ignoring their existence, the four of them were furious, but when they thought of his strength, they were also very afraid. The sword attack just now gave them a huge shock. Old snapping turtle, it's time for your death. Xue Qiangwei's eyes were bloodthirsty, and with Chu Yuan's backing, she was fearless, and the blood vine devoured her even more fiercely. The ancestor of the snapping turtle let out an extremely miserable scream. He was roaring, ah! Help me! They entered the holy city this time. If you let them kill me, it won't do you any good, you can't let him succeed. When the four people heard the roar, their faces changed again, and their mana was running to the limit. Indeed, as the ancestor of the crocodile turtle said, the emperor came this time to show his prestige, to shock everyone with the life of a supreme god, and then he will wantonly expand his power and occupy a place in the holy city. The expansion of a power will inevitably squeeze the living space of others. Do you really have to give us face? Lu Rui's face was gloomy. It was you who attacked my woman just now, don't live. Chu Yuan glanced around coldly, and the chill permeated the entire holy city. He knew that the holy city of predators naturally wouldn't just have the four supremes, and there were more powerhouses staring at it to watch the show. He wants to use absolute deterrence. But at this moment, when they heard Chu Yuan's undisguised words of killing, many people's expressions changed in shock. He was too domineering and ruthless. Lu Rui's one blow to Xuanhuan just now would have killed him. This is the supreme god, a tyrant in the region. You still want to kill me? Lu Rui was stunned for a moment, then sneered and said, "It's easy to break the law if you want to act recklessly. It's a good thing to use strong methods, but if you don't use them well, it will backfire. Kill everything and gain power." At this moment, Chu Yuan's image was extremely tall. He walked towards Lu Rui, his footsteps sounded like drums, like a life-threatening movement. A huge force swept across, and he directly blasted Lu Rui with his palm. You really have to dare to make a move. Lu Rui was shocked, but he was not afraid. He struck out with both palms, and with a fierce force, he collided with Chu Yuan in the void. Boom! Howren's power turned into a long river and swept across. Chu Yuan suppressed it with the power of the gods. This huge force defeated Lu Rui's power in an instant, involved him, and tore him severely. As soon as he waved his hand, there was a peerless storm. This peerless storm combined with the great darkness technique turned into a sky that could not see the light. The knife-like chill was tearing his body apart, and the great cutting technique had the cutting power. He has learned 3,000 ways of supernatural powers, and some supernatural powers can be used together to exert more powerful power. Darkness, storms, cuts. Everyone shoots together, he's taking advantage of me. Lu Rui roared. He would never have thought that he would be at an absolute disadvantage as soon as they fought. Shoot, don't let him succeed. Di Han's face was ugly. I see whoever dares to make a move, whoever makes a move, will die. The voice of Chu Yuan's cold threat resounded, and the Emperor's holy sword erupted into the sky with brilliance, setting off his supreme and powerful power, making him like a giant god at this moment, controlling life and death between heaven and earth. The strong power made Di Han and the three of them take back their steps. He grabbed it with one palm, and Lu Rui's body exploded in an instant, almost exploding. Supreme's body was torn apart, and blood was left behind. He wants to use the power of thunder to kill Lu Rui in the most shocking way, and shape his invincibility. It is impossible to kill all supreme beings, but it is possible to kill several gods and achieve shock. What? Lu Rui was scared. He regretted so much. Why did he stand up for a snapping turtle ancestor, and plunged himself into a life-and-death crisis? Di Han and the others didn't dare to move, and even the other supremes in the holy city didn't dare to make a move easily. They all know that this person is too powerful, and he has a terrifying artifact in his hands. If he wants to besiege and kill him forcibly, there will definitely be more supreme beings among them. Predators are selfish, afraid of becoming the fallen supreme. I'll see you on your way. With a wave of Chu Yuan's palm, he manipulated the most terrifying power. Although he didn't break through to the supreme, but with the blessing of the human emperor sword, it was already comparable to the supreme, and even more blessed with the majestic and vast divine luck. A pillar of thunder fell down, like a giant god of thunder and punishment in charge of the power of heaven. It immediately slammed on Lu Rui's body. At this moment, time seemed to be frozen, and the moment seemed like eternity, and Lu Rui's screams stopped abruptly. Lu Rui's scorched body fell heavily. His eyes were wide open, extremely horrifying. He didn't believe it until he died. He galloped across Tianduan Mountain, and died today without any reason. Lu Rui was beheaded. This scene was too terrifying. The beheading of the supreme god was shocking, causing many people in the holy city to utter fearful voices. Some people who were hiding in the dark and were looking for an opportunity to make a move silently withdrew their power. Let's go. Di Han gritted his teeth, also showing fear. His strength is not the same as Lu Rui's. Today's affairs are already impossible, and he may be killed if he stays, so he left in fear. The snapping turtle ancestor was abandoned by them. Another big force manipulating a powerful plundering group will appear in the holy city. Many people know that it is better to be less provoking if one is able to slay the supreme powerhouse. What? The ancestor of the snapping turtle lost his Tao heart, no one was helping him, and his death was already doomed. This battle came and ended quickly, and the corpses of the two supreme gods showed the horror and fierceness of this battle. #C1077 Fox, Fake Tiger Power. There are dozens of heavenly blood divine stones on this old snapping turtle. Beheaded the old snapping turtle, and found dozens of heavenly blood divine stones from his body. She didn't know that the ancestor of the snapping turtle spent more than half of his fortune in exchange for it from Yunshi Supreme God. The two supreme beings, and a huge amount of wealth also fell into the hands of Xuanhuan. They have traveled across Xuanhuan Mountain for a long time, and their own strength is strong. It is conceivable that they are also predatory predators. How many treasures will they have on them? Their bodies are also the greatest resources, and Xuanhuan will integrate them into the national destiny of the gods to nourish the people. Now all their accumulation has become other people's wedding dresses, which is cheap for Xuanhu. But now that the majesty has been established, Xuanhuan can let the land reclamation group collect resources in the holy city with great fanfare, and absorb talents among them. Even if he doesn't sit here, but today's matter, beheading the supreme majesty, he will know that Xuanhu is not to be messed with, and he will not dare to take it lightly. The affairs of the holy city will be left to Lingqing to deal with. If you make a mistake, you will lose everything. And I am that smart person. From now on, I will be the spokesperson of Shenwuxian dynasty in the holy city. Lingqing sighed, thanking himself for being wise. He also trembled. Few people in the holy city dared to attack him, and he leaned against a big tree to enjoy the shade. Even if he goes to the largest areas, Wushang should be more polite to him, and even pay attention to his safety. That Xuanhu God Emperor is not an easy person to provoke, and he is extremely ruthless. This is relying on the strong, Lingqing borrowed Xuanhuan's power to pretend to be a tiger. The matter of the holy city is temporarily settled, and the most important thing now is to put it within the structure of Tianduan Mountain. What happened in the holy city was just a move he made, so there was no need to worry too much there. As long as the power of the gods became stronger and stronger, all plans could be carried out calmly. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 years have passed since the First World War in the Holy City. The Tai Pil furnace has finally been promoted to the master artifact. Hearing the pleasant ding-dong sound, Xuanhuan laughed. Taking advantage of the chaotic momentum of Duanshan Mountain, he sacrificed a lot of universes to promote this artifact, which is really not easy. When it comes to the Juggernaut artifact, Xuanhuan can start refining the Juggernaut God Pill, which is a major breakthrough. Although the introduction of Tai Pil Furnace is a supreme artifact, it is not an ordinary supreme artifact. Although the Tai Heavenly Lord Xuanhuan is not sure who he must be an extremely terrifying god of heaven. According to Xuanhuan's speculation, the value of the Tai Pil Furnace is probably more precious than some heavenly artifacts. It will be troublesome to sacrifice and restore the supreme artifact. Xuanhuan had this expectation. In these 3 years, the changes in the empire were enormous. The god of war has achieved half a step, and he is comprehending the profound truth, trying his best to break through the realm of the dominating god. Integrating the two supreme gods into the national fortune again, a large number of supreme gods and master gods are also promoted, thriving and prosperous. There are already 25 members of the Sky Battle Body, which benefited from a large number of resources related to this aspect in the Holy City. The Tianxue Ancient Mine is located in the extremely high sky, and non-major forces cannot mine it. In the entire Tianduan Mountain, there are only 3 companies that are eligible: Tianduan City, Tianing Kingdom, and Mingsong Kingdom. Xuanhuan thought about paying. The main reason is that mining the Heavenly Blood God Mine is too difficult and dangerous. And most of the Heavenly Blood Divine Stones on the market basically come from Tianduan City. After all, they are the strongest. When the strength is accumulated, we can send troops to the Tianxue Ancient Mining Area. Xiangwei, you have reached the realm of the second heaven. Feeling the shock of the nation's fate, Xuanhuan came to the place where Shui Xiangwei retreated, and when he saw her breakthrough, he also smiled. Although the outside world has only passed a few years, the time reversal in the Chuyuan Shenwu Tianyu has passed an extremely long time. Second heaven. Shui Xiangwei said, thanks to the gods and gods who laid a solid foundation for me, until now, I have completely digested the energy of his god body, but my foundation has been completed, but it is the 5th heaven. 5 steps up the road to heaven is too difficult to cultivate. After you reach the peak, you have to comprehend the way of heaven, and there is a catastrophe of the way of heaven that makes half of the existence of the way of heaven fearful, and countless dangers can be achieved. The gods of the Tao of heaven, the pinnacle existence of the multiverse, each of them controls a Tao of heaven. Cultivate step by step and stabilize the foundation, there is no rush. Chuyuan said. It's a pity that the next road can't be so fast. I have to walk step by myself. Blood Rose said. The Supreme State is extremely mysterious. In addition to keeping up with energy resources, it also needs to be understood. This is a process of comprehending the way of heaven. Sometimes if you have enough energy, it is not enough if you don't have enough understanding of the way of heaven. The Juggernaut can also use resources to quickly attack, but it is difficult to achieve supremacy, and it is difficult to achieve without great perseverance. Supreme is the 2 processes of enlightenment and accumulation. In the 5-step road to heaven, you can determine your own way of heaven. 1 step is wrong, and each step is wrong. I have read records. Some people practiced to the peak of Supreme and found that they were on the wrong path. It is no longer possible to achieve the way of heaven, so the desperate self is broken. Blood Rose said. Cultivation on the Supreme Road is too difficult and dangerous. Many Supreme practitioners suddenly transform themselves into the Tao. The future is dark, there is no hope, and there are countless examples of collapse. If I cultivate the way of heaven, what way will I achieve? Chuyuan was silent, and asked himself, and then he smiled, no matter what way is the use of power, I get the way to control everything, the road to invincibility. What he wants is absolute power. He has also cultivated a lot of supernatural powers in the 3,000 ways, and he knows that each way is the power of a heavenly way. Even if the gods who control the heavenly way disappear, it will not disappear, and it will be imprinted in the universe. Every avenue has its own long river of origin. What does it represent? Chuyuan fell into deep thought. Shui Qiangwei was at the side, looking at the man's pensive look. There was a charm that made people's heart beat. She didn't bother, but looked at him quietly. Every portal that I control is a bridge to communicate with the original power of the Tao. Such thinking is of great benefit to Chuyuan. And he was not too immersed in this kind of thinking. Half a month later, the latest information had been sent over, asking him to hold a court meeting immediately. Your Majesty, the rivalry between Tianya and Mingsong has become more and more intense. The 2 sides are fighting wildly, and the supreme fall has begun. It's not an ordinary battle between the kingdoms of God, it has become fierce. In the past few years, the two kingdoms of the gods have been fighting more and more fiercely, and they have no intention of stopping at all. Instead, they have continued to increase their troops. Except for the half of Tianduan Mountain controlled by Tianduan City, almost all of the Tianyu has been affected. There are battlefields and killings everywhere. It's miserable. There are corpses everywhere. There are countless dead creatures. Many of them belong to one universe. The end of the universe. The war in this multiverse is too tragic, and the unit of measurement is the destruction of each universe. If it hadn't been for Xuanhuan to take the initiative to attack during this time and push the battle line to other places, there would be wars everywhere. Although it is tragic, my Xuanhuan has also benefited a lot recently. The area has expanded. A large number of masters have heard that Xuanhuan has come to seek refuge, which has greatly enhanced our national strength. It is a good thing for us. If it weren't for the battle between the two great kingdoms of God, it would be difficult for Xuanhuan to find opportunities to expand. And they are not the only ones who do this. Why are the two kingdoms of God fighting so fiercely? This is a battle to destroy the country. If you really want to destroy one side, it will not be so easy. Someone asked. I guess, it has something to do with the 33 days behind them. It is a confrontation campaign in the multiverse by the 33 days. They are fighting a war to destroy the country. It is very likely that it is against the city of Tianduan. Find a winner and fight against the heavenly Duan City Lord, otherwise the battle will not be so fierce. Xuanhuan said, it seems that the two countries will not destroy one side, and they will not stop the war wheel. #C1078 Tong Tianshan Shan. The battle between Tianye Divine Kingdom and Mingsong Divine Kingdom had the support of Jutian behind it, and it wanted to support the power to challenge the status of Tianduan City Lord. No matter what their reasons are, these have little to do with me. I have only one purpose, which is to strengthen myself while they are fighting, and even share the feast when one of the kingdoms of God collapses. Xuanhuan looked at things mainly based on the interests of the gods. As for the purpose behind it, it has nothing to do with him, and it's not for him. The Wasteland Reclamation Group sent news of Tianduan City. Lu Qianfu sorted out the most important information and gave it to Xuanhuan, saying, Tongshanshan Mountain opened, and many forces went to Tianduan City to climb Tongshanshan Mountain. This mountain is the biggest miracle of Tianduan Mountain. Tianduan City is also surrounded by Tongshanshan Mountain. Established. Shintong Mountain. Xuanhuan nodded, I've heard that this mountain is the highest mountain in Tianduan Mountain. It is surrounded by strong multi-energy all day long, like a magnet. It is located in the central area of Tianduan Mountain, where the vitality is the strongest place. And no one knows how high this mountain is, because no one has ever been able to climb to the peak of Tongshanshan Mountain and see the elegance there, not even City Lord Tianduan. Every time he climbs a step, he will bear great pressure. But at the same time, you can also use this pressure to sharpen yourself, squeeze the magic power in your body, and guide the mystery of the law to realize the way. I've also heard about the Heavenly God Mountain. Xuanhuan said at this time, this mountain is controlled by the Lord Tianduan, and the time when you can climb the mountain is irregular, but the time between each time is very long. Every time it is opened, a large number of strong people will pass by. With the natural pressure of Tong Tianshan Shan, many Master God peaks hope that they can break through to the realm of the Supreme God. When was the last time they climbed a mountain? It was 2 million years ago. The person who spoke was an old man named Feng Shi, who was a half-step leader. He was originally a predator, but later he took refuge in him, so he was asked to cooperate with Lingqing in managing the land reclamation group. I went there at that time. Unfortunately, my strength was too weak. I didn't climb too high, so I had no choice but to leave. Many people died there. However, after the end of Tong Tianshan, in just a few decades, several people have broken through to the Supreme, and there are still some. It can be said that every time the sacred mountain is opened, a group of strong people will be created. Fan Shi said. The opening of Tongtian Mountain looks like Tianduan City will be lively for a while. I am also very interested in the opening of this mountain. I also want to see Duanqing that day. During this period of time, there will be a large number of strong people gathered there. Chu Yuan said. Climbing doesn't do much for him, his purpose is to check it out. Every time there are many powerful forces in Tongshanshan Mountain, this time it will be even more chaotic. The two kingdoms of the gods will have a war, and the impact will be huge. Fan Shi said, and fighting is allowed during the climbing process. It is roughly divided into two parts. When the Juggernaut god climbs the mountain, Wushang cannot participate in it. Only after the Juggernaut god descends the mountain can Wushang climb the peak. Shenwu can't miss this feast. Chu Yuan's eyes were sharp, and he ordered, this time, you will rule the realm of the gods, the god of war, the three generals of the sun, moon and stars, the ghostly ones, and the resuscitators. A group of elites will be selected from the supreme and immortal realms, and they will also follow me. Go there. Follow His Majesty's decree. Qiangwei, this time I'm going to the heavenly breaking city, and you're staying in the Shinchao to guard it. It's not peaceful recently, and there's a lot of chaos. I need you to stay. Chu Yuan said. Although he can mobilize the infinite fortune of the country and turn it into the will of the gods, but during this period of time, Shenwu has been going out continuously, causing great disturbances, and Chu Yuan is also worried that someone will play tricks behind the scenes to steal the house. This cannot but be guarded against. Only with the dual guards of Shui Qiangwei, the supreme second heaven and negative you, can he feel at ease. Originally, I also wanted to visit the Tongtian Mountain, but His Majesty asked me to stay. It seems that I can only stay. But what benefits will His Majesty come back to me? Shui Qiangwei did not refuse. She felt that although her realm had been promoted, she still couldn't escape Chu Yuan's palm. Naturally there will be great benefits. Chu Yuan said with a smile, Tong Tianshan, I will have the opportunity to let you see it enough in the future. My little sister often looks for you recently, and your character will be spoiled by you. The younger sister is Chu Chenxi. You mean Chenxi? That little girl has quite my temper, straightforward and free-spirited. I just pointed out her cultivation level. Yes, you can be a predator with me in the future and plunder the heavens. Blood Rose said. Chu Yuan was also a little helpless. The eldest princess has a strict and calm personality. But Chu Qingyao has a softer personality, and follows Zhao Linger to cultivate elixir in the Shinchao every day, without any other ideas. The most troublesome thing is Chu Chenxi. She is a person who can't stay, she likes to toss around, and when she heard that Shui Qiangwei was born as a predator, she pestered her when she had nothing to do, and listened to her tell the stories of those predators. That thrilling thing also made her yearn for it. It's fine to mess around in the territory of the Shen dynasty, the outside world is too dangerous. Chu Yuan was also staring at Chu Chenxi with his country's destiny. This girl became restless after she broke through to the supreme level under the cultivation of resources. You are really overbearing when you are an older brother. Blood Rose said. She grew up under my protection, and has never seen the dangers of the outside world. Chu Yuan stepped back to the gods. After the order was conveyed, War God and the others still needed to prepare for a while, and Chu Yuan was not in such a hurry. Linger. Chu Yuan was lying in a medicine field at this time, smelling the fragrance of herbs, and seeing Yao Linger busy in the medicine field, he also smiled. Compared with Shui Qiangwei, Yao Linger is a model of obedient and obedient. With her, Chu Yuan is very relaxed. Yao Linger's cultivation has also reached the master level. The main reason is that she is in charge of many sacred trees of origin. He obtained all the sacred trees of origin that appeared in Xuanhuan, and handed them all over to Yao Linger. When he fought against Xuanhuan Mountain, he also got a few plants. Your Majesty is coming. Yao Linger was dressed plainly, like a peasant girl in a medicine field, with a bright smile on her face. It feels really good to be able to cultivate the magic medicine for the gods, and provide a little role for the development of the gods. The face is going to be a cat. During this period of time, Xuanhuan was busy with state affairs, burying the world in the abyss, looting various places in the holy city, and hadn't had much rest. He was going to Tianduan City soon, and he came to Yao Linger's place to relax. He wiped off the spirit soil on Yao Linger's face. At this moment, if others see it, they will be stunned. His Majesty, who has always been domineering and cruel, actually has such a tender side. Your Majesty, look, this medicine field is about to mature. It's all the precious spiritual seeds that His Majesty got from the Predator's holy city. They grow very well under the cultivation of concubines. Ordinary medicinal materials can be harvested, but this precious, but you have to cultivate it yourself. You can collect it first and use it from the outside world, but you must have it yourself. Yao Linger happily introduced the situation of Yao Tian to Xuanhuan. Ever since arriving in the multiverse, Xuanhuan has been too busy, and sometimes it takes a long time to see her bedside person. This is also helpless. The conquest in the multiverse is cruel, too dangerous, and you are not even qualified to resist if you are weak. The growth is indeed gratifying. Xuanhuan nodded, and said tenderly, today we don't talk about state affairs, only some private matters. Over the years, you have worked hard. Although you are not as unknown as others who fought with me outside, I have seen your hard work. C1079 Splendid Country. Tongtianshan, the highest peak in Tianduan City. Go to Tianduan City. Xuanhuan said. Tianduan City is located in the very center of Tianduan Mountain, while Shenwu Tianyu is located on the outskirts. The distance is far away, and it will take several years for Supreme to cross day and night. But with Shenzhou here, it only takes a few short months. Back then, the reason why the master of Shenwu Tian Shenzhou couldn't exert the full power of Shenzhou. One is that his realm is low. The second is that Xuanhuan doesn't have so much energy for him to drive. Going this way, I saw more and more dilapidated Tianyu. Everywhere was burned by the flames of war, unable to resist the general trend. They were all destroyed, leaving devastated. Your Majesty, we have entered the Tianduan City area. After more than a month, the scene in front of Xuanhuan suddenly changed, and a strong vitality swept out. The Tianyu they entered should still be the edge of Tianjuanqing's control. But even in the most remote location, the abundance of vitality is dozens of times that of the previous Shenwu Tianyu. The site of Tianduan City is a picture of living and working in peace and contentment, orderly, without the slightest haze of war. The Tianduan Mountain is huge, and the owner of Tianduan City uses Tongtianshan as a point to divide it into two halves. Regardless of the fierce fighting between the Tianing Kingdom and the Mingsong Kingdom, they dare not fight within the territory of Tianduan City. It's a bit like a paradise. Xuanhuan deliberately went around far away, instead of following a straight line, but made a circle, looking at the situation in the Tiandu area all the way, so he nodded. Tianduan City, which controls half of Tianduan Mountain, is so powerful when you think about it. Although it is definitely not as good as 33 Heavens, it is still the overlord of one side. Shentong Mountain. After crossing for a few more months, Xuanhuan stared at the distant front, like a sea needle. This is a huge pillar with an extremely straight sword edge, releasing infinitely bright rays of light with extremely dazzling colors. This look is fascinating. Looking at it at this time, Tongtianshan is shrouded in clouds, which is extremely rich and multidimensional energy. Can't see the top. It seems to be blocked by a powerful divine power of heaven, as if it really reaches the peak of the sky. Chuyuan's eyes kept falling on Tongshanshan Mountain. He knew that the mountain was so high that even the strongest beings in the Tianduan Mountain, such as City Lord Tianduan, could not climb to the top, because there was a powerful and mysterious force blocking it. And this mountain is also a guiding light. When you see this mountain, you can prepare to find the location of Tianduan City. We've arrived at Heaven's Duan City. The god of war was passing by, and when he first arrived in this area, his magic power was shocked, and he felt that all the blood in his body was mobilized. Chuyuan suddenly had a keen feeling. He suddenly felt as if there was a pair of ubiquitous eyes staring at him, illusory, but he couldn't find the exact location, as if it was the surveillance from heaven. The magic power of City Lord Tianduan is not monitoring me, but the omnipresent power of Heavenly Tao. This is not the real Heavenly Tao City, but here, it is like the real Heavenly Tao. They are close to Tianduan City. Tianduan City actually does not have one city, but many. They surround Tongshanshan Mountain and are built in a circle at the foot of the mountain. It is magnificent, majestic, and bright. All kinds of words of praise can describe it. Let's go in now. Chuyuan put away the shenzhou from a distance. The gates of Tianduan City are wide open, there are no defenses, and no entry fee is charged. Countless cultivators came from all directions, bustling with people. Many of them had respectful faces, as if they wanted to see the gods of Tianduan City. Too many people. Immortality, the supreme, can be seen everywhere in Tianduan City, but what Chuyuan entered was only one of the cities. In a prosperous age, with splendid lands and mountains, half of Tianduan Mountain overturned the sky, but here is still a peaceful and prosperous age. This is the holy land of Tianduan Mountain, a paradise for escaping from the world, and a holy city for cultivation. When Chuyuan walked in, seeing the weather in Tianduan City, he knew that the trip was worthwhile. The prosperous cultivation atmosphere really brought people here. And this is the real holy place, where peace is everywhere, and the wide streets are full of people who make deals. The purpose of his trip, one is to observe the heavenly god mountain, and the other is to see the weather of Tianduan City. No one dares to do anything in Tianduan City, not even the two great kingdoms of God. Anyone who dares to violate the rules here will be ruthlessly killed by the owner of Tianduan City, and no one will forgive them. The goddess of Huiyue said. And Chuyuan also saw that many powerful people in power came, but no one went to entertain them, and they found a place to practice in the city by themselves. Your Majesty, what are we going to do? God of War asked beside him. There is still half a month before the real mountaineering. In this half-month, you climbers can maintain their mana at the peak. This is a chance. I hope that after the Tongtian Shinshan and his party, there will be several more supreme gods in the gods, especially it's you, God of War. Chuyuan has high hopes for them. I will understand. God of War knows that this trip is of great significance. They found a place to rest. Although Tianduan City did not take the initiative to entertain them, it still built many magnificent palaces in the city specially used to receive the major forces, allowing them to stay. Fu Ling, the purpose of bringing you to Tianduan City is to allow you to build a trading point for the Shin dynasty here, dump the resources of Xinwu, and then collect what the Shin dynasty needs from Tianduan City. This is what you have to do. It is good. After Ji Fuling merged into the Supreme God body for the second time in the national fortune, she also became the Master God. When she was Xinwu or Dao, she followed Chuyuan. Although she doesn't directly lead the army in battle, and she seems to be unknown on weekdays, she has been doing resource allocation work, and letting her come to the safe Tianduan City is also to obtain the resources here. She was not in the holy city of the predator, it was too cruel. I understand. Ji Fuling said faithfully. Yunqi is the supreme god, people from Tianye Divine Kingdom and Mingcong Divine Kingdom have also come. On a high tower in Tianduan City, several people appeared here, all surrounding the supreme god Yunxi. The two great kingdoms of the gods are fighting to the death, and the turmoil is getting bigger and bigger. Although there are 2 days of backing support in the dark, it is still dog-eat-dog, but the purpose behind it, Master knows, is that someone wants to seize half of the sky. Yunxi is supremely divine. That's right, neither of these two great kingdoms of God is a good thing. If it weren't for the suppression of the city lord, the flames of war would have ignited here. A supreme god said coldly, Heavenly Duan City occupies the best area, who wouldn't be envious? And although Tianduan Mountain is not as good as 33 Heavens, it is still a good place. Master is also very clear about their purpose. The reason why he didn't take action is part of his fear of 2 days. The most important thing is that Master is now at the most critical moment of comprehending the way of heaven, so he can't attack easily. The way of heaven, nothing to fear. Tianduan Mountain will also be the holy land of the way of heaven. The supreme god Yunxi has crazy admiration for the Lord Tianduan. She knew very well that the two kingdoms of the gods dared to fight at this time, because they were sure that the city lord Tianduan was at the most critical moment of cultivation and could not make casual moves. Otherwise, they would not have dared to make such a huge fluctuation if they had 10 guts. The city lord can definitely become the Tao of heaven. One person attains enlightenment, and the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. The city lord is a master of the sky, and his subordinates will also get huge benefits. #C 1080 Yuan Mazong, Xuanhuan Feiyu. Although it is difficult to achieve the way of heaven, I believe that Master can achieve it. Others don't know, but Yunxi does. Master once fought against the real existence of the Tao of heaven. Although he didn't see the specific battle situation, he returned safely in the end and survived in the hands of the Tao of heaven. This is enough to show strength. Yunxi is the supreme god. What level have you reached? Someone asked. 5 steps to heaven. I have already reached the limit of 5 steps, but I am still not sure about the way of heaven. If it weren't for the battle between the two kingdoms of God, I would have left Tianduan and searched for the way of heaven. The supreme god Yunxi sighed, when this matter is over, I think I will go on the road of heaven. Okay, let's not talk about these things for now. Tongtian Shinshan will be open to climb to the top soon, get ready to go. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Tongshinshan Mountain, the climbing path has begun. Chu Yuan's eyes pierced through infinite time and space, and landed on Tongshinshan Mountain. At the moment when the time was up, he clearly felt a shock in time and space, and the pressure that shrouded him was also suddenly released at this moment. Many dangers are also dissipating. Let's go to Tongshinshan Mountain. That's right, it takes an average of millions of years for Tongtian Shinshan to be temporarily quiet for a period of time, which contains the possibility of supreme achievement. Don't miss this opportunity. Countless masters flew over from all over Tianduan City at this moment. There is no organization in Tianduan City, but the many climbing paths have already formed rules. You can fight any battles in Tongshinshan Mountain, and you are not allowed to fight in other places. At this time, Chu Yuan arrived at a vast square, looking up at the Tongshinshan Mountain, as if it was a foot away. My lord, that man is the emperor of the Xuanhuan dynasty. In the square. There are too many strong men gathered here, and there is a group of strong men like clouds, and they are the strong men from the heavenly Nirvana kingdom. Oh? This Shen Chao is somewhat familiar. I heard that the Xuanhuan god emperor beheaded 2 supremes in the holy city of the Predator. Recently, he was also expanding the country when our kingdom of God was fighting with Ming Song. He is an ambitious existence. A noble existence from Tianye kingdom also looked at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan also noticed that someone was spying on him, and his face was expressionless. Suddenly that day, the big man of the Nirvana kingdom suddenly stabbed his eyes, and in the boundless void, his soul seemed to be swept by a storm and was being cut. Although it seems that there is no fight, this kind of battle between souls is more dangerous. There's a way. This big man cut off the induction and said coldly, there are not many people like Xuanhuan God Emperor recently, Qiyu Temple, Yuan Mazong, etc. Now there is just one more Xuanhuan, and when Mingsong is destroyed, it's time to free up your hands and deal with them. That's right, City Lord Tianduan's comprehension of the way of heaven has reached the most critical time, and he will not forcefully leave for the Battle of Tianduan Mountain. With the support of Du Yishan behind him, when the general trend becomes successful, Tianjuanqing can only accept it with its nose. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. The divine kingdom of the underworld has been fighting us for so long, it should have been destroyed long ago. The big man swept his eyes, and suddenly a chill broke out, their people are here. The People's Congress troops from the kingdom of the underworld came at this time. They were all wearing dark golden clothes, and there was a chill on their bodies. The needlepoint pointed at the wheat, and the monstrous aura surged at this moment, and they collided fiercely with the kingdom of heaven. In the area of Tianduan City, you can't do anything, or the Lord of Tianduan City can kill us all with the power of half a day. Someone from both sides immediately said. Humph. The Supreme Lord of the Mingsong Divine Kingdom snorted coldly, the people of the Heavenly Nirvana Divine Kingdom are too arrogant. The battle on the front line was very fierce and the damage was huge. This hateful Tianya actually suppressed us. What's even worse is that a large number of people took advantage of the war between the two countries to encroach on the territory in Tianduan Mountain. This power is the worst. Someone said viciously. I know that the Red Feather Hall, the Yuan Demon Sect, and the Xuanhuan, all the places we temporarily abandoned because of the war, are all occupied by them. Look, my lord, that person is the Xuanhuan God Emperor, and that woman is from the Yuan Mazong. Someone pointed to the coming master in the square. Behead all of them, let's not let any one go, let Tianya Kingdom and these people be arrogant for a while, my Mingsong Kingdom has already laid a net, and let them experience real despair. A handsome and gloomy man said. The arrival of these two great kingdoms of God is not good. Of course Chu Yuan felt the murderous intent of these two great kingdoms of God, not only for him, but also for several forces. Looking at the god of war, he said, there must be killings on Tongshanshan Mountain. This time is different from the past. When there is a big war, it will be more powerful. Thought it was more intense. Your Majesty thinks that the two great gods will move the battlefield to Tianduan Mountain, and the war will affect us. The god of the sun. Although the three generals of the sun, moon and star are all strong men rewarded by the system, they are all alive, and have their own thinking and wisdom, and they are by no means mechanical puppets. No. Chu Yuan shook his head. I understand. Your Majesty means that the two great kingdoms of God will probably not fight each other. They will shift their killing targets to my Xuanhuan, Akabane Palace, and other forces. Said the Star Spirit General. I understand that the two great kingdoms of God are fighting to the death in the front, but we share the benefits in the back, and we must be unhappy, so we will use the Tong Tian Shinshan to clean us up and teach us a lesson. Ares understands the situation. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, he would have done the same if he had done it differently. People from the two great kingdoms of God are not fools. The people in Tianjuanqing are not interested in participating in their struggle, and their strength is also the strongest. No one will foolishly attack them, making the people from the two great kingdoms the strongest. Once these two great kingdoms join forces, the damage to other forces will be enormous. The real casualties are estimated to be at the level of the high-end dominator god. Chu Yuan reminded. However, he was not too worried. Chu Yuan had already prepared Juggernaut God healing potion for them, and also prepared a large number of pills, especially the selected elites of the empire. If they dare to find us, we will let them know how powerful we are. The god of war is high-spirited and fearless, He wants to use this opportunity to break through to the realm of the Supreme God. Someone is coming. Xuanhuan smiled. Presumably this is the Divine Martial Emperor. Yuan Mazong, Shangguan Feiyu, has seen the Divine Martial Emperor. It turned out to be Shangguan Feiyu of the Yuan Demon Sect. This is a big shot in the Yuan Demon Sect, one of the 3 deputy suzerains, and his realm is at least in the 3rd heaven. She had a pretty face, she moved over lightly, and walked slowly in front of Xuanhuan. There was no hostility on her face, and she had a kind smile on her face, more like greeting her in the tone of a friend. It turned out to be a fairy, from the Yuan Demon Sect. I have heard about it for a long time. Xuanhuan responded to her. #C1081 Fog Up. Shangguan Feiyu, who came over, was gentle and calm, with a smile on his face. But if you are really deceived by her appearance, you are making a big mistake, and you will definitely pay the price. Xuanhuan learned from intelligence that this woman's real character was cruel and merciless, and countless people died by her hands. Being calm in front of him is because of Shenwu's strength. Although some conflicts broke out between the Empire and the people from the Yuan Demon Sect during this period, it was nothing to mention in front of interests, and Shangguan Feiyu also knew not to fight too much with the Empire. I hope to maintain a friendly relationship with Shenwu in Tongtian Shinshan. Shangguan Feiyu said. She also noticed the bad intentions and conspiracy of the 2 great dynasties. She is very smart and understands the meaning very well. Yuan Mazong will not clash with Shenwu on Tongshanshan Mountain. If possible, they hope to join forces. Maintaining a friendly relationship with Yuan Mazong is also what I hope for. Superficial skills still need to be done, Xuanhuan said with a smile. Let's go, climb the mountain of God, break the Supreme. While Xuanhuan was talking with Shangguan Feiyu, suddenly, a large number of people rushed up to Tongtian Shinshan, and they all had the same logo on their clothes. It was Tianjuanqing who rushed up to Shinshan first and started their climbing experience. The people from Tianjuanqing went, followed by a large number of forces. The God of War leads the team, the 3 god generals of the sun, moon and stars, the ghost and the resuscitator, are the assistants, and you also climb the mountain. Xuanhuan ordered. He won't go yet. Although he knew that his strength was still to dominate the 3 heavens, Tianduan Mountain thought that he was extremely powerful, and without knowing his background, Tianduan City would not let him pass. He is waiting. When it's the Supreme God's turn to climb to the top, let's see what kind of mystery is contained in the Tongshanshan Mountain, which makes so many strong people come to Harem. Even Tianduan City is brilliant because of this. A large number of people have reached the top at this moment. This is the most peaceful time in the past 2 million years in Tongshanshan Mountain. In ordinary times, the wind and lightning, the chaos of laws, and all kinds of disasters will be 10 times more dangerous than it is now. Immortal. Supreme. Dominate. The straight sky-reaching mountain is actually divided into 3 steps. The heights climbed by monks in each realm are different, and large-scale battles are generally maintained in the same realm. This is the default rule. Clouds and mist lingered, and the overlord gods instantly reached extremely high altitudes. In the distortion of the law of Tongtian Shinshan, only the supreme gaze can pierce the void and see some things above. Shenwushan Dynasty. Shangguan Feiyu was beside Xuanhuan. She was also secretly spying on Xuanhuan's strength, but then she was startled. This man was like a bottomless abyss. In the boundless darkness, a monstrous and terrifying force swallowed her perception. This person is mysterious, his strength is unpredictable, and he has great ambitions. He is also a hero-level existence. Shangguan Feiyu secretly said, Yuan Mazong had better maintain a friendly relationship with Shenwu for the time being. After all, we are not rivals. The real hidden danger is that the biggest test will be after the 2 great kingdoms of God really decide the winner. She immediately smiled brightly, not looking like a witch at all, and said, thinking about how many years ago, I actually climbed this Tong Tianshan Shan, and it was during that opportunity that I realized that I became a supreme god after I descended the mountain. Tianshan Mountain, I feel that it is not as simple as a mountain. Xuanhuan looked up at the sacred mountain, and he locked the god of war and their positions. This time, the dominant gods are only the god of war, the three god generals of the sun, moon and stars, the ghosts, and the resuscitators. Compared with other huge teams, although there are few people, they are all the elites among the elites. That's right, this mountain is too weird, stronger than City Lord Tianduan, you can't climb to the top, and you can't find out the source. Shangguan Feiyu was fine at this time, so he chatted with Xuanhuan, Your Majesty, what do you think the Battle of Tianduan Mountain will be like next? Is it a loss for both sides, returning to the past, or is it true that one side of the Kingdom of God was defeated? It is very unlikely that both sides will suffer. They have prepared for a long time and will not fight a meaningless war. I am more inclined to lose one side. This battle is unusual. There are 33 days of power to support it. Even if one side loses, it is not we can decide. Xuanhuan said indifferently, what we can do is to lose one side, share the benefits, and strengthen ourselves. Oh? Why does His Majesty think so? Shangguan Feiyu's expression also became more interesting. Perhaps we can change our thinking and help the defeated side, so that the situation in Tianduan Mountain can continue to maintain a balance. This emperor is mysterious and unpredictable, and the Xinwu dynasty is also a powerful force that has suddenly risen in Tianduan Mountain, so little is known about them. Balance is something we can maintain? Xuanhuan Dao, even if both sides are hurt, based on what we have done behind the scenes, both sides will turn their heads in order to recover their vitality. They will immediately destroy all the forces except Tianjuanqing, and no one can destroy them behind their backs. However, if we fight again, I think the fairy will not fail to see this. It is indeed possible. Shangguan Feiyu's face was serious. The Yuan Mazong also saw that even if they did not take advantage of the opportunity, their situation would not be good. And this Majesty obviously saw all the hidden dangers. To choose the disadvantages of the two, it is better to die first. Since none of them ended well, strengthening one's own strength is the best choice. Then His Majesty thinks who will win the final victory. You can be sure that Tianduan City will not intervene. The owner of Tianduan City has reached the most critical period to study and understand the way of heaven. Shangguan Feiyu wanted to hear Xuanhuan's opinion. It's hard to say. There are two big and 33 shadows behind them. It depends on how much support you can give them. It's meaningless to think about it for the time being. Xuanhuan said. Shangguan Feiyu nodded and fell silent. They all saw this hidden danger, and the choice of this war also made her feel too difficult. At this moment, on Tongshanshan Mountain, with the god of war as the spear, the three gods of the sun, moon and star as the shield, the resuscitator and the ghostly person assisted, they rushed to the extremely high sky. The pressure is getting stronger. The more he rushed towards the sky, the more pressure god of war felt, which slowed down his speed, as if a big millstone was slowly pressing down, and his flesh and mana were shaking. There is extremely strong pressure on Tong Tian God. I understand why Tong Tianshan Shan has the opportunity for people to achieve greatness. The flesh and blood of the god of war was squeezed by a ubiquitous pressure, like squeezing oil, trying to squeeze him clean. In this boundless pain, the breakthrough was supreme. And he swallowed at will, and the billowing energy gathered. The energy of Tong Tianshan Shan is too rich. This is not our limit. We continue to soar, find the limit, and sharpen our mana. There is only one chance in millions of years in such a good environment. Tongshanshan Mountain, the higher the altitude, the greater the pressure. God of War looked at the three generals, the resuscitators. There is also a ghostly person who is always in the netherworld. He has not seen it yet, but he knows that it is hiding next to them. It is a terrible life harvester. They are all the strongest half-steps selected in the empire, and their climbing quickly surpassed most people, and they have reached a very high place. The fog is rising, and the most dangerous moment of killing is coming. Xuanhuan Feiyu saw the radiant light on Tongxinshan Mountain, and the rain and mist began to cover and permeate it, and the light refracted. The chaotic law of Xinshan, when this kind of fog that isolates perception hits, it is difficult for even the supreme god to see clearly what is going on inside. #C1082 God of War. It's getting foggy. A thick fog swept in. This is an extremely common scene in Tongtian Xinshan. Some places have been shrouded in thick fog that is hard to see through. Although it is difficult to see through the internal picture due to the special laws of Tongtian Xinshan, there are already screams in the fog. When the fog hits, there must be a fight. God of War knows. He ignored these and continued to leap upwards, followed by the three gods of the sun, moon, and star. Their single combat strength may not be considered extremely outstanding, but the condensed galaxy formation can reach an extremely terrifying level. Look at that man, he climbed so high. At this moment, the scene of God of War's rapid impact, through the heavy clouds, and the looming shadow, was keenly captured by some people, and they made a sound of exclamation. This person is really brave, breaking through the pressure blockade all the way. Although the sun, moon, and star generals followed closely in a stable triangular posture, those people could tell that it was a large formation, and it was definitely not as dazzling as the heroic performance of the God of War. Infinite laws, infinite mysteries. The current height of the God of War is almost approaching an extreme value in history. His eyes were fixed on Tongtian Xinshan. He sat cross-legged in the air, booming, as if an invisible existence in the void was swinging a giant hammer and hitting his body at different times. We also stop here. The God of War has already realized it, and we are waiting for his enlightenment. The God of the Sun said. I don't know which direction the ghost is in at this time. They can feel the presence of the ghost, but they don't know the exact location. Don't worry about him, we will also understand. The light of billions of stars rushes out. They practice here. The road of God of War, fearless and fearless. On the mountain wall in front of him, the mysterious runes suddenly evolved, and the avenues of rules were entwining him. At this moment, he is full of fighting spirit, and he is a fearless giant god. As long as he does not die, he will always move forward. His spirit has been immersed in the sacred mountain, inspired the rules, and baptized his body. Who's that person? When the supreme god Yunqi saw the God of War, his eyes flickered slightly. My lord, that is a warrior from the Xuanhuan dynasty. He has a barbarian aura on him. I don't know his exact name. I only know that others call him God of War. Mars. Although God of War's cultivation level is far from hers. However, she could feel that this person had a strong will to fight, had firm beliefs, and was extremely confident and firm in her own path. This is very rare. My lord, this person is nothing more than a master, what's so special about it? Someone asked. Although he is the master, this person has already seen the evolution of the rules of the Tiao from Tongxinshan Mountain. This is a vision that can only be produced if he is extremely confident in his own way. To practice the way, you must first practice firmly for yourself, even if the way is gone. If you are wrong, you have to think it is right. Yunqi said supremely, this is not his limit, he will climb to more heights, and even break records. Is it really that powerful? Someone exclaimed in surprise, even my Tianduan city doesn't have such a powerful ruler at this stage. This martial god dynasty is a bit strange. Yunqi's supreme god's eyes also looked at Chu Yuan from afar. She has an impression of this man. There was a meeting in the holy city that day, and only a few years later, the aura from this person actually caused her a strange shock. Keep watching. The supreme god Yunqi looked up at the extreme top of Tongshanshan Mountain. She knows where Master is retreating. In your Majesty's divine dynasty, there is a peerless person. This person is extraordinary, and the supreme is just around the corner. Even I have the idea of recruiting him into the Yuan demon sect. I wonder if your Majesty can bear the pain and give up his love. Shangguan Feiyu's eyes were also attracted by God of War, and he was joking with Chu Yuan casually. Every time the Upanishad who can attract the rules of Tong Tian Shinshan is very extraordinary, and has the possibility of becoming supreme. You're joking. Chu Yuan is also very satisfied with God of War. The God of War is extremely confident in his own way, and he is firm in his way of the God of War. He is also highly talented. As long as he is given a fulcrum, he can soar into the sky. As for Tong Tian Shinshan, he could see it a little bit. This mountain is not a simple mountain, it contains countless esoteric runes, and those with strong talents have the opportunity to activate the internal prohibition. I really don't know how powerful this kind of fetish is refined. But on Tongshanshan Mountain, it was like a drum. The God of War's heart was beating violently, and the blood in his whole body was burning and boiling. The whole person and the world reached a resonance, and a powerful coercion was emitted. The God of War has already realized the supreme artistic conception. As long as the energy is sufficient, he can impact this realm. Observation of star spirits and gods. The aura emanating from the God of War made them startled. Even if they aroused the power of billions of galaxies, they might not be able to deal with the God of War in this state. Okay, the tempering here is useless to me, this time I want to hit a higher world, so as to become supreme. The God of War's black hair danced wildly, and his eyes sparkled with lightning. Just when he was about to hit the higher sky, a thicker fog swept over. Within the fog, some things can be barely seen clearly with the help of divine eyes. But in the outside world, in the eyes of many supreme gods, it is already difficult to see clearly what happened on the mountain. Every time the fog sweeps over, someone will take the opportunity to attack. War God was vigilant, he stared around, and knew that his enlightenment just now had aroused the prying eyes of many people, so he suddenly swept in one direction. Someone is coming. Boom. When the fog hits, it's time for killing. You are the God of War of the Xuanhuan God dynasty, and you have actually aroused the resonance of the laws of heaven and earth. You are very good, and you can show your prominence in my Mingsong kingdom, and you will be valued by the Lord. A cold and harsh voice came suddenly. Suddenly, dozens of figures gradually appeared from the mist, and from their words, it can be known that they are the powerhouses of the kingdom of the underworld. Those who can reach this height are already extremely strong among the ruler gods. And Mingsong Divine Kingdom is one of the two major divine kingdoms in Tianduan Mountain, with the support of Hell Heaven behind them. One can imagine how powerful they are. What's your business? God of War stared at the dozen or so people, and said coldly, want to come here to make trouble? The three generals of the sun, moon and star are also on guard. The other party is not kind, and now the thick fog hits, and the perception of the supreme God has been greatly suppressed. And the other party obviously has more experience with Tong Tian Shinshan than them. Are you also worthy of us looking for trouble? The people of Mingsong Divine Kingdom are aloof. Although Xuanhuan has done some shocking deeds during this period, they have not taken it into their hearts. A man was cold and arrogant, and said in a Junlin tone, if I didn't see that you are extraordinary, I wouldn't be bothered to talk to you. If you surrender your soul like this, you will turn your back on Xuanhuan Shinchao and serve my Mingsong. See if you can arouse the profound meaning of the rules. It's not bad, I'll spare you from dying. I only give you 3 breaths to think about, don't challenge my patience. #C1083 Kill them. If Tianjuanqing does not participate, then the 2 kingdoms of God will be the strongest in terms of strength, and if it is changed in the past, it will not be so bloody. But this time, many forces took advantage of the war between the two kingdoms of the gods and were usurping benefits, so they couldn't stand it anymore and decided to kill a group of their strong men in Tongshanshan Mountain. 1, 2, 3. The god of the underworld is so powerful that he looks down on the god of war and others. They wanted to keep the god of war alive because they saw that he was qualified to break through to the supreme, and took his soul. Although it will destroy his belief, his achievements will not be too great in the future, but he doesn't care, as long as he has a slave of the supreme god. Born in a small power, and possessing amazing talent, this is your sorrow, 3 breaths, have you considered it? In the eyes of Ming Song Shenchao, Shenwu Shenchao is indeed not a big power. That's right, 3 breaths are up, and you're damned. The god of war suddenly took a step forward, making a rumbling sound. He wants us to die? The people of Ming Song Shenchao were stunned for a moment, and then burst into disdainful laughter. Ha 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 ha, what is he talking about? My tears are about to be laughed out of my eyes. I have decided that after this person is captured, he will make him the humblest of slaves. No, I'm going to die from laughing. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to us like this. This person is really interesting. It seems that he used to be domineering in small places before, thinking that this is still a place where he can be arrogant. The powerhouses of the underworld god dynasty were very disdainful, and they didn't take the words of the god of war to heart at all. Then die. God of War's palm suddenly squeezed hard. A black light flashed suddenly, it was the deadliest youth. One person was still laughing, but his smile froze suddenly, and a figure like a god of death descended in front of him indifferently. In his hand was the Reaper's scimitar for harvesting life, and the tip of the knife pierced hard into his Tianling Gai. The soul is shattered, and the person dies instantly. The ghostly person doesn't talk much, he has long been hidden in his nether world. He beheaded a person as soon as he made a move, cut off his head by the way, and fell to the spot. Ming. He has the power of the nether world, which is the power of a powerful and noble family in hell. The aura of the ghost made his face change drastically. They are no strangers to this kind of power of the underworld in hell. Then why does Shenwu Shenchaozhong have such power? They were also frightened and angry, and shouted, "Shoot, don't give them a chance." After a moment of panic, they settled down. The power of the ghosts really shocked them. This is the power that can only be found in hell. They decided to take the ghostly person back to study. There are a lot of secrets hidden in this Shenwushan dynasty, and there is also the Shenwushendi himself. The group of people communicated immediately, and their auras united together, and Senhan's power instantly turned into a long dark river and swept over. Sun, moon and stars, billions of stars, endless sun and moon. The 3 gods of the sun, moon and star will attack in an instant, and the 3 gods join forces, and their power is comparable to the real supreme. After Shenwu's national luck soared, even if the ancestor of the snapping turtle was reborn, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of the 3 generals. This power? The face of the powerhouse of the Ming Song kingdom was shocked again. Unbelievable. The sun, moon and stars, the divine power of the galaxy, such as the universe, this is similar to the divine power of the gods and heavens, with the power of the hell heavens, and the origin of the gods and heavens. What are their identities? That's right, the sun, moon, and stars are the 3 god generals, and their power attributes match those of the gods. When the billions of stars rushed over, this force exploded, and their formation was immediately washed away. Don't be scattered by them. The powerhouses of Ming Song Divine Kingdom roared. After all, they were more numerous. The moment they were rushed away, a cold force hit them fiercely, and they exploded on the bodies of the 3 god generals. Their destructive power was no less than supreme. The 3 gods will not spend their strength to resist, but continue to gather strength to fight back. But at this moment, a gloomy mark appeared on the body of the 3 generals. The seal of hell, sinking and falling. The resuscitator discovered that she was wearing an emerald robe, and with a life scepter in her hand, she swayed the power of life and landed on the three generals, and the seal of hell immediately dissipated. How can this woman's power give me the power attribute of Jingshishan? They were all shocked. All dead. God of War keenly seized the opportunity in the power counterattack of the three god generals. He stepped in front of one person in an instant, his burly body caused great pressure, and his big hands like iron pincers strangled one person's neck tightly. As if crushing a chick to death, this person struggled, and his soul was crushed by a burst of divine power. Retreat. The strong man of Ming Song dynasty realized that he had made a big mistake. This group of people are ferocious tigers, their strength makes them frightened, and in an instant, two people are killed twice. Not one left. One is also killed, two are also killed, and a group is also killed. It is better to kill them all, clean and neat. Boom. The god of war is mighty, and at the moment when they were about to retreat, a strong body approached, and with a bang, the iron fist directly hit one person's body, causing his body to be torn apart, and the explosion turned into a bloody storm. If he hadn't come to Tongshanshan Mountain, his strength would not have been so fierce. However, he comprehended the mysteries of the rules and was extremely firm on his own path. He was bathed in the rain of blood and wanted to use a massacre to prove himself the supreme divine way. The ghost appeared again, his scimitar flickered, and he put it on a person's neck in a strange way, and cut off another head. With the impact of billions of galaxies, the three gods of the sun, moon and stars will join forces to kill one. You. One person's expression was distorted, and he pointed at the god of war and shouted tremblingly, "The people who brutally killed my god kingdom of the underworld, you will die badly, the kingdom of God will not let you go. Kill them all, there is no difference. God of war is ruthless, and his actions are the art of killing. Every move has the power of the supreme god of war, breaking the sky and killing everything." He went straight to the middle of these people, and punched him, and he vomited blood when he touched his fist, and if he was unlucky, he rushed directly to the head, and the whole person was blown up. God of war alone can dominate the overall situation. We are on the sidelines on guard, there is no need to take action. On the day of the day, the god will say. Exactly, the god of war is comprehending the way of the supreme god of war. This time, he killed them and sacrificed energy to make him a supreme god on Tong Tianshan Shan. There are even more terrifying divine calamities here, which can temper his strength. Divine body. The voice of the resuscitator is pleasant, gentle, and soft. Just listening to her voice, there is a burst of divine power, which makes people feel happy. This is a power to purify the world and cleanse the soul. The sound of the sky breaking and the earth breaking didn't stop. The god of war killed again and again, he fought more and more bravely, and dyed the place red with blood. The people of Ming Song Divine Kingdom screamed and suffered the most cruel slaughter. The fog is gone. After the god of war beheaded the last person, the fog that shrouded here slowly disappeared. The supreme gods at the foot of the mountain were finally able to see some of the situation on the mountain, and found that a large number of people had disappeared forever. Especially the supreme god of the underworld god dynasty. The number of people who saw them was much less, and their faces twitched. #C1084 Breaking Records, the Supreme God of War. The fog cleared, and the strong people who were originally on the Tongtian mountain have gone far less. Look quickly, some people from the kingdom of the Dark Song have disappeared. Just now the mist hit and a fierce battle broke out. I speculate that the kingdom of the god of the Dark Song is probably trying to deal with someone, but in the end they encountered a ruthless person and were killed. Quite a few. It must be like this. The two powerhouses in the kingdom of God are looked down upon by everyone except Tianjuanqing. Hee, this time it's interesting. The deterrence was not achieved, but the troops were lost. Some people in our power have also fallen. Don't think about it, it must be done by these two kingdoms of God. It's a good death, it greatly vented the evil spirit in our hearts. Seeing the death of a large number of powerhouses from the kingdom of the underworld, many people can't wait to applaud and celebrate. This time because of their war, many innocent people in Tianyu were implicated, many families were destroyed, and there were not a few who hated them to the bone. The supreme faces of Mingsong Divine Kingdom were all gloomy. Tianye Divine Kingdom had no losses, but they suffered heavy casualties. They have also vaguely guessed in their hearts who did it, and only these three forces have the strength. And that person is probably the only one who can do it on Tongshanshan Mountain. Your Majesty's generals are really powerful. Xuanhuan Feiyu didn't point it out, she was a member of the Yuan demon sect who didn't have the ability. Chu Yuan didn't answer, but had a calm expression. With the pressure of the heavenly God mountain and the mystery of the supreme law, help me break through the supreme God realm. At this moment, the god of war looked up at Tongshanshan Mountain. In fact, with his current accumulation, he could become supreme and safer when he returned to the empire. But he didn't do this, he wanted to choose a more violent way. Tongtianshan itself has many natural disasters, even now, it is safer than before, so it should not be underestimated. If the coming of the supreme calamity is added, the danger will increase exponentially. But once successful, the benefits are great. It is hard to imagine that his foundation is extremely stable. The road of Tao is like sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you will retreat. His body rushed, countless clouds were broken, and many thunders and winds bombarded him, leaving many people far behind. After reaching a certain height, God General Yeri yelled, "God of war, we can't keep up. This place is our limit. If we go further up, we can't break the pressure of the rules. Okay, you stay here, and I will charge upwards alone." God of war didn't intend to stop at all. Just here. The three gods combined their breaths, and the resuscitators stopped. They stared closely at the sacred mountain, and suddenly four rules and profound principles swept out and evolved into their avenue of divine power. Your Majesty, there are so many strong people in the empire. Xuanhuan Feiyu was surprised. There are still four generals who can trigger the profound meaning of the rules. Although these four generals are not as eye-catching as God of War, each one who can trigger the profound meaning of the rules has the possibility of being supreme, which is equivalent to the fact that Shenwu has already locked several supreme beings. She thought to herself, Shenwu can't be offended, especially at this critical moment, not to mention the alliance, it is also necessary to build a good relationship. Many people also turned their attention to him. Even though the strong men who stormed the mountain were monsters, they all obeyed the orders of His Majesty. It is conceivable that his means. Now that the god of war is riding Juechen, he has left everyone else far behind, and can only watch his back eat ashes. Many people exclaimed, "This burly warrior is really a monster." Yunqi is the supreme god, the height he has reached is almost reaching the limit you created back then. The people in Tianduan City also exclaimed. At this moment, the aura of the god of war is huge and vast, his eyes are full of lightning, and his body stands upright like a javelin. He shook his foot again, soaring into the sky, and his whole body once again reached a new height. The pressure of endless rules came down, and his body was suppressed with crackling sounds, and blood seeped through, so he stopped his steps. Breakthrough, he broke Yunqi's record. Everyone in Tianduan City looked at this man. Back then, the supreme god Yunqi was an unborn genius, and the records he created could be called the limit of the dominator god, but now he was broken by a war god of the god of martial god. At that time, how glorious and glorious Yunqi supreme god was. With her talent, even the gods of heaven and Tao would not reject her as a teacher. But she didn't, but she refused verbally, and stayed by the side of Tianduan City Lord and her master. Otherwise, with her evildoer, I am afraid that she has become a half-day existence today. Even City Lord Tianduan lamented that he had delayed her. But Yunqi Supreme God has no regrets. The purpose of records is to be broken. How many records have been broken throughout the ages, and I am also following in the footsteps of predecessors. Yunqi Supreme God was very indifferent. In fact, although the god of war and evil made her feel amazing, she was more concerned about the person behind him, that is, the god of war. There is another record. The supreme god Yunqi achieved the supreme achievement on Tongshanshan Mountain back then. The people from Tianjuanqing said again. Throughout the ages, it has been recorded that there are no more than 2 hands who can become supreme gods on Tongshanshan Mountain. Each of them has become a famous big shot as long as he does not fall halfway. I have reached the limit of what I can bear. I can't let His Majesty down. Your Majesty is still waiting for me to become supreme, to fight for the martial arts, and to expand the territory. Ares is determined. He took a deep breath, and suddenly his breath rushed, which was arousing his supreme god Tribulation. No one can reach his height, and his only opponent is Shinjia. Sure enough, I want to survive the divine tribulation here, hack him to death. Some people said viciously, jealous of the power of the god of war. There are many people who want to become supreme on Tongshanshan Mountain, but most of them end up miserably, unable to bear the pressure, they are hacked to death alive. I believe in him, and when he becomes supreme, in the kingdom of God, I will hold a grand celebration banquet for him. Chu Yuandao believed that God of War would not disappoint him. Rumble. The supreme calamity has come, and the God of War is the focus of most attention at this moment, and the infinite fluctuations of the calamity have completely overwhelmed him. Only the Supreme God can vaguely see an indomitable divine body punching open the avenue, blasting and killing everything. He did not choose to resist passively, but used his monstrous power to bombard continuously. After the divine calamity was broken, it turned into a force that filled his divine body. He is getting more and more ferocious, but the God of War is getting braver as he fights, and his will to break through is unstoppable. Supreme God, right now. With the last divine calamity falling, the God of War has broken through to the Supreme, and the level of life has undergone a shocking change, covering the sky with one hand, and there is a kind of terrifying terror when bombarded with fists and palms. It worked. He is already a god. After Shui Chengwei and Zhao Yu, he became the 3rd supreme god of Shenwu, consolidating his position as Shenwu's #1 god of war. Successful, Yunqi Supreme God's records are both broken. Many people have not reacted from the shock just now. The birth of a Supreme God, his name is destined to be recorded in history, and many people will think of Shenwu God of War when they mention him. He was breathtaking at this moment, and instead of continuing to climb the mountain, he left Tongshanshan Mountain. That tall body can stand up to the sky, but he half-kneeled in front of Chu Yuan, and said in admiration, I have lived up to your Majesty's expectations, and I have become supreme. Without your Majesty, I would not have achieved what I am today. #C1085 Life is a god of martial arts, death is a god of martial arts. The focus of all eyes on the scene fell on Chu Yuan. How shocking is it that someone like God of War knelt down to the Emperor even after breaking the double record of being the supreme god of Yunqi. And this also shows that the Emperor is unparalleled in the world. I'm not disappointed. I'm very pleased. Now that you've broken through, it's also a blessing for the gods. Chu Yuan smiled. You are God of War. At this time, a supreme god came over suddenly, with a majestic breath and burning eyes. He said, I come from the Beiding God dynasty in Duer Tianzhong. You are extremely talented. Hereby I solemnly invite you to the Beiding God dynasty. The evil genius is a wider world with more resources. You have no future here. Come with me. The people from 33 heavens actually invited God of War. Of course he could see that although God of War had just broken through to supreme, his future achievements would be too great. He has no shortage of resources in the domineering dynasty, but what he lacks are people who can make the best use of them. This god of war is well cultivated, and given him a wider world, it is very possible to achieve the highest peak. A supreme peak is still powerful in 33 days. 33 people personally invite. The people in Tianduan City were not surprised. Duertian is the closest day to Tianduan Mountain. Every time Tong Tian Shinshan will attract many powerful forces from Duertian, and they will attract some outstanding geniuses to their own forces. The shock of the god of war made people throw olive branches at him. Haha, why don't you come to my Yunqiao sect? I will tell the ancestors that I will accept you as a direct disciple, and all kinds of resources will be open to you. There are so many princes and nobles in the Beiding dynasty, and the power is intricate, you are likely to be involved. What's the point of going there amidst their factional disputes? My sect's cultivation environment is better. Another strong man came over. Powerful gods are liked by every force. Humph. Yunqiao Shenzong is not suitable for you. I can see that you are walking the path of a warrior, breaking through the sky with strength, and my Beiding god is going to fight everywhere. After you go, you will directly lead an army. Go there and kill. The people from Beiding Xinqiao said sincerely, I will personally guide you to cross the evil sky. The tyrannical Cauldron dynasty and the Yunqiao divine sect are all powerful forces that cross the evil heaven. Although there is no real god of heaven, they still have half-day Tao. Few people can bear this kind of temptation. The strong man in Tianduan City was a little anxious. Yunqi is the supreme god, let's make a move too. After all, this is our territory. Invite that god of war to join us in Tianduan City. In time, he will become the right-hand man of the city lord. If it was possible to invite, I would have invited it long ago. The supreme god Yunqi was unmoved, and said indifferently, it's useless, the god of war will not accept anyone's invitation, his will is firm and unshakable, God Emperor Xuanhuan has a unique charisma in him, what is it specifically, I can't tell. The tyrant Cauldron dynasty and the Yunqiao divine sect all have the existence of half-heaven. To be able to receive their personal guidance, after they go, they will immediately become high in power and be valued. This is something that many people can't envy. Duhishan, one of the 33 days, the resources and boundaries are not comparable to Tianduan Mountain. After going there, the dragon enters the sea and ascends to the sky in one step. Many people are envious. Although the 33 days is the highest, it is also extremely dangerous. A supreme being can be called the king and ancestor in Tianduan Mountain, but he can't do it in the 33 days, and many people will be killed for no reason. But once there is the guidance of a big force, everything will be different. I only pledge allegiance to His Majesty, the God Emperor, and I will live forever as the God of War God. Until I die, I will not change my family and betray the God Emperor. I understand the kindness of the two of you, and I will not leave Xuanhuan. God of War was unmoved. His Majesty the God Emperor is his greatest benefactor. It was the God Emperor who brought him out of Xuanhuan heaven and gave him a new life. His way of the God of War is a firm belief in martial arts. Although these two forces are big forces in Duertian, he knows that following His Majesty, the future is not comparable to others. Only His Majesty, the God Emperor, can bring him the most expansive world, and breaking through to the highest peak, there may be the peak. But beside His Majesty, the God Emperor, he has infinite possibilities in the future. The martial arts have charms that they don't understand. You really don't think about it, this is your best chance. The people of the Beiding dynasty are a little bit unwilling, because compared to the Yunqiao Shenzong, they need fighters like the God of War the most. No need to think about it. The God of War said without any fluctuations, because I don't need to think about it. Life is a martial arts man, and death is a martial arts soul. It seems that this time is a bit of a pity, but the door of my Yunqiao sect is always open for you, and there is our power in Tianduan Mountain. The people of Yunqiao Shenzong felt a little pity. Of course, he was not angry, but admired the god of war. This kind of people who are loyal to the monarch and can withstand the temptation of great powers are too rare, and there are too many people who can't bear the temptation. Although the people from Beiding Xinqiao felt uncomfortable, they didn't dare to cause trouble in Tianduan City. Don't look at the fact that City Lord Tianduan didn't establish power in the 33rd day, but the strength of City Lord Tianduan is absolutely terrifying. It is the most terrifying top among the existence of Ban Tiandao, who can resist the pursuit of Tiandao God, and is on the list of Ban Tiandao. It's a pity that he is really a loyal minister who refused to be recruited by Du Yishan's forces. He gave up this good opportunity to leap into the Dragon's Gate. Yeah, it's a pity that even if we take the initiative to join the Du Yishan forces, our status will not be high. If we don't take the initiative to invite us, and send them to our door, wouldn't we be serving as cannon fodder for others? Before we have absolute strength, Tianduan Mountain is the most suitable for us. They praised God of War for his loyalty to the Emperor. If he casually breaks away from his original power, then this kind of person is a wolf-hearted dog. Sure enough, it is as the supreme god Yunqi said. The humanity of Tianduan City. Yunqi supreme god laughed and appreciated it. What God of War did today was the same as she did back then. Obviously, he can have the opportunity to learn from the gods and gods of heaven and have greater achievements. Even if it's just an ordinary disciple, it's better than being in Tianduan City, but she is unmoved and is still by the side of Tianduan City Lord. She is a person who knows how to be grateful. Without Master, she would have died long ago. It was Master who enlightened her and provided her with the resources to embark on the path of cultivation. In her heart, Master seems to be her closest and dearest person, and also the most respected elder. As long as the Master achieves the way of heaven, she can also soar into the sky, the eldest disciple of the God of Heaven. Master will definitely be able to reach heaven, she said firmly. The climbing of the Juggernaut God is coming to an end, and the time for them to climb the mountain is only a few days. The supreme god Yunqi looked at Xuanhuan. After 3 or 4 days passed, more and more people came down from the mountain. It can be said that as long as you don't die after climbing the mountain, everyone will get great benefits. Even if you can't achieve supremeness on the mountain, after you go back, you will add many supreme gods in the future. The charm of Tongtian Xuanhuan is nothing more than this. They're all back. Chu Yuan looked at the gods descending the mountain, and nodded with a peaceful smile on his face. #C1086 Invincible Road. This time, Shenwu has benefited greatly, and the god of war has become supreme. Although the other generals did not break through, with the help of the laws of Tongtian Xuanhuan, their mana has improved, and they can return to the empire. My Yuan demon sect also benefits a lot this time. Shangguan Feiyu nodded. Originally, the 2 kingdoms of the gods planned to join forces to slaughter, but after the killing by the god of war and the others, the 2 kingdoms of the gods also gave up the slaughter. Shangguan Feiyu reckoned that this time she concentrated resources in the Yuan demon sect to cultivate, and there would be several more supreme gods. After all, it is only a short period of time for Tongtian Xuanhuan to be peaceful for millions of years. It is also because of the presence of Xuanhuan that there are many supreme gods in Tianduan Mountain. Rumble. The violent wind and rain, infinite lightning, and even more terrifying forces overwhelmed, several times more violent than before. It should be when the supreme god set foot on the holy mountain. The height of the holy mountain is unimaginable. It seems that the road to heaven is difficult to walk. This is actually an alternative road to heaven. The higher you go, the greater your achievements, and the closer to the heaven. Strength. The supreme god Yunqi said slowly. Are you going to hit a higher world this time? Heaven breaks the city and humanity. That's right. Master said that every time this short period of peace is the easiest time to comprehend the power of heaven. It has been 2 million years since the last time, and I have also reached the peak of the supreme, and I can sprint to a higher place. When the supreme god Yunshi spoke, she had already disappeared in place, like a cloud of mist, reaching the extremely high heaven and earth. I hope that the supreme god Yunshi will achieve the half-day way as soon as possible, and the glory will break the city. With the strength of Tianduan City Lord who can be immortal among the gods of heaven, if Yunshi is added to the supreme god, he can achieve half-day Dao. Even within 33 days, it is an absolute power. The supreme god Yunshi has already gone to climb, the supreme gods can leave now. That's right, there are 5 steps to the sky, and there is one murderous intent along the way, but with the power of Tong Tian Shan, you can realize your own path. Supreme also needs this kind of experience. Go, follow in the footsteps of the supreme god Yunshi. Climb to a higher world. Many supreme gods couldn't wait long ago, and one after another silhouettes flashed in instantly. Normally, it doesn't mean that you can't climb the mountain, but the natural restriction is 10 times more dangerous than this time. If you are not careful, you will really die there. You stay here, I'll go and see this Tongshanshan mountain. It's all here, of course Chu Yuan won't miss it. Just after he finished speaking, he has disappeared in front of everyone. Your Majesty's strength is unfathomable. Although the god of war has become supreme, he felt oppressed by his Majesty's side and could not understand the details. Your Majesty's strength is not something we can guess. The resuscitator spoke softly. But at this moment, Chu Yuan had surpassed the limit of god of war almost instantly. The closer he was to the peak of Shinshan, the more he could feel the pressure of the rules, and he wanted to break through with his own strength. The rule is profound. Tong Tian Shinshan is like a giant peak of the heavenly way. It existed in the ancient times, and its attributes are a bit weird. It is not a fixed power, but like a mirror, it can reflect its own attribute strength. Chu Yuan walked leisurely, seemingly unaware of the pressure. After reaching a certain height, Zun Zun will slowly break the road, but Chu Yuan walked past them directly. Follow him. Xuanhuan Feiyu's beautiful eyes twinkled, and she chose to follow Chu Yuan closely. My way, going forward indomitably, the way that can make me strong, is my way, it doesn't matter what, I only look for one, the way of strength, the way to control all power. A huge energy radiated from his body, like a bell in the morning and a drum in the evening, resonating strongly with Tong Tian Shinshan. The infinite meaning of the rules flashed, and it was just a thread, boundless and countless, that actually converged into a river of rules, running through the past and the present, and reaching the present and the past. Chu Yuan soared all the way up, and the rules and profound meanings he attracted became bigger and vaster, and finally directly formed a storm that swept everything. This is the rule inspired by the Emperor Xuanhuan. It is so strong that it has formed a storm. With such a fierce rule, how confident is he in his own way? Xuanhuan Feiyu was shocked. She was also a cultivation base of the supreme 3 heavens, but the fluctuations she caused were not half as good as Chu Yuan. Tong Tian Shinshan is very special. It is a giant mountain with rules. The deeper the understanding of one's own path, the stronger the will, and the more resonated with the holy mountain. What kind of way, and what way is he comprehending? Xuanhuan Feiyu stared at him, feeling infinite power. I feel that he controls a lot of power, and there are many roads in front of him, but none of them are the Tao he majored in, they are nothing more than what he majored in. It's just a part of the power he controls, and it gives me the feeling that he can control any power. If you have to talk about his way, it is the way of invincibility, and you can control everything with the belief of invincibility. Xuanhuan Feiyu thought for a long time. Only the word invincible could explain the scene in front of him. At this moment, she dare not approach Chu Yuan at all. The storm was too violent, not because she was afraid of being strangled by the storm, but because the profound meaning of the rules here was too strong, and it would even impact and collapse her supreme law. The way of cultivating people is to have a belief in invincible control, but it is too difficult to really achieve this. She sighed, she didn't have such a strong idea. With the profound meaning of the rules of Tong Tianshan Shan, many of my powers are revealed. Each avenue represents an attribute. I use the power of control to view various avenues more intuitively, and benefit greatly. Chu Yuan is controlling these forces with invincible belief. And the result of this is that the profound meaning of the rules spread out crazily, intertwined into the Shinhe Tianzhu, and the violent storm spread crazily towards the surroundings even more violently. What a strong fluctuation! The people from Tianduan City also arrived at this position. When they saw this scene, an old man trembled and said, "The city lord said that only a deep understanding of the power of the Tao and a firm belief can resonate with Tong Tianshan Shan. Only the Supreme God Yunqi can compete, but the Supreme God Yunqi is the top 5 powerhouses in Tianduan Mountain." In fact, they couldn't see through Chu Yuan at all, let alone where the limit of his power was. The belief of invincibility, this is what everyone needs. It's no wonder that his empire can cultivate characters like the God of War, because the God of Martial God himself is an even more invincible and lawless existence. There is a kind of monarch, and there is a kind of subordinate. This sentence is correct. You can guess what kind of character the monarch is by looking at the luck of an empire. We are also cultivating here, arousing our own mysteries, and seeing the power of the God of Martial God. This wave of fluctuations was too great, and many mountain-climbing gods were attracted. After seeing it, many people stopped here, and they also stopped one after another, arousing their own power to resonate with Tongshanshan Mountain. #C1087 /kill. The endless storm spread, all intertwined with laws. Chu Yuan was immersed in the mystery of the rules reflected by the Tong Tianshan Shan. Although it is impossible for him to truly break through to the Supreme God, seeing too much will be of great benefit to his use of the supernatural powers. Lightning and thunder, the rules are in full swing, more and more people gathered here to see such a spectacle. What is he trying to figure out? At this time, the storm of laws was chaotic, and they didn't know what Chu Yuan had done. There was only an expanding gust of wind. The emperor possesses such power, and the gods and warriors are extraordinary and terrifying. The reason why people can see the visions produced by his own cultivation is that Chu Yuan's purpose is to create an impression of his invincibility and mystery in these supreme minds, and to always be vigilant against his empire. The road to empire is difficult to develop in a low-key manner like an individual, and one must always demonstrate strong strength. It is difficult for a weak empire to absorb the strong. This is the emperor of the Xuanhuan dynasty. Boom. At this moment, there were also many figures walking over with dark auras. They were all obviously from the god of the underworld. When they looked at the storm, a gloomy expression appeared on their faces. The loss of soldiers and generals of the people of the underworld god kingdom on the juggernaut god battlefield this time must be inseparable from the Xuanhu god dynasty. The movement is big enough. 5 strands of supreme divine power descended at the same time, and the masters of the heavenly nirvana kingdom arrived, also looking at Chu Yuan. This use of the profound meaning of the rules made them feel deep fear in their hearts. They also hate those who took advantage of the fire and robbed them behind their backs while they were fighting against the kingdom of the underworld. Hey! The people from the 2 great kingdoms of God are here. Will they have malicious intentions and attack this God Emperor of martial arts at this time? You can't say for sure. The powerhouses of the 2 kingdoms of the gods have always been rebellious. Except for Tianjuanqing, no one looks down on them. It's possible. It's none of our business. Watching a show right next to it. It's the most critical time for this person to comprehend the profound meaning of the rules. This kind of rule wind is indeed violent and difficult to approach. But it is also the most critical time. If at this time, far away, the outside world bombards him with a powerful force, what will happen again? There was a cruel smile on the supreme face of the god of the underworld, as if seeing a wonderful scene. When he walked out suddenly, his supreme mana surged. Mingsong Divine Kingdom is really going to attack, despicable, they choose this time, they naturally know the rules and secrets can't easily break in. At this time, a bombardment move will cause chaos in the law, and it is very likely to make people go crazy. This move is really ruthless. Everyone knows what the Mingsong Kingdom is up to. Don't you think it's too despicable and insidious to act when others are enlightened? Is this your pride? Xuanhuan Feiyu's voice was deep and low. Xuanhuan Feiyu, don't talk too much. You are a woman who has been very popular recently. Sooner or later, you will be conquered by our country and become a slave that everyone can bully. It doesn't matter to the strong in the kingdom of the underworld. There is nothing to use in war, as long as it can hit the opponent, it is a good means. Then don't regret it. Xuanhuan Feiyu said. Ha 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 ha, why do I need you to tell me what to do in Mingsong Kingdom? Stand aside, or I will destroy you first. Boom. Almost in an instant, a supreme being far away blasted out a blow. He slashed his palm vertically, an endless ghostly cold light swept over, and the power of hell suddenly slashed fiercely on the regular storm like a giant knife. He seemed to have seen the scene where the storm was shaking, and the person went mad inside, seriously injured and vomiting blood. But the moment his power fell on the regular storm, a mysterious law suddenly evolved into a huge black hole, and the violent suction rushed out, like a huge mouth of a bottomless abyss, swallowing all the light, leaving only darkness. Darkness descends, lifeless fluctuations. Ah. Not good. The face of the person who made the shot changed drastically. It never occurred to him that as soon as his strength fell, he could not escape after tracing the source. His whole body was distorted, and he was about to be sucked into this storm. Hell profound art. He struggled violently. But the more he struggled, the harder it was to get out. Even the strong can see that many threads are entwined around his body, like a heavenly net, trying to pull him in and fall into eternal extinction. This is the backlash that caused the storm of rules. Everyone was terrified. Cut off this connection. Another strong man held a long spear and slashed down fiercely. But in the next moment, his whole body was also sucked, suddenly. The God Emperor of Martial Arts did not know what to do, and attracted an extremely violent force from Tongtian Shan. Don't get close. These people shouted loudly, the backlash storm was too violent. At this moment, the regular storm unexpectedly condensed into a portal, and the monstrous force swept over, like a tsunami in the sea, submerging these two people. These two people were terrified, but after the wave passed, they disappeared, and there was no breath of them in the world. Dead, are they all dead? The two supreme gods just fell like this. Isn't this god of martial god too terrifying? He is so ruthless. In fact, these two people were also calculated. He thinks he can let him die. Bewitched, but actually walked into a trap, and died in the backlash of Tongtian Shan. It was counterattacked by Tongtian Shan. With the power of the rules and profound meanings, it surged its own power and then counterattacked the opponent. But everyone understands the truth, but how many can be done? It can be said that the kingdom of the underworld has suffered a heavy loss. Stealing a chicken will not cost you a handful of rice. You will lose your wife and lose your army. I don't know, will the people of Mingsong Divine Kingdom take revenge? Hey, I really hope they will take revenge, but they don't have the guts anymore. Some people gloated. Ah. Wang Han, Liu. The people of Mingsong God Kingdom yelled, still in shock. I told you not to do it a long time ago, so I regret it now. Xuanhuan Feiyu gloated. Go, get out of here quickly. The people of Mingsong Divine Kingdom dare not stay for a long time. If they stay here again, they will not only be attacked and killed by the Emperor, but also Tianye Divine Kingdom will seize the opportunity to kill them here clean. Time stands still at this moment, and it is also eternity. Xuanhuan moved suddenly, the shroud of rules made it difficult to see through his figure, and the eternal legend shook out, shocking everyone to step back in all directions. He looked at the extremely high position of Tong Tianshan. The higher the place of impact, the stronger the law of rules and profound meanings. In the eyes of everyone, he chased the sky like a giant, and disappeared in everyone's eyes in an instant. This power is really terrifying. Shangguan Feiyu was secretly startled. With this emperor here, the Xuanwu dynasty will become a powerful force in Tianduan Mountain. After he soared to a certain height, he still couldn't see where the end of the sky was, but in front of him, there was a dense sea of golden thunder, and a figure was faintly in the thunderstorm. But the thunderstorm calmed down when it came to her. Yunqi is supreme. #C1088 Eternity becomes empty. Who has eternity? Oh? It turned out to be you. The supreme god Yunqi was dressed in pure white clothes, and her aura was as ethereal as a cloud. When she turned around, she was also a little surprised to see Xuanhuan. There are very few people who can get here so quickly. Yunqi is supreme. Xuanhuan Dao, this supreme god Yunqi deserves to be one of the top 5 existences in Tianduan Mountain. Xuanwu God Emperor, the fact that you can come here shows that it is difficult to comprehend the profound meaning of the rules, otherwise it will be difficult to break the suppression of Tong Tianshan in a short time. The supreme god Yunqi looked at Xuanhuan, and she was also curious about this man, but even if she was powerful, it was difficult for her to be sure of Xuanhuan's strength. There is a controlling temperament about this person, which I can't explain. You see, that's higher end? It's a different world. She pointed to the sky. I have seen that there are endless laws, and all kinds of divine patterns and mysteries are intertwined and densely covered. It can no longer be described by simple heaven and earth, but an ocean of rules. If you want to evolve and reflect the way of heaven, you can use this to sharpen your own way. Road. Xuanhuan said. Being able to see this is enough to show how powerful you are. The supreme god Yunqi smiled and said, Are you interested in watching it together? The ocean of rules is only eligible for exploration by those who have comprehended a certain level of power. There are very few people who can reach this place in Duanshan today. However, it is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, it will transform into a Tiao and become a rain of light. Why don't you dare? Xuanhuan said. Then go together. Yunqi Supreme God took a step first. Boom. The two of them broke through the barrier between heaven and earth, and the brilliance in front of them changed drastically. A pillar that reached to the sky represented the sacred mountain, and the surrounding scene turned into an ocean. But these are not oceans, but countless rules that are too strong and have evolved into an ocean of rules. Upward shock. The higher it goes up, the stronger the power of rules. She said, walking in this sea of rules is very easy. All over her body, divine light flickered, and strands of rules resonated with her power. That's true. The heaven-reaching divine mountain is immeasurably high. It's incomparably wonderful. It's the road to heaven. Xuanhuan was also walking with the supreme god Yunqi. What happened? But the supreme god Yunqi suddenly realized something was wrong at this time, and there was an absolutely peaceful scene around Xuanhuan, which looked like a black hole, without any wonder. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. She knew that Emperor Xuanwu was using a method. A strange place, like being in an ocean of laws of heaven. Xuanhuan used the method of control this time, using the great devouring technique as the medium. Although the vision did not appear, terrifying power had poured into his body, sharpening the various methods he controlled. The God Emperor has mastered surprising means. Yunqi said supremely. City Lord Tianduan is also practicing on Tongshanshan Mountain. Xuanhuan said. The master is indeed here, but the height of the master is not where I can go. It is extremely dangerous and terrifying. Once I go there, I will transform into the Tao, and the Master is now fully contemplating the way of heaven. This is something that many people know. I've heard the legend about the Lord of Heaven's Duan, who can compete against the real God of Heaven, but even an existence like City Lord of Heaven's Duan can't climb to the top. I'm afraid only the real God of Heaven can get a glimpse of it. Xuanhuan said. Tongshanshan Mountain is indeed mysterious. It is rumored that it is a product of ancient times, even older. Master has indeed been exploring what is on the top. It may be a piece of heaven and earth, but if you don't climb to the top, who can tell for sure? It's all speculation. When Yunshi Supreme God spoke, his eyes suddenly froze. The regular ocean rolled, and a towering figure appeared, like a god. His gestures had great majesty, and every movement of his power could echo the power of the entire ocean. Regularized form, ordinary and supreme, is obliterated by it, and it will immediately transform into Tao. The Rule Giant stretched out a huge hand, and monstrous power enveloped the two of them. The Supreme God Yunshi also resisted calmly with her own strength. She looked at Xuanhuan and saw a scene that surprised her. The regular giant's hand just touched Xuanhuan, but the whole body suddenly twisted, like intertwined lines, disappeared in an instant, and was sucked into this person's body. Amazing! Even the materialization of rules can be absorbed. She secretly praised. The two continued to move forward. They suddenly saw an image. An ancient strong man charged against the sky, but after he hit a certain height, he seemed to let out a roar of unwillingness, and his whole body slammed into a rain of light. This is an image from before ancient times, and it was recorded. She knew far more about Tong Tianshan than Xuanhuan did. The cultivation of the supreme realm is dangerous step by step. Xuanhuan said. There is also a strange place. There are many images from the ages ago, but at a very high altitude. It depends on whether the God Emperor can go there. The Supreme God Yunshi suddenly accelerated. She slammed upward like a shooting star, and reached an extremely high altitude. Interesting. Xuanhuan followed. Having the means and being able to keep up with my height means that he has already controlled the power of the rules to an extremely high level. At this time, there were fine beads of sweat on the forehead of the Supreme God Yunshi, obviously under great pressure, and his speed was getting slower and slower. After half an hour passed, she suddenly stopped, pointing forward. It's right here. Amidst the rumbling sound, the endless sea of thunder exploded, like a mirage, with continuous palaces, and countless laws were intertwined and densely covered. Xuanhuan vaguely saw a tyrannical god standing there, surrounded by a continuous Milky Way, and his fists were opening up the sky and the earth, erupting a monstrous commotion. The image from the ages ago, if I guessed correctly, this god is incarnating in the way of heaven. Xuanhuan said. The existence of Tiandao God can no longer be speculated with common sense. They have imprinted their own Tao in the multiverse, becoming a law that runs through the multiverse, and their mana is terrifyingly unimaginable. Yunshi Supreme God nodded. She is also watching with all her might. It's not the first time I see it, but every time I see it, I have a different understanding. The ancient god has failed. Xuanhuan saw that in the end, the god failed to be promoted, his body collapsed, his way collapsed, between the heaven and the earth, and the sky was full of light and rain. This is the law of half heaven. I wanted to reach out to grab it, but what I got was nothing but an empty space. Yeah, I lost. I watched it many times and hoped that he would succeed every time. Master said that at a higher peak, it was imprinted on the successful example of breaking through the heavenly Tao God, but the height there is no longer what I can reach. Yes, unless I reach the half-step heaven. The Supreme God Yunshi felt sorry for that god, and was afraid that her master would do the same. I saw the end. The god seemed to be roaring, the ages are empty, who will have eternity? #C1089 Xuanwu Eternal ages become empty, whoever is eternal. This sentence also caused Yunqi Supreme God to fall into deep thinking, and sighed, yes, even the gods of heaven will disappear, who can get the real eternity? In the battle of the ancient times, there are not a few disappearing heavens. Those with stronger cultivation bases have the deepest understanding of these 8 characters. Continue to push upwards, there will be more strange scenes. Chunyuan and Yunqi, the supreme god, rushed to a higher height. Along the way, they saw many kinds of miracles, all of which were imprinted by the sacred mountain, and each one was as if they were there and participated in it. In fact, Yunqi Supreme God is also very close to the half-day way, but she dare not establish her own way casually. There is still a way to recover from the wrong path of the Supreme Realm, but once it is confirmed, there is only one way to go to the end. One wrong step. Some people are impatient to determine the way of heaven, and there are too many examples of death. I'm going somewhere. She wants to challenge higher heights. This height was something she couldn't reach before. When she charged upwards, a sea of rules formed a thunderous lightning strike, and on top of it, a world-shaking thunder calamity was formed, densely packed with regular divine thunders that struck fiercely. I wonder if he can keep up. She is also constantly paying attention to Chunyuan. Great devouring technique, infinite thunder, my way, the way of invincibility. Although Chunyuan was also under great pressure at the moment, this kind of strength could not stop him from moving forward if it was less than the true law of heaven. Go ahead. Although Yunqi Supreme God is a woman, she also has a firm will. With a bang, she suddenly broke through a layer of cloud barrier, and the scene in front of her changed drastically. Infinite black water, mysterious light is filling the air. A trembling breath was revived. In the scene before the ages, she saw an extremely large and majestic body, which turned out to be a basalt beast, looking up and glaring, as if making some noise. But only the video was recorded here, and Xuanhu's voice could not be heard. The real god of heaven. Chunyuan was surprised. Even though it was just an image, Chunyuan still felt the terrifying artistic conception of Xuanhu who controls the world, and the way of heaven is only me. It's here, I stopped here last time, and now I finally see it. Yunqi, the supreme god, stared at him intently. She only saw Xuanhu hitting something. But the place where Xuanhu hit is hard to record even if it is connected to Tianshan Mountain. It has surpassed a certain level. It is a mystery that is hard to find through the ages, and it is a taboo that cannot be easily touched. It should be a way that we can't see, a way that only the gods of heaven can see. Chunyuan said. They couldn't see Xuanhu's unceasing strength, but Xuanhu knew what was ahead, even though it was covered with scars, it never gave up, as if encountering an unbearable force, the tortoise shell on its body was cracking. What kind of power can make Xuanhu's tortoise shell crack? This is the god of heaven, and it is also a Xuanhu god with strong defense. The supreme god Yunqi was trembling with fear at this moment. In the end, Xuanhu seemed to push something away, and its body directly hit a certain place. But at this moment, Chunyuan and supreme god Yunqi suddenly saw the shattered bones and blood, and the way of heaven was disappearing. It was obvious that Xuanhu's body was shattered, and his way of heaven was also destroyed. The picture stops here. But in the next moment, like reincarnation and a movie cycle, he returned to the previous scene, and saw the scene of Xuanhu hitting the empty air again, and finally dying and collapsing. It's really eternal, but there must have been a big secret before the ancient era. The battle of the ancient times, the war between the emperor of the human world and the heavens, it is very likely that the conflict broke out because of this secret. The supreme god Yunqi trembled uncontrollably, his face was covered with sweat, and he hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Her breathing is unstable, and her whole body is in brilliance. This is a scene where the soul cannot bear the picture and is transforming itself. Although Chunyuan was also shocked in his heart, this situation did not appear to her, and he was firm in his invincible way. "I'm fine." After several hours, she finally recovered, and said, "Although these pictures are shocking, they have nothing to do with me now. They are what the gods of the heavens are looking for, and I can no longer push upwards. The limit has been reached, and I can see this time. The pictures are already of great benefit to me. No wonder Master didn't tell me some things, because he was afraid that my soul and Tao heart would not be able to bear it." Xuanhuan didn't continue to attack, and it was useless to watch too much. The God Emperor's ability to come here this time is enough to show the firmness of his heart. She resumed her normal expression, her eyes were wise. "Turn your attention to Tianduan Mountain. What does His Majesty think about the battle between the kingdoms of the two gods? Whoever wins or loses in these two divine kingdoms will not be able to pose a challenge to Tianduan City. Tianduan City is the 33 days behind the fear." Xuanhuan asked back. She asked herself this question, and it was obvious that she had some news to reveal to him. "That's right, we can't stop the battle between the two god kingdoms. Some people want the entire Tianduan Mountain. The foundation of Tianduan City is here." Yunshi Supreme God nodded. "This is what we don't want to see. I think the Supreme God Yunshi is also secretly supporting other forces to grow, pushing them to the bright side, half maintaining peace, and half still in a melee situation. Even if one of the two gods is defeated, they still cannot arbitrarily judge the universe. Easy to operate. Xuanhuan is straightforward. They are all smart people. It's meaningless to be mean. He is very clear. Recently, many forces are taking advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of it, and they are also supported by Yu Tianduanqing, otherwise many people would not have the courage. Some people don't want to see Master achieve the Tao of Heaven. Tianduan Mountain is our sphere of influence, and there is no room for loss." When Yunshi Supreme God mentioned this matter, his eyes flickered with coldness, and he said, "If there is a way of heaven, there is no way to control it. Tianduan Mountain is still of great value. It has not been so peaceful within 33 days. The relationship between each other, the world is also conquering and fighting each other, not to mention that there are some powerful Tianyu who want to be promoted. After all, it has been a long time since the battle of the ancient times." Xuanhuan nodded. Tianduan Mountain cannot be allowed to become a dominant family, not only for Tianduan City, but also for Xuanhuan. With the current development of Shenwu, what is still needed is chaos. He doesn't care about the situation of the entire multiverse for the time being. What he cares about is inside the Tianduan Mountain. The God Emperor is very ambitious. Maybe he can achieve great things in this troubled world. She suddenly said again. Xuanhuan understood what she meant very well. As the two kingdoms of the gods continue to kill, Tianya and Ming Song are likely to destroy one of them. If there is no force in that half to counter the one god kingdom, and they are swept away by them, it will form a situation that is completely controlled by a country. What if the forces of Duochu, Shenwu, Chudian, and Yuemazong check each other? With the strength of the Tianduan City Lord, it is not difficult to unify Tianduan Mountain, but it is the fear of 33 days that has formed the current situation. There is only one way to break this situation, that is, City Lord Tianduan truly becomes the God of Heaven. But God, it's too difficult. She also understands what she means, that is, Tianjuanqing will secretly support several big forces behind the scenes, hoping that they can fight with the two gods, strengthen themselves as much as possible, and resist their offensive. This method is indeed good. No matter which kingdom of God wins in the end, it will choose to sweep away its forces. At that time, their forces will also be suppressed and targeted. However, in order for his own power to exist, he can only hold his nose and accept it, unless he abandons the foundation in Tianduan City and goes to other places to redevelop. I know what you mean. Of course Xuanhuan also has his own ambitions, but he can also use this opportunity to make the dynasty stronger. #C1090 Mutual Use Chu Yuan and the supreme god Yunqi were talking on Tongshanshan Mountain. Both sides had their own calculations, and all kinds of strategies were densely covered in the conversation, all for their own benefit. Of course she knew that Chu Yuan was ambitious. However, Tianduan City also needs such ambitious people now, otherwise, who would have the guts to fight against the kingdom of the two gods and buy time for the owner of Tianduan City to achieve the way of heaven? As the eldest disciple of City Lord Tianduan, she knows very well that the time for Master to attack the gods of the heavens will not be too far away. As long as it succeeds, there is no need to worry about the 33 days. And once it fails, there is nothing left. Of course, Chu Yuan didn't want the Lord of Tianduan City to become supreme, but he also needed the help of this battle and the power of Tianduan City to make himself stronger. The time is up. Tongshanshan Mountain will fall into a frenzy again in the next few million years, and I will no longer be able to set foot on this height. A few days passed, dark clouds overwhelmed the top, squalls and rainstorms came in an instant, and the danger increased tenfold and 100-fold. Chu Yuan and Yunqi Supreme God also left here. The trip to Tongtianshan, Chu Yuan stopped for a while. He left Ji Fuling here, and with this conversation between him and Supreme God Yunqi, the next time God Dynasty will give the green light to the transaction in Tianduan City. I don't know where the God Emperor broke into Tongtian Mountain? Xuanhuan Feiyu asked, curiously. Extremely high altitude, I saw many miracles. Chu Yuan said lightly. It must be in the ocean of rules. Xuanhuan Feiyu was surprised but also envious, and said, if the God Emperor has no other important matters, you can come with me and go to my Yuan demon sect as a guest. I think the suzerain knows that if His Majesty comes, he will definitely entertain His Majesty with the most grand etiquette. The state affairs are complicated, and if I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely visit Yuemazong. Chu Yuan declined, and said with a smile, if the ferry is not busy, you can go to my god's court as a guest. Okay. Since His Majesty invites you kindly, how can Feiyu not show face? Unexpectedly, Xuanhuan Feiyu directly followed Chu Yuan's words and agreed. She had been waiting for Chu Yuan to say this for a long time, and she was also very curious about Xuanwu. Okay then, follow me to the Empire. Although it was a polite invitation, but the other party nodded, he naturally wouldn't say anything that wouldn't let her go. Shenhuashenchao. The moment Xuanhuan Feiyu arrived, he saw the majestic national fortune, countless sci-fi warships sailing in Shenchao. It was a completely different scene from Yuemazong. And the various places of the Xuanwu kingdom that are different from other countries also opened her eyes. Negative U. Xuanhuan Feiyu was also shocked when he saw the gigantic star-like negative U. Sure enough, it is the legendary negative U. It is rumored that this beast is extremely difficult to tame. I have already hosted a banquet to entertain the fairies. Chu Yuan deliberately let Xuanhuan Feiyu see some miracles in the gods, and set up a grand banquet to entertain her. Then I would like to thank your Majesty for your hospitality. Xuanhuan Feiyu said. At the banquet, Xuanhuan Feiyu said, after the end of Tongtian Mountain, the two kingdoms of God will enter into a more brutal conquest. I hope to form an alliance with His Majesty to gain benefits in this battle together. Unity is strong. Chu Yuan said, I promise the fairy. Of course he knew that the so-called alliances were all based on their own interests. Xuanhuan Feiyu had also seen the luck of his dynasty, and knew that relying on the strength of his own family was far from enough, and they had to unite. This woman is very shrewd. If you're not in a hurry, the fairy can take a look inside the gods. Chu Yuan sent people to lead Xuanhuan Feiyu to see the weather of the gods. I'm afraid that after she reads it, she won't want to leave Shenchao and want to be by His Majesty's side. Shui Changwei was also at the banquet, and said lightly, I hope to annex the Yuan demon sect. Chu Yuan said softly to her, God of War, you are supreme now, and spend your time training the army. I predict that in the next few years, there will be a shocking battle between the two kingdoms of God. The success or failure of this battle will show the future direction. After the banquet, Xuanhuan's eyes were like torches. Okay, we need to train a stronger army. God of War took the task and stepped back. Ah. The God of War has already become supreme. Even if I break through now, I will still be dominated by him. I will continue to practice and practice hard. In a place in Xinqiao, the thunder beast let out a tragic cry. It was the God of War who was training it, a devilish way of training. This thunder beast. Xuanhuan shook his head. Now Kongmi Daokuan is already a master god. It has the talent of space and can let a large army cooperate with it in a surprise attack. The team formed by the Sky Battle Body is suitable for it. Xuanhuan is planning the combat power of the entire empire. Let you eat more, you will get more resources here. Xuanhuan took out a huge amount of resources from the system space and gave them to Lingyu to eat. Now the realm of Lingyue has been stabilized in the Supreme Second Heaven, and because of its special race, it is difficult for 5 or 6 gods in the same realm to do anything to it. However, it is too difficult to cultivate negative you. The resources required for the growth of each realm are exponentially increasing. After reaching the second heaven, Xuanhuan fed him a lot, but he did not feel the growth of his strength. Negative you is very happy, it is not very smart, it is like a child, but it knows that following this person, there are many good things to eat every day. No matter how many resources are needed, it must be cultivated. The negative you of the fifth heaven is beyond the power of half-day Tao. Xuanhuan said firmly. In a blink of an eye, several years have passed. The Predator's holy city, Tianduan City, both sides of Chu and Yuan obtained resources, and his empire's Sky Battle Body has 50 people, all of whom are already masters of the gods, and can form a team on the battlefield. Cultivators need resources. Xuanhuan has obtained a lot of resources over the years, which has also changed the overall strength of the empire. Your Majesty, the latest battle report. God of War hurried over. Tianduan Mountain's Fuyu heavenly territory changed dramatically. Tian Yaming broke out in a world-shattering war there. All the universes and worlds in the original Fuyu heavenly territory collapsed, and all creatures in the entire heavenly territory suffered catastrophe and almost died. In Fuyu Tianyu, there are a few supreme gods who are stronger than Tanhing Tianyu, but just such a domain collapsed. In comparison, Tanhing Tianyu is considered to be very popular. There's more, say. And this is not the most important thing. There is a big secret in the Fuyu Tianyu. After the kingdom of the two gods destroyed all the universes and worlds, an extremely huge fragment of the world appeared from the endless void. After investigation, it turned out to be a fragment of the ancient source sky. God of War's face was solemn. This fragment is the largest ancient source sky fragment that has appeared so far. The most important thing is that this is a place that has never been explored before. Gaiyuanshan used to be 33 days. In the Great Ancient War, 90% of the area collapsed under the bombardment of the gods and gods of heaven, and the remaining 10% was splashed everywhere. However, the large fragments discovered now broke the previous record, and everyone in Tianduan Mountain went crazy. This is part of the world that used to be 33 days ago. How many ancient and powerful inheritances will be left in it? Now the two major kingdoms of God have dispatched countless armies in a short period of time. According to the information I have received, this is a decisive battle. There is a 50% possibility that they will fight a world-shaking battle in the fragments of the ancient source sky. Become the battlefield that determines the direction of the future. #C1091 Ancient Yuan Tian Fragment. The decisive battle between the two kingdoms of God was in the fragments of Gaiyuanshan. After fighting for so long, it was finally time to fight the crucial battle. Apparently, they themselves had no patience, so they played slowly. I also know that if you wait until the Tianduan city lord leaves the customs, there will be no good chances afterwards. Guyuan Tian is one of the 33 days, before, the ancient times. Even if it is just a broken fragment, the value is incalculable. To block it as a battlefield, does this mean that you don't want other forces to enter? But you will obediently do as they wish. Chu Yuan Dao, in such a large fragmented world, there may be many inheritances there. Not to mention finding the inheritance of the heavenly Dao God, even half the heavenly Dao is amazing. Your Majesty is wise. According to the information I received, Tianduan City has taken the lead in tearing apart the void, Supreme God Yunqi has brought people in, and forces from other families are also going in one after another, preparing to cause trouble for them. God of War said. How could I miss such a feast? I ordered the army to go to the fragments of the ancient source sky. I will personally guard the army, but this time I will only go to the elite. I predict that the kingdom of the two gods will have a backup there, so I have to guard against it. Chu Yuan will not let go of this opportunity. Although it is dangerous there, wealth are sought in danger. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you get tiger cubs? If you are not in danger, how can you strengthen your own gods? There is a great deal of urgency, and the situation changes in an instant. The Xinwu army was originally ready to fight at any time. After the emergency mobilization, a large number of warships rushed towards Fuyu Tianyu in just a few days. Fuyu Tianyu has long lost its previous scene. In Chu Yuan's eyes, what a magnificent scene he saw. A huge irregular world with torn edges everywhere existed there. This fragment not only occupies the entire Fuyu Tianyu, but also extends to a larger place into the deep interior of multiple time and space. The black clouds were dense, and the chaotic laws turned into the most violent lightning, forming an absolutely taboo field outside the world. A breath of death is a place where even the supreme beings would tremble and fear. Without supreme strength, there is no way to tear apart the laws of chaos. These are the scenes that cannot be broken through the ages, when the laws of countless strong men collapsed during the Great Ancient War and after the Shocking War. Chu Yuan stared there. He stared in the far direction. There also appeared a force. There was a supreme existence tearing the sky and the earth. When the army entered, suddenly the divine thunder exploded, and more than half of them were wiped out by the natural disaster. The law is too strong. Without the protection of the strong, it is very dangerous to enter. Enter the world of Guyuanshan. Chu Yuan shot out a sky-reaching divine light, and a void door appeared. The void torrent rushed in, and immediately forcibly penetrated a stable passage. Channels constructed by other supremes are fragile. But Chu Yuan's road was extremely strong. Many warships crashed into the fragments of Guyuan Tian, and there was no sign of collapse at all. He also felt the dangerous atmosphere inside, making the army strong in an absolute defense. As expected, after entering, the terrifying law of chaos bombarded him fiercely. This is the world of Guyuanshan. Chu Yuan's eyes swept across all directions. The sky is dark, and although the vitality is strong, it is intertwined with the laws of chaos to form an extremely strong vision of natural disasters. I didn't see any magical medicine resources. God of War said from the side. All the magic medicines have been destroyed, but there are a lot of resources here, and there are also a lot of Yuan veins, which are all useful to the gods. Chu Yuan said. His gaze pierced the distant time and space, and there was a monstrous vitality shaking. In his eyes, countless shadows split on both sides, and the supreme aura followed one after another, fighting crazily. There are too many wars gathered in the two god kingdoms this time, and the decisive battle may start at any time. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? God of War said. The two kingdoms of the gods will let them fight to the death. My purpose of entering the fragments of the ancient source sky is to seek my own interests, not to interfere in their war. Xuanhuan said lightly, let's fight, the harder the fight, the better. Roar. It was Negative You that roared. Its huge claws shattered a mountain. The ore inside was shining brightly. It opened its mouth directly and ate all the stones. This place is rich in resources, and it is a treasure land suitable for the growth of Lingyue. Xuanhuan was still worrying about where to find countless resources to support Lingyu, but here, there are places to look for food everywhere. God of War led an elite team to explore the fragmented terrain, look for inheritance, and let Negative You follow you. Now the situation is unclear, so don't be careless. I am guarding the Central Army. After this battle, the future pattern may change. Xuanhuan Dao, don't get close to the decisive battle, and give them the battlefield. I take orders. God of War said. And me, what can I do? I don't like sitting around. Blood Rose said. You can use your means as a looter and lead some people to open up the fragments of the ancient source sky, and report to me any information you have. Xuanhuan assigned the tasks. At this moment, due to the unexpected occurrence of the ancient world, the original deployment of many forces was broken, so that almost all the big forces of Tianduan Mountain here sent people in, and there were countless powerful people. My lord, it's a bit weird. You can see that the two kingdoms of God are becoming more and more powerful, but they don't seem to be fighting yet. They are planning something. There is a conspiracy here. In one place, the supreme god Yunqi appeared here. If there is no conspiracy, it is the biggest weirdness. Yunqi said supremely, don't care about them, they don't have the guts to attack my Tianduan city. I came here this time not because of the resources here, but because I'm waiting for their plots to mess up the situation. Then the Emperor Shenwu should also be here. Red Feather Hall, Yuan Mazong are all here. It is impossible for the Emperor Shenwu not to come. There is humanity next to her. That's good, I don't feel at ease if he doesn't come. Yunqi Supreme God nodded. This time I also noticed that although His Majesty said that he was looking for resources, he was actually messing up the situation. The fundamental purpose was for the kingdoms of the two gods. They couldn't let them fight comfortably, and sometimes they wanted to find some trouble. God of War stepped on Negative You's back, thinking deeply. My lord, there is a team of strong men over there. Hearing the report, God of War looked into the distance. There was a supreme aura, and the blood dragon was actually there. This is the team of Chiyu Temple. Shenhua Shenchao. Akabane Hall also saw Shenwu Shenchao, and let out a cold snort. The team leader was not a blood dragon, but another hall master, and said coldly, don't get entangled with them, this time our opponent is not them. I heard Yuan Mazong and Shenwu Shenchao have reached an alliance agreement, so Shangguan Feiyu will find help. Master of the third hall, you are the supreme third heaven, just watch them pass by. Shuilong said. I know you are very unwilling, but I am also very afraid of the aura passed by the Negative You. There is no benefit in fighting them. Keep an eye on the kingdom of the two gods. The purpose this time is to drink blood and eat flesh from them. The master of the third palace glared at the blood dragon. After initial confirmation, this was once a place where martial arts was extremely prosperous in Guyuan Tian, and there were many ancient inheritances and countless cultivation experiences. We want to obtain these inheritances, otherwise, and I won't take the risk that there is a conspiracy in the kingdom of the two gods, and I will come here. It's so hot, even I can feel an unbearable heat, like a mortal in the sun. After God of War arrived at a place, the time and space in front of him suddenly became bright and dazzling. #C1092 Statue of Sweetness. There was an extremely hot breath in the air. Looking around, it turned out to be a vast and endless desert. Every grain of sand showed a golden color, as if every grain was burning with flames, forming a scene like a big furnace. There are obviously no stars shining in the sky, but the temperature of the desert here is abnormally high. Immortal is unbearable to walk in, as if it contains a kind of fire poison. Only the immortal substance can barely resist, otherwise it will be melted. It's a terrible environment, and there is a terrifying law here. Even the god of war can't ignore it. It's a pity that other people are struggling. When their battleship arrived here, it was put into the big furnace. My lord, I know where it is. 1.5 step Wushang said. His name is Zhou Sen, and he came to Shenwu because of his reputation. He said, this is the Yellow Smoke Desert, an extremely terrifying relic in Guiyuanshan. In ancient times, it was said that the gods of fire from the gods fought here. It was originally a place with extremely rich resources, but the way of the god of fire, the power has evaporated this place into a desert. My lord, the power of heaven in this desert will last forever. According to the records, there are extremely many sects and orthodoxy in the Yellow Mist Desert, but they are all extinct. Vulcan, the power of heaven. God of War looked serious. It was the first time he had truly seen the horror of the heavenly Tao giant god. In the ancient times, the distance from now is incalculable, but the power of heaven here has not dissipated. Think about it, this is just the aftermath of the heavenly Tao left behind. How terrifying is the real heavenly Tao god? If his supreme cultivation was like dust in front of Vulcan, just looking at him would probably evaporate him. Even if the Yellow Smoke Desert here is still not complete in my opinion, the power of the Vulcan has melted Guiyuan Tian a lot. Zhou said. Let's go, let's explore this Yellow Smoke Desert. God of War urged the main ship. The Yellow Smoke Desert is too big, you must not move around in the void here, or you will hit the violent aftermath of the heavenly Tao who does not know where. Even the Supreme God can't bear that ferocious place, so it's best to hurry on your way honestly. It's too hot. The God of War feels like he is walking in the desert with a mortal body. After a long time, he may even lack water, and this water is the immortal substance in his body. Boundless as far as the eye can see, there are golden deserts everywhere, making it difficult to discern the direction. My lord, look, there are architectural relics there. In front of them, there suddenly appeared a series of architectural relics, one after another, which had not been completely reduced to ruins. From the style point of view, it should be a paradise where a sect was located. Being able to exist in the Yellow Smoke Desert without collapsing is enough to show the strength of this sect back then. At least half of the heavenly Tao had to be in charge. Let's go there and see what is left behind. The God of War led the team over. After arriving in the ruins, there are only dilapidated temples in the huge area, which shows its barrenness, and there are twisted Guiyuanshan characters. There are no living beings left, not even bones. They shuttled in the ruins, but they couldn't see a single skeleton. Supreme fell here, and it would be melted after a long time. And they didn't encounter the counterattack of the ban. After all, it has existed for so many years, and all the bans have been wiped out. This is a place where medicinal pills are placed. There used to be a powerful formation to protect them, but the medicinal pills inside have all been used up, and their properties have been lost. The God of War found some jade bottles here, and they turned into flying ash with a light touch. They also saw some places where artifacts were placed, but again, they were all useless and turned into scrap iron. It's all a wasteland, there is no primordial veins, no pills, no artifacts. Many people were disappointed. This sect must have been extremely powerful at its peak, but it turned out to be very disappointing. It's not completely fruitless, there is also a Buddhist scripture pavilion here. The God of War and the others entered a Buddhist scripture pavilion, and a cool breath came over. There was no heat from the outside world. The long-lost aura was flickering, and books of ancient classics were placed here. Inside the Sutra Pavilion, it hasn't been damaged by the power of heaven, that's great. The martial arts masters rejoiced, and they carefully opened many ancient books, the contents of which were as vast as a sea of smoke. Put away these classics and bring them back to the Empire. Be careful not to damage them. The god of war and the others walked through the scripture depository pavilion, and what made their faces a little strange was that the more they walked forward, the less they could feel the heat of the yellow mist desert, and he even felt a cold breath. It's weird. He became wary. What's there? He speculated that he should have reached the most core area of the sect, and a cloud of mist appeared in front of him, like the mystery of the heavenly way, and there was a vague mysterious power there. Be careful. He raised his hand. Such a scene appeared in the yellow mist desert, so he couldn't help but treat it carelessly. He walked over slowly, and the cloud and mist actually slowly receded, and in his eyes, a gigantic object with tens of feet appeared, which was a statue of a god. This statue is made of fairy jade-like material, and its face is expressionless at first glance, but the more you look at it, the more unbelievable it becomes. Her expression changes all the time, as unpredictable as the joy and anger of the Tao of heaven. My lord, I understand. It is because of the existence of this idol that this place retains the last bit of life. Joseon speculated, could it be that this woman is the ancestor of this sect? Also a possibility. God of War nodded. He stared closely at the face of the girl in the statue, and suddenly said in disbelief, "What's going on? It's her." "Who is she?" "You may not know, but this woman has been seen by God before. In Xuanhuan Tian, goddess Xuanhuan, it will be her." The woman carved on this statue turned out to be goddess Xuanhuan. God of War was immediately surprised. He knew that His Majesty had talked with the goddess Xuanhuan many times, and knew that this goddess came from Xuanhuan Tian. He did not expect to see her statue here today. Who is she from this sect? What is his status in Xuanhuan Tian? By looking at the statue of the goddess, he knew that the goddess Xuanhuan was not as simple as an ordinary existence. Just the existence of her statue here isolated the aftermath of Vulcan's heavenly law. My lord, what should I do next? Take this statue away first. Goddess Xuanhuan has a great relationship with His Majesty. The two talked many times and had a great time. As for how to do it, I will talk about it when I see His Majesty when I go back. The God of War didn't dare to desecrate the statue of goddess Xuanhuan, and he also knew that it was an existence that existed in ancient times. Although the state in Xuanhuan is a bit weird, but he has survived until now. Thinking about it, it makes people feel scalp numb, extremely terrifying. He carefully took away the statue, but fortunately the sect had been destroyed, otherwise he would not be able to take it away. #C1093 Thunder Beast's Resentment. Not in a hurry to leave the yellow mist desert, the God of War continued to explore and discovered the remains of several sects. To his surprise, every sect has a statue of the goddess Xuanhuan. It seems that the situation is not as I surmised. God of War thought. He originally thought that goddess Xuanhuan would be the ancestor of a certain sect, but now it seems that this is not the case. Goddess Xuanhuan is more like an existence revered by thousands of clans in Guyuanshan, the heaven of Guyuanshan. Hiding a big secret. God of War secretly said. Regarding the goddess Xuanhuan, it is not a small matter. A place in the yellow smoke desert. The million-mile area was covered by golden-red thunder and lightning. If the master stepped into it, he would be chopped apart and scorched, and died tragically on the spot. This kind of divine thunder was produced by the distorted collision of Vulcan Tian Dao and Guyuan Tian's rules. It is very fierce and violent, but here, a huge figure appeared, roaring up to the sky, wanting to act against the sky. I want to defy the sky, I want to break through the Supreme God, I cannot be abandoned by His Majesty. The one that appeared here turned out to be the Thunder Beast. It broke away from the team and came here, receiving the lightning strikes. But even with its strength, at this moment, it was extremely miserable. It gritted its teeth and endured it, longing for the Supreme Realm, but it was difficult to break through. Now seeing this area where the power of heaven is mixed, it can't bear it anymore. He clearly knows that although his strength is not weak, if he is unable to become supreme for a long time, he will gradually become unknown with the development of the empire. It does not want such a fate. Chop as much as you want, as long as you can't kill me, you will temper your body for me, I am not afraid. The Thunder Beast roared angrily. Don't look at it being cute in front of Xuanhuan, but in fact it is also a real beast. The god of war is already supreme, so it can't lag behind and must pursue its opportunity. Rumble. The monstrous and terrifying divine calamity continued to fall, splitting it to pieces. Blood dripping. The power of this kind of divine robbery can only be resisted by the supreme, but fortunately it has swallowed a divine robbery bead. The Thunder Beast operates its power, and under this kind of experience, its power is also rising steadily, and it gradually understands the supreme truth that it has been unable to comprehend for a long time. Give me more power. Thunder Beast was overjoyed. It is a ferocious beast that gets close to thunder and lightning, and this kind of environment is simply its favorite place. As long as I show the possibility of being supreme, His Majesty will use resources to train me, continue to fight, and fight to the peak by His Majesty's side. I don't want to be weak and forgotten by the gods. It roared wildly, and seemed to have some resentment. His Majesty's strength had been promoted so fast that it couldn't even keep up. Not enough, not enough. It continued to roar, regardless of the danger. But it suddenly felt a chill, and two big blood-red lantern-like eyeballs suddenly appeared. I didn't expect that there was a little thunder beast here who wanted to do something against the sky, but it has tenacity and perseverance, and honed itself with the heavenly thunder. There was a voice. Who is there? Thunder Beast didn't dare to be careless. Little Thunder Beast, which clan do you come from? The sea of thunder and lightning swept over, and a huge monster appeared, which turned out to be a Thunder Beast, several times larger than the Thunder Beast, and its aura was so ferocious that it had reached the highest level. It's also the Thunder Beast clan. The Thunder Beast was terrified. Even Xuanhuan had a clan of Thunder Beasts, so it would naturally exist in this even larger multiverse. Don't you kneel down and surrender when you see me, and become my slave. The Thunder Beast looked down, and the ancient source of sky fragments let it know the news. Originally, it wanted to sharpen itself with the help of the heavenly lightning tribulation, but it suddenly saw the Thunder Beast here and attracted it. Only His Majesty can make me kneel. Thunder Beast's eyes widened, his thoughts turned, and he suddenly fled towards a certain place. Interesting, I think it's been a long time since I, Yu Lei Tong, have seen such an interesting back. Its claws tore at will, and the thunder and lightning net appeared, and the Thunder Beast slammed into the back immediately, and was knocked back. You dare to attack me, His Majesty will not let you go. The gap between it and the Supreme is too great. There is no escape. Yeliatong's huge lightning claws fell down and landed on the Thunder Beast like a god. The violent thunder force hit the Thunder Beast in great pain, and its eyes were so red that it was about to bleed. I want to resist. The Thunder Beast roared, and the power of divine calamity swept across the sky, and there was an extremely bright divine light in its abdomen. Some tricks. Yeliatong said, suddenly his eyes changed drastically, the fluctuation of God's tribulation. This is the God's tribulation orb, created by the great Lord Thunder God. The Thunder Beasts are all servants of Lord Thunder God. You actually fused a God tribulation pearl. How about it, are you upset? Thunder Beast's mouth is very hard. I killed you, devoured you, and the God tribulation pearl belongs to me. Yeliatong was playing with the Thunder Beast, and seeing the humiliation of the Thunder Beast. Is it very disobedient and humiliating? No one can save you. The final fate of the weak Thunder Beast is to be swallowed by a stronger one. Yeliatong was also excited, and kept muttering in his mouth, as long as I show enough value, I can even enter the heaven of the gods in the future, meet the great Lord Thor, and become his servant. Thunder Beast, I tell you not to leave the team casually. If something happens to you, I can't explain it to His Majesty. It was God of War who came, and he discovered that Thunder Beast had left the team privately. Fortunately, the members of the God Dynasty had national luck connections with each other, so he could sense the whereabouts in the shortest possible time. With one punch, he saw the scene of Yeliatong suppressing Thunder Beast. God of War, save me, this guy who calls himself Yeliatong wants to kill me, take my God Tribulation Pearl, and disrespect His Majesty, kill him. When Thunder Beast saw God of War, tears welled up in his eyes, as if he had seen the person closest to him, and wished he could hug God of War directly. Dear ones, if the God of War doesn't come, it will be killed by Yeliatong. Not good, there are strong ones. Yeliatong was shocked, but it didn't worry too much. Although it saw that the God of War was powerful, it was also supreme, but today it might not be able to kill the Thunder Beast and get the God Tribulation Pearl, which made him very upset. It's going to run away, don't let it go, it's going to swallow me, and I'm going to swallow it too. Thunder Beast was anxious. Want to stop me? Yeliatong also knew that this group of people was not easy to mess with. In a flash, it turned into a flash of lightning and was about to disappear in an instant. The speed of the Thunder Beast turning into lightning was unimaginably fast, let alone a Thunder Beast of the highest level. Don't worry, it won't run away. God of War said lightly. Boom. At the moment when the thunder light escaped, Yeliatong suddenly felt a shocking pressure, time and space seemed to be locked, and a larger object continued, as if it was slapping dust, and slapped it. This shot almost made Yeliatong's whole body explode. Its body is huge enough, but when it saw the huge thing in front of it, it felt its own insignificance, and frightened, love you. Hashtag C1094 Gayuanshan's Day. Yeliatong was terrified, he had offended some force, and there was such a murderous thing as Liaoyue. Even if there are several of them, they can't beat a negative U. Negative U's reputation in the multiverse is a terrible one. Baoyue, don't let it get away. God of War said calmly. Ling Yu's mind is simple. It only knew to listen to Shinchao's words, and it would have countless good things to eat. It stared at Yeliatong with its big eyes, and slapped its paws casually, making Yeliatong scream. The Thunder Beast clan are servants of Thunder God, you can't treat me like this. Yeliatong was terrified, it felt like it was going to die. Hit me hard, dare to bully me, don't you know that I follow His Majesty's surname, Chu? Swallow me? I'll swallow you first. Thunder Beast Fox pretended to be a tiger, arrogant and trembling. You. Yeliatong was extremely humiliated, if it hadn't brought in reinforcements, the Thunder Beast would have been beaten to death by it. But before it finished speaking, it was almost stunned by Negative U's paw. Stop, don't beat it to death, I want to devour its soul and learn its memory. The Thunder Beast roared anxiously again. Stop. God of War raised his hand, Xingyue, grab it. Hey, God of War, let me swallow it now, so that I can lay the supreme foundation and serve His Majesty. Thunder Beast was drooling, and could hardly bear it any more. The pure and supreme lightning power of the other party was exactly what it needed. Don't swallow it yet, this is a spoil of war, how to deal with it is up to His Majesty to arrange. God of War said. You can bring it to His Majesty, and His Majesty will definitely reward me. Thunder Beast was anxious. This is the rule, and there is no rule without rules. The God of War refused, and said, besides, if His Majesty the Thunder Beast doesn't leave it to you, who else will he leave it to? That's right, Your Majesty loves me so much. Thunder Beast endured, thinking happily. Go back and meet His Majesty. God of War left the yellow smoke desert. Oh? I also brought back a supreme Thunder Beast. Xuanhuan glanced at Yeliatong, who was like a dead dog. Okay, Lightning Beast, you can devour its power, and become supreme as soon as possible. Xuanhuan said. Don't kill me, you can't kill Thunder God's servants. Yi Leitong yelled. Whatever you say, you're dead. The Thunder Beast swallowed Yeliatong's body in one gulp, refined its soul, and said after a while, Your Majesty, I understand that this Yeliatong didn't come from Tianduan City, but the Wuji Star Sea. There are also tribes of the Thunder Beast clan. Wuji Xinghai. Xuanhuan moved slightly, it was a place that Shen Chao hadn't touched for the time being, and said, Qiangwei will come back in a few days, we are waiting here, and at the same time staring at the battlefield of the two kingdoms of God. Your Majesty, there is something else. I found a few statues. Goddess Yanran. Seeing the statue brought by God of War, Xuanhuan's heart skipped a beat. It has been a while since he came to the multiverse, but Goddess Yanran seems to have disappeared completely, without any news of her, just like in Shenwushan back then. Unexpectedly, Xuanhuan saw her god statue. Where did she go? Xuanhuan thought about it and said, You did a good job. With only a few statues, Xuanhuan could not determine the exact news. In a few days, Shui Qiangwei came back, and she was not polite in front of Xuanhuan, and said directly, I didn't find any treasures in this search, but I found a deserted ruin, which seems to be left by the gods of heaven. If your Majesty is interested, you can go there and have a look. Of course I'm going to have a look, follow me over. Shui Qiangwei led the way, and after a few days, the army arrived at the deserted ruins. In the eyes, it is a piece of blue gold ruins. Xuanhuan was keenly aware that there was indeed a fluctuation of the god of heaven, which should have been left in the ancient times, but it was not the breath of Vulcan, it was probably the god of heaven from Guyuan Tian. The statue of goddess Yanran faintly fluctuated. The blue gold ruins are densely covered with the wounds left by the war, and there is a battle between heaven and earth. But Xuanhuan could see that the ruins were reinforced by the gods of heaven, so they were not destroyed. Let's go to the core area. The god statue in Xuanhuan's hand sensed it. Shui Qiangwei walked slowly behind Xuanhuan, looking at his back, a blue-golden light permeated the air, attracting Xuanhuan to go there. What's left here? After Shui Qiangwei found out, she didn't explore, and immediately came back and told Xuanhuan that she didn't know what was inside. And they walked all the way, only the wounds left by the war, and did not find any treasures. Xuanhuan was not disappointed. He stepped into a blue-gold divine light, as if the stars had moved to another time and space. In front of him, there was also a huge statue of a god. This statue is more charming and lifelike, as if it will come alive at any time. The people on the statue are the same as those brought by the god of war, but they contain stronger power. Could it be that this relic is left by the goddess Yanran that His Majesty mentioned? Shui Qiangwei looked at the statue, and she also looked like Yanran. She stands there, just like the sky, with countless laws, the dark way of heaven. The god is Yanran, but the relic left behind is not her. Their arrival seemed to cause the laws of this place to vibrate, creating a vision in an instant. At this moment, Xuanhuan seemed to see the goddess reappearing, and the statue seemed to move. She looked down at the sky, and countless dense shadows appeared in front of her, all of them worshipping in a respectful and devout attitude. There are too many living beings, almost countless, to contribute their faith. This is an extremely ancient scene. Bloodrose was startled. Yes. Xuanhuan nodded. The picture here was similar to what was left on Tongshanshan Mountain. He continued to look at it, and there was a blue-gold figure in front of him. This green-gold figure is a god of heaven, leaving behind traces, but it looks like he believes in goddess Yanran. This scene is incredible. And there are people standing on the same line as the green-golden figure, all of whom are gods of heaven. All the gods of heaven believe in Yanran. Who is this goddess? Shui Qiangwei was shocked. Keep watching. Xuanhuan said. Goddess Yanran's face was always expressionless, without any emotional fluctuations, just like when Chu Yuan saw her in Shenwu Tian. She raised her palm, which is an order to go out. Immediately, Chu Yuan saw that Goddess Yanran was leading all the troops in Guiyuanshan, including the god of heaven and Dao, and obeyed her order to kill them. This should be the picture of the expedition during the Great Ancient War. Chu Yuan Dao, Goddess Yanran feels to Guyuan Tian that she is more like the god of Guyuan Tian, the god of all living beings in Guyuan Tian. Even the gods of heaven have to believe in her existence. Shui Changwei found it unbelievable, and suddenly thought, Your Majesty said that the goddess Yanran is not dead yet. Your Majesty has seen her and talked with her. Such an existence is not dead, but still alive. God wants a terrifying existence even more. And now that she has returned to the multiverse, what is Goddess Yanran planning now? Thinking about it makes me feel horrible, creepy. Her own loss has something to do with the Great Ancient War. Although the collapse of the sky made her not die, it also paid a huge price. #C1095 2 days strong. Goddess Yanran was the object of belief of everyone in Guyuan Tian back then. Although it was only a statue, it was left by the god of heaven. There are many mysterious laws inside, from which you can understand the holy law of Guyuan Tian back then. A different kind of inheritance. As Chu Yuan approached, a force of human emperor emerged. The statue didn't resist and was easily collected by him. With human realm heaven as the leader, in the extremely ancient war, human sovereign should be the commander of one side, and Guyuan Tian, where Goddess Yanran is located, is also on human sovereign's side. After Chu Yuan took over the statue, this ancient ruin is collapsing. Soon, 1 month has passed since Chu Yuan entered the Guiyuanshan fragment. Boom! In his eyes, he immediately saw that there were 2 terrifying torrent forces that shattered time and space, and the endless aura of conquest was shaking. They burst out with soaring killing intent, and finally fought fiercely together at this moment. This battle was earth-shattering, and the 2 sides dispatched troops for a long time, just for this momentary outbreak. The battle has begun. The god of war also sensed the outbreak of these 2 fighting spirits. He stared closely, and there were too many strong men appearing in the torrent. Your Majesty, too many strong men have gathered in the 2 major kingdoms of God in this battle, and the fight is like a battle to destroy the country. The scale of the war, there must be many forces in this fragmented world right now. It's about to move, but this is also the time when we need to be most vigilant. Check the situation carefully to deal with it. Chu Yuan said sharply. There is a fragment of Guiyuanshan, and there is also a large army gathered here, led by several supreme beings. Great, it's finally a fight. Our chance has come. This time we must seize the opportunity and win the benefits. Judging from the posture of the 2 kingdoms of God, one is bound to perish, but remember not to approach them easily. Battlefield. The supremacy of this force is paying attention to the situation of the war. The flames of war are burning, but they are also burning. Anyone dares to intervene in the war at will. They really don't know how to live or die, and wiped them all out. But suddenly, the void was torn apart, and a large number of strong men suddenly descended from high in the sky. All of them looked cold and fierce. High above, as soon as he saw this group of people, he started a massacre. Ah! Who are you? People from this force yelled, and suddenly someone recognized it, and said in horror, You are not from Tianduan Mountain, the force that crosses the sky. There is actually an army that crosses the sky to come here. People die for money, birds die for food. The powerhouses of Duershan are here. They are all too powerful, and their cultivation inheritance is also higher than theirs. It is extremely simple to kill people in the same realm, and people of this force will be wiped out soon. In another place, darkness descended, evil aura filled the world, and endless black true energy swept across the world. Many strange races appeared in it, some of which were indistinguishable from human beings, and some of them had scales all over their bodies. The powerhouse of Hell Heaven. People of a certain power were surrounded, with a terrifying fear on their faces. Hell has always been known for its ferocity. It is enough to rank in the top 5 in the 33 days, and it fights against the other 33 days every year. A group of people dare to provoke us at will, kill them. The powerhouses of Hell Sky went out cruelly, and were killed by them. Either they were swallowed as blood, or they were torn into pieces. The bloody storm, the flames of war spread, and the massacre was staged, and this scene was being staged everywhere outside Gu Yuantian's world. Because of the appearance of this huge fragment of the ancient source sky, many people are looking for the ancient inheritance here, but this time they were involved in the massacre. With the support of the 33 heavenly kingdoms behind them, Tianye Divine Kingdom and Mingsong Divine Kingdom dispatched a large army to fight here, and by the way, wipe out this group of lifeless people here. Not good. The powerhouses of Hell Heaven and Crossing Evil Heaven are here. Yunchi Supreme God is in an ancient ruins. Her soul shook. He suddenly smelled the smell of blood, looked up, and saw that it was spreading across the sky densely. In 2 days, countless powerhouses were opening the space channel and teleporting in. The strong have come here these 2 days. A strong man beside her was shocked. What a cruel method. There are many strong men here. They really want to fight a decisive battle. However, they are also taking advantage of this opportunity to kill all the strong men from other forces in Tianduan Mountain here. God Duanqing cannot manipulate these chess pieces. Yunchi Supreme God's expression was also ugly. What should I do next? We can't let their plan succeed. Once we don't have these pawns, we have to deal with it head-on. Although they won't face Master right now, if we can't resist, Master can't be alone. Yunchi said coldly. You just stop and watch the show here, and don't think about getting involved in the war. Suddenly, a golden light descended, and countless golden armored soldiers appeared. A man wearing golden armor and whose strength had reached the peak was standing in front of the Supreme God Yunchi, looking at her indifferently. The supporters behind Tianye Kingdom. There are many forces in the day of crossing, the bad luck. The supporters behind Tianye Divine Kingdom are also powerful sects, Endure Tian. They control many countries, and Tianduan Mountain is one of them. In fact, it is not uncommon to do so. Although the 33 heavens is the most powerful heaven, the whole is diverse and vast, and many sect countries will develop their power and open up territories outside the 33 heavens. It tastes so delicious, I can't wait to swallow you up. Yunchi is supreme, you are so heartwarming. The Chong clan of Hell Sky appeared, and the leader was a Tyrannosaurus Rex who was completely black and had a tail like a steel whip, constantly raising the whip. Although it has a human face, it is a strange race covered with scales. If there are the most weird races, it is the 2 days of Hell Heaven and Wanma Heaven. Hell Heaven not only kills the outside world fiercely, but also kills itself even more fiercely, and the one who supports the Mingsong Kingdom is a powerful hell country. They want to turn the entire Tianduan Mountain into hell, and all creatures into hell races. The strong men from the evil heaven and the hell heaven descended, and their auras were extremely depressing, making one's hair stand on end. You strong men have come in 2 days and stopped me here. Are you going to fight directly with my Tianjuanqing? Although you are from within the 33 days, it is only a force of the 33 days. Even if you start a war, you will not see me, it will weaken you. Yunchi said coldly. City Lord Tianduan is really powerful, and he ranks at the top of the half-day list of Taoist gods. The strong man who crossed the sky said lightly, but can the Lord of Tianduan make a move now? If he makes a move, it can indeed stabilize the overall situation, but he has to pay the price of damaging his own way of heaven. Yunchi is the supreme god, and you are in control of Tianjuanqing. We will not attack the half of the territory, but on the other side of Tianduan Mountain, you should not interfere. and wait for the result. Yuanxi Supreme God's face was ugly, they just seized this critical moment. Although her combat strength is outstanding, many people are staring at her. Let's fight, it depends on whether your plan can succeed this time, the god is here to watch. #C1096 Wealth. What's going on? Why do I feel that the atmosphere has changed suddenly? It's not an ordinary big air machine, what happened? At the same time, a creepy feeling struck, God of War only felt a deep chill descending, gloomy, a smell like hell. Amidst the rumbling sound, his eyes suddenly looked forward. Suddenly, the brilliance changed drastically, and a black air current swept over this place, as thick as water. In an instant, he heard countless screams, like ghosts screaming. Immediately, the sky was dark, and a void channel was formed, sending sinful and evil things in. Kill. Kill them all, leave no one behind, kill them all. It's hard to come down to Tianhuan Mountain from Hell Heaven. It's a good opportunity to eat blood food. You have to eat all the blood food. Eat it, eat it. In the dark and endless, ferocious army like a tide came out. They didn't have order, it was more like killing indiscriminately, but there were too many of them, and they were too brutal. Not good, the army of Hell Heaven. Blood Rose shouted. A chill came from within the soul. When she was in Duershan, she also saw countless strong men from Hell kill in Duershan and fight with the strong men in Duershan. She has never forgotten that ferocious look. These Hell powerhouses come in all shapes and sizes, and they have all kinds of looks. How could there be so many Hell troops in the ancient source sky fragments? Rumble. The earth-shattering resounding sound spread from this fragment. Everywhere is at war, and everywhere is caught in the slaughter. The god of war sternly shouted, Your Majesty, the two great kingdoms must have summoned the powerhouses behind them. On the one hand, they will start a decisive battle, and on the other hand, they also want to kill us here. There are too many creatures in Hell's sky, vast like smoke, endless, and those who rushed over are their cannon fodder. This is also the method they are good at using. Blood Rose said. But even if it is cannon fodder, it is too strong. There are not a few holy gods, world gods, cosmic gods, even immortals, supreme beings, and masters. Hell's sky is a strong sky, and it can be ranked in the top 5 in 33 days, the most aggressive and warlike. The multi-element energy there is not comparable to that of Tianhuan Mountain. This kind of cannon fodder is almost as much as you want, and it is born in batches every moment. The dark clouds gathered, and in the sky, the Hell passage was condensed, and more armies were marching from there. Facing the Hell Heaven army, I expected that the entire ancient source sky fragments would be filled with the 2-day army. Let me kill them. Chu Yuan gave an order without changing his face. Kill these Hell races. Boom. The battleship vacated, the giant cannon was set up, and the infinite energy rainbow tore through the sky in an instant, and hit it hard. This kind of terrifying war equipment is not very effective against the top powerhouses, but it is a great killer for large-scale wars. Almost instantly, the army rushing forward is turned into fly ash. However, there are too many of them. As soon as one piece is emptied, it will be filled in immediately. And the army of Hell is not afraid of death. Humph. These lowly Hell races are not afraid of death. They are controlled by the Hell Lord and nourished by the energy of Hell. They are all fierce and violent. If they want to defeat them, they must kill their strong ones. The Blood Rose rose into the sky. She slashed away with a bloody knife, emptying one piece after another, but immediately a few gods of Hell stopped her. Follow me to kill. The cannons of the battleship covered the farther battlefield, and the god of war led his men to kill directly. Although he was a first-tier heaven, his fighting spirit was too strong, and his body emitted infinite golden light, like a dazzling sun, and some Hell's army was directly evaporated. Negative U is also killing, it does not need to cast any spells, with its huge body, wherever it hits, it will be emptied. Under Chu Yuan's training, regardless of resources, how many people can withstand the impact of the second heaven's negative mountain? This time, what Chu Yuan brought was the elite of the empire. Everyone was armed to the teeth. Facing the killing of the army from hell, they were not afraid, shrouded in the national fortune of martial arts, and fought bravely. It happens to be honed with the power of the army of hell. Chu Yuan looked around the battlefield. He looked at the world that had turned into pitch black, especially in the passage, where strong men came continuously. The great devouring technique is activated at this moment. The invisible black hole devours everything. Although he didn't fight directly, the power of devouring enveloped the entire battlefield. The killed strong man from hell was immediately devoured into vitality and nourished into everyone's body. The great devouring technique is too terrifying. Chu Yuan seemed to cast a halo of nourishment on them, so that everyone could display their strength to their heart's content. Kill, 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 I will kill. After the thunder beast swallowed Yeliatong, its cultivation had already reached the limit of the juggernaut god. Its eyes were blood red, and the god tribulation turned into a sea of thunder. Wherever it fell, there would be a vast ocean. Too many. With the impact of billions of stars, the three gods of the sun, moon and stars will exist on the battlefield in a triangular lineup. They have all obtained great benefits on Tongshanshan Mountain, and their power is exploding at this moment. God damn! Fang Lei, a mighty general who had followed Chu Yuan for a long time, had already reached the realm of the ruler of gods. He led the Scourge army to slash with a sword, and the light of the sword fell 1,000,000 feet away. I don't know how many people were killed. Happy. The god of war was on a rampage, and as soon as a Hell Supreme came in front of him, he was punched flying. His god of war hand fell, covering hundreds of thousands of troops, and was instantly blasted into a blood mist. The more you appear, the better. I try to overwhelm you with endless numbers, but I just want more of you. Every strong person in hell is my vitality. I use the great devouring technique to transform all of you into energy. In the eyes of others, the fearful army of hell, in Chu Yuan's eyes at this moment, is wealth, and all the explosions are energy. To improve the cultivation of the army, the energy required is too much to calculate. But now, with so many strong men from hell, all of them were transformed into Chu Yuan's great devouring technique, and he broke through when he saw many people killing. The horror of the great devouring technique is nothing more than this, making Chu Yuan invincible and not afraid of group attacks at all. With His Majesty here, what are we afraid of? Just kill me, there is no need to be afraid of anything. Have you seen that, the more you kill, Your Majesty will transform it into the most nourishing energy with the most powerful means? The thunder beast was roaring, even though it swallowed the juggernaut god, it felt that its strength was about to reach its limit, and the supreme realm was within reach. These are all wealth. The wealth is in front of you. If you don't take it, you will be struck by lightning. Under the influence of Chu Yuan's aura, Shui Chengwei's eyes brightened. If others see the battlefield situation in front of them, they will be scared to death. If the cruel hell army is overwhelmed by such numbers, it will be a disaster, and the supreme god will die. But the mighty warriors, without the slightest fear, triumphed triumphantly, and even regarded the strong men in hell as wealth, massacred them, and plundered their vitality. C1097 ton. The Xuanhuan army is crazy. Crazy, kill the rushing hell powerhouses and plunder wealth. Your Majesty, we seem to have resisted the attack of the army of hell, but what is rushing over now is nothing more than their cannon fodder. The real strong clan is still behind, and the top strong ones haven't made a move yet. The resuscitator said, beside Chu Yuan. You're right. If hell heaven really only has this strength, it won't make the heavens frightened by the news. At this time, Chu Yuan did not pay attention to the battlefield, but set his sights on the passage to hell, although there are many cannon fodder in hell, the passage to hell here is just a passage built by the supporters behind him in Mingsung Kingdom, not directly opened up from hell. Kill them. The strong man in hell was furious when he saw the cannon fodder army being brutally slaughtered. They didn't care about the loss of cannon fodder, they could catch as many as they wanted after returning to hell, but they couldn't take them for a long time, and instead were killed by the opponent and refined into wealth, which made them feel that their face was damaged. They descended from hell heaven to Tianduan Mountain this time, to kill all the creatures here and help Ming Tsong defeat Tian Ye. Boom! The passage to hell became even more distorted. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, with scales on its body, and a giant body with a snake-headed race. It was several times stronger than the previous cannon fodder. This is the Hell Scale Snake family. Bloodrose recognized it. It is also a powerful clan in hell, not cannon fodder. Kill them. The vitality contained in the Hell-Scaled Snake clan was even richer, and the army of gods and warriors immediately fought them, but what made their faces slightly ugly was that the weapons slashed on their bodies, sparking soaring sparks, but they failed to cause a big kill. Destroy these lowly people, and the glory of hell will be inviolable. Boom! Tens of thousands more appeared, wearing dark golden armor. They are exceedingly noble. They are aristocrats, and their powerful blood makes many cannon fodder see them, and the soul trembles in submission. They look no different from humans, but their faces are paler. Although they were few in number, the weakest were the Supremes. Tens of thousands of them fought out, and their fighting strength was unbelievably strong, causing huge damage to the Shenwu army in an instant. The underworld people from hell, Shui Changwei said in shock. Although there are many strong clans in hell, there are also 10 strong clans, including the underworld clan. They are gods living in hell, all of them are noble, and each race has its own god of heaven. Even the people of hell will tear them apart. The god of war has no fear, he can't just sit back and watch the underworld men inflict huge damage on the army, they come in an instant, smashing one of them with one punch. Hell Underworld Palm. Just when the god of war was about to continue killing, a powerful supreme made a move. Several supremes joined forces to create a vision like an ancient hell. Boom! The god of war suddenly had difficulty advancing an inch, and glared at the few supreme gods in the sky. This hell power formed a field, trapping god of war, and a hellman wearing a dark gold armor killed him, holding a golden sword in his hand, and was about to chop it down, ending the life of god of war. A small area of Tianduan Mountain, against my powerful hell clan, death will be your final destination. Hellmen are indifferent and ruthless. Hell, the destination of death, countless ghosts and bones, now I will make your soul unable to return to hell. Chu Yuan finally moved, and his domineering body was in front of the hellman in an instant. He raised his palm lightly, but the knife couldn't be cut off, and he resisted it. The face of the underworld man changed drastically. The appearance of Chu Yuan made him feel a depressive pressure, and it was difficult for him to move his power. Ming people are also a branch of people, and they must be ruled by me. Chu Yuan's aura of humanism was suppressed. He was indifferent, covering the sky with one hand, and covering it with his hand, the hell man saw the endless darkness, and then his whole body exploded. As the saying goes, go to hell, but in Chu Yuan's killing and devouring, he can't even go to hell. Continue to kill. Chu Yuan said. Yes. Everyone took orders. Take your life. Chu Yuan's eyes immediately fixed on one place, where many hell troops were surrounding a supreme one, casting spells continuously, causing great damage to the army of gods and warriors. His deadly palm fell, and it was completely pitch-black darkness. There was a scream, and when the deadly palm fell, all the hell powerhouses there disappeared. He actually wiped out our 2 supreme beings in a row. How could there be such a cruel and powerful person? What kind of mana is this? Shouldn't the most powerful person be on the battlefield of Tianya and Mingsong? We can't let him continue killing, we must stop him. He is the leader of this group of people. Once he dies, this army will collapse. Gather the strongest force and blast. Seeing that Chu Yuan wiped out the two supreme beings in an instant, even the strong man in hell, who was not afraid of death, trembled. That existence, like the most stalwart emperor of humanity, exudes the most blazing light. Chu Yuan soared into the sky. I don't see what hunting method he used at the moment, but a huge black hole that swallowed it expanded, and Chu Yuan went directly to the place where the army of hell gathered. As long as it is covered by the engulfing black hole, it will be evaporated and empty. I'll take you guys to attack the Supreme. Chu Yuan knew that the time had come for him to break through. In recent years, the luck of the country has skyrocketed several times, and he has seen all kinds of miracles on Tongshanshan Mountain. He has already reached the limit of dominating the gods, and now he is relying on the large number of hell powerhouses here. He wants to go directly to the Supreme Realm. His current strength is already extremely terrifying. Once it reaches the Supreme, it is simply unimaginable. Shenwu, Shenchao will reap huge benefits in this battle between the two kingdoms of the gods. To fight for hegemony in Tianduan Mountain with the Supreme Realm is the way of Emperor. This time he also understood that in other places, there may be a large number of strong men who cross the sky, and they will definitely decide the outcome. Killing them is more like incidental. Swallow. 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 At this moment, Chu Yuan has turned into an omnipotent giant god. He has the power of devouring. Wherever he goes, he will be swallowed by him. Infinite power is pouring into his body. But that's not enough. Great devouring technique. How can this person's great devouring technique be so powerful? It's unheard of, never seen before. The Hell Powerhouse also collapsed. How to fight this? They were swallowed by him before they got close to this person. Your Majesty's strength is simply too terrifying. The morale of the powerhouses of the Shenwu Empire was greatly shaken when they saw it. Those ferocious Hell powerhouses came to His Majesty's side, and they didn't even have a chance to escape, and they were all swallowed up for energy. Chu Yuan's eyes locked. A supreme being was defeated, and screamed as he fled. Even the bones and bones were swallowed. Not enough, not enough. Chu Yuan performed a more violent devouring technique. #C1098 Supreme God, Conquest of Troubled Times. Great devouring technique, plunder and devour all energy that can be swallowed. Countless hell powerhouses screamed, their figures twisted and swallowed by a terrifying black hole. The killing of so many troops should have terrified countless people, but the more troops there are today, the more power the opponent can swallow, and they have become a powerful stepping stone for this person. Fight back and fight back, we can't let him swallow like this again. The strong in hell are terrified. The main reason is that the speed at which Chu Yuan devours is too penetrating. As long as he sees it, he swallows it. They teamed up to play the hell art, turned into a killing force, and the moment they counterattacked Chu Yuan, they disappeared immediately. Chu Yuan's palm shook, and the black hole spread, and it was swallowed again. Underworld spell. The underworld people fought back, joined forces, and used their own blood as a guide, as if they had summoned a kind of power from the gods of the underworld, and then a great existence that looked down on all living beings appeared, and took a blow from afar. I devour the heavens, and I am omnipotent to plunder. Chu Yuan made a loud voice. He immediately broke through this so-called underworld magic, stretching his hands together like a net. Those hell people screamed, there was no way to escape, and they were all swallowed up in an instant. The army dispersed, and this time he was going to sweep. Standing high in the sky, Chu Yuan was unimaginably domineering and cruel. His strength is expanding, and it appears that the army of hell is almost swallowed by him, but this passage of hell has not been closed yet. They still don't know that there are still countless troops rushing out of what happened here. Xuanhuan stepped in front of this passage and blocked it. Before seeing the scene on the battlefield, these rushing troops were instantly vaporized when their eyes went dark. Your Majesty, he is too terrifying. All the troops of Shenwu are watching, they can only see a black hole in their eyes. I can't see the specifics, that's because their eyes are all swallowed up. What? 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 The screams were coming out, and some of them could resist for a while, but they ushered in even greater terror. If you want to terminate the teleportation, come here. The weird situation also made the strong man at the other end of the passage feel that something was wrong, but Xuanhuan slashed with his palm, the power of space rolled, and the infinite light burst out, forcibly sucking the strong man in the passage out with a suction force. Under the engulfment of this kind of power, Xuanhuan's power is also enough. The incomparable catastrophe that will destroy the world is coming, but these forces, once they fall into Xuanhuan's black hole, disappear completely, so that God of War and the others don't know what happened. Xuanhuan's accumulation is too thick. The fortune of the gods and countless strong men from hell have all become the cornerstone of his achievement of the supreme god at this moment. Calamity couldn't do anything to him, but on the contrary, it gave him a push when he became supreme. If other people saw that this dreadful calamity turned into energy, they would be frightened to death. How could there be such people in the world? The supreme spirit, the supreme realm, the way to control everything. At this moment, Xuanhuan's breakthrough was a matter of course, and he did not encounter any danger in the process of breaking through, and he became a supreme god. Supreme power is quite different. Although Xuanhuan also has the supreme fighting power with the human emperor sword, it is difficult to feel the mystery if he is not at this level. His eyes suddenly change, and the whole world seems to be composed of countless rules. A vast road of rules appeared in front of his eyes, and it was difficult to see the end. 5 steps to the road to heaven is the road to the rules of heaven. Every step of promotion is to deepen the understanding of the rules of heaven. There are tens of thousands of roads, but if you take the wrong path, you will end up forever. Ding. The host completed the main task, broke through the Supreme God, obtained 20 million vertex points, the Supreme God Healing Potion X1, the Supreme Artifact Advanced Card X1, the Supernatural Fruit X18384, the 9th level blueprint of the Sky God Battleship, and the Murderer X1, Shinshin Tower X1, Shantian Shinax Building Blueprint, Dark God Body Cultivation Pool, 3000 Avenues of Supernatural Powers, Great Soul Technique X1, Random Lucky Draw Chance X1. Ding. The current main line has been released, breaking through half a step of heaven. Ding. The current side task of breaking through the Supreme God has been completed, and I have obtained 9 million vertex points, the Supreme God Healing Potion X1, the Supernatural Fruit X18384, the Supreme Artifact Advanced Card, the Tianhu Transformation Pod X1, the Alien Time and Space Teleportation Volume X1, Gate of Soul X1, the Conquest of Supreme Supernatural Powers in Troubled Times. Ding. The current branch has been released, breaking through to dominate the second heaven. Ding ding ding. Continuous system prompts sounded. In front of Xuanhuan, a humanoid creature, several feet tall, appeared. Its whole body was covered with hard black scales, its eyes were a pair of blood-red triangular eyes, and its palms were like animal claws with hard claws. This is a savage and cruel man. Town God Tower. This is a huge golden tower, its power is almost the pinnacle of the supreme artifact, its greatest role is to suppress the gods, or take in the indelible existence and suppress him inside. Transform Tianhu. It looks like a small pot, it looks ordinary, but it actually has extremely terrifying power. As its name suggests, it can take in the sky and the universe, and refine it into a kind of divine liquid. The blueprint for building the Sky God Battleship, which is an advanced version of the dimensional battleship. Kongshan Kongshan means God of Space. Similarly, every time a battleship evolves, not only will its power change qualitatively, but the difficulty of building it will also increase sharply. The Sky God battleship can resist the power of the Supreme God and travel through space quickly in the multiverse. In the future, the dimensional battleship will still be the main ship, and the Sky God battleship can be used as the main ship. Xuanhuan said. The function of the Dark Divine Body Cultivation Pool and the Sky Combat Body Cultivation Pool are similar. The difference is that the attributes of the combat bodies cultivated are different, and it is also a powerful fighting physique. The reason why he has cultivated a Sky Battle body of 50 people does not seem to be very powerful, but Xuanhuan also knows that it is because the scale has not yet formed. If there are tens of thousands, put them on the battlefield, it will definitely destroy the balance of one side. However, the main material needed for cultivating the Dark God body is the Heavenly Blood God Stone, and other substances with dark attributes are needed, and this kind of substance is the most abundant in Hell Sky, and it is difficult to find elsewhere. I have reached the Supreme God, and I can start the matter of the Tianxue ancient mining area, but the most important thing now is to wait for the war in Tianhuan Mountain to temporarily settle down. Xuanhuan understood very well. This time, the supporters behind the two kingdoms of God are serious, and they will not give up if one side is immortal. Xuanhuan is also ambitious. He is already the Supreme God, and with his strength, he is enough to fight for hegemony in this chaotic situation. The only thing to see is which day the war will gain the upper hand. This time he also obtained the Great Soul Art and the Soul Gate, which are extremely powerful and specifically aimed at the secret art of the soul. Before, Xuanhuan lacked the means of the soul, and now he made up for it. Then, he realized the supreme supernatural power of conquest in troubled times. #C1099 Breakthrough. Conquest of troubled times. In an instant, a terrifying mood passed through Xuanhuan's mind. His breath changed, the sky and the earth were vast, the gods were fighting in chaos, and the heaven and the earth turned into a chaotic battlefield, and countless people were fighting. And his imposing manner is in the sky, standing on the top of the heavens, and he is in charge of the power to kill in troubled times. Between the wave of his hand, countless gods appear and evolve into gods one by one. The glory of the gods appeared at the same time, and the brilliant light swept the heavens and the earth, forming the kingdom of the gods. With the tyrannical power of Xuanhuan, with a single order, the gods in these kingdoms can even become real, and go out to fight for him in troubled times. Of course, to maintain such a vision, it requires an incomparably majestic mana. The consumption of every moment is huge. I'm in control of everything. Xuanhuan is ambitious and looks at the sky. Alien time and space teleportation scroll. This kind of thing also aroused Xuanhuan's curiosity, and this type of reward appeared for the first time. Alien time and space teleportation scroll. Open an ancient alien time and space, what is unknown in it, or a barren place, or a fertile place, or an extremely dangerous danger. Remarks: the host must be cautious when using the different time and space teleportation volume, and there may be dangers that cannot be resisted. This teleportation scroll. Xuanhuan thought to pay. Judging from the introduction, it is indeed a bit weird, but he has no idea of opening it now. He still has to focus on the war in Tianhuan Mountain. This is what he needs to pay attention to. Your Majesty, the Hell Army here has been pacified. The God of War stepped forward. At this moment, Xuanhuan, God of War, has a feeling that he can't tell. Although the previous His Majesty was also powerful, he did not have the current momentum, and even a glance swept over him, and his whole body would be evaporated. Not yet. Xuanhuan's divine eyes suddenly pierced into a distorted hell tunnel. He suddenly hit with his big hand, and the supremely terrifying mana suddenly penetrated through infinite time and space. In the extreme distance, the booming sound of the explosion suddenly appeared, and everyone was suddenly in an area where there was actually a large army of hell. Hell Heaven is too far away from Tian Broken Mountain. The Mingsong Divine Kingdom has been preparing for a long time. With their help, they have built multiple passages in Tianduan Mountain. After the army leaves the hell, they will first enter these passages, and then enter the battlefield. No, the channel was collapsed by him. Among these hell powerhouses, there is one who wears hell robes and has evil eyes. It is he who manipulates the channel and inputs the army here. Xuanhuan took a long step, crossed time and space, and slashed at them. Now his cultivation is truly supreme, and his strength is much stronger than before, and he has the ability to reverse time and space at will and obliterate all things. Pressing his palm, the supernatural power is unparalleled, and the infinite power appears, just like a huge grinding disc. Bang bang bang, the scene in front of you is like putting beans in a grinding plate and rolling them, and all the essence is squeezed out. Those beans are the army of hell. Ah! You dare to destroy my army of hell, and hell will flatten you. The evil eye roared bitterly. He was fighting in hell, and he had never seen such a terrifying scene. He thought that it would be a feast of plundering prey when he arrived at Tianduan Mountain. But here is the hell that will kill them. The evil eye struggled and was useless, and it fell from the big hand of the mill, and it exploded all over the body. The power of a palm wiped out a large army in a hell tunnel. His Majesty's unparalleled magical power is invincible. The god of war was deeply in awe. This kind of strength. Xuanhuan was also shocked. She felt that she was very small in front of His Majesty, and then her eyes brightened. Duertian, I can go back with his strength in the future. I said, I will definitely go back. The three gods of the sun, the moon, and the stars, when will we not make breakthroughs at this time? Xuanhuan shouted loudly. He obliterated the army in the hell tunnel, refined it into a billowing essence liquid, collected majestic energy, and now let his subordinates break through. In the empire, the three gods of the sun, moon, and stars would be the closest to the supreme realm. Breakthrough. The three gods of the sun, moon, and stars roared loudly. They were long overdue for a breakthrough. Boom. The three people's breaths are united, hundreds of millions of galaxies impact, countless galaxies roll, three supreme divine calamities descend, dense calamity aura, astral wind and lightning, sky thunder and earth fire, drown this place into a wave. Breakthrough without injury, plus a me. Xiaolei will always be loyal to your majesty. The thunder beast finally couldn't stand it anymore. Before, it swallowed a Yeliatong of the same attribute as it, and when the army of hell rushed in, it started to kill, and it had to break through in front of His Majesty. 4 pieces of doom fell on the fragmented sky of Bayuanshan, that is, the 4 pillars of heaven. How majestic and vast these scenes are. All of a sudden, there will be 4 more supremes in my god dynasty. The god of war is delighted. This is the breakthrough of the 4 supreme beings, not the dominant god. Every supreme is a regional tyrant in Tianduan Mountain, and the stronger the empire's strength, the happier he is. They are not like Xuanhuan, they can cross it at will, but it will last for a period of time. Happy. Thunder Beast is refreshed. A few days later, it successfully broke through and became supreme, and its volume was several times larger than before. With its head held high, it proudly said, in the future, I will be called Lei Yi the Supreme Thunder Beast. And a day or 2 later, the calamity of the 3 gods is also over. The stars, rivers, sun and moon are all moving around them, and infinite energy is erupting. Although they are all in the realm of the first layer of heaven, the 3 of them are united, the sun, the moon, and the stars, representing the true meaning of the universe. It can be said that they will not be their opponents when they join forces with their Zongshan. There were more than 4 supremes, and Xuanhuan suddenly felt that the fortunes of the divine dynasty were increasing. Each of these supremes was like a heaven-suppressing divine pillar, shining up in the empire, making people feel at ease when they saw it. Good, very good, excellent. Xuanhuan said 3 good words in a row. This time, he would like to thank the 2 gods for the war. If they hadn't summoned a large number of powerhouses from the 33 days, it would have been difficult for Xuanhuan to find so much vitality, otherwise he would not have broken through so much, and the empire would not have had 4 more supremes. In the past, there were only a few supreme statues in the imperial court. In the face of the vast war, many things needed to be presided over by him, and he was bound to do things. But now, God of War, Blood Rose, Nuyu, Ferocious Sun, Moon, Star, and Thunder Beasts are all supreme, and there are more soldiers and horses that can be mobilized. Next, there is also a great possibility for this group of people, such as the gods, the resuscitators. The more powerful he has under his command, the more things he can do. There are also 2 supreme artifact advanced cards. After the War God Commander and the Prison Commander return to the Empire, it is also possible to soak in the pool for a period of time. Please also ask Your Majesty to instruct the next move. God of War. Next step. Xuanhuan's eyes focused. In the sky, the 2 energies of darkness and light are crazily intertwined. This is the fight between the 2 kingdoms of God, and there are many strong people coming together in many passages. #C1100 Slaughter. Listen to my orders and kill the enemy. Xuanhuan ordered. There are so many armies in the entire Gaiyuanshan fragment now, it is almost endless, and the vastness is like a sea of smoke. Xuanhuan immediately stared at a hell passage, and he immediately swept out the power of the void with the gate of the void, slammed into it, and a terrifying disaster occurred in an instant. The moment the entire passage was broken, the army of hell inside was revealed. Kill the past. The army resisted the damage with Nuyu in front, and the God of War rushed over. At this moment, their morale is endless. Under the leadership of Xuanhuan, they are pushing everything horizontally, killing the opponents they can see. Xuanhuan could of course see that the truly elite army had been fighting fiercely at the core for 2 days, and now he was going to be a hunter, beheading the powerhouses for 2 days to strengthen his dynasty. The army in each hell passage is beheaded, and it can be refined into infinite vitality. And Xuanhuan not only killed the hell army, but also killed the army in Duertian. It was a random killing. As long as he saw it, he could not escape his hunt. Ha 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 ha, so happy. Thunder Beast laughed wildly. Its lethality is even more ferocious than the God of War. After all, it manipulates the thunder method, killing it is a sea of thunder, and relying on its own body, it is not afraid of ordinary damage. The resuscitator stood on the battlefield, and her purification scepter was tapped one after another, and every breath of pure world fell, purifying the hidden dangers brought by the breath of hell. In a short period of time, they broke through 5 or 6 hell passages. What makes Xuanhuan happy is that in this slaughter, the gods have absorbed enough hell energy, and they have also broken through to the supreme. After all, the attributes of the gods are in line with hell, and they have absorbed so many hell powerhouses, so the breakthrough is a matter of course. These armies belong to the Xuanhu dynasty. They are so powerful that they are simply unstoppable. To kill these hell armies is to push and crush them horizontally. The killing speed of the Xuanhu dynasty is too fast. Look at the Xuanhu God Emperor. Take the initiative to open the hell channel. Oh my god, what kind of magic power did the Emperor Xuanhu use to break the channel with a single blow, and capture all the hell creatures inside? Xuanhu dynasty is too fierce. There are also many other forces in the ancient Yuan-Tian fragment. They are all blocked here, and it is difficult to escape. Just when they are desperate, the Xuanhu God dynasty descends like a heavenly soldier, pushes horizontally, and kills the hell powerhouse. Countless. Of course, Xuanhuan didn't come to save them, but to plunder the benefits and use the hell army as a resource. However, because of Xuanhu Xinchao's horizontal push in the outer area, the dilemma of many people was indirectly disintegrated, and some weak forces were grateful to Xuanhuan. Break through this hell tunnel. Xuanhuan saw a hell passage that was several times larger than what he had seen before. Killing this way, in fact, the more hell he kills, the main reason is that there are too many creatures in hell, and many powerful hell forces will capture a large number of cannon fodder to fight, forming a frenzy-like offensive. In this hell passage, after being broken by the army, a dark golden yiksha with wings on his back is afraid. He flapped his wings and was about to run out in panic. Heaven transformation pot. Xuanhuan swept him with one move, opened the heaven transformation pot, and swallowed him in. After a dozen or so breaths, he swayed, and there was a breath of water, which was the dark real liquid that had been refined. The two most precious resources of the dark divine body are the dark divine liquid and the heavenly blood divine stone. And the dark divine liquid needs a dark powerhouse to refine. Refining the dark divine liquid is much easier to obtain than the sky crystal. Xuanhuan laughed, so many hell powerhouses are resources in his eyes. Your Majesty, we can't stay here any longer. You see, more and more troops are coming in 2 days. They may just do it smoothly against other forces in Tianduan City, but if we continue to fight like this, we will have a hard time getting out. The god of war said, I am not afraid of this, but I think that the two great kingdoms should fight as fiercely as possible. You're right, it's getting more and more dangerous over time. Xuanhuan nodded. He knew that the arrival of so many strong men in 2 days this time was obviously a real move. He looked up at the sky, the forces of light and darkness were colliding wildly, and one channel after another appeared. As time passed, the darkness and light of the sky were almost connected together, and the fragmented world was about to be enclosed. Go, break out with me. Xuanhuan led his army to break through. Huh? There are the people of Yuan Mazong, and there is the breath of Shangguan Feiyu. After Xuanhuan made a sudden attack, he suddenly saw that in the area to his right, Yuan Mazong's troops were surrounded by a large number of people. Alright, this time I will help Shangguan Feiyu once. After the war between the two countries is divided, the next action may require the help of Yuan Mazong. Many friends are not harmful to me. Xuanhuan killed all the way, and he wanted to plunder resources, and it didn't matter to kill more. Shangguan Feiyu was indeed in great danger at this moment. Vice Sect Master, what should I do? There are more and more Duertian powerhouses, and they have surrounded us, and we will not be able to kill them. The one who besieged Shangguan Feiyu was the Duerian powerhouse. Don't panic, you can definitely kill it. Shangguan Feiyu didn't lose his calm. It seems that this sect can only use the forbidden secret technique. The sect master was worried before that there would be a conspiracy. Even if we don't want this body, we have to kill it. This is our last chance. Yuan Mazong, Shangguan Feiyu, I saw your information. It is not easy to cultivate to such a state in Shaotian Broken Mountain. A tall man with a breath as heavy as the sky walked out. He looked at Shangguan Feiyu with the eyes of King's Landing looking down, and said, in this way, I can give you a way to survive. Kneel down, and obediently surrender your soul source and become mine. Concubine, follow me to the Heavenly Nirvana sect in the future. The supporter behind the Heavenly Nirvana Kingdom is the Heavenly Nirvana sect. With their sect power, they not only control a huge force in Duertian, but also control multiple countries and other regions of the multiverse, providing them with talent and resources. Really? Make me a concubine. Shangguan Feiyu said coldly, okay, but I'm afraid you won't have this blessing to enjoy. Haha, my blessing is very big. You must know that many people who want to be my concubine don't have the opportunity. The man laughed. Be careful, this woman practices magic, she is cunning and ruthless, don't underestimate it. Someone reminded. It doesn't matter, if a woman can't control it, I've been cultivating for so many years, how about it, have you thought about it? When the man spoke, the ultimate move had already appeared, you will be surrendered by me. Submit me, it depends on whether you have the strength. Xuanhuan Feiyu is not afraid of this man, but there are too many strong people coming with him, and she will immediately cast a forbidden technique. Shenwu goes on an expedition. But at this moment, the monstrous slaughter sounded in, and the tyrannical army tore open a passage in an instant and killed it. C1101 dead in the way. The supernatural powerhouse is here. Xuanhuan Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. She really didn't want to use the taboo secret technique until she was in despair, it would hurt too much. Seeing that figure, one knew that there was no danger today. Kill them all and save Yuan Mazong. Chu Yuan said. Without any nonsense words, the army of martial arts rushed out directly. Okay, cooperate with Shenwu Shenqiao and kill them. Xuanhuan Feiyu also drank loudly. Not good, here comes the strong again. This group of people was terrified, the pressure brought by the killing of the divine martial arts army was too great, it was the irresistible heavenly soldiers and generals, which made their faces change drastically, and they wanted to fight out while calling for help. Not one left. You dare. The man who was going to let Xuanhuan Feiyu be his concubine shouted loudly, you dare to touch me, my ancestor is a half-day existence of Tian Yashinzong, if you kill me, your god dynasty will be wiped out. Half a day. Chu Yuan said. Humph, now you obediently get out of the way and let us leave. The man thought that Chu Yuan was already scared. But Chu Yuan's palm was suddenly pulled out, and the tyrannical soul power shook, and this man could not rest in peace. He couldn't believe that this man's attack was so ruthless, and his life was directly obliterated. It didn't take long for the armies of the two sides to kill this group of people. Thanks to His Majesty, the God Emperor, extending a helping hand today, otherwise Feiyu would be in danger. Xuanhuan Feiyu was thankful that he made good friends with Chu Yuan in Tongshanshan Mountain, otherwise, why would the other party save him, and said, oh, it's also because of my greed. If I had left earlier, I wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Now it's a waste of money. For some time, now the whole world has become a battlefield for the armies of both sides. I'm afraid the fairy got a big benefit this time. Chu Yuan said. I got some inheritance from the ancient Yuan Tian, which can allow me to break through to the realm of the fourth heaven, but no matter how many inheritances I have, I still need to be able to leave here safely. Xuanhuan Feiyu didn't regret it, the path of a cultivator is the path of seizing the sky. If she doesn't fight hard this time, it will be very difficult for her to break through the fourth level of heaven. Okay, I don't care what specific inheritance you got. The war between the two countries has reached its most intense moment. In the sky, the passages of the two parties are about to be encircled. Leave the battlefield here to them and rush out. We're going to watch a show outside. Chu Yuan said. Everything depends on His Majesty the God Emperor. Xuanhuan Feiyu nodded. Chu Yuan today is completely different from the Chu Yuan on Tongshanshan Mountain. Boom. Chu Yuan stared at the sky, the powers of the two divine kingdoms were clearly separated, and they were about to encircle. At the junction, countless armies appeared fighting, trying to turn the fragments of Gu Yuan Tian into a closed battlefield. Kill. With his order, the imposing and powerful army of martial arts rushed out like a tide. Their fighting spirit was strong, they clenched the weapons in their hands, closely followed the strong man in front, and killed them. This kind of momentum. Xuanhuan Feiyu's mind was shocked by the aura of the army, she was not comparable to Yuan Mazong. I will tear open the passage between heaven and earth for you. Chu Yuan stood proudly, suppressing the eternal blue sky, and the emperor's holy sword slashed in the air. Xuanhuan Feiyu immediately saw that at the junction of the two passages, a storm of destruction was raging, and many holes were opened. Those people don't wait to die inside obediently, but dare to kill them out, just die inside, don't let them run out. Dead, all dead, it's the people of the Xuanhuan dynasty, they slaughtered wantonly inside, my army in hell has been slaughtered by them, block them inside. Looking for something to die for. Originally, the powerhouses of the two sides were fighting, but when they suddenly saw Xuanhuan rushing towards him, someone killed him immediately. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. Holding the sky with one hand, Xuanhuan condensed great power with his left fist and blasted out. Immediately, the divine light pierced through the sky, and the army blocking him was wiped out in an instant. Kill. His Majesty the God Emperor was in front, and the army swept away the rushing people on both wings. Such a powerful fight by Xuanhuan also shocked and angered the powerhouses on both sides. A woman from hell stepped on a ferocious hell beast like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and sternly shouted, "If you dare to ignore my hell army, I will make you pay the price." This woman is also very strong, especially the Tyrannosaurus, which exhales a stench. Legating you, cut it off. Negative, you got the order, and the giant hand fell down. The hell Tyrannosaurus was suppressed and killed before it showed its strength, and then negative, you rushed into the army with his own body, killing brutally. What a negative you, this is already in the realm of the second heaven, but it's a pity that my Yuan demon sect doesn't have one. Xuanhuan Feiyu was also very envious, but he also knew that only existences like Shenwu God Emperor were qualified to subdue this kind of beast race. My beast. The woman's face changed in shock. This was a fierce beast she had finally subdued, and it was wiped out in one fell swoop. Before she had time to get angry, a giant hand descended from the sky, click click click, the woman's body was shattered in an instant, wiped out instantly, and turned into energy. Rush out. At this time, Xuanhuan also heard the sound of rumbling and rumbling. It was the passage of the two parties that penetrated and closed, and a more powerful man was coming across the sky quickly. Whoever blocks the way dies. Xuanhuan's eyes swept across, the human emperor's holy sword cleared the way, with unparalleled killing power, a sword light turned into a Milky Way, and those who were swept into this Milky Way were all strangled in an instant and dissolved into energy. I see who dares to stop us from leaving. Xuanhuan Feiyu was also possessed. At this time, she didn't have the delicate appearance in front of Xuanhuan that day. She was a murderous goddess, her clothes were dyed red. The momentum of the army rushing out was unstoppable. Tiao Nirvana Array. The powerhouse of the heavenly Nirvana divine sect who descended from the evil heaven casts out the heavenly Nirvana divine formation, and if he is enveloped in it, everything seems to be going to Nirvana, entering Nirvana along with the void. Xuanhuan used the soul gate to cast the great soul technique suddenly, and the group of people who cast the heavenly Nirvana formation froze in place for a moment before being swept away by a big hand. Be terrified. This kind of brutal killing made them tremble with fear. It was simply too vicious. If they dared to appear in front of them, the end would be torn apart fiercely, and there was no way to stop it. Especially the divine martial god emperor, it is even more terrifying to kill. Hurry up, before the more powerful elders come, we will never be able to stop them, there is no way to stop them. When the army charged into the sky, it directly tore through time and space, and no one dared to stop them. Court death. But at this time, there are many forces falling from the two channels, at least they are bombarded and killed by the supreme force above the four heavens. The gate of the void. But at this time, Xuanhuan was only one step away from Guyuan Tian. He blocked the multiple forces, and then used the void gate to build a channel by himself, and the army quickly disappeared in this area. C1102 Ming Song defeated. Damn it, what kind of means did the Emperor Shenwu control to make them leave? Now, the real strongman of Hell Heaven and Crossing Evil Heaven has come, and his face is very ugly. Killed many of their troops. After all, it is a battle across the sky. It is very expensive to build a channel that can accommodate the army to quickly transfer. They are all consolidating the channel, and they have not really succeeded until this moment. Okay, let's leave them alone, kill the army of hell, fight with them, and gain an advantage for the battle situation of the heavenly Nirvana God Kingdom in Tianduan Mountain. Just clean it up. They didn't get too entangled in martial arts. He deeply knows that Ming Song is the #1 opponent in front of him. The value of Tianduan Mountain is too great. With gods like Tongtian Mountain, controlling it will greatly increase their power, otherwise they would not have spent such a high price to fight across the sky. However, the city Lord Duan was too strong that day, and it was too difficult to deal with her. The first point is to control the Duan Mountain for half a day before fighting against the city Lord of Tianduan. This battle is too critical for them. Kill these existences in duration. The army of hell is brutal and brutal. At this moment, the entire Gaiyuanshan fragment has turned into a closed battlefield, and the two-day powerhouse has started a brutal fight. I finally left. This time it was dangerous, but it was also rewarding. Xuanhuan Feiyu still had lingering fears, but luckily the Emperor Shenwu was there. She looked at the blood-stained fragmented world, and said, "Your Majesty, people have been fighting for the past 2 days." "That's right, we've started fighting." Chu Yuan nodded. "Let them bite dogs first, and kill them slowly." Xuanhuan Feiyu sneered, "Your Majesty, if there is a winner, what will your Majesty do?" "If there is a victory or defeat in this battle, the winner will inevitably launch a war of annihilation towards one side with an invincible momentum. How can we be willing to give up after paying such a high price? Since there must be annihilation, what we have to do is also to carry out annihilation country, to seize benefits. This is the right way," Chu Yuan said. He had made up his mind a long time ago. If he wants to destroy the country, he must also want to get a share of it. After all, if a vast kingdom of God perishes, how much wealth should it have? Enough to make his kingdom of God stronger. Tianjuanqing also doesn't want to see one family dominate and will support it, so he wants to seize this opportunity. My own realm has reached the highest level, and I can do more things. The battle to destroy the country, to seize the benefits. Xuanhuan Feiyu's eyes were bright, and he said, "Okay, that's how it should be. I hope that Yuan Mazong will have more cooperation with Shenwu Xinhua. She wants to continue to maintain a good relationship with Shenwu. The mystery brought to her by Shenwu God Emperor is too great, and she can't see him clearly at all. To put it bluntly, if you take 10,000 steps back, if Yuan Mazong can't resist in the future, you will also leave yourself a way out. Chu Yuan Dao, don't worry about the rest, now let's see the final outcome of the 2-day battle." He was not in a hurry to return to Xinchao, but watched from a very far away. Chu Yuan wanted to control the first-hand battle report. 2 days of war, the flames of war are so fierce, it cannot be ended in a short time. Chu Yuan's divine eyes pierced the void, watching the scene of the battle vaguely. The sky inside was dark and gloomy. The killing was too brutal. The battle that Xuanhuan Feiyu experienced before was nothing in the 2 days of fighting, it was just drizzle. And this is just the beginning of the war to destroy the country. After the battle lasted for several months, countless people died in the battle, and finally the winner was decided. There are results. Chu Yuan's spirit was shaken. It was the powerhouses of Hell Heaven who were being defeated. Their army fled back into the passage, while the strong men of Tian Ya Shinzong counterattacked the passage of hell with a rainbow of morale. The victory or defeat has been decided. Tian Ya Divine Sect's support for Tian Ya Divine Kingdom is even greater. They defeated Ming Song Divine Kingdom and gained the first chance to win. When the battle situation here is cleared, they will launch a war against Ming Song to destroy the country. Seeing this, Chu Yuan already knew the next step of the situation, and said, "It's time to leave. It's time for me to return to the Yuan demon sect." Xuanhuan Feiyu and Chu Yuan bid farewell. Prepare for the war, and the next step is the beginning of the war. monitor the war trend of the Tianye kingdom. After they take the lead in attacking the Mingsong kingdom, Xuanhuan must take action. You are responsible for the god of war. Xuanhuan said. The minister takes orders. The god of war is also boiling, and his breakthrough requires countless battles to hone himself. The three generals of the sun, moon and star exist. The offensive route of the divine dynasty has been determined. Fight along the empire's territory all the way to the border of the kingdom of the underworld. If there are any forces along the way who refuse to submit and surrender, they will all be killed. Thunder Beast, you also bring a part of the army to cooperate with the three generals. After pushing to the border of the underworld, the god of war will lead the army to keep up. Everything must be fast and keep up with the footsteps of the Nirvana kingdom. We have to eat such a feast. A hunk of meat, not soup. Xuanhuan said, go back to the kingdom of God first. The Xuanwu army immediately returned to the Shan dynasty. After returning, Xuanhuan's realm has reached the highest level. He reversed the faster flow of time and spent all his resources on the construction of the Sky God battleship, hoping to build a few before the war of destroying the country. The speed of Tianye Divine Kingdom is also very fast. In the past half a month, the soldiers and horses have been integrated, and they have brazenly invaded the country of Mingsong God. This attack is overwhelming. The previous battle in Gaiyuanshan fragments killed many of their strong men, and the army of hell that was summoned collapsed, and it was not so fast to regroup. Your Majesty, let's fight. God of War said happily. For the matter on the front line, the three god generals have been subdued by thunderbolts one after another, and the route for dispatching troops has been opened. Now is the time for us to do it. However, although the kingdom of the underworld has lost a battle, I know that they will not admit defeat. There will be backhands, more violent counterattacks. Xuanhuan Dao, the closest to the front line, is the Hanyu Tianyu. This Tianyu is going to be used as a starting point. But wait a minute, don't launch an attack immediately, and wait until the battle is fierce after half a month after the Tianye Divine Kingdom attacks. Let's make another move. Just as we are about to fight like this, it's not that Mingsong Kingdom doesn't have the means to fight back, so let Tianye Kingdom fight the most difficult battle. What we have to do is to protect ourselves as much as possible while gaining benefits. God of War nodded. He was brave, but not reckless. Just half a month more time to dispatch troops and generals. Go get ready. Xuanhuan waved his hand. There were many memorials in front of him, which turned into a map of Tianduan Mountain. The site here, I want it. Xuanhuan said. In the sky breaks the city. Although the flames of war did not burn on them, it was closely related to them. Tianye Divine Sect's support for Tianye Divine Kingdom is great. Hell Heaven's army was defeated. This kind of war of destroying the country has not happened for a long time. Supreme God Yunchi was also looking at the map, using magical powers to interpret the burning of the flames of war, and she paid special attention to the location of the Xuanwu God dynasty. #C1103 Jackal Tiger Leopard. The feeling that Emperor Xuanwu gave her was like an abyss, which was incalculable. She also knew the scene of the gods and warriors sweeping and slaughtering in the fragments of the ancient source sky that day. It can be said that the momentum created was extremely huge and they gained huge benefits. She waved her hand and continued to imagine the movement of the war, watching intently. My lord, Tianye Divine Kingdom is mainly attacking the front, breaking through Mingsong for a full 20 days, forcing them to shrink their defenses and enter passive defense. After that, Qibane Palace, Yuan Demon Sect and many other forces followed closely. Surrounded fiercely like a wolf, Xuanwu Shenchao Bing in the cold and nether heavenly territory, should attack soon. Some people said, this time, the kingdom of the gods of the underworld lost the first battle. Too many masters were defeated, and the balance was broken. It's already a wall that has been pushed down by everyone. I have even seen the collapse of a vast kingdom of gods. Is it true that the city of heaven is broken? Want to join in this gluttonous feast? Some people in Tianduan City couldn't help but want to end. Don't make a move. Yunqi Supreme God firmly said. Why? Someone was puzzled. Because it's meaningless. What treasures are there in the kingdom of the gods of the underworld that we value? We don't care about those resources, and although they lost a trick, I have been fighting with them for so many years, and I know that it is not so easy and simple. There must be a backhand, and there is no treasure that makes our hearts beat. Why go there to consume the life of the strong? From the standpoint of Tianjuanqing, Yunqi Supreme God sees things differently. Actually, I didn't expect that Tian Yashinzong's support is so strong, so let them kill them. I hope that Mingsong's counterattack will be stronger and fiercer. Dogs eat dogs. The more their masters die, the better for us. She continued, the most important thing is that master achieves the Tao of heaven. This point will never change. If the Tao of heaven is complete, let alone the Nirvana kingdom, what is the Nirvana sect? In fact, if it weren't for the support of the forces behind the two great kingdoms, the entire Tianduan mountain would belong to them. Yeah, the city lord must be the way of heaven. Humph. Although Duer Tian is big and Tian Yashinzong is strong, they are just a force of Duer Tian. If there is a real fight, who will be afraid of? Outside the cold and secluded sky. My lord god of war, Tian Ye even conquered Mingsong's many heavens, and Mingsong retreated in a row. The Qiyu temple of the Yuan demon sect has already caught up, and a large number of forces have entered the realm of Mingsong, wantonly plundering resources and wealth, and we must not fall behind. The warriors will be gearing up for this plundering feast. If it wasn't for the heavenly Nirvana kingdom to take the lead, how could they have a chance to break into it? The time has come. According to His Majesty's instructions, it is also time for us to launch an attack. Everyone, listen to my orders and follow the line of the Cold and Yutian territory and attack all the way into the capital of Mingsong. Leave the tough bones to them. The voice of God of War boomed. The Xuanhuan generals nodded and shouted, kill it. Let's go. A gigantic star-like sky god warship appeared. After Chu Yuan came back, he spent so much resources to build only one. This battleship shone with a mithril-like brilliance, as if it was the crystallization of the highest attainment of mechanical technology. It could not be sunk by the Supreme God's few moves just by its own defense. They have long been used to His Majesty, often taking out equipment that they cannot understand. At this moment, the army went out. This cold and secluded world was the frontier of resisting Xuanhuan, and the Mingsong kingdom had already deployed many troops here. Rumble. It is still the same old habit, and the endless artillery fire rained down and covered them, destroying the restrictions they set up along the way. Hanyu Tianyu, your defeat is a foregone conclusion. Those who try to resist my mighty warriors will be killed without mercy. Those who are sensible will immediately give up resistance and surrender to my martial arts. Only in this way can you not die. The god of war looked at the heavy city connected to the Tianjia fortress, and the loud voice was transmitted. Xuanhuan, you are courting death. In the cold and nether heaven territory, there were also strong men's roars, suffocating with anger. Think about their power. If it weren't for the damned god Nirvana kingdom, these people would dare to attack. But now, everyone has turned into wolves, tigers, and leopards, and everyone wants to bite their flesh. We can't let them kill me in the underworld. The powerhouse of Mingsong Divine Kingdom shouted loudly and did not back down. Although they were defeated in Hetianye's Kingdom of God, they were not without the power to resist. Stubborn and restless, all should be punished. The god of war didn't talk nonsense with them. The top powerhouses of the Kingdom of the Underworld had already been transferred to the battle with Tianye. Although there are many strong men here, but this time Xuanhuan is also the elite of the middle school. Be careful, they are fighting fiercely, and we are sticking to the Tianyu fortress. They also knew that Xuanhuan's attack was too violent. Lord God of War, they are going to fight us for a delay. Seeing many defensive restrictions emerging outside the fortress, there is a half-step Supreme Tao. That's right, this is the way to delay the war. I have seen the battle against Tianyu, and I am also using the advantages of the border to defend. The purpose is to delay time. They also need to build hell passages and summon hell. The strong ones will come, and more troops will descend, and the Jedi will fight back. God of War's eyes were sharp, so we have to use the most ferocious offensive to break through this domain. Xingyue, Thunder Beast, you two are the vanguard, cover you with artillery fire, and break their fortress for me. Ares ordered. Hey, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, haha, your Lord Lei is here. The Thunder Beast unleashed the Supreme Lightning technique, striking down with divine tribulation, and then Lingyue also rushed over, but it did not see any spells, its huge and hard body rammed sideways, and many fortresses immediately turned into fly ash. Negative, you shouted excitedly, in its view, this is not like a war, but more like destroying toys. The black mist permeates the air, and they naturally have the power to counter it. In building a field suitable for their battle, this is the breath from hell. If the creatures that do not belong to hell are eroded, their mana will be greatly reduced. Going out from hell not only brings slaughter, but also turns every place in the sky into a sky. Pure world. The revived found that this is the secret method of Jingshishan. Although she is still only half upper and unable to completely purify the army in the Great War, the purpose of letting her go out with the army is to sharpen her so that she can break through. The most hateful breath, this is the power of Jingshishan. The powerhouses of Ming Song Divine Kingdom roared angrily. If there was a day when their strength was restrained the most, it would be Jingshishan. They control the power of recovery and purification, representing the origin of a kind of life. You don't need to use all your strength to attack a small area of cold and nether heaven. The combat power you have shown now is enough. The God of War knew that his martial arts might have become the biggest thorn in the flesh of the kingdom of the underworld except for the God of Nirvana. With the swiftness of thunder, press down hard. God of War clenched his palms tightly, and there were endless sounds transmitted. Hashtag C1104 Huatian Pot shows its power. The cold and nether heaven territory was broken. Although the kingdom of the underworld had laid down heavy defenses here, it was broken after 5 days of defense against the fierce attack of the martial arts elite. Pity. God of War shook his head. Although they broke through the sky domain, they were also prepared. Before they were about to be broken, they activated the teleportation and escaped. Not many enemies were beheaded. Of course God of War was not surprised. The camel that died was bigger than a horse. Even though the kingdom of Ming Tsang was besieged by many forces, it still possessed great strength. My lord, what's the next step? The resuscitator asked. She purified again and again, and her own breath was very close to being supreme. Resuscitating and purifying, this is her way of cultivation, and it is an assistant in the army. Take a break and put it on the road. The God of War glanced at the resuscitator and nodded. Now we will fight all the way along this route, and it will take about 10 days to reach the next Tianyu at the speed of a battleship. Next, we will encounter more and more armies, but we can't slow down. This time, as long as they break through the defenses of the heavens one by one, they can drive straight in without construction, and the speed is still very fast. The army continued to march. Your Majesty, God of War has successively breached the 8 heavenly domains of Ming Tsang in 4 months. Now that Chen Bing is in the Southern Bone heavenly domain, he will launch a general attack on the Southern Bone ancient domain in the next few days. In Xinchao, Chu Yuan looked at the frontline battle report, which made him very satisfied. Breaking through 8 heavens in 4 months, God of War is very fast. After all, more time is spent on the road. The Nanga Tianyu is a hard bone, but the resuscitator has also broken through to the supreme realm. Chu Yuan's eyes fell on the position of Nanxing Tianyu. The geographical location of this domain is key. It is the southern gate of the kingdom of the underworld. As long as this domain is breached, they can enter their hinterland all the way. Now Tianya Divine Kingdom is fighting towards the east and west areas of Mingtsong with all its strength. Yuan Mazong's Chiyu Hall mainly attacked the north. In the south direction, Shenwu is the main force, and many small forces are marching. Your Majesty, when will I be able to go to battle? It's really boring to stay in this divine court. Shui Qiangwei came, her face was angry. She was dissatisfied with Chu Yuan's arrangement, because her combat strength should be to fight on the front line, instead of being in a daze in the court of God. This made her take the initiative to invite Ying, hoping to kill her. What's the rush? Chu Yuan Dao, there are so many great battles. This is just an appetizer. The most brutal battle will be besieging the capital of Mingtsong. When the time comes, you will go out with me. There will be a time when you will take action. Now we wait for Nangushan, the battle situation in the domain. In the southern Bone Sky territory, at this time, in front of the army of gods and warriors, a huge island with a gloomy air appeared. Along the way, they retreated in succession, and after a few days of resistance, the army withdrew. Looking at it now, their strong men have gathered on this giant island. The god of war stared fiercely. Humph. No matter how many troops there are, the Nanga Tianyu will be broken. Listen to my orders, and the army will attack. This god will be defeated in one battle. We can't be delayed by them here. Come on. When the morale of the Shenwu army was like a rainbow, they charged immediately at the order of the god of war. Crowds of armies spread to the sky, and their strength was all beheaded to the giant island. It can be seen that the giant island has an extremely powerful defense, which is a kind of special artifact made, like a nail nailed here. If you want to enter the hinterland of the dark sky, you can't do without breaking the island. Shenwu is too rampant. Do you think they are the Nirvana kingdom? Within this huge island, in an instant, there were actually endless, ghastly skeletons of billions of calculations rushing out. They were all dead things, without their own lives. Army of skeletons. Bone God has now cultivated to dominate the third heaven. When he saw these bones, he shouted, "It is rumored that the hell is a place where all living beings die and die. There are countless bones of powerful people there. Damn it, you want to consume our strength with bones. No matter how many are killed, His Majesty is still waiting for our good news." This is a sea of corpses tactic, but the god of war has no fear. His power is so powerful that it sweeps across the sky. Thousands of corpses are shattered in an instant. The strength of these corpses is actually not strong, but there are too many of them, and there are many powerful people from the kingdom of the underworld attacking. Kill. The three gods of the sun, moon, and stars will wave out the power of billions of stars. Buzz. A large area of power cleared a battlefield, and their purpose was very clear, to find the real powerhouse of Mingtsong, instead of wasting time with these corpses. Life and death come and go, the lotus flower of the world. Boom. A pure lotus flower bloomed, and the resuscitator finally showed her true horror when she reached the supreme god. I saw the light spread, and once it was touched, the corpse lost the ability to move. Her ability to fight head-on is not as good as god of war, but Jingshi Lianhua restrains them extremely. The supreme power of Jingshishan, this woman deserves to die. Seeing a large number of strong men die in the purification of his resuscitator, the kingdom of the underworld was also angry. Suddenly, a deadly murderous intent flickered around the resuscitator, and a shadow was about to carry out a backstab sneak attack. This is a ghost, without flesh and blood, but its strength is supreme. What? The ghost screamed, the ghost appeared, his scimitar was raised, and the ghost was cut lightly by him, and the whole body was torn apart. The sneak attack failed. There are too many talents of all kinds in Xuanhu Xinqiao, which also makes them a little weak. In multi-line battles, this martial arts is the #1 enemy of Tiao Kingdom. Don't fight recklessly with them, delay time with advantage. After all, too many masters in the kingdom of the underworld were restrained by the kingdom of the heavenly nirvana, and there was no other good way at this time. Delaying time? God of War soared above the giant island, and the heavenly transformation pot appeared. It looked like a small pot, but inside it contained the power to refine the sky and transform the earth. It opened towards the giant island and swept across it. The quality of the Huatian pot is definitely the pinnacle of the supreme artifact, and only the artifact that contains the way of heaven can compete. Even if the underworld divine kingdom had such artifacts, they would not appear in this battlefield. A huge island was swept away by the Tianhu, and the power of refining the sky and the earth melted the giant island. The terrifying refining power was shaking, causing the strong people in the huge island to scream in fear. When conquering the other 8 heavens before, God of War didn't activate the Tianhu, so as not to be exposed. It came in handy at this time. We are going to be refined to death. No, the teleportation array is useless, we can't escape now. What should I do? If this continues, I will die here. How could they have such a powerful artifact? You can't just sit and wait for death, you must survive, and if you get out, there is still a chance of survival. The appearance of Tianhu shattered their plan to defend with giant islands. This ruthless refinement also broke the balance of the battlefield, letting them know that the only way to survive is to break through desperately. #C1105 Tolerable or unbearable. A large number of underworld powerhouses in the giant island broke through and broke out. But Xuanhu would not let them leave so easily. Kill them. The god of war waved his hand and stood there, like the oldest god and demon, majestic and immortal. He first found a god of the highest realm, opened the way with his fists, with his heart of the supreme god of war. It is difficult for anyone in the same realm to be like that his opponent. Get out. A grand figure in luxurious clothes, he is a prince of Mingsong, his eyes are bleeding, and he has never underestimated his opponents since the start of the war, but Xuanhu still puts them in danger of death. Ho 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 ho. With a ferocious cry like a ferocious beast, the ferocious man strode forward, with a giant body, ferocious bone spurs, and a ferocious expression, which terrified the prince. He tore it apart with a big hand, and the world-shaking power exploded. In just a few strokes, blood holes were blown out of the prince's body. Finally, his hands were torn apart, and the whole body was torn apart. The blood rained all over the sky, and he swallowed it, which showed his ferocity. What a terrifying and brutal man! God of War praised. He also didn't know where the murderous one came from. The resuscitator seemed to appear out of nowhere, but he was smart enough not to ask. This is His Majesty's secret. The God dynasty has become so powerful in such a short period of time. How could His Majesty the God Emperor they most admire have no secrets? The ferocious man tears again. His fighting style is extremely ferocious. All those he kills are torn apart, and he can't even ask for a complete body. The battle was too fierce, and the army of Xuanhu swept across the army of Nanggu Tianyu. As soon as the Yikshaws from hell flew out in fear, Lingyu stretched out his big hand and slapped them all to death like ants. Block this domain. God of War shouted loudly. The warships interspersed, and the Tianhu was suspended. This huge island was completely surrounded. After a fierce battle, all the troops here were wiped out. Grown-ups. The southern Bone Sky territory has been broken, ask for instructions on the next step. The morale of the Xuanhu army is high. This battle is fierce. Although the opponent's army has been wiped out, we are also attrition. All kinds of war equipment have collapsed, and the next step is the real core hinterland of the kingdom of the underworld. The battle there is not comparable to this place. The God of War let the army rest and reorganize, and marched blindly without being dazzled by the victory. He knows, don't look at him Lian Kajiryu. But once they entered the hinterland, the strong they faced would not be comparable to this place. Without His Majesty's discovery, they would not be able to fight against such giants. Send the news here back to the country. God of War said. He won the Nai regions, and he was not in a hurry to establish any order. Now that the situation is not stable, what is used to maintain order and to send resources back to the country is the most important thing. The kingdom of the underworld is like a hellish scene, with a dark sun hanging in the sky. This kind of hell atmosphere is generally unbearable to people, but it is the Holy Land who practice the way of hell. In an ancient and huge giant city, various powerful auras emerged one after another. This is the capital of the kingdom of the underworld, where there are the most masters. Within a palace, this place was actually built with the heavenly blood divine stone. Back then, the ancestor of the snapping turtle spent more than half of his fortune on dozens of heavenly blood divine stones, but Mingsong Divine Kingdom actually built a palace with the heavenly blood divine stones. This is not surprising. Mingsong Divine Kingdom is certainly not as good as Tianduan City, but at least they can go to the Tianxue ancient mining area to mine. The accumulation over the years has made them very rich. Damn it. Damn it. There are some powerful beings sitting in the hall, and only the Supreme God can enter the hall. One person said angrily, the heavenly Nya kingdom entered the hinterland and caused a lot of casualties to our divine kingdom. Whoever it is, dared to take advantage of the fire to rob it this time. Is it tolerable or unbearable? Your Majesty, the first battle report shows that the heavenly Nirvana kingdom is only 15 heavens away from our country. The Yuan demon sect of the Red Feather Palace has penetrated into the core hinterland, and Xuanhuan has also captured the southern bone heavenly domain and opened the southern gate. At this moment, at the top of this hall, there is a majestic existence, wearing a dark gold emperor robe. It is the Lord Mingsong. His strength is extremely powerful, stronger than the supreme god Yunqi, the supreme peak, and even the half-day realm is within reach. The wind and rain are precarious, attacking from all directions. Mingsong has established the country for so many years. How has he ever suffered such humiliation and crisis? Don't panic. As early as the defeat in the ancient Yuan Tian world, I knew there would be today's battle. But is Mingsong really defeated? The Lord Mingsong remained motionless, and said quietly, everything is proceeding according to plan, and hell will give us more support. Although Tianduan Mountain is not as good as 33 heavens, there are also things that make hell tempted. They are getting more and more excited at this time. If you act recklessly, the greater the price you will pay. But in this way, I really feel unhappy and uncomfortable in my heart. There are rumors in the country, saying that the country is about to perish, and the Lord Tian Nya is even more. A minister did not dare to speak any more. And take off my head. The Lord Mingsong remained unmoved. What are the rumors? I don't care. Although the battle in front of me is defeated, let them enter the hinterland now, so that our plan can be implemented. Of course, I also know that Tian Nya also knowing that we will fight back, but as long as they have the heart of destroying the kingdom of God and know that there will be danger, they will still step into this trap without hesitation, and the conspiracy cannot be avoided. That's right, it's not yet time to decide whether to win or lose. Our country still has a backup. I don't care about Tian Nya, but I only hope that when the time comes, I can lead the troops to deal with Xuanhuan, Akabane, Yuanma. A strong man was murderous. They are more hateful than Tian Nya. They took advantage of the fire and robbed them in an attempt to gain benefits in this attack and strengthen themselves. I only want one. When the time comes, they will not be able to survive or die. They must be wiped out. Yes, these three forces are indeed going to be destroyed. Xuanhuan. The Lord Mingsong also fell into deep thinking. He is very clear about the weight of the two sects of Akabane Yuanma, but only Xuanhuan can't understand. The time to really show off is very short, as if it appeared suddenly. Could there be 33 days of support behind this martial arts? Their warship equipment is not something that ordinary forces can have, but where is it? It's impossible to know, and the situation in Tianduan Mountain is becoming more and more uncertain. The Lord Mingsong thought that Xuanhuan had the support of a certain 33 days. His idea is actually not outrageous. After all, the appearance of Xuanhuan is really weird. What is Tianjuanqing doing? He asked again. Tianduan City is very calm, and there is no sign of sending troops. We have been staring there, and the aura of heavenly law of the Tianduan City Lord is getting stronger and stronger. This is a critical moment, and we can't do anything. A minister reported. This is to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, hoping that the fight will become more and more fierce. Mingsong, Kingdom Lord, said. Mingsong, the arrangement that the monarch ordered us to wait is almost successful. With one order, it can be launched at any time to save the battle. #C1106 Inhuman. A person actually called Mingsong directly, without any respect on his face. And the courtiers of the kingdom of the underworld didn't find it strange. This is the powerhouse of Hell Heaven. Their master is a powerful monarch in Hell Heaven. His subordinates control the power of several Hades god kingdoms. Even Bantian Dao has a few of them obeying the orders of this monarch. That is a tough character. Okay, I already know. The Lord Mingsong also had a fierce look in his eyes. Mingsong hopes that you will not disappoint the monarch's hope. You have let him down several times. This time the monarch will give you more support, open the channel, and send you more powerful people. Tianduan Mountain is very kind to the monarch. Important, your chances are running out. The Hell Powerhouse said coldly. I understand. Lord Mingsong said, let the situation evolve first, and the time will be 3 months later. Okay, you are ready to go. The Hell creature left. The Lord of Hell. Thinking of the mighty but cruel Lord of Hell, Lord Mingsong also felt a sense of fear. Although he is the lord of a country, the power of that lord is too terrifying, and he is also a tyrant in Hell Heaven. Tianye. He said harshly. Kingdom of gods and warriors. The god of war has captured the 9 regions and opened the southern gate. At the same time, Chu Yuan also received the news, and said, the offensive of Tianye Divine Kingdom is still fierce. They have the support of Tianye Divine Sect, and they are not afraid of the conspiracy of Mingsong Divine Kingdom. This Mingsong seems to resist, but in fact, they are letting the situation worsen. How could he fail to see this conspiracy? Oh? Then what is His Majesty going to do next? Shui Changwei could no longer hold back. War equipment consumes a lot, and it will take several months to mobilize troops and horses. It seems that I can't completely leave the next thing to God of War. You have to lead the troops yourself, Changwei, don't you want to fight? Follow me by my side, let you fight to your heart's content. The real decisive battle is coming. Chu Yuan is also making urgent preparations at this moment. A few months passed in a blink of an eye. In Tianduan Mountain, there is a place called Yenrong Tianyu. The sky suddenly became dark, and a large black crack opened in the void, and countless black breaths gushed in, as thick as sea water. This scene was like a tsunami sweeping through, drowning everything in. No, the army of Hell Heaven, you beat you. I, Yenrong, didn't participate in it, I just wanted to practice. Why did the Hell catastrophe come here? Ah, Mingsong Divine Kingdom, I hate you, curse you guys. There is also a Supreme Patriarch in Yenrong Tianyu, but at this moment he feels the overwhelming despair. The power of Hell swept over them and drowned them. Countless Hell armies rushed in, the Supreme Patriarch also died tragically on the spot, and the creatures in the entire heaven were also wiped out instantly by the true energy of Hell. This kind of desperation not only appeared in the Yenrong Tianyu, a disaster even more terrifying than the world extermination storm swept dozens of Tianyu in a short period of time. Without exception, the swept heavens turned into hellish scenes. In the battle of the top forces, they are nothing but ants. Turn these heavenly domains into hell, and become my paradise of hell. If these people dare to oppose the monarch, they will die without a burial place, and they will all be transformed into hell creatures. A large number of cracks in hell appeared, because the monarch of Hell Sky could not tolerate failure and paid a higher price. The conspiracy of the kingdom of the underworld finally appeared. Now a large number of masters are attacking the kingdom of the underworld, which has caused the power of other heavens to be greatly reduced, and it is difficult to resist the arrival of the army of hell. They began to extradite the breath of hell, turning many heavens into hell. Although it is not clear about the situation in the god of the underworld, it must have turned into a more terrifying scene of hell. Has Yangmao finally revealed? The powerhouse of the heavenly Nirvana kingdom sneered, not surprised. It's still the same old way, so you can't change it? The monarch in the hell sky can't bear it anymore. The heavens have turned into hell and become a suitable place for them to fight. It's old-fashioned, but it works. How do we deal with it? There have been countermeasures for a long time. Shenzong has great support for this place. Hell Heaven is too far away. That Hell Lord will have to spend a lot of money to send his subordinates in, but we don't need it. The kingdom of God and the heavenly territory, they swept away. I think, as for the other heavens, they will be destroyed if they are destroyed, and it has nothing to do with us. It is best to kill Shenwu, Akabane, and Yuanma as well. The attack plan remains the same, and if we continue to attack the kingdom of the underworld, the others will have their own blessings. Hell's vitality is coming. At least more than 30 heavens have been turned into hell. Tianduan City was also shaken, unable to calm down. Yunshi said supremely, "Hell is ruthless. I don't know how many creatures have been killed in the transformed hundreds of heavens. Even if the war is over, there will be a dead place, and no other creatures will be seen again. Yunshi is supreme, what should we do?" Beside her, there was a white-haired old man, who said solemnly, "It's too miserable. I can survive the storm of destroying the world, but now there are more than 30 heavens, and I can't stand it anymore. The anger is burning, and I feel aggrieved. I can't wait to kill those hell creatures immediately." This old man, whose strength was comparable to Yunshi's supreme god, was furious with thunder. Killing in a war is inevitable, but it is inhumane to do it like hell. "Don't worry, you think I'm not angry, but what can I do?" Yunshi said supremely, "Tian Yaming Song still wants us to send troops. Are we just watching the power of hell sweeping through like this? Supreme God Yunshi, is your heart so hard-hearted? Look, how many people have died here." The old man was sad. "I also have nowhere to vent my thunder and anger. Of course, we can save some Tianyu by going to war, but the territory of Tianduan City is empty, and there will inevitably be a large army sweeping in. They are already waiting for us outside Tianduan City, destroying Master's way of heaven. I cannot bear this responsibility." Yunshi Supreme God closed his eyes. She has to take on great responsibilities when Master is in retreat. After a few breaths, she was hard-hearted and said firmly, "My ability is only so great. It is the limit to protect the territory of Tianduan City from war. I can't control other places. I hope this battle can end sooner. Hey, I'm powerless. In order to protect the city lord, I can only be ruthless. Otherwise, if I risk my old life, I won't just sit and watch hell wreak havoc." He closed his eyes tightly, not to look or to think. Fighting for supremacy in troubled times, the ability of Tianjuanqing also has a limit. Rumble. The tragic scene like hell is fearless like Tian Nirvana. As for the Red Feather Hall, the Yuan demon sect had already guarded against this point. It had a certain strength in itself, and could barely resist the invasion of the forces of hell. However, other heavenly hells are miserable and can only be sacrificed. The tide of hell rolled in, and in a very short period of time, it swallowed up hundreds of heavens. Such a big momentum, even a supreme god will feel small and powerless after seeing it. After gathering monstrous power, this wave finally swept into the Xuanhuan dynasty. #C1107 Door of Hell. Darkness swallows light. The breath of death is coming, and the dark wind is howling. Outside the Xuanhu Tianyu, especially the location of the country, I saw a shocking scene, with dark black cracks flickering, and lightning flashing out. The cracks are not irregular, but form a portal. This portal is the gate of hell. Open in the sky above Shenhua Shendu. Infinite dark qi roared from the gate of hell, like the sea was about to submerge the entire Xuanhu. The strong in hell open the gates of hell. This is to forcibly break into our capital. There was a tremor from Xuanhuan's eyes. The scene that appeared at the gate of hell was too shocking and frightening. This time, hell heaven swept across hundreds of heavens and gathered an unstoppable offensive. Its main force was the Xuanhuan dynasty, in order to destroy a country. They also knew that although Yuan Mazong and Qiyu Temple attacked fiercely, they were not to be feared. Only this martial arts is the most dreadful, and their mysterious power makes the kingdom of the underworld feel threatened. The counterattack from the kingdom of the gods of the underworld opens the gates of hell, trying in vain to destroy Xuanhu. Chu Yuan remained unmoved, not afraid of the transmission of momentum. Rumble. After the gate of hell was opened, an endless army of hell descended, densely packed, and they were all the vanguard cannon fodder. The vitality in hell sky is sufficient, and the amount of cannon fodder is unusually large. Your Majesty, if many heavens in Broken Mountain are turned into hells today, this is hell heaven's ruthless method. Hell has existed for a long time, and countless wars have expanded. They have also annexed existences like 33. Xuanhu has also turned into hell. Xuanhuan said beside him. When she was crossing the bad days, she heard too many legends about hell. Now the god of war leads the army outside, and the elite are all in the southern Bone Sky domain. There are very few strong guards in the god dynasty. Only Chu Yuan and Xuanhuan are supreme. At this moment, with the aura of hell submerged, many forces were shaken by fluctuations, and they were all watching how he would respond. The army of the monarch of Hell Sky chose to destroy the capital of Xuanhu. The supreme god Yunqi also knew the news. It is difficult for us to mobilize the army of Tianjuanqing. It depends on how the Emperor Xuanhu defeats the opponent. How can it be so easy to break through in the capital of gods? These countless people are my strength. Chu Yuan had no fear when he saw the gate of hell open. He stood up to the sky, with infinite domineering. The national fortune of the gods turned into the Milky Way flowing violently, and the whole person turned into a giant pillar supporting the sky, propping up a sky. The God Emperor is invincible, all people are united. The people of the God dynasty can see Chu Yuan no matter where they are. Everyone roared, their bodies glowed, and pillars of light gathered in the national fortune, turning into a river of humanity. There is no fear on their faces. Although the gates of hell are open to them, with His Majesty the God Emperor here, he can withstand all storms. Submerge Xuanhu, turn this place into hell, and obey the Emperor's order. This battle will destroy Xuanhu. Kill, kill, kill. It's all our blood. Break them. Countless hell troops came to kill them. Under the pollution of hell, all of them had red eyes and were extremely violent. The minds of many cannon fodder had been distorted, and there was only the word killing in their eyes. They first swept through the heavens one by one, brought the army down, and then transported them to Xuanhu. With so many armies of hell, the sky was dark, and they were densely packed with black spots. Their power instantly bombarded the Xuanhu kingdom, and it was a violent storm, crushing everything with terrifying power. All the people fight. Chu Yuan's loud voice rolled over. Yes, your majesty. All the people roar. In the divine dynasty, although they did not take the initiative to participate in the war, they concentrated their strength on the national destiny. Rumble. The long river of humanity in the national game swept past in an instant, and the first batch of hellish troops that rushed over were like drowning people, evaporated in an instant, and gathered in the national games. Then the fate of the country was dissolving, and so many armies fell everywhere like rain. Reiki nourishes, this method is almost miraculous. It seems that so many hell powerhouses are not ferocious killers, but more like rain, nourishing the gods. Xuanhuan is like an ancient giant god, ruling the world. His aura is boundless, within the capital, the most core place of the divine dynasty, with the blessing of the national fortune on him, the power he can exert far exceeds his own realm. Although opening up an empire is not as chic as Xuanhuan, this kind of power blessed by the national fortune, is something that ordinary people cannot possess. Because the infinite hell Zhenqi is too rich, it is atomized into the river of hell, and it comes with all kinds of negative attributes such as darkness, decay, and erosion. It is fighting against the river of humanity and national fortune, trying to corrode the power of Xuanhuan. The fate of the country is irresistible. Xuanhuan had no expression on his face. He waved his hand, and the river of humanity flooded over. After encountering this ordinary hell chi, they were melted one after another, and countless hell armies were also drowned at this moment. Xuanhuan attacked, he stood in Xuanhuan, and was submerged against the army of hell with the long river of national fortune. In a short period of time, he didn't know how many people had been submerged, and all of them turned into spiritual rain. At this moment, a very strange scene appeared. No matter how many troops were transported from the gate of hell, they were all overwhelmed by the fortune of Xuanhuan. And with the submersion, Xuanhuan's national fortune became stronger and stronger, and it could be seen from a distance that it was a brilliant star that was constantly expanding, exuding the power to swallow and submerge everything, which made people tremble. Mighty! 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 The people of Xuanhuan roared. What hell army, in front of Xuanhuan Guiyun, they will all be submerged, but it is just nourishing their strength. The hell's army is vulnerable. These cannon fodder are still trying to kill my gods, but they don't know His Majesty's terrifying methods. The more they come, the better. This rain is the greatest nourishment. Okay. All of us are united. The more we are united, the more fearless we are, the stronger the power of the national destiny that His Majesty can mobilize. If you want to turn me into hell, let's show them what real hell is. I don't know how to live or die. Xuanhuan stared at the gate of hell, and after realizing that many cannon fodder had been exterminated, finally a real elite army appeared, and Yu Wushang charged at the forefront, trying to tear apart the sweeping river of the national games. They want to break the defense of Xuanhuan, so that the army will come in, cause endless slaughter, and destroy the national destiny. But Xuanhuan just waved his palm at this time, and the river of humanity swept across the sky, and all the masters and existences that appeared were drowned and died. His great devouring technique was also given into the national fortune, possessing the attribute of devouring. Door of Hell. Xuanhuan said coldly, I want to see how much support that monarch has given you, and how many troops can come to my god dynasty, and how much will be my fertilizer, so that the towering giant tree of the god dynasty will grow. At this time, he swept the gate of hell head-on with the long river of humanity. #C110818 Pillars. Ah! How dare he hit the gate of hell with the faith of the national destiny? There is the most sinful hell chi inside. If the national destiny is contaminated, it will be corrupted immediately. Too reckless, he shouldn't have done this. Could it be that the divine martial god emperor still has some amazing means? Look quickly, the true energy of hell has not been able to corrode Xuanhuan Guiyun. How can I see that person is a black hole that cannot be calculated, and any attribute can be transformed into the power he can use under his manipulation. The Gate of Hell appeared in Xuanhuan, which also attracted the attention of experts from Tianduan City and Tianing Kingdom, and they sent people to observe from a very far away. Seeing Xuanhuan's unparalleled scene, they also suffered a huge shock in their hearts, which is simply unbelievable. Hell is coming. The true energy of hell is also sweeping in terror. However, Xuanhuan used the supreme power of the emperor and the great devouring technique to cooperate with the fate of the country. This billowing true energy was swallowed by him again and again, and it hit the gate of hell in one fell swoop. It was as if he had opened the passage of hell, and the force rushed in, and the countless armies inside were swallowed before they could see the outside world. Is he too scary? There is a statue in Tianduan City trembling. It gives me the feeling, only 8 words can describe it: devouring the heavens, plundering the heavens. Damn Xuanhuan Tiao. It's not that there are no masters in the gate of hell. They let out a roaring roar, and a powerful man who looked like a yiksha yelled, wrapped in a thick hell's true energy, and brought a large number of yikshas to kill. Hell yiksha, die for me too. Xuanhuan exhaled. He seemed to be fighting alone, but in fact, everyone in the empire contributed their strength to the battle, and suddenly a majestic giant of national destiny appeared. This giant is the belief of Xuanhuan, and his appearance is exactly like him. The giant hand strikes, sweeps everything, and directly kills Yasha. This yiksha's cultivation base is also very high. It is estimated that there is about to reach the realm of the third heaven. Seeing Xuanhuan killing him, he soared up and bombarded him with the power of hell. The land of the gods, is it also something you can set foot on at will? Xuanhuan was indifferent and cruel, and his giant hand fell. The yiksha suddenly let out a painful scream, his whole body was shattering, the national luck giant smashed his body, and even killed a team of yikshas. His combat power is already monstrous and terrifying, let alone in the divine dynasty. The scene of him slaughtering hell powerhouses like him was the most shocking, and those hidden spectators were shocked. This kind of person who completely ignores the breath of hell is really too terrifying. The strong man inside the gate of hell is also very angry. Although the passage of time and space was open to the Xuanhuan dynasty, the emperor swept across the river of national destiny. No matter how many people rushed out of it, it was useless, and a large-scale invasion could not be formed at all. King Zhongyong, if you don't break through at this time, when will you wait? Xuanhuan shouted. The opportunity to achieve greatness has arrived. In an instant, Lu Qianfu received the billowing energy. The energy of this yiksha was completely given to him, so that he ushered in the supreme calamity at this moment, and his whole body was undergoing transformation. To be honest, Lu Qianfu's comprehension of Tao is completely incomparable with God of War and the others, it is more than one level weaker. However, Lu Qianfu has changed from fighting abroad to managing internal affairs. He is Xuanhuan's right-hand man and an internal management talent. The order of the gods was orderly, and various laws were enforced, among which was the great contribution of Lu Qianfu. An empire of gods not only needs to have a strong man like the god of war who fights against foreign countries. What's more, there must be people like Lu Qianfu who are good at managing internal affairs to manage the country in an orderly manner, otherwise it will cause chaos. It is impossible for Xuanhuan to take care of everything. Lu Qianfu has become supreme and his strength has greatly increased. Next, he will be more comfortable managing the Shenqiao. Although this supreme calamity is terrifying, under the protection of the power of the gods and the supply of resources, there will be no problems. But being able to push him to the top with resources is also the limit. How to choose the next road to enlightenment depends on how Lu Qianfu himself walks. Damn it, this divine martial god emperor has blocked the arrival of hell's true energy. What kind of national destiny is he, to have such power? No, we can't let him stop us. We have obeyed the monarch's order to turn this place into hell. continue to attack and mobilize even more violent forces. Let's see how long he can resist and plunder my hell powerhouse for nourishment. He will die badly. The existence in the gate of hell was absolutely unwilling to give up just like that, and many supreme auras blasted out, and they let more hell Zhenqi descend, turning into an ocean that flooded the world. The gate of hell is widened, more cracks appear, and all kinds of negative atmospheres are gathering. This group of people has also learned to be smart. Instead of directly bombarding them, they gathered together. It's too scary. They opened more cracks and stored the true energy of hell inside. If they really burst out all at once, it will be like a mountain torrent bursting a bank, and it will be out of control. The strong man in Tianduan City was shocked. Even if he has the means to reach the sky, he can't stop it. A gigantic giant of 100,000 feet, this is a hell dragon, breathing dragon breath, it is a truly noble race in hell. Hell true chi is nothing more than a kind of energy, and I will transform it all. Xuanhuan was invincible, looking at the cracks, the giants of national destiny soared into the sky. One punch blasted out, causing too much damage. The time and space in this crack were defeated, directly swallowing all the power into the giant's body. Swallow. Xuanhuan is too fierce. Start the hell array and refine him. The strong men in hell couldn't stand Xuanhuan anymore, and suddenly powerful beings shot out, and there appeared a strong man who was as tall as a giant, with a strong body, shone with dark golden luster, and could swallow the sky. This is the Yan Mo family. They roared loudly, holding the thick dark pillars in their hands, on which were carved ferocious demons with the color of mithril. Shatter the capital of Xuanhuan. With a bang, these giant pillars ruthlessly suppressed the capital of the God dynasty, and immediately formed a scene like the gate of hell, confining the power to a certain range, and prepared to break the capital. Like a trapped dragon, the giant pillars are the nails nailed to the trapped dragon. Xuanhuan is in big trouble. In Tianduan City, the powerhouses of Tianing Kingdom have different expressions. This is the hell-reaching heaven divine pillar, which was personally refined by the monarch behind the Dark Tsang Kingdom. Each pillar is worth as much as dozens of supreme artifacts, and there are 18 pillars in a row in front of you. This time they are going to play the means of central blooming. Once the most important national capital is broken, the national fortune will be greatly damaged. Then the true energy of hell flooded in, so that all the heavens controlled by Xuanhuan would be spread and become a real hell. If Xuanhuan can die, it is better to die now and be broken by hell. The strong man of Tianye Kingdom thought so. #C1109 Ruthless Killing. The 18 god pillars of hell, each with the ability to reach the sky, were suppressed in Chengdu. Moreover, the material made of each divine pillar is too rare to be broken through. The moment the divine pillars formed a large formation, the raging and sweeping long river of the national games stopped in that instant. Xuanhuan Guiyun is in control, hell will overwhelm them. The strong in hell are overjoyed. The monarch paid too much this time, and this martial arts is indeed difficult to attack. If it weren't for the presence of the divine pillar of hell, it would be difficult for them to exert their national fortune for the time being, and they would have nothing to do with divine power. The next plan has also been thought of. After submerging Xuanhuan, they will break through Qiyu Palace, Yuan Mazong, and finally submerge Tianye Divine Kingdom. Didn't you send a large army to drive directly into the interior of Mingsong? They let you fight, delay your masters here, and open up a second battlefield. The final victory or defeat may be uncertain. Not good, Xuanhuan is in great danger, the fate of the country is fixed, and there will be an endless army of hell coming, and if Xuanhuan is broken, it will be our turn next. Chudian and Yuan Mazong were extremely worried that Xuanhuan would not be able to withstand this wave of offensive. They all understand the truth that if one prospers, one loses all. Xuanhuan couldn't hold it anymore, and their sect couldn't stop it either. Therefore, during the battle during this period of time, they also intentionally or unintentionally established a good relationship with Xuanhuan, and their purpose was very clear. No matter who won the two kingdoms of God, they would deal with them by means of liquidation. If you don't want to be liquidated, you must gather enough forces to make the opponent fearful and resist. Kill the divine martial god emperor. Hell Supreme broke out and began to surround and kill Xuanhuan. 18 divine pillars form a large formation and build a small hell. In this space, they are like ducks in water. When Xuanhuan frowned, he could naturally feel that the fate of the country was pinned and it was difficult to move, but there was no worry on his face, and he had a lot of means. I'm here, everything is fine. Xuanhuan is supreme. He stood up in the sky, a huge force emerged, and the human emperor's holy sword shone brightly, and came directly in front of the divine pillar. I don't know if it's naive or stupid to want to break the divine pillar with a single sword. Seeing that Xuanhuan was about to break the divine pillar, the Hell powerhouse was not worried. Such a sacred object cannot be broken by ordinary artifacts. Boom. But what happened next made their eyes widen, and they all froze in place. The human emperor's holy sword shone with light, and the power of the sword exploded infinitely. The moment it touched the divine pillar, it cut it in half. With lightning speed, 18 pillars were cut off by his continuous swing of the sword. He grabbed it with a big hand, and the 18 divine pillars fell into the oven of heaven and earth, and the real fire of the national fortune was burning, which actually liquefied them and melted them into water of materials. You have sent me excellent materials. He used the heaven and the earth to bake the furnace, and then used the gate of flames to reforge the divine pillar, making it a brand new divine object. How is it possible? Didn't the monarch say that this divine pillar can be broken by extraordinary means? Why is it so fragile in front of him? What kind of sword is his sword? Xuanhuan's national destiny can no longer be suppressed, once again showing the power to sweep Tianmong. What the hell is going on here? The eyeballs of these hell powerhouses are about to pop out, and there is a deep fear growing in their hearts. In Xuanhuan's hands, the human emperor's sacred sword can only exert the power of a supreme divine weapon, but it is the human emperor's saber, forged with the beliefs of countless living beings, how powerful it is. Xuanhuan was not clear about the First World War. But the human sovereign was the leader of the heavens back then, so he must have fought for something, for resistance, for hundreds of millions of souls. And with this sword, it is not easy to break some of his divine pillars. Eternal ages become empty, everything is silent. Xuanhuan's expression was cold and stern, he wiped the past with a palm, the eternal world became empty, everything disappeared in an instant, heaven and man are supreme, and everyone in this eternal space will be turned into dust in history. This move was comprehended by Xuanhuan on Tongshanshan Mountain that day, and matched with his domineering emperor's artistic conception. What? The hell dragon was wiped by Wangu Chunkong's palm, and its whole body didn't collapse, but was twisted a few times, and it was wiped out by Xuanhuan with just one breath. We are not his opponents, return to the gate of hell. The catalogs of these hell powerhouses who just rushed out are about to burst, and they want to run back like crazy. Eternity becomes empty. Still relying on the eternal palm, Xuanhuan naturally would not let them leave easily. The strong men were covered by him, and they were wiped out one after another. If they dared to step into Xuanhuan, they were doomed to have no way out. He was too vicious and brutal. In the eyes of many people, his ruthless killing is more terrifying than hell. The gates of hell must be broken. Xuanhuan stared at the gate of hell, the emperor's holy sword was shining, and the blow that condensed the fate of the country was directly slashed by him with infinite power. With the power of shattering heaven and earth, he saw that the gate of hell collapsed in an instant. Countless thick smoke billowed, this earth-shattering power strangled more hell armies inside at the same time. Sweep. Xuanhuan waved his hand. The long river of the national games is sweeping, and the cracks are rolling, and countless hell armies are being rolled out. More rain of rain fell on Xuanhuan dynasty. After Xuanhuan broke through the gate of hell, he stood there and looked in. There was a gloomy and mysterious time and space inside, as if passing through here, he could directly reach the sinful and powerful hell sky. The Gate of the Void. Xuanhuan is now going to completely defeat this channel. The power transmitted from the Void Gate penetrated directly into the interior like a ray of light, traversed time and space, reached an extremely distant place, and turned into an irresistible dimensional strangulation. More horrific cries were coming out. They thought they had escaped to the interior of time and space, but they didn't know that the power of the Void Gate was specially used to penetrate time and space and build a passage between the two worlds, and they still couldn't escape being strangled. The power of the Void Gate is his eyes, and he sees the endless powerhouses of hell inside. Suddenly the hand of God grabbed along the Gate of the Void, dominating the power of heaven and earth. A tall and burly middle-aged man in armor was directly grabbed by him. It is you who are hosting this channel. Xuanhuan's power is too strong. Ah. You can't kill me. I am the disciple of Lord Qizhen. If you kill me, the Lord will not let you go. The man yelled in fear. In fact, his cultivation is only at the 3rd level, but Xuanhuan can feel that he has a special talent, which can manipulate the power of the void, but there is nothing to hide under the Gate of the Void. So what if I kill you? Xuanhuan is not worried at all. No matter how powerful Lord Qizhen is, it will be very difficult for him to descend directly from hell to Tianduan Mountain. The Duanqing Lord was not a vegetarian that day. He really threatened the rule and would do it even if he forced his way out. With a bang, Xuanhuan directly crushed the subordinate of Lord Qizhen to death, and did not give him the chance to go to hell. #See 1100 soldiers approaching the underworld. This time, Xuanhuan directly broke the attack of the army of hell with a powerful and invincible method. He also knows that such a high profile will definitely be remembered by many people again, but he has no other choice. In order to gain the greatest benefit in this battle to destroy Mingsong, Xuanhuan had to show his invincible strength, making people fearful and awe-inspiring. Once Mingsong is destroyed, Tianye will inevitably turn his head to deal with them, and he must also make good use of Tianduan City. Now, the sky and the earth are clear, and the breath of hell is gone. Lord Qizhen tried his best to open the gate of hell, intending to sweep half of Duanshan Mountain, but he didn't expect that his halberd fell into the sand, and he suffered a big loss from Xinwu. The strong man in Tianduan City kept thinking, Mingsong has lost another whole card, and the possibility of perishing is greatly increased. It seems that the next situation is likely to become a struggle between Xinwu and Tianye, but the existence of Xinwu has a great impact on it. It is also beneficial for me to break the city. As for how to do it, let Yunqi Supreme God first consider it, and even ask the city lord for his opinion. Humph. These trash from hell can't even kill a single Xinwu, but he killed so many of them. Shenzong has long seen that Lord Qizhen is strong on the outside and weak on the inside, and still wants to fight my Shenzong on Tianduan Mountain? The powerhouse of Tianye Divine Kingdom said, however, the sudden rise of Xinwu has to be guarded against, but now Mingsong must be destroyed with lightning speed. Although Xinwu surprised us, it also broke Mingsong's arrangement at the same time. Benefit. Everyone accepts the energy and breaks through quickly. But in Xinwu, Xuanhuan didn't care what these people thought. The beheading of so many hell powerhouses is a long drought for Xinwu, and even the Supreme God has given birth to several statues. Heaven Shaker, I entrust you with using this divine pillar. After Xuanhuan refined the 18 pillars of hell, they turned into a heavenly pillar filled with flames and fire. It has no other functions, and the only biggest advantage is that it is heavy enough. The Sky Shaker, who also benefited this time, has just broken through to Supreme. His strength can shake the sky, and he is most suitable for the Balrog God Pillar. Break 10,000 spells with one force, thank you for your majesty's reward in the end, and I will definitely fight the enemy for the gods. Only when the Sky Shaker reaches the Supreme can he hold the pillar of the Flame Demon God. Standing in front of this fiery pillar, how majestic it is, said, the last general can't wait to go to the front line to fight. When will you set off to destroy Mingsong? Xuanhuan also wants to fight. Hurry up, I'm going to be in the limelight this time. I'm afraid many people have already listed me as an enemy. I expect to launch an even more vicious attack on the Heavenly Nirvana Kingdom, and I have also ruined the plans of the Netherworld God Kingdom a lot, is already a situation of subjugation. Xuanhuan Dao, the army prepares for 5 days. After 5 days, I will personally lead the army to the Nangu Tianyu, and then enter the capital of Mingsong Kingdom all the way. As predicted, Tianye Divine Kingdom launched a more fierce offensive. Originally, Mingsong hoped to turn many outside worlds into hell, but they chose the wrong opponent and hit Xuanhuan's gun, and ended in failure. The defeat of Xuanhuan also plunged the kingdom of Mingsong into darkness. Facing the attack of Tianye Divine Kingdom, they retreated steadily, and they tended to give up their territory, and put the final battle in the capital. His Majesty and Xuanhuan also led a group of troops to Nangu Tianyu. God of War, how is the battle going? Xuanhuan asked. Reporting to your Majesty, there were originally a large number of soldiers gathered outside the Nangu Tianyu, but since the plan to attack Xuanwu failed that day, the army has all retreated. I sent scouts to investigate and moved them away. However, I am worried that there will be traps, did not rush forward, and was waiting for His Majesty's arrival. God of War is brave and resourceful, and he satisfied Xuanhuan. And the God of War has great potential, as long as he fights with him, the Supreme Peak is not a problem for him, and there may even be a half-day possibility in the future. Very well done. I have arrived. The army continues to attack on the southern front. Tianye Kingdom is very close to Mingsong Kingdom. It is time for us to fight there, and we cannot fall behind them. Xuanhuan said lightly, the collapse of a huge empire, this feast is so rich, I can't ignore this temptation. The Xuanwu army marched. Along the way, the originally prosperous and fertile Tianyu has been turned into a dead zone. Mingsong's army is no longer stationed, and he knows that if he divides his troops to other places, it will be a gift for others. There is no army to stop, and there is no need to fight along the way, and the speed of advancement is very fast. The calmer the journey, the more horrific the subsequent war will be. The kingdom of the underworld will not admit defeat, nor will the monarch in hell. All their strong men have gathered in the capital, and there will be an even more monstrous hell breath. Blood Rose said. Spreading to the entire Tianduan mountain at one point, the power of hell will erupt in Mingsong Kingdom, just like the origin, interpreting the scene of the big explosion of heaven and earth. This is their last chance to fight back. Xuanhuan Dao, but don't think too much about it. After all, the Heavenly Nirvana Divine Kingdom has the support of the Heavenly Nirvana Divine Sect, and there are also backup players. Get ready to share this feast. Boom. A few months later, Xuanhuan's fleet crashed into a dark place. The Black Underworld, a place with a strong dark atmosphere. There is no splendor of other heavens here, but a feeling of drowsiness and silence, and the light is extremely gloomy. This kind of world environment makes people very uncomfortable. Underworld. The location where the gods of the underworld are located. They have given up all the Tianyu, stationed heavily in the capital, and are making the final counterattack. Let's go all the way to the god capital of the underworld, and start a war there. At an extremely fast speed, after a few days, Xuanhuan saw the capital of Mingsong Kingdom, a huge city standing between the sky and the earth, which was unimaginably large, and there was a portal to hell in the sky. The kingdom of the underworld has transformed the capital into a small hellish place. Fighting here is very beneficial to them, but not to us. God of War said immediately. The breath of hell here is too strong, and the portal of hell is still continuously sending out the true energy of hell, which makes him feel very uncomfortable. Although it is not a real hell day, it seems to be in hell. Moreover, Mingsung's soldiers will increase their strength by tens of thousands in this environment, and they will be weakened by tens of thousands instead. A lot of fortresses. And around the capital, there are also hundreds of indestructible cities built, just like the eyes of formations exist around the capital, with a large number of powerful people stationed inside, forming a formation. Every step of the way, they are also planning to fight a war of attrition. Then Lord Qi Zhen must have sent a large amount of cannon fodder to Mingsung. They are not afraid of attrition. So many cities and fortresses are really about to be completely removed, and the soldiers have already seen the picture of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. God Emperor, you are here too. Sect Master Yuan Mo, and I have been waiting for you here for a long time. At this time, two voices immediately came to Chu Yuan's side. #C1101 Xuanhuan Arrogance. When Chu Yuan arrived, someone came towards him immediately. There are two people who are particularly eye-catching. One is a middle-aged man in black and white clothes. He has a majestic face, and he is the suzerain of the Yuan demon sect. On the contrary, there is no monstrous evil spirit on his body, and he looks much calmer. 10,000 devils return to Yuan. His magic skills have been cultivated to an extremely powerful state. The other person is a woman, wearing red clothes, with the power of power flashing between her brows, and she is the master of the Chiyu Temple. Although Chidian once fought against Xuanhuan in the Tanhing Tanyu, it was always a small collision and a small conflict. Not worth mentioning in front of real interests. Strictly speaking, the power of Tianduan Mountain is classified as the 5th class. The strongest is naturally Tianjuanqing. The 2nd class is Tianya and Mingsong. The 3rd class used to be the Chiyu Temple and the Yuan Demon Sect. Now it seems that a Xuanhuan is also added. The 4th and 5th ranks are powers with several supreme gods. Chu Yuan glanced over, and there were dozens of cities on the left side of Mingsong capital city, all of which were temporarily constructed. And the positions are very close to each other, obviously they are allied with each other. I saw His Majesty today, and he is indeed very heroic. Fei Yu often mentioned it to me. Sect Master Yuan Mo laughed. They have never met Chu Yuan. But as soon as he saw Chu Yuan, he knew that he was the God Emperor of Xuanhuan Shenchao. The aura of being the only one in his body, and all the aura of the world moving around him, was too strong. Shangguan Feiyu was also on the side. She was already a giant of the 4th heaven, said, "If there is no Your Majesty that day, I am afraid that I will be murdered in the ancient Yuan Tian fragment. Speaking of it, Your Majesty is still my savior." The God Emperor has also seen that the heavenly Nirvana God Kingdom is now leading the way to encircle the Mingsung Kingdom, and with the wisdom of the God Emperor, it can be seen that Mingsung has deployed a strong countermeasure. Akabane Hall Master said. They mean it. He wants to form an alliance with Xuanhuan to form an iron triangle lineup, and then gather many 4th and 5th class forces in Tianduan Mountain to obtain the greatest benefits in this war of annihilating the country. The scene where Chu Yuan defeated the Gate of Hell also shocked them. What we do is grab food from Tian Ye's mouth. After all, if Mingsung is destroyed, they will do the most. But the benefits come first, so how can we not take it away? No matter what we do or not afterwards, Tian Ye will liquidate us. Yuan Mo Suzerain said. I have already understood what you said, and I will join hands with you to deal with Mingsung and Tian Ye. Chu Yuan said. He also needs to use the power of the sect and palace now. Knowing that the God Emperor led the army to come, the Lord hereby set up a banquet, and invited the God Emperor, Yuan Mo, and Akabane to the banquet together to discuss the matter of destroying the country. Just at this moment, a person arrived. He had a dignified temperament and was extremely arrogant. People from the Nirvana Kingdom. Yuanma and Qiyu looked at each other, secretly said, "This is a Hongmen banquet, not for them, but for Emperor Xuanhuan." They knew very well that although their two sects were not weak, Tianye did not take them too seriously. Only Xuanwu Xianchao, they are a little bit unsure of the details, and they suspect that they have 33 days of support. Option 1, go to the banquet, get 40,000 vertex points, and a random supreme artifact X1. Option 2, refuse to go to the banquet, get 40,000 vertex points, and designate the supreme artifact X1. Destruction of the country is imminent. When I first arrived here, the Empire has not yet attacked and defended the military. There are many important matters. This banquet will be skipped for now. Thank you, Lord Tianye, for your kindness. Chu Yuan said lightly. He didn't have to go, he knew what they were thinking and what they would say at the banquet. Since there is no good banquet, Ming Song is destined to stand on the opposite side after the First World War, which is inevitable. He didn't bother to attend this Hongmen banquet, he was intriguing with them. Does the God Emperor really have to go? The face of this person suddenly became gloomy, and he said sullenly, "Don't tell me the God Emperor doesn't want to know what the king will say? How will he arrange the battle to destroy the country? Your Majesty has already said that you can't say it, and you still want to force it?" Shui Changwei sneered. If the God Emperor doesn't go, what about Sect Master Yuanma and Palace Master Qiyu? He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, shamelessly, really arrogant, and looked at the other two. We also have important matters, Akabane thanked the king. The Lord Qiyu refused at the same time. The Heavenly Nirvana Kingdom is the Longtan Tiger's Denver. If the Emperor Xuanwu does not go, she will not go without authorization. Okay, I will pass on your words to the king. The man's anger was already written on his face, and he waved his sleeves. Don't regret it, Tianye. Without me, you want to invade the capital of Mingtsong. Be careful not to wipe out the entire army. Threatening us? Shui Changwei frowned. Would it be a threat to snatch meat from their mouths? Chu Yuan said lightly, but don't worry about them, the dark sky is immortal, they have no spare power to deal with us, just do their own things well. But be careful of their tricks. Akabane Hall Master reminded. There is no difference. Even if we go to the banquet, we just want to use our strength to be cannon fodder. I will not take this loss, and I will not do things that are not beneficial. Sect Master Yuan Mo looked at Chu Yuan, the God Emperor chooses how to fight this battle. Wait until the Nirvana Kingdom takes the lead in attacking, and I will choose a place to attack myself. Tianye Divine Kingdom Resident. What? How dare they refuse the invitation of the king? This Xuanwu is so courageous. This move is to directly oppose my Tianye. Without that Xuanwu, Yuanma and Akabane would not have the courage. A god of Nirvana will be furious. The gate of hell cracked in the sky above Xuanwu, and it didn't hit him. Instead, he seized the opportunity to strengthen himself. It has to be said that Xuanwu God Emperor is very resourceful, and his ambition and appetite are huge. How can he be content with others? Next, listen to our orders. Their eyes were all on the throne, a tall man with a square face, surging domineering, and controlling absolute authority. No need to guess, this person is the Lord Tianye. He is not only the lord of a country, but his own identity is not simple in the Tianye sect. It is rumored that he is the direct disciple of the Tianye sect master. Leaving aside the matter of martial arts, I have seen that they are waiting for me to launch an offensive, and they will take advantage of the opportunity. Although they cannot be driven by me, as long as they have a greedy heart, they can use it. Lord Tianye said slowly. What your Majesty said is very true. Lord Qizhen sent a large number of cannon fodder from hell to support this battle. Even if I, Tianye, attack, I will suffer great casualties. If these people want to attack by themselves, they will suffer heavy casualties. Before entering the capital all the way, they gained a lot of sweetness, and they will all spit it out by then. The group of monsters in hell lost again and again, and they were so angry that they had nowhere to vent their anger. They bumped into each other, and they didn't know how to die. They sneered again and again. Your Majesty, when will the attack on Mingsong? Lord Qizhen send a large amount of cannon fodder from hell every day. The longer it drags on, the more detrimental it will be to us. Humane. Hell cannon fodder, a large amount of hell's true energy has come, and the evolution of hell, the usual method, the suzerain has sent people from the 33 days to bring the treasure to restrain the hell's true energy. The Lord of Tianye's voice sounded like Hong Zhong, if you don't fight, you will fight. Once this battle starts, you must use the most thunderous means to pull out the fortress and directly attack the capital. This time I will let Mingsong destroy the country. #C1102 Kill. Sect Master Yuanma, Palace Master Qiyu and the masters of many forces have left. Xuanhuan walked in, saw Qu Yuan leaning on the divine throne, and asked. Gone. Qu Yuan Dao, these two people are not good enemies. Their latest move is to praise and kill me. They deliberately promoted me as the leader who led them, and praised me highly, but in fact they pushed me out and let me become a thorn in the side of Tianye Kingdom. Since your Majesty knows it, what do you plan to do? Xuanhuan asked. This way of governing the country is completely different from her being a chic predator without thinking about the consequences. Even if they don't praise and kill me, I have already been remembered by the Nirvana Divine Kingdom, and their praise and killing is like pouring a pot of oil on the fire, which burns more intensely. Very good, since they use me, and I will also use their power. Qu Yuan said coldly, if you don't want to be liquidated by Tianye Divine Kingdom, just be obedient to me and be used by me. We are all smart people, so we won't fail to understand this. I don't like to think about these things, I only like to kill and plunder. Xuanhuan said. Rose, come here. Qu Yuan suddenly drew a smear of blood, and said with a smile, I'm thinking about these things, you follow my orders, don't think too much, this is a blood-drinking mad knife, use it. The blood-drinking crazy knife was selected from the system rewards after Qu Yuan completed the system selection. It has to be said that the quality of the supreme artifacts given by the system is extremely good. In the past, Xuanhuan's knife was just a divine tool for dominance, but now with the blood-drinking knife, its strength has greatly increased, and the third heaven can also fight. Blood-drinking knife. Xuanhuan's eyes were bloodthirsty, and she said, it's suitable for me, then drink up the blood of hell, if the heavenly Nirvana Kingdom wants to play tricks, it will also drink their blood. Waiting for the actions of the heavenly Nirvana Kingdom. Underworld Divine Kingdom. Mingsong, you have lost again and again, the army has besieged the capital, and the kingdom of God may be destroyed because of this. Because of your defeat, the monarch is already very dissatisfied. The monarch has supported you for so many years. This is the answer sheet you gave to the monarch. You have disappointed the monarch too much. A person looked at the Lord Mingsong. My people didn't fall down when they were fighting against the heavenly Nirvana Kingdom. Instead, those strong men you brought from hell couldn't complete the plan I arranged. The Lord Mingsong was very unhappy, and said, some time ago, I said not to sweep Shenwu with the true energy of hell first, but to attack the primordial demon Qiyu first, and you disobeyed orders and made my deployment fail. Are you blaming me for the current situation? I don't care about that. I only care about the result. You are in charge of Tianduan Mountain's affairs. This time, the monarch has given you the greatest support. If you still fail, how you explain to the monarch is your own business. The person reprimanded, you should think about your own end. I haven't lost yet, and it will be the greatest help that you don't point fingers in the next war. The Lord of Ming Tsang said. Humph. How to fight, give me a plan in the shortest possible time. The person leaves. Yin Shi. I failed in the battle and threw all the blame on me. You are a good scapegoat. Boom. The Lord Mingtsang shattered his throne with a palm, and could no longer suppress his anger. He said angrily, the layout I have planned for many years has been defeated because of you. Relying on the monarch's love for you, I have been pointing fingers. If you were not there commanding indiscriminately, how can there be today's situation? Now you have thrown away the responsibility and want me to be punished by the monarch alone. Okay, I thought I was easy to provoke. Even if I use this battle pit, I will kill you. Underworld Divine Kingdom is not so harmonious. The strong men descended from Hell Heaven have been interfering in the layout of the Lord of the Underworld, using their thinking in Hell to fight the war against the Heavenly Nirvana Kingdom. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. A guard was terrified. Clean up here. The Lord Mingtsang left the temple in one step. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. The Heavenly Nirvana Divine Kingdom is ready to move. Chu Yuan's eyes pierced the distant time at this moment, and a large number of Tian Nirvana experts gathered from the garrison were appearing from the garrison. They were wearing gold and silver armors, and they were densely packed in front of the Hell Fortress. The aura of a strong man shakes the sky, suppressing the breath of Hell with monstrous and terrifying power. It is to gather the power of thunder, and the kingdom of Heavenly Nirvana is already attacking. Chu Yuan appeared before the army. Shenwu's garrison is connected by warships, suspended in the air, and the artillery fire is condensed and accumulated, which can be vented at any time. There is the army of Shenwu. It is really different from Chiyu Yuanma. It is well equipped. This is definitely not something that a Tianduan mountain force can build. In the Tianye army, there are also a large number of strong men from the Tianye divine sect, who looked at the momentum of the Shenwu army, and their faces moved slightly. Not knowing the details of Shenwu is also their biggest fear. Don't worry about this martial arts for now. If Mingtsang is destroyed, the general trend will be achieved, and then deal with them after freeing up your hands. Of course they also knew that Mingtsang was the great enemy before them. Okay, prepare to attack. Their strong man said. They are all paying attention to our martial arts. Indeed, Shenwu's equipment and the morale of the army are like a round of shenyang, which is very eye-catching, and it is difficult not to notice it. This battle will be divided into 3 stages. All the generals of Shenwu are by Chu Yuan's side, following his instructions. First, break through the outer fortresses, sweep away all troubles in the dark sky, build a bright scene, and truly besiege a capital, and then besiege the city in the capital, breaking the capital of the dark sky. Chu Yuan Dao, in these 2 steps, neither we nor Tianye Kingdom will have a large-scale conflict. No benefit. God of War said, these 2 steps are completed with the blood of countless strong men. When you break through the capital, you will fall into a city war and enter a country. At that time, it will be the beginning of a large-scale conflict. The meat is so big. If we eat more, Tianye will eat less. Now don't bother with these for now, I will take charge of the overall situation. Chu Yuan stands between heaven and earth, his domineering aura gave the army fearless confidence. With His Majesty here, everything will be fine. It's useless to talk too much. We praise and kill Shenwu, but we have to keep some distance. The Shenwu God Emperor is not easy to mess with. The Yuanma sect master looked at the Shenwu army in the distance, and kept thinking, we will fight later, and we will be on the same front as Shenwu. And even more benefits on the bright side will be given to them, so that Tianye Divine Kingdom can see that they have gained the greatest advantage. Metropolitan. Shangguan Feiyu shook his head. After all, the Yuan demon sect is a demon sect, with a lot of cunning schemes. The suzerain is planning to drive away tigers and devour wolves, but with the means and wisdom of the god of martial arts, is it really so easy for you to figure it out? Sometimes it is easy to lift a rock and shoot yourself in the foot. Attack the capital of Mingsong Kingdom and destroy the country in one fell swoop. The sound of the attack resounded throughout the heavenly domain of Mingsong, and the battle to destroy Mingsong began. #C1103 Take your life to fill. Kill. When the war order is issued, the war machine of Tianye Kingdom is running. The army swept out like a torrent, their momentum was boundless, their morale was strong, and everyone had a strong self-confidence on their faces. The war is on. At the same time, Xuanhuan also looked over. The army of the Nirvana God Kingdom is mixed with too many strong men from the Nirvana God sect, which represents a kind of peak power. He is also very concerned about what magical powers the opponent can unleash. Don't fight out yet, listen to my order, and wait until the heavenly Nirvana Divine Kingdom and the Mingsong Divine Kingdom fight together, and then go out after all kinds of methods explode. Xuanhuan is observing. The underworld must be destroyed. The sound of horns, the sound of war drums, and the roar sounded one after another, and Mingsong Kingdom has evolved into a battlefield. Tianye, if you want to attack the capital of God, you have to pay the price in blood. In the capital, many strong men watched and roared, "Start the Hell Fortress, I want them to pay for their lives every step they push." True Sun Thunder Pillar. It also seems to be aware that it is not good for them to fight in such a place filled with hell. Booming, an extremely hot and dazzling light descended, and hundreds of extremely thick beams of light appeared in the sky. The moment the 100 beams of light descended, a void was frozen. Xuanhuan looked intently, and saw that the beam of light was dazzling, emitting a golden red light, and at the top was a star-like fireball. The true sun thunder fire radiated out, burning the true energy of hell, and reviving the universe. As expected of the support of Tianye Shinzong, the value of each of these pillars of light is no less than that of the pillars that appeared in Shenwu. He also knew that Tianye had the means to deal with the true chi of hell. The dark aura billowing from the divine capital was overwhelming, thick as a river, and he also counterattacked, fighting against this fierce and strong force. It's really intense. The god of war remembers the opponent's means of war. This is a completely different way of fighting from Shenwu. Divine martial arts are stronger than equipment, and the opponent's various magical weapons and the mobilization and fighting of large corps are worthy of their study. True Sun Thunder Pillar? Shui Changwei frowned, and said, I seem to have seen records that this is made of special orange Jinyang Tian. The 33 days, Goddess Yanran said to me, did have a true sun day, but that was a long time ago, and the 33 days now do not have such a day. Xuanhuan said. Well, many days in that battle were either destroyed or weakened. The true Yang heaven still existed and did not collapse. It retreated to the level of the 33 three heavens. It suffered heavy losses in ancient times. Although it was not destroyed, it was also replaced. But the strength is still there. Blood Rose said. Okay, continue to watch the battle, this kind of thing has nothing to do with us. Look back to the battlefield. 100 true sun lightning pillars can only temporarily suppress the infernal chi, but it cannot completely solve it. Roar. The sound of howling like a ferocious beast came from a fortress in front of Tianye's army, and tens of millions of huge and ferocious beasts rushed out, all of them were monsters in hell. In addition to these monsters, more hell cannon fodder appeared. These hellish cannon fodders are quite different from before. Their eyes are blood red, their auras are violent, and they are chaotic. Lord Qizhen is so generous. There is so much cannon fodder in one fortress. Don't you need to worry about the battle in hell? Look at their eyes, it's a means to make them violent, we don't kill them, their souls will also break. Humph. Trying to block our attack with cannon fodder is simply ridiculous. The most irritating thing in Hell Sky is these cannon fodder. They are almost endless, and they are endless. Every step we kill, we have to pay a huge price. No matter how high the price is, I will kill it. The powerhouses of Tianye Kingdom also found it very troublesome. Sovereign Lord Qizhen can grab a lot of cannon fodder to fight, but they can't do it in the day of crossing the calamity. After all, the pattern of the 2 days is different. Kill. It must not be blocked by these fortresses. The army must have an indomitable offensive momentum. However, when they were launching an attack on the fortress, many people wearing the costumes of the heavenly Nirvana kingdom suddenly appeared in front of them. They were bound by chains and blocked in front of the army. Prince Sun. Brotherly. When Tianye Divine Kingdom saw these people, their expressions changed drastically. These were all captives captured in previous battles and deliberately stood in front of them. Once they attacked, these people would surely die without a place to bury them. Damn it, you actually use our people as a shield. Ming Song's hands are despicable and ruthless. What should we do? Are we going to attack further? Tianye Divine Kingdom's offensive stopped immediately. The people standing in front, especially Junjun's son and senior brother Li, were supreme gods. Once they sent troops, it would be equivalent to killing their own supreme gods. It's ruthless enough to put Tianye in a dilemma. When Xuanhuan saw this scene, there was no change on his face. He has experienced too many wars, and he knows that wars are omnipotent, let alone a country like Ming Song who practices hell skills. It's ruthless. As soon as Tianye attacked, he killed his own people. If he didn't attack, would he give up the battle? God of War said. Tianye will attack, and will not be stopped by this little trouble. As long as Ming Song is destroyed, the price will be worth it. Sure enough, at the moment when Xuanhuan's words fell, a strong man in Tianye God said in grief and indignation, Prince Sun, brotherly, I'm sorry, you will be recorded in the history of Xinzong, and future generations will be honored by the halo. You sacrificed for Xinzong, and Xinzong is proud of you. Miegwa Ming Song used blood to warn the heroic spirits who died in battle. Tianye Divine Kingdom launched an attack, which was turning grief and anger into strength, turning anger towards Ming Song into the morale of the army. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the infinite power blasted out, and even the group of senior brotherly disappeared in an instant. Seeing such a scene, the eyes of the people in Tianye Kingdom were already red. Rough enough. The Lord Ming Song was also watching the attack in the capital city, and said coldly, Come on, let's see how many people you can bring out to fill this bloody road, and how many cannon fodder in the fortress outside died. I don't feel bad at all. Then he looked at Inshi next to him, with deep disgust in his eyes. A guy who doesn't have any strategy at all will just blame himself after every loss and feel good about himself. Tragic, bloody, and various emotions intertwined on the battlefield. Xuanhuan stood quietly in front of the army, watching the fierce fighting. His eyes were blood red, and his emotions did not waver at all. This is war. If you want to destroy other countries, how can you not pay the price in blood? The individual strength of the people in Tianye Kingdom is stronger than those cannon fodder. However, these cannon fodders have their souls controlled, and they are not afraid of death at all. Sometimes several people rush over together, dragging the people of Tianye Kingdom to die together. Push them across at the fastest speed, and the soldiers approach the capital of other countries, and wash them with blood. Tianye Divine Kingdom also knows that it cannot be delayed, their losses are too great, and they must end as soon as possible. #C1104 Fortress Attack. The war is going on. Every moment, a large number of soldiers fell, and the blood of these many strong men stained the sky red, paving a bloody road. Although Tianye Divine Kingdom broke through the fortress again and again, they also suffered extremely huge casualties. Seeing that the cannon fodder was slaughtering in groups, what they lost was the elite they cultivated. But the other party was just cannon fodder captured in groups in hell. I really don't know how much they will have to pay before breaking into the capital. After all, the country is the center of a country, the most important place. The other party must put it to death and survive. Xuanhuan attack. After seeing Tianye Kingdom break through more than a dozen fortresses, Xuanhuan finally waved his palm, and the army began to attack from the south. It is the most stupid thing to wait for the other party to pull out all the fortresses, and then follow them into the capital to seek benefits. Others are not that stupid. If you want to get benefits, you still have to fight on your own. Xuanhuan is on the way. Sect Master Yuanma and Palace Master Akabane paused, they were all waiting for Xuanhuan. Superior. This is just to pull out the fortress, and there will be more cruel battles to besiege the capital later. Xuanhuan wants them to see the blood. After all, the army that does not grow in the flames of war is the flowers in the greenhouse. I will lead you to the front. God of War shouted. At this moment, countless troops passed by Xuanhuan. He stood on the ground with a calm face, but the aura exuded from him was the best morale of a fierce army. His Majesty's royal conquest, how could they not perform well? There seems to be no direct benefit to breaking the Hell Fortress, but the cannon fodder itself is the greatest wealth. During this period of time, due to the outbreak of the war, the strength of the Xuanhuan army has also improved several levels. Xuanhuan. There was also a roaring sound in Ming song. Xuanhuan is their number 2 enemy, and the number of powerful people who kill them is second only to Tianye. Also because of them, the plan to bring hell to other heavens failed. Seeing the enemy, countless crazy cannon fodder rushed over. Preparing for artillery fire, continuously bombarding the fortress in front, the army is equipped with good equipment, long-range attack consumes, and then the reloaded army slowly advances with the god, tearing them apart with our weapons. In many wars, the god of war has already deployed his troops to the extreme, giving full play to the advantages of martial arts. These are 2 completely different combat methods from Tianye Divine Kingdom. Tianye used the Xinyan Thunder Pillar to suppress the infuriating energy of hell, but Xuanhuan countered it with the most violent equipment. There are too many cannon fodder from hell. These fortresses seem to be distributed around the gods, but in fact there are teleportation formations, which can distribute power, and a large amount of power can be countered in an instant. A violent battle ensued. You slit its limbs, ignoring many attacks. Although there was a lot of force to blast its body out of blood, it was like scratching a little skin, it didn't matter. We'll kill them too, but don't get too close to Xuanhuan, they've been targeted by Ming Song, go in another direction. Both Sect Master Yuanma and Palace Master Akabane knew that the battle at Xuanhuan was too fierce, and they didn't have that kind of equipment and morale. The most tragic battle was fought by Xuanhuan and Tianye. When Yuan Mazong attacked the other line, the counterattack they encountered was much smaller. After all, in the eyes of Ming Song, these sects are just a pack of wolves and cannot pose the greatest threat. In the capital of God, seeing the mighty army attacking, taking advantage of their own equipment, beheading many cannon fodder, their top powerhouses looked gloomy, and they were all unsightly. We must counter them and make them pay in blood. Shenzhen Tower. Boom. The god of war pushed them to a fortress, and suddenly a huge golden tower fell down, its power almost reaching the peak of the supreme artifact, expanding rapidly, and falling with a bang. The fortress collapsed in an instant, and countless hell cannon fodder were suppressed and killed inside. Transform Tianhu. Immediately, Wadianhe took in a fortress, and there was a howling sound. The 2 fortresses were breached, and Xuanhuan also moved forward with bloody steps. Lord God of War, the 2 hell fortresses were breached, and we have also suffered a certain amount of damage. Some equipment has been damaged due to its extreme operation. The Skyshaker was covered in blood. Before he charged, the divine pillar was covered with meat paste, and he didn't know how much he had been crushed to death. In such a big battle, casualties are inevitable. The more hell fortresses are removed, the more they can concentrate their strength. Everyone obeys my orders. Those who are seriously injured should leave the battlefield immediately on the Sky God battleship. Ares down. This martial arts is fierce and brave. Although Xuanhuan's fight relieved some of the pressure from Tiao Kingdom, their expressions were not very good-looking. After all, this will also be their opponent. Excellent equipment, brave morale, and the temperament of not fearing death are what a good army must have. Leave them alone. The Hell Fortress has been pulled out more than half. I hope Ming Tsang can devote more strength to fighting against Xuanhuan. There is a way of the strong in the kingdom of heavenly nirvana. At this moment, although Chu Yuan did not directly join the battlefield, his spirit has been covering the entire battlefield, and he is aware of any disturbance. At this time, Xuanhuan was attacking the third seat. However, some troubles have been encountered. There were more hell cannon fodder in this fortress than they had imagined, and they were caught in a fierce battle, which made the god of war on the front line frown tightly. Kill me, you can't be stopped here by them. God of War shouted. Since the display of power is inevitable, we must let everyone see the great strength of the empire, and let the Nirvana kingdom fear them. His aura is boundless, and in this kind of fight, his realm is very close to the second heaven. What is that? When the strong Ming Tsang drank, they saw a ghost-like shadow from a distance, like a god of death, harvesting life again and again. As long as the existence touched by it, the head was cut off. It is the ghosts who are hunting on the battlefield. It's also like a power in hell. In Xuanhuan, we have seen many kinds of powerful techniques. What is the origin? The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, at a time when the strong underworld can't guess it. The god of war led the army, and with the cooperation of the negative U, the third fortress had been pulled out, and they continued to advance triumphantly, marching towards the fourth fortress. The fourth and the fifth were removed. And such a continuous army has also accumulated a large number of wounded soldiers, corroded by the breath of hell. Send the wounded soldiers back to the garrison, and those who have consumed too much mana will also go back. His Majesty will send a new force to replace them. The God dynasty also has the purpose of training troops to pull out the Hell Fortress this time. He looked at Skyshaker. You are also injured, how can you still fight? If not, go back to His Majesty. It's okay, I can still fight, said the Skyshaker. Okay, then follow me to remove the next fortress. #C1105 Idiot. Fortresses were demolished one after another. Although it was expected a long time ago, such a fast speed made Mintsang's strong men look gloomy. They also hope that the fortress can kill more powerful enemies. Xuanhuan. I can't stand you. A cold and cracking sound was suddenly transmitted to the battlefield, and it was Yin-Shi from Hell Sky who burst out with power and suddenly rushed out. His big handprint directly killed Xuanhuan on a ship that was transporting the wounded. Yin-Shi, you! The Lord of Ming Tsang shouted loudly. He strictly ordered Wu Shen not to attack regardless of the battle outside the fortress. But Yin-Shi relied on the fact that he was sent by Emperor Qizhen and was favored by the emperor, so he ignored his orders. I'll deal with them, don't worry about it. Yin-Shi shouted. There are brave and foolish things, you ruin my big business, don't come back after you go. The Lord Mingtsang wished he could crush him to death. With a movement of Chu Yuan's eyes, he had long been prepared for possible accidents on the battlefield, and suddenly the conquest of troubled times swept out, rolling in murderous aura, with his will, and violently collided with the hell-strong man in the high air. Boom! The two forces exploded and disappeared at the same time. Oh? That guy is attacking Xuanhuan. Tianye Divine Kingdom also noticed it immediately. After the Lord Tiao saw it, a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry about this person, let him deal with Xuanhuan. Just use this person to test out the details of Xuanhuan. How could there be such a stupid person beside Ming Song? Xuanhuan, I will kill you and send you to hell. His pitch-black true energy swept out, his eyes widened, and he was also powerful. Immediately, the earth-shattering giant palm fell down, with the unfathomable power of gods and demons, and he took the lead in attacking Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan naturally felt the strength of this person. But he was also fearless. Conquest in troubled times, my lord's ups and downs, God's hand. Xuanhuan operated power, and all kinds of supernatural powers were integrated into one body. In an instant, a giant god emerged, and he carried the power of the troubled times and turned into a giant palm. With a shock in the air, he fought fiercely with Yin Shi. Boom! He stepped forward, and the power of light swept across the world. Although it was only the supreme heaven, he controlled too many supernatural powers. Darkness overwhelms light. Yin Shi drank sharply. He impacted Xuanhuan's light with the power of darkness, grabbed with 5 fingers, the sky raised 5 fingers, and grabbed Xuanhuan's head in the most violent way. I am darker than you. Xuanhuan's power had no time to change, and a deeper darkness hit, which came from the door of darkness, and immediately made Yin Shi's eyes black, boundless, like a scene after death. He couldn't see the front, and fell into eternal silence. Not good. Yin Shi exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect that Xuanhuan could evolve into such darkness with such bright and brilliant power. The power of darkness and light. On the battlefield, many strong men said in surprise. It is not uncommon to comprehend a kind of power, but it is shocking and terrifying like Xuanhuan's. Eternity becomes empty. A giant god stepped out in the darkness, and Yin Shi's breath was stagnated with that dominating aura. He quickly blocked it with both hands, but was suddenly attacked by this force, and retreated fiercely. Xuanhuan stepped forward, waved his hands to disperse the darkness, and the boundless thunder descended, and the mighty power condensed into one body, bombarding with the most fierce and domineering force. With this punch, he unleashed a torrent of thunder in hundreds of millions of time and space. Trying to deal with me with thunder, but the truly powerful hell creatures have no fear of thunder. Yin Shi also knew that many people were looking at him when he attacked without authorization this time. If he couldn't make some achievements, many people would laugh at him. He straightened himself up, thick smoke rose into the sky, and acted like he was not afraid of thunder, but what surprised him was that the god of martial god opened his fist. In the palm of that hand there was a portal that suddenly appeared, and with a bang, it slammed into his body. The Gate of Thunder. Lay Dao Fetish. At this moment, his body was struck by the infinite lightning, and his face was ugly. He is naturally not afraid of ordinary lightning methods, but the heavenly thunder gate directly extracts and sweeps out the most ferocious original power of thunder. Xuanhuan waved out, the source of thunder and the long river swept across the sky, and the breath of hell disappeared. He is suppressing Yin Shi with restrained strength. This idiot. The Lord Mingsong couldn't help but swear, let him lose face now. The other party has the means to restrain him, even though his realm is lower than him, but I feel that the God Emperor has too many means and too much power. Chong, I'm here to see how he ends up. Boom. But at this moment, Yin Shi's body was swept away by thunder and lightning, and his strength was greatly restrained, making his face flushed red. He tried his best to fight back, trying to defeat Xuanhuan's power and win some face for himself. My lord, there is an original lightning weapon in the hand of the god of martial arts. This treasure has greatly weakened Yin Shi's strength. It seems that he is going to retreat in defeat. The Lord of Tianyan nodded slightly when he heard the words. Since the gate of hell was defeated, I have never underestimated this martial arts, but every time I have refreshed my understanding of him, what makes me curious is, what is behind him? No great history? Such an ambitious person will not be controlled by others, otherwise he would not have such a domineering heart. Then what should we do? I'm afraid that if Mingsong is destroyed, Xuanhuan will become a serious problem. A minister beside him worried. It's not fear, but it's inevitable, he will definitely become our opponent. The Lord of Tianjia said calmly, it's a pity, we can't deal with him now, but the thunder and lightning fetish can restrain the strong in hell, but it doesn't have much effect on me. Now if he wants to, he can send a few strong men to cooperate with Xuanhuan to kill Yin Shi, but he won't do that. My lord, what should I do? Yin Shi has a bad start and is entangled by the god of martial god. It seems that it is difficult to get out like this. If the Nirvana God Kingdom makes another move, he may not be able to return, and he will lose his combat power for nothing. Someone spoke to Mingsong Kingdom. Things that don't obey orders will make me happy only when they die. The Lord Mingsong said coldly, don't worry, I have been fighting with Tianjia for many years, he will not help Xuanhuan, at most he will come back after suffering a lot, and he should be taught a big lesson. You're going crazy. Yin Shi was furious, the thunder and lightning bombarded him so hard to lift his head, his hands covered the sky and the sun, and he ignored the thunder and lightning, and stood up, fighting with the monstrous hell chi. At this moment, Xuanhuan is the master of thunder and lightning, and there is nothing he can do to make him back down. Chongheng pierced through the sun, with multiple vibrations, the sky-reaching thunder pillar descended, and fell directly on top of Yin Shi's head, and the whole person was enveloped in the thunder pillar. Gods of hell! Infinite divine shadows rushed out of his body, and he resisted with all his strength. Xuanhuan didn't care, crushed the gods with the glory of the gods, and then reached Yin Shi's side with one step, and bombarded him with his palm raised. Well done! There was a deep conspiracy in Yin Shi's eyes. He seemed to be waiting for this opportunity. His soul suddenly burned, turning into a dark soul thorn, and suddenly pierced Xuanhuan's head with invisible force. #C1106 Battle of the Broken Capital. This is a secret method that hurts others and does not benefit oneself. The casting of the soul thorn needs to burn and consume one's soul, and launch a blow that reaches the soul. Yin Shi is not good at physical combat at all. What he is really good at is the endless soul assassination methods. Even if he paid a price this time, he didn't want to go back without any achievements. Don't use your axe in front of me for such a trivial skill. Xuanhuan shouted violently, and the moment his soul stabbed, it was as if a steel needle had hit a hard iron plate, and it was snapped into two pieces, causing Yin Shi to let out an extremely miserable scream. You actually control the divine object of the soul. Yin Shi was trembling at the moment, never expecting that Xuanhuan would have such a fetish. His act of assassinating Xuanhuan with his soul assassination was like shooting himself in the foot. In front of me, you dare to give up? Xuanhuan led the crusade in troubled times, locked on Yin Shi, and slashed away with his big hands. This kind of power is so vast, Yin Shi only felt that he was about to be squeezed and exploded. He used various secret methods repeatedly, but they couldn't break through the impact. If he hadn't used the soul thorn to burn his soul power, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up in such a mess. Before he could think about it and react, Xuanhuan struck out with a powerful punch. His aura carried a terrifying artistic conception of heaven and earth, my master's ups and downs, and my master's dominance. Hearing the loud noise, Yin Shi's ears and nose were bleeding, and he was thrown flying. This kind of imposing mood? Undoubtedly. Xuanhuan's shot has become the most eye-catching place on the entire battlefield, and countless people are watching him. I can't fight him anymore. Yin Shi was terrified. This person has too many magical powers and various treasures, and it is a wrong choice for him to go deep into the enemy's line this time. Many strong men are eyeing him. If he is not careful, he may die here. You are vicious. His words not only yelled at Xuanhuan. still yelling at the Lord Ming Song. The demon disintegrates. Intense black air came out of his body, and at the moment Xuanhuan launched his killing move, it suddenly exploded in front of Xuanhuan, disintegrated into mist, and then a figure appeared directly on the capital of Ming Song. Although he fled back, his face was extremely defeated, and the power of using the demon to disintegrate him was weakened by half. "Run back," Xuanhuan said coldly. If his realm was in the supreme second heaven, she wouldn't even have the chance to perform the disintegration of the demon, but it's not a bad thing for such an idiot to run back. "Ming Song, if you also attack, I don't need to use the disintegration of the demon, and I may even kill the Emperor of Xuanwu. Can't you see it?" That day, the Lord of Nirvana wished that Xuanwu would die. "He wouldn't do it, no matter what we did help, you stupid." After she returned to Ming Song, he looked angry and lost face, and asked him to use the disintegration of the demon. And he was also brazen, obviously he acted recklessly, but he beat him back and pushed all the responsibilities on the Lord Ming Song. "Do you want to die?" The Lord Ming Song was already in a bad mood, and when he heard Shiji's words, he became even more angry, and said gloomily, "It's a pity that Xuanwu didn't kill you on the battlefield. How can there be such a fool? Even if Lord Qizhan sends a few people who are smarter than him, the situation of the battle will not fall into a bad situation. Can't he see that the Lord of Tianya also wants to die like a god? Not to mention whether it is possible to kill Xuanwu, but this person has great supernatural powers and superior strength. He fought to the death with Xuanwu, and his vitality was greatly damaged. Isn't it nirvana in the end with a smile? This kind of idiot is not enough to die 10,000 times. He wanted to kill Shi directly, but he changed his mind to stop, and there was a deeper coldness in his eyes. The situation has developed into this way, Shi has a greater role to play, let him pay for his stupidity with his life. Shi also shrank his neck and stopped talking. This Xuanwu is really powerful. He forced Shi to perform the disintegration of the demon, brother, and I can see that the Xuanwu didn't use all the means. He kept some, so we can't guess him. Beside the Lord Tianya, there is a man in golden armor named Fang Yi, who comes from the 33 Heaven Nirvana sect. It's a pity, Ming Song is insidious. I gave him a chance to kill Xuanwu, but he didn't move, he didn't do what I wanted. The Lord of Tianya Kingdom let out a long sigh, and said that if the supernatural power is not eliminated, it will be a serious disaster, and he said, half of the hundreds of fortresses have been eliminated, and the tragic battle has just begun. The price of countless blood to remove. Brother, don't worry, the dark sky will surely perish, and the Supreme Master will give us greater support. The ensuing battle was horrible, and the sky was stained with blood. It took only a few days to conquer half of the fortress before, but it took a full half a month to completely break through the last half, and only then did the soldiers come to the city of Ming Song. All the fortresses have been broken, the forces have pulled out their camps, and the army is marching forward. His Majesty, God of War said, this battle was very tragic. My Xuanwu also suffered a lot of casualties, and Tianya suffered even more. Every step I took was piled up with bones. Ming Song's resistance was very fierce. His burly body was covered with bruises at the moment, but he still held his head high. Worthy of being my god of war. Xuanhuan nodded. Although the outer fortress was broken, all forces suffered great damage, and what Ming Song paid was only cannon fodder captured from hell. The real core powerhouse was not damaged. The battle of the capital city is dozens of times more tragic than before. Yes, once the capital is attacked, it will be the time when the Supreme God will start to fall in large numbers. The God of War said, but the minister has no fear, and the martial arts has no fear. Xuanwu is fearless, fight for the country. All the soldiers roared furiously, with great fighting spirit, no matter how great the loss was, as long as His Majesty was still there, they would not have the slightest fear. This is the warrior of martial arts. Xuanhuan roared towards this side, which also moved many forces. For example, Yuan Mazong and Qiyu Temple lost a large number of powerful people because of conquering the fortress, and their morale was low. This is martial arts. Seeing this scene, the Yuan Ma sect master also made a long voice. The country is a country after all, and it exists, completely different from the sect. Xinwu is completely born for conquest. In the struggle between individual powerhouses, don't be afraid of them, but if the army fights for the front, you will definitely lose. Sovereign, it's best not to plot against Xinwu. It is in our best interest to cooperate with them. I know a little about Xinwu God Emperor. He is cruel and domineering, and I don't like anyone plotting against him. Shangguan Feiyu and Chu Yuan had the most interactions. This sect understands what you said, Feiyu, remember your identity, you are the deputy head of my Yuan Mo sect. Sect Master Yuan Mo said fiercely, the battle to break the country is about to start, get ready to go, the sect's morale is a bit low, it's not good. I see. A strange color flashed in Shangguan Feiyu's eyes. God of War, pass on the order, the pills will be issued, and all the soldiers will rest on the spot and prepare for the battle to destroy the capital. #C1107, clear the way, and enter the south gate. The loss in the battle to conquer the fortress was too great, too tragic, even Tianye Kingdom had to let the army rest. Looking at this huge city of gods, even if there is no god, there is a kind of fear in my heart. This really has to be forcibly breached, and how many people will die, but the war has already reached this point, and naturally, there is no reason to retreat. In a day. Ming Song. The Lord of Tianye jumped into the sky and shouted, you have only one capital city left, all the territory has fallen, and the trend of breaking the city has been achieved. I advise you, don't make a fearless resistance, donate the capital city, otherwise the city will be destroyed, and with that Qizhen is a ruthless monarch, and he will not let you go easily. You are persuading me to surrender. The Lord Mingsong responded. That's right. With your strength, there is even a possibility in the future. I'll give you a chance. Why don't you just surrender and join me under Tianye's command? If a real fight breaks out, people will be killed and corpses will be littered. Better to kill. The mighty voice of the Lord of Tianye disintegrated Ming Song's fighting spirit. Come on, I welcome you, and help me achieve great things. I have no choice, and it's not the last moment. If you want to break Ming Song, you have to pay for it with your life. No one will surrender you. The Lord Ming Song said violently, come on, I will wait for you in the capital. With a wave of his words, the infinite Helzhenqi completely enveloped the capital. At the four major city gates, east, west, north, south, a vortex emerged, condensing into the appearance of the gate of hell, as if it was a passage leading to hell, with unpredictable dangers inside. Especially in the central capital, there is a bigger hell vortex. Come on, if you want to destroy my capital city, do you choose to attack one city gate, or attack all four at the same time? I have laid a net all over the world, waiting for you. I think it is better for you to retreat. The arrogant voice of the Lord Mingsong came out. When the four vortexes appeared, Chu Yuan frowned slightly. He could naturally feel the murderous intent contained therein. Brother, what should we do? Asked the man next to Lord Tianye. The four vortexes are not easy to break. It's not good to attack one place with all your strength, and it's not advisable to divide too many troops. In this way, I will lead troops to attack the east gate, and junior brother, you will lead the strong to attack the north gate. How many soldiers and horses? Lord Tianye pressed the emperor's sword on his waist. There are still 2 gates left for Xinwu and others. What if they stand still? Don't move? I'd rather this wave of attack fail than destroy them first. Ming Song's insidious guy also hopes to see this scene. Follow us to attack and get some benefits, but if you don't move, you will know what will happen. Lord Tianye said harshly. Okay, please use the sex artifact. Boom. In an instant, the ground shook, and an extremely bright light pierced the darkness. Looking up, there was a round of blinding and boundless stars, and the bright light fell into the dark hell chi, and they evaporated one after another. The power emanating from this artifact is too terrifying, beyond the supreme law. Star? Xuanhuan said in surprise, this is an artifact that contains the power of heaven. Even if it only has a trace of divine power, it is still a great artifact. That is a magic mirror, which contains extremely strong and fierce power of true yang. Xuanhuan said. When it really appears in the eyes of everyone, it is indeed a mirror. Ban Tian Dao Divine Artifact, Tian Ye Divine Sect has great support for you. I specially invited the artifact to restrain my hell's true energy. It has the attributes of Xinyang Tian. I heard that Tian Ye once attacked Xinyang Tian and destroyed the Ban Tian Dao sect. That's where it came from. The Lord Ming Tsang was not surprised, however. Be careful to get lost here. You don't have to worry about that. Lord Tianye injects mana, but even with his strength, it is extremely difficult to operate this kind of artifact. Immediately, a ray of divine light pierced through, aiming at the central vortex, restraining and suppressing the mana in it blasting out. This is only a half-day artifact, with such power. If it is a real artifact, its power is unimaginable. Xuanhuan stared at the magic mirror, but his expression did not fluctuate. It is not difficult for his human emperor sword to break through this mirror, and the human emperor sword is a terrifying artifact that can grow with the fortune of the empire. Attack! The Lord of Tianye drew out the emperor's saber, and immediately the army was divided into two parts, and rushed towards the east and west gates. The moment they entered, there was the sound of endless explosions and fighting, but the power of hell was too strong, so it was difficult to see clearly what happened inside. Tianye has already attacked, listen to my order, Shenwu fights out, the firepower is covered, and the battleship is the leader to charge in. Xuanhuan said loudly. At a time like this, he naturally wouldn't play any tricks of sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight. This is meaningless, and Tianye will not watch them play, only attack together, destroy Ming Tsang, and share the maximum benefits. Their battleship rushed into the south gate in an instant. As soon as the south city gate entered, an overwhelming force immediately counterattacked. Their battleship was completely destroyed in just an instant, and even the advanced version of the dimensional main ship did not survive a breath. However, Xuanhuan had expected that what he sent was an airship to consume and test the main force. His majestic imperial aura swept out, and the human emperor sword burst out with the most dazzling light. This thick hellish true energy was actually dispelled, emitting a more intense light than that divine mirror. He slashed in with his sword, a large number of defenders were beheaded here. The door of light, expel the darkness. Xuanhuan cast the great light technique, and immediately saw a huge space inside the south gate, where densely packed strong men had set up traps, waiting for their intrusion. Disperse. Use the gate of light to illuminate the way forward, and use the human emperor sword to expel the negative influence of hell's true energy on the army. How could it be? That is the divine power of light, which expelled the darkness. It's hateful. How many treasures does this divine power have? Without darkness, it would be impossible to impose greater restrictions on them. No, the God Emperor Shenwu didn't know what kind of spell he cast, so that our hell breath couldn't bless them. We can't let them break into the capital easily. The army inside the south city gate roared sharply. These armies that appeared were no longer the cannon fodder that appeared before, but real strong men. Looking around, many of them were strong men from hell. Bloodthirsty magic. At the rear of the defending army, there were still a few strong men in blood robes. They swung bloody light with the scepter in their hands, and it fell on the army, arousing their fierceness and making them more ferocious and tyrannical. It's the same style of play as before, trying to consume our strength with 4 gates, but there are more strong people here. God of War snorted coldly. The battleship clears the way, headed by me, let's go in. This level of attack is no longer something God of War can lead people to break into. Xuanhuan must personally lead the army, rush to the forefront, kill the most powerful enemy, open a road, and reduce losses. #C1108 Bloody Battle. At the same time, inside the North City Gate, Yuan Mazong, Jiyu Temple and many small forces rushed in. Be careful. Yuan Mo suzerain reminded. But they went in cautiously, and the scene in front of them surprised them. It was empty, they didn't encounter any danger when they went in, not even a single guard. What's going on? It's empty, and there's no danger? Yuan Mo, sect master said, is there a trap? There are traps, but they are not here. Akabane Hall master also said helplessly, others are not afraid of us entering the central city at all, and they don't even defend. The real danger is in the back. As long as we step out of here, we will be wiped out immediately, and all of them the strong are defending Tianye and Shenwu. This is looking down on us. Of course he knew, Tianye, Shenwu's main attack, has already overturned the sky. The other party's ignorance made the Yuanma sect master feel resentment in his heart. But he calmly said, Akabane, we can't march anymore, we are always on guard against the army that may come out, we will stay here, waiting for Tianye. Shenwu breaks through the 3 city gates in the east, west, and south, we are going in. We can only do this. Inside the South City Gate. Xuanhuan had indeed led his army to fight with Ming Song. Although their equipment is powerful, others have the advantage of location after all, and they have set infinite restrictions. Eternity becomes empty. Xuanhuan slashed out with a sword, and suddenly infinite sword energy swept out, just like a river of swords submerged in the past. At the moment of flowing past, many restrictions were directly flattened, causing great damage to the enemy. As he walked forward, there was a majestic heaven and earth, and his power was surging and vast. We can't let them enter easily and kill us. Ming Song naturally knows. With the 4 gates, it is impossible to stop the opponent's advance. However, it is necessary to kill as many opponents as possible on this road, and place the final bloody battle in the central city with the greatest advantage. Rumble. The vast and incomparable divine power rushed over with a large amount of cannon fodder for consumption, and then a large number of people used their magical powers to bombard and kill from a long distance, immediately suppressing the Shenwu's artillery fire. He also saw tens of thousands of people wearing the robes of the god of the underworld, and the torrent of spells they cast was the most ferocious. Is this all you have? Kill me. The god of war swung his fists to break through the torrent of spells. In repeated battles, his realm was very close to the second heaven. You rushed over and swallowed them up. Xuanhuan waved. You shrunk his body until the passageway could hold it. Although much smaller than before, it makes it more defensive. It resists the most damage with its fierce body, and when its mouth sucks, a large number of strong people are swallowed by it. It's not enough to bear you alone. Billowing blood energy spread in, and suddenly a large number of fist-sized bloodworms appeared, all of them had fangs and sharp teeth in their mouths. They called them overwhelming and endless, and they lay down on Lingyu directly. Bloodworms alone are little ants to Lingyu. But there were too many of them, immediately making Yu's body turn red. They tore open Yu's flesh and blood, and directly gnawed and absorbed Yu's flesh and blood. This is Hell Bloodworm. Blood Changwei's expression changed, they are indestructible and suck flesh and blood. This kind of worm is exactly the nemesis of such a huge body like Xiaoyu. When Xuanhuan saw the flesh and blood in hell, he was no stranger. The system once rewarded the bloodthirsty god insects, similar to this. The bloodworm from hell is notorious. According to many records, it is like locusts rolling through the heavens one by one, eating all the edible things in the heavens. At this time, negative you had already let out a scream of pain. I already knew that you have negative you, which is used to deal with you, so enjoy this feast. The strong opponent said. Trying to use blood worms to deal with my negative you, is this the calculation? Xuanhuan stood on the back of Lingyue, holding the door of his soul in his hand, and a strong soul shock came out. Knowing that these little bugs had hard carapaces, the power of the soul impact immediately shattered their souls, and they fell numbly. Everything has a nemesis. Hellblood worms have weak souls and are afraid of soul restraint. Great soul technique. Xuanhuan cast the giant soul hand and fell into the enemy's army in an instant. Some of the weak souls were directly shocked to death, and even if they were not dead, many of them were dizzy and confused for a moment. God of War and the others keenly seized the opportunity to kill those whose souls had been shaken. Damn it, the soul means, the God Emperor Xuanwu has too many means. The other party also let out an angry roar. This divine martial God Emperor seems to be an omnipotent existence, and he has mastered all kinds of supernatural powers and mysteries to an extremely deep level. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced the infinite void and sensed other positions. The two armies of Tianye were about to break through the two city gates. Once Tianye is allowed to go out first, and the delay is too long, it is true that entering the central city will be more hindered, but the treasure will also be taken away by them. This time must be controlled, and it must be a few minutes after Tianye kills. Xuanwu also wants to kill in. Xuanhuan will not be the first to go in, but will follow closely behind. God Corpse Legion, kill us. With another shout, a large number of god corpses in heavy armor came out. These are originally dead people, but after being sacrificed, their bodies are indestructible, powerful, and extremely destructive. Ah! There was another scream. Tens of thousands of giant snakes with a body length of 1,000 feet rushed out of the South City Gate, spitting out foul-smelling poisonous gas, with a mouthful of venomous fangs, and they would be poisoned to death after biting, causing certain damage to the army. Hell Snake! Xuanhuan shouted. This attack on the South City Gate is simply a life-and-death situation, and all kinds of weird things come out, making it impossible to guard against. Capture the thief first and capture the king. Xuanhuan said, I'm going to behead the head of the South City Gate, God of War, you lead your army to bombard and kill them. He swept out with an aura, like a shining sun. Infinitely bright scorching power was sweeping, his eyes locked on the existence of an enemy, and the hand of God fell across the void. This blow pierced through eternity. Xuanwu, how can it be so easy? Boom! The power of counterattack appeared, and the golden light appeared. The strong man who appeared did not seem to have that kind of darkness, but was more sacred. Several sheets of golden wings. This is the Golden Yiksha, the king of the Yasha clan. Yasha is a real big family in hell, and there are gods of heaven. Their wings are not for decoration, they are a pair of fleshy wings, not wings, with ferocious bone spurs, extremely sharp, can cut through time and space, and even cut the opponent's body. Moreover, they are physically strong, good at close combat, and their supernatural powers are not weak, and their strength is very balanced. Golden Yiksha is rare, so I beheaded you and turned you into a treasure in the emperor's palace. At this time, Xuanhuan burst out with supreme power, like the master of all living beings. #C1109 Domineering. If you want to kill me, it depends on your strength. The Golden Yiksha laughed angrily, his golden body was extremely eye-catching, and he punched him with his sacred and majestic punch, which was not like the kung fu in hell at all. But this is the dark power reaching an extreme, and things will be reversed when they are extreme. But his nature is still dark. Xuanhuan bombed directly, and the glory of the gods transformed into the kingdom of gods. He controlled countless gods with this palm, and immediately broke through the offensive of the golden yiksha, and fell on his body fiercely, knocking him into the air. He strode away, and the hand of God was shaken down. Who can stop it? Golden Yasha knew that Xuanhuan was so powerful that even she was forced to perform the disintegration of the demon, so he wanted to use his physical advantage to fight. But under the pressure of Xuanhuan's strength, he retreated again and again. Another punch fell like the sky. The golden yiksha suffered a blow like a catastrophe. His originally flawless body was cracking, and golden red blood flowed out, dripping like holy gold, shrouded in a holy halo. But this kind of blood is extremely poisonous to ordinary people, and if there is no way to restrain it, it will definitely be poisoned to death if it is foolishly refined. World-shaking fist. The world-shaking killing move came out in anger, and the golden yasha's blood boiled, and he ran out of the peak of his strength, blasted out, hit his limit, and could still suppress Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan is like an invincible existence. He has infinite momentum, stands up to the sky, and his supreme power is like a raging sea. Too difficult to deal with. Golden Yasha also deeply felt Xuanhuan's difficulty. This kind of opponent is extremely strong in itself, and carries the national luck of an empire, and can display a stronger ultimate move than their own realm. At this moment, the Golden Yasha is holding the golden double mace in his hand. This is his weapon, and it is majestic. But when Xuanhuan grasped it with his palm, there were endless flames, and when he grasped the double mace with his palm of fire, the raging power of refining was activated, and this artifact unexpectedly dripped gold liquid. Being melted. No, my artifact will be melted. Golden Yiksha shouted in surprise. He could see that Xuanhuan also controlled a divine object related to the Tao of fire, otherwise there would be no such terrifying flame power. The avenue of yin and yang, the universe of heaven and earth. The world was enveloped by the power of yin and yang, and Xuanhuan's aura at this moment was too strong, and he continuously killed the golden yasha, so he had no way to resist, so he could only be beaten passively. Help Yi Yan! Seeing the golden yasha being beaten, another strong man flew out and besieged Xuanhuan. Now God of War and the others led the army to kill the opponent's army, while Xuanhuan made a move to kill the top experts guarding the south gate. No one can survive. An old man wearing a felt hat chanted a spell and used a scepter to trigger a cursed kill. Suddenly, a torrent of power struck and turned into a large piece of witch light. Curse him! More negative power turned into a halo and cursed Xuanhuan. I will restrain him. A hell snake shot out, and its body became a circle, as if trying to bind Xuanhuan's body like a magic spell. Okay, apply various negative forces to him to weaken his strength, Yi Yan, and I will attack and kill. Another old antique came out. This is the minister of the Lord Mingsong. He roared with big hands, wearing 5 rings on his 5 fingers. This is a special kind of artifact, but it also possesses incomparably powerful power. They're all going to die. Xuanhuan let the curse of hell fall on him, his eyes swept across, and he said coldly, Master the world. Hugh is crazy. The old man who performed the curse chanted the spell again and again, and the torrent of black light flowed endlessly, submerging like the Milky Way bursting its embankment. Curse the power, throw an axe in front of me, court death. The door of the curse appeared, and there was a more fierce aura inside the door. Suddenly, a black skeleton awakened. With a roar, it swallowed the torrent of the old man, and the big cursing hand grabbed the old man in the felt hat. Curse. This is also the power of the curse. How much power does he still control? The old man in the felt hat was scared to death. I just feel that the curse power I control is insignificant compared to Xuanhuan's. This is simply unreasonable. How can one person control so many opposing and different forces? Don't even think about cursing me to death. He will not sit still and fight back in anger. Curse. Xuanhuan is not a curse, but he is an existence that can control the curse. The moment the cursed hand fell, the old man in the felt hat seemed to be poisoned, his body melted, and he screamed terribly, suffering from great torture. He was caught directly by the hand of the curse and melted into the power of the curse. Roar. The power of this cursed door was evil, and Xuanhuan suppressed it forcefully with his strength. After swallowing the old man, he dared to utter the curse back against Xuanhuan. Be honest with me. Xuanhuan slammed his palm on the door of the curse. Is this still a human? At the same time, Golden Yiksha and the others made a sound of fear. The killing of the old man in the felt had also weakened the morale of the defending army, and they no longer had the fearless courage just now. Good opportunity, completely crush them. At this time, the god of war is also shooting again and again, taking advantage of the sublimation of the battle. He focuses on a supreme, self-created magic fist bombardment. The fighting spirit shakes the sky, and he rushes up, blasting this person into a giant in front of the army. Meat puree. His power swept across, and a large number of existences in front of him were killed one after another. Supreme Second Heaven. He let out a wild roar, sublimated to the utmost, and broke through his realm in the battle. Different from other people's cultivation, war is the best way for God of War to verify his path as God of War. Without this great battle, it is impossible for him to make a breakthrough. Advanced in the battle, my way is that there is no way out, the way of a warrior, fearless and fearless. The momentum of victory is overwhelming. The God of War has broken through, and he is one realm behind. Seeing this scene, Thunder Beast's eyes were also red. Kill, kill, kill everyone who stands in my way. God of War breaks through, we can't lag behind him. The morale of the warriors increased greatly, His Majesty's bravery was inspired, and the rage of the God of War put the army in a state of madness. After they entered, they used the weapons in their hands to destroy the existences that stood in front of them without fear of danger. You hell snake, die for me. Seeing the breakthrough of God of War, Xuanhuan also nodded, and then his eyes suddenly saw the hell snake above his head. This hell snake was seen by Xuanhuan's eyes, and it was so frightened that it almost didn't fall. Can't escape. With a flick of Xuanhuan's palm, a suction force sucked the hell snake towards him, and screamed in front of him, begging for mercy. But Xuanhuan was merciless, tearing his hands apart, directly breaking its body. The blood splashed on the emperor's robe, blending into the black color, showing his arrogance even more.